Chapter 301, A Landmark Day. After a busy day, Han Feng took off his clothes as soon as he entered the bedroom. He took out compressed biscuits and beef jerky and sat on the bed to eat them. A few minutes later, Han Feng took off his shoes after filling his stomach and prepared to go to the bathroom to wash up. While Han Feng was untying his shoelaces, Luna's report suddenly came to his mind. Report to Captain Han. The physical building barracks has been built. Then Luna congratulated him again. Congratulations to Captain Han. You have a physical building barracks. Oh my gosh! Han Feng stopped untying his shoelaces, sat up, slapped his thigh and said, "Why did you forget the barracks?" After saying that, Han Feng hurriedly got up and walked outside. Before leaving, Han Feng grabbed his coat. After putting on his clothes, Han Feng had already come downstairs, skillfully starting the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. Han Feng stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the Allied base. On the way, Han Feng took out his mobile phone and glanced at the time. 23:08. Putting the phone back, Han Feng said without hesitation, "Luna, build a physical building radar." In order to quickly build all the main buildings, Han Feng decided to build without stopping. Report to Team Han. It takes 300,000 gold coins to build the main building radar. Please confirm. Hearing the rising prices, Han Feng took a deep breath and said directly, "Build. Confirm." At this time, Han Feng felt like a fish on the chopping board, letting Luna and the system combine to trick him. "Okay, Captain Han, please select the location for the construction of the physical building radar." After a pause, Luna continued, "Note, the physical building radar must not be less than 1,000 meters in length, less than 800 meters in width, and not less than 200 meters in height." After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng was a little confused. Is the radar so big? When playing the Red Alert game, isn't the radar a square building? Why do you still require length, width and height? But even though he was mumbling, Han Feng still had to follow Luna's instructions. He said thoughtfully, and at the same time, Han Feng planned a place suitable for building the radar in his mind, referring to the image on the radar display screen, just 100 meters behind the power station, in front of the base vehicle wall. "Okay, Captain Han, the construction time of the physical building radar is 48 hours. Please wait." After hearing Luna's construction time, Han Feng was stunned for a moment, and then asked, 2 days? "Yes, Captain Han. Didn't the previous physical buildings take 1 day? Why? Forget it, it's okay halfway through." Han Feng suddenly remembered that the price of each physical building is different, so it is understandable that the construction time is different. However, at this time, Han Feng suddenly had another question, that is, will the price of the next physical building increase by another 100,000 gold coins? For 100,000 gold coins, even if he is a nouveau riche now, he can't afford such consumption. After careful calculation, he still has more than 1.6 million gold coins. Whether he can build all the physical buildings is unknown. Holding the steering wheel, Han Feng wanted to ask, but changed his mind and decided to forget it. If it is really as he thought, it will only add to his troubles. And it is still unclear whether Luna knows the price. If I guessed wrong, the buildings behind are all worth 100,000 gold coins. Then it will be a surprise after thinking about it. Han Feng concentrated on driving, and only wanted to see the appearance of the barracks, and what its so-called additional rewards were. A minute later, Han Feng arrived at the base. After parking the car, he opened the door and got out, walking slowly towards the barracks. Han Feng's eyes were full of excited tears. "I saw 2 half-barrel-shaped buildings upside down on the ground next to each other. It's not right to say that they are half-barrel-shaped. It should be said that 2 buildings like vegetable greenhouses are upside down on the ground. The metal structure full of technology supports the barracks. On the outside of the barracks, at the far end of the base wall, a small watchtower as high as 20 to 30 meters stands in it. With the help of the lights around the base, Han Feng vaguely saw an American soldier on the top of the barracks watchtower. Luna, who is on the watchtower?" Squinting his eyes, Han Feng couldn't confirm what kind of soldiers the people in the sky were, so he had to ask Luna. Report to Captain Han. The soldier on the barracks watchtower is an American soldier. He is responsible for the vigilance and patrol near the barracks, but he can't really shoot and fight, and he can't come down. "Oh," Han Feng responded, and he also remembered that the barracks had no attack capabilities. Looking away, Han Feng also saw 3 oil drums placed at the other end of the barracks. Probably a decoration, Han Feng thought to himself. Out of curiosity, Han Feng said, Luna, summon a mobilized soldier, see how he comes out of the barracks? Okay, Captain Han. The price for summoning a mobilized soldier is. Confirm. Summon. Okay, Captain Han. The mobilized soldier is being summoned. Please wait. Squeak. As soon as Luna finished speaking, a mobilized soldier pushed open the door on one side of the barracks and walked out. Before the door of the barracks was completely closed, Han Feng took the opportunity to take a look inside. It was pitch black, and he didn't see anything. Oh my god! The summoning was completed so quickly? Looking at the mobilized soldier standing in front of him and saluting, Han Feng exclaimed in surprise. Because in Han Feng's previous memory, the summoning time of mobilized soldiers was 10 seconds. But Luna only spoke for a few seconds. The mobilized soldiers were summoned? Report to Captain Han. The summoning time of Red Alert soldiers from the barracks will be shortened by 50%. Then Han Feng asked. Luna explained. Save half the time? Yes, Captain Han. Damn. This is not some additional reward. While asking, Han Feng instantly felt so pitiful. Reducing the summoning time by 50%. This is really a chicken rib among chicken ribs. 100 years will not encounter such a critical moment. Even if you really encounter a particularly urgent situation outside, you don't know how far and how long it will take to rush from the barracks to the scene. Wait for them to arrive. It's better to use the virtual building barracks to summon at that time. Han Feng wanted to cry when he thought of this. Captain Han. The summoning time is shortened by 50%. It is a skill effect unique to the barracks and does not count as an additional reward. Really? Yes, Captain Han. Yeah. In an instant, Han Feng's despair was ignited by hope. It seems that he thought too much, putting down his waving hands. Han Feng finally reacted and asked, what is the additional reward of the barracks? Captain Han. The additional reward of the physical building 1-star barracks is manufacturing Red Alert individual limited weapons and Red Alert individual limited ammunition. Limited weapons? And ammunition? Repeating Luna's words, Han Feng asked, what? In other words, the barracks can produce weapons and ammunition for Red Alert soldiers. And there is no limit on the quantity. After Luna finished explaining, Han Feng frowned and asked again, didn't you say it was limited? Why is it not limited again? Report to Captain Han. Limited weapons refer to weapons that the barracks can only produce for Red Alert soldiers. Like rockets, red arrow missiles, etc. They cannot be manufactured. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng understood. The barracks can only produce M60, AK-47, portable Stinger missiles, and other equipment exclusive to Red Alert soldiers. Finally, some dry goods? After saying that, Han Feng felt that this additional reward was really realistic. The last time we defended against the zombie frenzy, the weapons and ammunition stored in the arsenal were exhausted, and they have not been replenished until now. Hearing that the barracks can produce their own weapons, and there is no limit on the quantity, it's like a pillow for a sleepy head. However, Han Feng was only happy for 2 seconds, and his face turned cold because he suddenly remembered another thing. That is, the manufacturing price. Luna, what is the price of the weapons and ammunition produced by the barracks? Report to Captain Han. The price of ordinary weapons produced by the barracks is 1 gold coin per weapon. The price of machine guns is 10 gold coins per weapon. And the price of high-level weapons is 100 gold coins per weapon. The price of making primary ammunition is 1 gold coin per 100 rounds. The price of intermediate ammunition is 10 gold coins per 100 rounds. And the price of high-level ammunition is not fixed, and is priced according to demand. The price of a grenade is 10 gold coins. The price of an incendiary bottle is 20 gold coins. And the price of a high-explosive grenade is 30 gold coins. Note, at the hero level, the barracks cannot make unique weapons for characters triggered by the supply box. After listening to Luna's blah blah for a long time, Han Feng understood. The barracks cannot provide matching weapons for Tanya's double guns and Ghost's Gatling. But even so, Han Feng was happy to jump. I really didn't expect it. The price of weapons made by the barracks is so cheap. The price of guns and ammunition is much cheaper than I thought. This time, the Red Alert soldiers and Brother Wang's team will no longer be afraid of lack of weapons. Especially the sniper with unlimited ammunition. It's scary just thinking about it. At this moment, Han Feng actually had an urge to encounter the zombie craze. Ha ha ha. God really helped me. The era of lack of guns and bullets is finally over. This time, let's see who dares to bully me. Relying on the unlimited reserve of ammunition. Han Feng laughed wildly. From the outbreak of zombies to now, how much loss has been caused by lack of ammunition. Today, finally ushered in an epic-making day. Luna, make 100 M9 pistols with mufflers. Make 1,000 matching bullets. The first time Han Feng asked the barracks to make weapons, it turned out to be a mere small pistol, because he was concerned that Brother Wang and his men had no close combat weapons. These 100 pistols were only for their self-defense. Report to Captain Han. Make 100 new M9 pistols and 1,000 matching bullets. The price is 200 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirmed. Haha with a loud laugh. Han Feng made a huge amount of weapons, with only the price of 2 mobilized soldiers. Chapter 302, Rebuilding the Armory. Okay. Captain Han. 100 M9, with clipped pipes, pistols, and 1,000 rounds of matching ammunition. The barracks are being made. Please wait. Squeak. Suddenly, another door of the barracks was opened, and boxes of black briefcases were transmitted one by one. Why do we say they were transmitted? Because Han Feng saw that after the door was opened, there was a conveyor belt running inside, sending these briefcases out one by one. How long did it take from the time Luna finished speaking to the time the barracks opened the door to deliver the guns? Less than a second. It was almost made instantly. Right? Looking at the boxes of weapons coming out, Han Feng couldn't help but be curious and walked forward, picking up the first box in front of him. He couldn't wait to open it. 10 M9 pistols were placed in a staggered manner in the box, with a sponge lining fixed inside. And around the guns, 10 black mufflers were quietly placed there. Report to Captain Han. All weapons and ammunition have been made. While Han Feng was still immersed in admiring the guns, Luna in his mind suddenly reported. So fast? While answering, Han Feng looked up at the back of the suitcase. Behind the other 9 black suitcases, there were 10 square boxes, all wrapped in craft paper. Needless to say, this must be bullets. After counting carefully, there are 10 bullet boxes in total. Each box contains 100 bullets. Looking at the pile of things in front of him, Han Feng frowned and thought. The magazine memory of the M9 pistol can hold 15 bullets. If all the pistols and bullets are matched, each pistol can only be loaded with 10 bullets on average. Not enough. After figuring it out, Han Feng continued to order, Luna, make another 2,000 matching bullets for the M9 pistol. Report to Captain Han. Making 2,000 matching bullets for the M9 pistol requires 200 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. Okay. Captain Han. The barracks are being made. Please wait. After talking to Luna, Han Feng thought that each pistol was equipped with 30 rounds of bullets, which was barely enough. After all, pistols can only be used for self-defense. If you want to fight zombies, you have to rely on light machine guns. At least it has to be an AK-47. Thinking of this, Han Feng asked angrily, Luna, how many gold coins does the AK-47 cost? Report to Captain Han. The AK-47 is considered an ordinary weapon, and the manufacturing price is 1 gold coin. Note, the AK-47 manufactured by the barracks has no upgrade function, and there are no accessories such as scopes and bayonets. Beautiful. After hearing the price of the mobilized soldier AK-47, Han Feng cheered. Then he said, Luna, make 100 AK-47s, plus 30,000 matching bullets. Reporting to Captain Han, it will cost 400 gold coins to manufacture 100 AK-47s and 30,000 rounds of matching ammunition. Please confirm. Yes. Wait. Just as Han Feng was about to confirm the production, he hesitated, because he thought that in the arsenal, there were still weapons left by the conscripts who died before. Luna, how many AK-47s left by the conscripts who died are in the arsenal now? Reporting to Captain Han, there are 152 remaining AK-47s in the arsenal. Hearing the number of guns, Han Feng was stunned and said, Isn't it right? More than 150? Why is it so few? Wasn't there more than 300 last time I asked? Report to Captain Han, because of the fire. Okay. I see. Han Feng was relieved to hear the explanation that it was still a fire. Then he said, since there are so many AKs, then just make bullets. After thinking for a while, Han Feng instructed, 50,000 AK-47 bullets. Confirmed. Make them. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, 500 gold coins disappeared from Han Feng's account instantly. Squeak. Compared to ordinary pistol bullets, the newly made rifle bullets have undergone a big change in packaging. First of all, the non-metallic, non-plastic outer packaging is very eye-catching. Han Feng went forward and touched it, but he couldn't tell what kind of material it was. Picking up the rifle ammunition box, Han Feng felt the weight was very heavy, and he almost couldn't lift it with one arm. Luna, how many rounds are there in this box? Report to Captain Han. A box of rifle ammunition. 500 rounds. No wonder it's so heavy. Muttering, Han Feng put down the ammunition box in his hand. When he stood up and looked at the weapons in front of him, he was stunned. It turned out that at his feet, there were densely packed boxes of all sizes. Holding his head, Han Feng said in his heart that he was careless. At the same time, Han Feng also realized a problem in his heart. That is, all the semi-trailers should not have finished unloading now. After hesitating for a long time, Han Feng ordered Luna, let Simon take a large team, drive all the armored vehicles, and come over to load. Okay, Captain Han. After the conversation, while waiting for the cleaning troops, the barracks continued to transport ammunition out. A few minutes later, more than 10 armored vehicles arrived at the barracks. As soon as he saw Simon, Han Feng, who was buried in the pile of weapons, felt that he was saved. According to Han Feng's instructions, all the members of the first team began to carry boxes and load them into the armored vehicles. Looking at the busy backs of the red alert soldiers, Han Feng silently took out his mobile phone. It's midnight. Reading the time on the mobile phone display, Han Feng realized that it was time to go back and rest. But the barracks are still transporting ammunition out, and not all the weapons at the barracks gate have been collected. After a pause, Han Feng looked at Simon and asked, Simon, how long will it take to finish? Report to Captain Han. Because the capacity of the armored vehicle is too small, this trip will definitely not be able to load all these weapons and ammunition. I guess we have to come again. Simon finished speaking. Han Feng pursed his lips. Well, I don't know how long it will take to go back and forth. After thinking for a few seconds, Han Feng said, weapons and ammunition. Let's put them in the warehouse first. I'll trouble you tonight, and the guards on duty will distribute some to the warehouse. When saying this, Han Feng suddenly remembered that due to the fire, several large holes were burned in the warehouse. It is not realistic to make a temporary remedy now. We can only put the weapons and ammunition into the leaky warehouse first, and solve the storage problem of weapons early tomorrow. In addition, there are more red alert soldiers responsible for guarding near the warehouse, so there is no need to worry about safety issues. Okay, Captain Han. Come on. It's up to you next. Patting Simon on the shoulder, Han Feng turned and walked towards the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. On the way back, Han Feng's face was full of happy smiles. I didn't expect that the bullets of AK-47 were low-level bullets. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 100 rounds. You know, the reward for a mobilized soldier to kill a first-level zombie is also 1 gold coin. According to the comparison of previous data, a 0-star mobilized soldier will consume an average of 4 to 5 bullets to kill a first-level zombie. 100 bullets are enough for a mobilized soldier to kill 20 first-level zombies. This is totally free. Whenever he thought of this, Han Feng couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Back to the zinc mine, Han Feng went upstairs and lay on the bed, suppressing his excited heartbeat, comforting himself to go to bed quickly, and there would be other things waiting for him to deal with tomorrow. But the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't sleep. Tonight, Han Feng couldn't sleep until 3 o'clock in the morning. He barely fell asleep. At 7:30 the next morning, Han Feng squinted his bloodshot eyes and started the day's action. Standing at the bedroom window, Han Feng lit a cigarette. Looking at the warehouse not far away, he asked thoughtfully, Luna, do we have any remaining color steel? Reporting to Captain Han, there are some remaining color steel, but the quantity is not too much. After hearing this, Han Feng continued to ask, how many square meters of house can be built? About 140 square meters. Build it right in the zinc mine. Build a color steel house as a weapons depot. so that even if the zinc mine encounters an emergency, there will be sufficient ammunition. After a pause, Han Feng continued without waiting for Luna to reply. After the color steel house is built, build a wall around it, just leave a door for entry and exit. Okay, Captain Han. Then, according to the place Han Feng just indicated, Luna began to work on it. The first level barracks are so powerful. What will be the additional reward for the second level barracks? Han Feng murmured softly, extinguished the cigarette butt, turned into the bathroom, and prepared to wash up. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Han Feng appeared in the restaurant. Black sesame paste, oatmeal porridge, white flour buns, sausages, pickles. At the end of the table, there is also a piece of chocolate cake. Looking at the delicious food on the table, Han Feng licked the corner of his mouth. But what puzzled Han Feng was that he was the only one in the restaurant at this time, and he didn't see anyone else. Never mind, I'm almost starving. After a private glance, Han Feng sat on the stool carelessly, picked up a steamed bun, and started eating directly. I just took a few minutes to get some water, and you started eating? Han Feng just finished a bowl of oatmeal porridge when he heard Lu Rui's voice behind him. Where are you? Where did you go? Han Feng did not answer Lu Rui's question, but asked a question instead. They all followed Wei Yun to distribute supplies, and they should not be back for a while. Lu Rui came to Han Feng when he said this. He took out a cup, poured a cup of boiling water into it, looked at Han Feng and asked, what do you want to drink? Milk? Fruit juice? Milk tea? Or coffee? Coffee. I didn't sleep well yesterday. Just to wake up. Okay. After answering, Lu Rui turned around and took out a bag of coffee from the cabinet behind him. While the cabinet door was not closed, Han Feng saw that it was full of various beverage powders. Thanks to you. You brought back so many beverage powders. Here. This is your coffee. After handing the stirred instant coffee to Han Feng, Lu Rui made another bag of milk powder and said, coffee is too bitter. Milk is better. In this way, Han Feng and Lu Rui chatted with each other. 10 minutes later, Han Feng cleared all the breakfast on the table, including the chocolate cake. According to Lu Rui's explanation, this cake was baked by Wei Yun himself. Chapter 303, Another Survivor. After breakfast, Han Feng lit a cigarette and waited quietly for Wei Yun to come back. At the same time, he also contacted the Terminator ghost in his mind and asked him to hurry back. When the cigarette burned out, Han Feng stood up and extinguished it, muttering to himself, time is tight. No more waiting. He raised his legs and walked out. On the way, Han Feng ordered Luna, let the third and fourth teams gather and take all the semi-trailers. Okay, Captain Han. Going downstairs, Han Feng waited for the soldiers to gather. A few minutes later, seeing the ghost and the third and fourth teams ready to go, Han Feng ordered, let's go. Buzz. This time, Han Feng asked the Terminator ghost to drive him. Soon, the multi-purpose infantry vehicle rushed to the front of the convoy. On the road, Han Feng frowned deeply. The problem of food always occupied his mind, and there was no solution. 7,000 or 8,000 people. The daily consumption of food and water is huge. Even if they come to the city to plunder every day, how long they can last is unknown. There are no fresh fruits and vegetables, and no fresh meat supply. How long can you last if you eat canned food and sealed food every day? One day, the food will be consumed. Grow vegetables yourself? Raise livestock? Looking into the distance, Han Feng said to himself. But the next second, Han Feng was amused by his own naivety. If you want to be self-sufficient, there are two problems that are no less difficult than the chasm. First, not to mention that it is winter now. It is not suitable for planting. Even if it is spring now, where are the seeds? If you want to eat rice, you must have rice seeds. Right? If you want to eat noodles, you must have wheat seeds. Right? But I have nothing in my hand. Looking in the direction of the city, Han Feng felt. It is not certain that you can find seeds in the city. Second, his current location is in the north of the motherland. It is not suitable for the development of agriculture at all. Even if he really grows it, it will be defective among defective products. Alas, Han Feng sighed and thought again. Now is the era of zombies. You can't even see a dog on the roadside, let alone raising livestock. Looking at the blue sky, Han Feng is deeply worried about tomorrow. But he can't do anything about it. Let's take it one step at a time. I hope there will be a way out. Han Feng has a good attitude. He never thinks too much about out-of-scope problems. Anyway, when it comes to the end of the road, Han Feng will definitely take care of Wei Yun and the others first. As for the others, thinking of this, Han Feng lowered the car window a little, felt the biting cold wind, and lit a cigarette. 4 hours later, Han Feng led the team to the supermarket yesterday. This time, in less than 2 hours, all the things in the supermarket were emptied. In fact, after 3 or 4 searches, there was nothing left to collect in the supermarket. Looking at the empty space in the 10 semi-trailers, Han Feng asked Luna, Luna, are there any other large supermarkets nearby? Report to the Han team. According to the China road map, there is another large supermarket 7.8 kilometers away from here. Navigation lets go hearing that the distance was not far. Han Feng got into the car first and ordered to move towards the large supermarket. Okay, Captain Han. The navigation is starting. Following Luna's navigation, Han Feng went in a direction he had never been to before. Previously, Han Feng had actually been at the edge of the city and had not gone deep into the city. And now, Han Feng is about to touch the veil of this city. More than 20 minutes later, Han Feng led the convoy to the destination. Looking at the supermarket that was much larger than the previous one, Han Feng thought he was lucky. Everyone get out of the car. As before, the sniper is responsible for observation. The American soldiers follow me in, and the mobilized soldiers are responsible for the surrounding alert. After the order was issued, Han Feng opened the door and got out of the car, and looked back at the Terminator and said, Ghost, let's go, let's go. After saying that, Han Feng raised his leg and walked towards the large supermarket. Before entering the supermarket, Han Feng used his telekinesis to hook 20 customized weapons and suspended them around him to prevent any accidents. After entering the supermarket, a musty and rotten smell lingered around him. Lingering, covering his mouth and nose lightly, Han Feng was used to this smell and did not show much discomfort. Ghost, start scanning and eliminate danger. Going forward, he left the place where the sun was shining. Looking at the dim interior, Han Feng turned his head and instructed the Terminator. After receiving Han Feng's instructions, the Terminator suddenly stopped, and then 2 small red dots flashed behind the dark and cool sunglasses. Then, the Terminator's head began to turn slowly and evenly. After a few seconds, the Terminator said, there was a battle ahead, about 16 meters away. After a pause, the Terminator continued, according to the current detection and scanning results, there are no creatures in this building that can threaten your life and safety. Huh? That's good. Hearing this, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seems, there are no level 5 zombies in the supermarket even if there are level 4 zombies. It will only take some time to deal with them just thinking of this. Han Feng suddenly reacted. Just now the Terminator said that there was a battle ahead? What the hell? Are there conflicts among the zombies? Fighting? Looking back at the Terminator and many American soldiers, Han Feng's curiosity gradually grew stronger. Looking back again, Han Feng whispered, everyone, follow me. Step, step, step. Take cautious steps. Han Feng slowly approached the place where the battle took place. When Han Feng walked about 10 meters, he suddenly found traces of blood spraying and dragging under his feet. Frowning, Han Feng was puzzled. Obviously, the bloodstains under his feet did not look like the semi-coagulated blood of zombies. But looking at the oxidized black blood, Han Feng was not sure whether the owner of the blood was a human or a zombie. Raising his head, Han Feng's sight followed the bloodstains on the ground, and was finally blocked by a shelf. Gulp, swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Han Feng felt thrilling and exciting. Then, his heart beat faster and faster. Raising his legs and following the bloodstains, Han Feng came to the shelf. Pursing his lips, he quietly poked his head over. Oh my god! When Han Feng saw the scene behind the shelf, he was so scared that he subconsciously exclaimed, Roar! Roar! Instantly, the zombies in the supermarket were awakened by Han Feng's shouting, and began to roar one after another. American soldiers, everyone be alert. The next second after hearing the zombies roar, Han Feng ordered all American soldiers. Then, Han Feng looked at the Terminator and said, Ghost, start the attack mode. Find high-level zombies on your own. Everyone who received the order began to act on their own. The American soldiers reacted quickly and occupied the surrounding traffic fortresses in the first time, and were on guard with light machine guns. The Terminator clenched his fists and walked towards the inside of the supermarket with big strides. Seeing that he was surrounded by layers of protection, Han Feng walked behind the shelf without hurrying, because just now, he saw the crime scene behind the shelf. A female corpse. All her clothes were taken off, and she was crawling on the ground with her face down. Around the corpse, pieces of women's clothes were scattered on the ground. If you look closely, you can find traces of tearing on these clothes. On the back, arms, and legs of the female corpse, eye-catching knife wounds came into view. Behind the head of the female corpse, there was also a dagger stuck. Obviously, she had suffered inhumane rape before her death. However, the female corpse was now in a state of decay, and even if it was naked, it did not arouse Han Feng's interest at all. Which beast did this? Standing up, Han Feng continued to swear, "Where is humanity? Fuck. Is this still a human being? Hashtag UN%, at UN%, and *%. Let me know who it is, and I will definitely chop it into pieces. Worse than a beast. I fucking..." Suddenly, Han Feng, who was cursing happily, suddenly stopped his voice. "No! No!" Staring at the female corpse on the ground, Han Feng was stunned, repeating these two words. "Where is this? It's a supermarket. It's a relatively closed space, and there are many zombies here." The female corpse on the ground must have struggled before she died. This can be easily judged from the bloodstains on the ground. A dying woman, screaming for survival for several minutes to dozens of minutes, or begging for mercy. Where are the zombies? Frowning deeply, Han Feng was a little confused. He couldn't understand why the perpetrator was not afraid of zombies, and why the perpetrator committed the crime in the supermarket. Even if it happened in the street in broad daylight, it would be easier to explain than happening here. Thinking of this, Han Feng looked around and had some guesses in his mind. Sure enough, Han Feng murmured when he saw the shelves around him were out of stock. Then, Han Feng activated his speed superpower and ran quickly in the supermarket. He was not afraid of the zombies around him at all, because Han Feng had absolute confidence that the zombies would not be able to react. After dozens of seconds, Han Feng returned to his original position with a serious face. Survivors who belong here. After a few seconds, Han Feng gritted his teeth and squeezed out this sentence. That's right. Han Feng just walked around the supermarket and found that all kinds of food were missing, especially rice, flour, oil, drinking water, and ready-to-eat food. Even the shelves of miscellaneous items such as candy were empty. Looking up at the supermarket, Han Feng found that the area here was huge, and the roads and environment were blocked. If you want to break through and occupy this place, it's unrealistic to rely on people alone. Suddenly, Han Feng stared at the wall on the second floor and was stunned, because he saw a bullet hole. In an instant, Han Feng lowered his head and looked around him for shells. Sure enough, Han Feng found dozens of shells under the shelf. These shells must have been kicked under the shelves by the zombies when they were walking around these days. However, at this time, the American soldiers were shooting and killing the zombies, which gave Han Feng a headache. How to distinguish whether these shells were fired by his own people or by other survivors? Chapter 304, Spy on the Move. Picked up the shell that just fell at the feet of the American soldier, and held the shell taken out from the bottom of the shelf with his other hand. Han Feng began to compare them. It's so dark, I can't see it clearly. Han Feng looked for a long time, but he couldn't see anything clearly in the dark environment. Feeling the different temperatures of the two shells, Han Feng still shook his head. It's winter now. Even if there is a temperature difference, they will be on the same starting line in less than 2 minutes. Helplessly, Han Feng had to ask Luna for help. Luna, analyze and test whether these two bullets are from the same type of gun. Also, check the bullet holes on the wall again. Are they made by our people? Okay, Captain Han. The test is in progress. Please wait. 2 seconds later, the system test results came out, and Luna responded, report to Captain Han. The two shells under monitoring do not belong to the same type of guns. One shell is from an M60 machine gun, and the other shell belongs to an assault rifle. In addition, the bullet holes on the wall were not made by Red Alert soldiers. Ding ding ding. After listening to Luna's test report, Han Feng remained silent and dropped the shell in his hand. Assault rifle. Han Feng muttered these 4 words. And suddenly remembered the arsenal. In every arsenal he encountered, assault rifles accounted for the highest proportion. Apparently, there was also an equipment depot in this city. Report to Captain Han. All the zombies inside the supermarket have been cleared. Suddenly, just as Han Feng lowered his head in thought, Luna's report came to his mind. Oh! He looked up and saw that the surroundings were indeed extremely quiet. Without the roar of zombies, or the sound of machine guns firing. Let the mobilized soldiers come in and search to see if there is anything worth collecting and loading it away. After a casual remark, Han Feng walked out of the supermarket. No one knew how big a storm was stirred in his heart at this moment. Standing at the entrance of the supermarket, Han Feng held a cigarette in his mouth and scanned the devastated city. A few seconds later, Han Feng said to Luna, "Luna, turn on the radar scan." That's right. Now Han Feng wants to take the initiative and strike first. As long as the radar scans a living human, he can follow the clues to find the opponent's stronghold. Report to Captain Han. Turn on the radar to scan the surrounding 5 kilometers. 100 gold coins are required. Please confirm. Confirm the scan. Okay. Captain Han. The radar is scanning. Please wait. 2 seconds later. Luna continued, report to Captain Han. The radar scan is complete. Have you found any survivors? Han Feng asked immediately. Report to the Han team. No survivors were found within the range scanned by the radar. What about the supply boxes? Have you found any supply boxes? No. Huh? Han Feng exhaled a puff of smoke, shook his head gently, and said to himself, wait a little longer. More than 20 minutes later, several American soldiers walked out of the supermarket and came to Han Feng to report the situation. After understanding, all the food in this supermarket was taken away by the other party. Not even a bottle of drinking water or beverages was left. All that was left for Han Feng was shampoo, shower gel, toothpaste, toothbrush, etc. Watching boxes of daily detergents being loaded onto the truck from a distance, Han Feng nodded, indicating that he understood. Go home. After seeing all the red alert soldiers pedaling, Han Feng issued an order to return. 4 hours later, Han Feng led the convoy back to the zinc mine. Today's operation was considered in vain, and the food brought back was very little. Put the goods in the warehouse. After parking the car, Han Feng said to Luna in his mind, Luna, let the engineers repair the warehouse and patch up all the holes. Okay, Captain Han. After the exchange, Han Feng got off the car and walked towards the color steel house, taking out his cell phone and checking the time. It was just after 5 in the afternoon. It was still early. Han Feng sat on the bed, smoking a cigarette and daydreaming, his mind full of the scene behind the shelf. Unconsciously, Han Feng's mind began to simulate the situation at that time. The cry for help mixed with the laughter of the men around her, and the blood on the ground marked the end of her life. Fuck. After a few minutes, Han Feng, who had ended the simulation fantasy, couldn't help but curse inwardly. James. James. Come here. Without hesitation, Han Feng called the spy directly. Okay. Captain Han. Right away. That's right. Han Feng decided to send out spies to investigate the matter. Of course, the more important thing is to investigate the other survivors. As the ancient said, how can I allow others to snore beside my bed? It's fine if I didn't know at the beginning. But now that I know, I can't just ignore it. Report to Captain Han. I'm here. What's the matter? Tens of seconds later, James, panting, appeared at the door of Han Feng's bedroom. Another group of survivors appeared in the city. It is not known whether they will pose a threat to us. After a pause, Han Feng looked into James' eyes and continued, I need you to find them. Get in. And get intelligence. No problem. Captain Han. Where are they? Hearing that he had a mission, James agreed and asked about their specific location. I don't know. Don't be surprised. I just found some traces of survivors, and I haven't had any contact with them. At this point, Han Feng found that James' expression was somewhat intriguing. Why? Is it difficult? No. It doesn't matter, I'll find it myself when the time comes. James laughed and made an exaggerated expression, indicating that he was capable of this task. That's good. Now you go and prepare. And you will go to the city with us tomorrow. You will need to act alone when the time comes. It's okay, Captain Han. Seeing the spy with a relaxed look, Han Feng hesitated for a moment. Then said, Luna will hand over today's situation to you later. Alright, you go down and prepare. Okay, Captain Han. I'll leave first. After that, James closed Han Feng's door before leaving. Luna, play the scene at that time directly to James, so that he can prepare. Okay, Captain Han. After giving instructions, Han Feng took out another cigarette and lit it. Until now, Han Feng still couldn't figure it out. How did this abuser commit violence in a closed environment full of zombies? Time flies, and an hour has passed. Brother Han, come out for dinner. Okay, right away. Responding to Wei Peng outside the door, Han Feng got up from the bed and walked towards the restaurant. After dinner, Han Feng went out for a walk as usual. As soon as he left the Color Steel house, Han Feng saw that the new weapons depot had been built, and a circle of walls had been built around it for protection. And around the walls, there were several Red Alert soldiers on guard. Captain Han, walking to the door of the equipment depot, the two mobilized soldiers in charge of guarding saluted and greeted. Thank you for your hard work. Patting the two on the shoulders, Han Feng stepped inside. Opening the door, Han Feng saw several light bulbs hanging on the roof. Seeing this, Han Feng sighed inwardly at the engineer's attentiveness, and added questions that he had not thought of. Scanning the boxes of weapons in the arsenal, Han Feng asked Luna, Luna, are all the weapons and ammunition here? Yes, Captain Han. All the weapons and ammunition produced by the barracks last night are here. And the weapons we collected before are also put here. While responding to Luna, Han Feng walked towards a row of neatly placed M60 light machine guns on the ground. These are the weapons left behind when the American soldiers died before. Luna, let the barracks make 50,000 rounds of M60 machine gun bullets. Touching the machine gun, Han Feng suddenly remembered that he had not made its matching ammunition yet. In terms of fire suppression, besides the Gatling of the Terminator Ghost, the rest is this light machine gun. Report to Captain Han. M60 matching ammunition is a mid-level ammunition, and the manufacturing price is 10 gold coins per 100 rounds. The barracks needs 5,000 gold coins to make 50,000 matching bullets. Please confirm the manufacturing. Confirm. Make it. After it is manufactured, pull it all over and store it in the armory. Okay, Captain Han. The barracks are making it. Please wait, Luna said, and then started to work on it. Dozens of minutes later, Han Feng, who was tired of walking around, walked out of the armory and saw that it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. On the way back, Han Feng suddenly remembered that he still had a physical radar under construction. So he asked casually, Luna, how is the radar construction going? Report to Captain Han. The physical building radar is currently under construction, and there is more than a day left to build. What's wrong? Captain Han. Oh, okay, nothing. I just asked. After finishing the conversation with Luna, Han Feng also walked into the Color Steel house. Thinking that there were important things to deal with tomorrow, Han Feng decided to rest early today. The next day. Ring, ring, ring. At 7:30 in the morning, a harsh alarm sounded from the mobile phone, waking up Han Feng, who was sleeping. Reaching out to take the phone, turning off the alarm. Yawning, Han Feng sat up from the bed, dressed and washed up sleepily. After breakfast, it was exactly 8 o'clock in the morning. Wiping his mouth, Han Feng gave instructions in his mind. Luna, notify the 1st and 2nd brigades to gather at the gate. This time, take 5 semi-trailers. By the way, don't forget Ghost and James. Take them too. Okay, Captain Han. After listening to Luna, Han Feng stood up, said hello to Wei Yun and the others, and walked out. Hey, Brother Han. Huh? What's wrong? Hearing Wei Yun's voice behind him, Han Feng turned around and asked in confusion, Are you going out today? Seeing Wei Yun asking him this, Han Feng was a little confused, but he nodded gently and said, Yes. Go out to find something to eat and drink. Oh, then you should pay more attention to safety on the road. After 2 seconds of mysterious silence, Han Feng nodded blankly. When he came outside, Han Feng saw that all the convoys had gathered. So he ordered, Let's go. Chapter 305, Confirmation. 4 hours later, Han Feng and his team arrived at the edge of the city. When the convoy slowly entered the city, Han Feng did not hesitate and said, "Go directly to the city center." Because last night, Han Feng realized a new problem. In order to verify it, he could only find the answer by going to the city center. "Okay, Captain Han." "Wait," Han Feng suddenly said. "What's wrong? Captain Han? Are there any other instructions?" Luna asked puzzledly when Han Feng suddenly stopped the action. "The entire convoy will collect supplies at the edge of the city and try not to go deep." After a pause, Han Feng continued, "James, come with me." Because the multi-purpose infantry vehicle he was driving could only accommodate 2 people. Han Feng had no choice but to leave behind the Terminator Ghost. "Okay, Captain Han." A few seconds later, James arrived and got into the co-pilot. "Buzz." With the spy James, Han Feng stepped on the accelerator and headed deep into the city. Along the way, Han Feng remained silent, and no one knew what he was thinking. James also easily saw Han Feng's expression, and sat silently in the co-pilot without saying anything. About 40 minutes later, Han Feng parked the car in a community. According to Luna's navigation, the center of the city is about 500 meters ahead. It is a business district, surrounded by several tall buildings, department stores, hotels, squares, and pedestrian streets. Han Feng dared to be so radical because he had dual superpowers, based on the principle of running away if he can't beat them. Han Feng decided to go up and explore. "James, you stay in the car and wait for me to come back." Before getting off the car, Han Feng told James, "Okay, Captain Han." After getting off the car, Han Feng walked towards the business district and said to Luna, "Luna, start scanning." Reporting to the Han team, "Turn on the radar to scan the surrounding 5 kilometers. Need. Confirm." "Okay, Han team. The radar is scanning. Please wait." 2 seconds later, Luna continued, reporting to the Han team, "The radar scan is complete. Have you found any survivors?" As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's question followed, reporting to the Han team, "No." Hearing this answer, Han Feng pursed his lips. He felt as if everything was under control, but also as if everything was unexpected. After a second of silence, Han Feng continued to ask, "What about the supply box? Have you found it?" Report to the Han team. A supply box was found. Coconut shreds. Han Feng celebrated quietly, sweeping away his previous worry. "Luna, report the location of the supply box." "Okay, Han team. The supply box is right in front of you. Distance, 328 meters. According to the location given by Luna, Han Feng looked up at the business district in front of him. "Oh my! No way." Report to the Han team. According to the radar scan results, the supply box is on the 3rd floor of the mall. Just when Han Feng was still muttering, Luna reported the detailed location of the supply box. Looking at the mall, Han Feng saw that it was a 4-story building. The supply box is almost in the middle of the mall. "You really know me. You put them all together." Seeing this, Han Feng didn't complain too much, because he came here alone this time just to verify his guess last night. With his lips pursed and not speaking, Han Feng quietly quickened his pace. A few minutes later, Han Feng stood alone at the entrance of the mall, scanning the zombies wandering in the square. Han Feng took a deep breath and then pushed open the door of the mall. Due to the unique architectural style of the mall, the interior after the power is out is as dark as thick ink. Han Feng, who had guessed this a long time ago, took out his mobile phone calmly and turned on the flashlight function. Bright lights illuminated the surroundings, and Han Feng saw a rotten scene. The ground was full of glass fragments, and these fragments came from the surrounding shops and counters, which made Han Feng's every step make a bang-bang sound. In addition to glass, there were clothes, pants, cosmetics, bottles and jars, necklaces and rings, and long-dried blood on the ground. Covering his mouth and nose, Han Feng tried his best to avoid the rotten smell in the air. Scanning the surroundings with his mobile phone, Han Feng gradually went deeper. Sure enough, after walking dozens of steps, Han Feng began to repeat these 2 words. Most of the goods in the mall were cleared out. Obviously, this was formed after the zombie outbreak. This undoubtedly confirmed the word survivor. After the zombie outbreak, the places with the most people are shopping malls, schools, supermarkets, hospitals, and other crowded areas. You know, at that time, the first thing people in panic had to ensure was to hide and survive. No one would think of robbing supermarkets and malls, because at that time, there were monsters eating people here. However, because of this, Han Feng now has a strong interest in this group of survivors. Not to mention anything else. Even if he leads all the Red Alert soldiers here now, he dare not say that there are no casualties. But who are the Red Alert soldiers? They are fearless and well-trained warriors. They also have powerful firepower suppression and advanced high-tech backup support. What about the other side? They are just ordinary people who picked up some weapons. How could they be fearless of life and death and collect supplies in such a closed environment many times? Tap, tap, tap. While Han Feng was thinking, a low-level zombie slowly approached from behind. However, Han Feng, who had been prepared for a long time, discovered it. Without making a sound, he used his telekinesis to hook a silver wing and silently inserted it into its throat. Bang! Crash! As luck would have it, when the zombie fell on its back, it hit the rotten and dilapidated glass door behind it. A sharp sound broke out in an instant. Damn it! Bad luck! Han Feng shouted, knowing that he was exposed. Roar! 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 Sure enough, a second later, roars broke out in the mall. Hearing the sound, Han Feng distinguished that there were level 4 zombies and level 5 zombies in these roars. Without hesitation, Han Feng directly activated his speed superpower and ran straight to the door. At the same time, 10 silver wings and 10 silver shuttles surrounded him. Han Feng knew that he was definitely not a match for the level 5 zombies now. Not to mention that there were countless low-level zombies here. Staying here would be tantamount to seeking death. Swoosh! Mixed with the sound of corruption, Han Feng arrived at the door of the mall in an instant. Bang! Han Feng didn't have time to politely push the door open, and he directly used his own strength to push it open. After leaving the mall, Han Feng identified the direction and ran towards the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. 5 or 6 seconds later, Han Feng panted and leaned against the car to catch his breath. It was really dangerous just now. Captain Han. The car door opened and James got out of the driveway. Who? Adjusting his breathing, Han Feng took a breath and said, "Did you see it? I can connect to your vision with Luna's permission." "That's great. So I don't have to explain it to you." After applauding, Han Feng continued, "I think you also understand that they should not have such strong military literacy and weapons and equipment. But why does this strange phenomenon occur? I need you to investigate. Shall I leave now?" Hearing James ask this question, Han Feng was stunned, because up to now, he didn't even know the approximate location of the other party. Let alone, "Leave it to me. I am the most powerful agent spy of the Allied forces," perhaps seeing the meaning behind Han Feng's expression. James stepped forward and said. Han Feng patted James' shoulder, looked into his eyes and said, "Do you need me to do anything for you?" "Haha, no. Nothing, just wait for my good news." Looking at James, who looked like a gentleman, Han Feng couldn't guess how he would find this group of mysterious survivors. "Then I'll leave," James reminded Han Feng, who looked solemn and silent. "Then, you should be careful." "Okay, Captain Han. I got it. I'm leaving." After saying that, James turned around and disappeared around the corner after dozens of seconds. Watching his back, Han Feng prayed in his heart, hoping that everything would be safe and smooth. But, for some reason, maybe he was a little worried. Han Feng always felt that things were not as simple as he imagined. A few seconds later, Han Feng turned around and boarded the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. Staring at the mall 500 meters away, Han Feng was thoughtful. "Wait." After muttering to himself, Han Feng started the infantry vehicle, turned the car around and drove in the direction of the Red Alert soldiers. After a while, Han Feng returned to the convoy. According to the directions set by Luna, the convoy drove to a street with several small and large shops, such as small shops, grain and oil shops, and snack shops. It is worth mentioning that there are also 2 small pharmacies in this street. Food, drinks, and medical treatment all are available then. It is the happiest snatching moment. For 4 hours, all the shops on the street were visited by the soldiers. Seeing the 5 semi-trailers half full, Han Feng smiled, because today was the best day for harvest in recent times. Go home. Looking at the phone, it was almost 6 o'clock. If I delay any longer, I will have to walk home at night. Buzz. With the roar of the engine, the convoy began to return. On the way, Han Feng kept thinking about the supply box in the mall. He kept wondering what good thing it was that was generated next to a level 5 zombie. At this moment, Han Feng closed his eyes and dozed off, thinking that he would take a short rest. When Han Feng opened his eyes again, he found that it was already dark. He took out his cell phone. 10:30? Han Feng frowned as he read the time displayed on his cell phone. It's been 4.5 hours. Why are we still on the road? Chapter 306, Air Force Division. Luna. What's going on? Why did it take so long? When asking this question, Han Feng wondered if there was a problem. Luna should have called him up. Right? How? Report to Captain Han. There is no emergency. It's just that it was dark after 9 o'clock, and there was a lot of ice on the road. So the speed slowed down a lot. Huh? After listening to Luna, Han Feng felt relieved. After returning to his seat, Han Feng casually asked, how long will it take for us to get back? Report to Captain Han. About 10 minutes. After hearing this, Han Feng looked out the window. Sure enough, in the dark environment, Han Feng recognized that this was the road to his home. Gurgle. Suddenly, an empty protest came from the stomach. Rubbing his hungry stomach, Han Feng turned around to find 2 compressed biscuits and 2 sausages, and drank bottled water, which was considered a dinner. After eating and drinking, the convoy arrived at the zinc mine. Luna, drive these 5 semi-trailers to the warehouse door first, and wait until tomorrow morning to unload the goods. Okay, Captain Han. After talking to Luna, Han Feng turned his head and looked at the American soldier beside him, and said, thank you for your hard work. Go back and rest early. Yes, Captain Han. After that, the American soldier got off the car. Rubbing his eyes, Han Feng dispelled the last trace of sleepiness, then moved from the co-pilot seat to the driver's seat, and then stepped on the accelerator to drive towards the Allied base. Because the radar that took 2 days to build is about to be completed. Sure enough, when Han Feng parked the car next to the base, Luna's voice came to his mind. Report to Captain Han. The physical building radar has been built. Then, Luna continued, congratulations to Captain Han. You have a physical building radar. Coconut. Han Feng excitedly opened the car door after clenching his fists and waving a few times. Going around the long wall of the base, Han Feng finally saw the so-called radar. Oh my god. Is this a radar? This is not air. Looking at the tall building and the empty apron, Han Feng's voice was choked with excitement. At the highest point of the radar, a semi-fan-shaped object kept turning. Although Han Feng couldn't name it, he knew that this was the most critical eye of the radar. At the foot of the tower-like building, there were 4 huge helipads facing each other. Around the helipads, there were small lights of various colors, dividing the distance and area. And in the middle of the 2 helipads facing each other, there was a takeoff and landing runway of nearly 800 meters. This is not a radar. Isn't this the Air Command Department? Han Feng pointed to the building with his right hand, trembling slightly. Yes, Captain Han. This is the Air Command Department. Because the virtual building cannot park fighters, the Air Command Department has been reduced in some functions. Now that the physical building has been built, all functions will be automatically restored. Oh really? Han Feng nodded thoughtfully, then frowned suddenly, and asked subconsciously, Luna, restoring all the functions of the Air Command Department, will it be an additional reward? Report to Captain Han. No. Huh? Good news. Hearing the answer, Han Feng smiled, and then asked, then what is its additional reward? What is it? Report to Captain Han. The completion of the Air Command Department will open a function, upgrade a function, and an additional reward. Gulp. Hearing this, Han Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and tried his best to calm down. Maybe Luna didn't observe Han Feng's mentality at this time, and kept speaking at a normal speed. First, open the fighter summoning function. Second, upgrade the radar detection range. Third, additional rewards include bomb manufacturing and equipment. Perhaps Luna's words were too general, resulting in no response from Han Feng for several seconds after she finished speaking. Captain Han? Seeing that Han Feng did not answer, Luna reminded him softly. Haha. Can you explain it again? I don't quite understand it. I didn't expect that Han Feng, who reacted, would say this as his first sentence. Okay, Captain Han. First, open the fighter summoning function. That is to say, the system has opened up the function of summoning fighters for you, making up for the lack of air superiority before. Second, physical building after the Air Command Department is built. The radar scanning range will be expanded from the original 5 kilometers to 10 kilometers. Within the detectable range, your rights and permissions will be extended accordingly. In other words, you can connect with the field of vision within 10 kilometers and give remote commands. Third, the additional reward of the first-level Air Command Department is the bomb manufacturing and equipment function. The normal time for fighters to refresh ammunition is 24 hours. During this period, you can ask the Air Command Department to make the relevant weapons and ammunition for fighters and reload them for you for free. After saying a lot, Luna saw that Han Feng was still staring at the Air Command Department without saying anything. So she reminded him, Captain Han, the above 3 points, did I understand? Let me see what a fighter is. Han Feng did not answer Luna's question directly, but changed the topic and asked about the fighter model. Reporting to Captain Han, the fighter you can now summon is the Invader Fighter, also known as the VA-8C Harrier attack aircraft. While Luna responded, Han Feng focused his attention on the system's tank vehicle interface. Sure enough, in the first option of the interface, Han Feng saw the legendary Invader Fighter. Introduce it quickly. Han Feng suppressed his strong desire to buy and decided to learn about the actual performance of this fighter first. Reporting to Captain Han, Invader Fighter, VA-8C Harrier attack aircraft. Category, carrier-based aircraft. Function, it has high infiltration, pursuit, and sneak attack capabilities. It needs to return to the Air Command after an attack. It is mainly used to attack important ground units and buildings. Note, the Invader Fighter has only a thin defense and cannot effectively dodge or defend against air control weapons. As a fast and maneuverable fighter, the Invader Fighter can achieve vertical takeoff characteristics and is equipped with 5 453.6 kilograms free-fall or slow-fall bombs, a Sidewinder air-to-ground missile, and a Cub Maverick air-to-ground missile. Note, only one of the above weapons can be carried in each attack, and they cannot be carried at the same time. While Luna introduced it, Han Feng slowly held his breath. While praising the power of the fighter, he was also prepared to judge himself by the price. Finally, after introducing everything, Luna said that sentence. The price of summoning the Invader Fighter is 50,000 gold coins. Huh? Patting his chest, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. The price is not expensive. The price is not expensive, he murmured first. And then Han Feng continued, Come, Luna. Summon 2 Invader Fighters first. Show your eyes. Report to Captain Han. Summoning 2 Invader Fighters requires 100,000 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. These 2 words came out of Han Feng's mouth without any hesitation. Okay, Captain Han. The Invader Fighter is being summoned. Please wait. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's gold coins instantly decreased by 100,000. At this time, Han Feng still had more than 1.5 million gold coins left in his gold coin column. Luna, when can the fighter be summoned? Looking at the empty apron, Han Feng was eager to see it. Report to Captain Han. The summoning time of the Invader Fighter is 1 hour. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng took out his mobile phone and saw that the current time was 0:30. If you want to see the summoned fighter with your own eyes, the earliest time is 1:30 in the morning. Frowning slightly, Han Feng knew that he would definitely not be able to wait that long. Shaking his head, Han Feng said, Come back tomorrow. As he said this, Han Feng walked towards the multi-purpose tank. By the way, Luna, build a physical building combat laboratory. Suddenly, Han Feng remembered that there were other physical buildings that had not been built yet. Report to Captain Han. It will cost 400,000 gold coins to build a physical building combat laboratory. Hearing Luna's offer, Han Feng slowly clenched his fists, and then questioned, What about building a physical building heavy factory? Report to Captain Han. The gold coins required are also 400,000. Okay. This is what you said. Build a physical building combat laboratory. Confirmed. Okay. Captain Han. Luna said the confirmation request under Han Feng's gritting teeth tone. Instantly, Han Feng's gold coins evaporated 400,000. At this time, Han Feng looked at the 1.1 million in the gold coin column and fell into confused contemplation. Holding his forehead, Han Feng comforted himself. Money is for spending. Money is for spending. Although Han Feng was reluctant, he had no choice. On the way back, Han Feng thought of the spy James, who was still in the city. Uneasy, he contacted James in his mind and said, "How is it? Did you find him?" "No." After Han Feng asked, James replied with two very short words. "Where are you now? Are you safe?" "It's okay, don't worry. I've found a hotel now, and am preparing for tomorrow's action in the presidential suite." Hearing James's relaxed words, Han Feng knew that he was safe now, and his nervous mood relaxed a lot. Be sure to pay attention to safety. There's no rush to find them. For James' personal safety, Han Feng advised. "It's okay, Captain Han. Everything is under my control." "Well, then go to bed early. It's very late now." "Okay, Captain Han, I wish you a good dream." After finishing the chat, Han Feng concentrated on driving. A few minutes later, Han Feng parked the car downstairs of the zinc mine's colored steel house. Going upstairs, taking off clothes, washing up. After all the hassles, Han Feng lay down at 1 a.m. Setting the alarm for the next day, Han Feng closed his tired eyes and slowly fell asleep. Ring, 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 ring. The next day, at 7 a.m., the alarm on the mobile phone rang on time. Get up, wash up, get dressed, and eat breakfast. Everything is the same as usual. But Han Feng is particularly excited today, because he is about to see the real Invader Fighter. Chapter 307, Invader Fighter. After a quick breakfast, Han Feng stood up and wiped his mouth and left. On the way to the base, Han Feng was concerned about the safety of the spy James. So he contacted him and asked, "James, how is it?" "Captain Han, I'm going out to collect clues now. Do you have any instructions?" No, just asking." After a pause, Han Feng continued, "Then you should be careful." "Okay, Captain Han." After the conversation, Han Feng concentrated on driving. In less than 5 minutes, Han Feng drove to the side of the Air Command headquarters. Before getting out of the car, Han Feng saw 2 invader fighters on the tarmac. Slowly getting off the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, Han Feng walked towards the fighter. He stared at the 2 giant birds in the sky with his eyes fixed on them, and kept making tisk-tsk sounds of admiration. The long needle-shaped object in front of the fighter, that is, the airspeed tube, gives people the illusion of piercing the sky even if it stays on the ground. The arched, transparent cockpit cover matches the overall fighter, and a streamlined sense of movement rises from the bottom of my heart. Even Han Feng, who can't fly a fighter, has an urge to go up and drive it at this time. There are 3 missiles under each of the 2 huge iron wings, which makes Han Feng a little puzzled. "Luna, doesn't the invader have 6 missiles? Why did you tell me that it can only attack once?" "Captain Han, that's what the system stipulates." Unable to come up with a reasonable explanation, Luna could only use the system as a shield. Hearing this, Han Feng was also a little speechless. But after a few seconds, Han Feng figured it out. Anyway, in the game Red Alert 2, Glory of the Republic, the invader can only attack once. Alas, maybe it was interfered by the game. Han Feng, talking to himself, gave himself a reasonable and reassuring explanation. After that, Han Feng continued to look at the tail of the fighter. At the back of the invader fighter, a huge engine nozzle came into view. Staring at the engine nozzle, Han Feng subconsciously asked Luna, "Luna, how fast can this guy fly?" Report to the Han team. The maximum flight speed of the invader fighter, 1085/hour, 0.87 Mach. Maximum flight altitude, 15,170 meters. Single maximum range, 2,200 kilometers. Combat radius, 1,100 kilometers. Climb rate, 74.8 meters/second. Afterburner thrust, 96.7 kilonewtons. After listening to these flight parameters given by Luna, Han Feng's inner interest was completely stimulated. "Come on! Let the fighter fly for a while. Let me see how powerful the fighter is." As he spoke, Han Feng pulled up his pants and pretended to climb onto the fighter. "Report to Captain Han." "Stop! You can't go up." Seeing Han Feng step back a few steps, Luna knew that he was going to activate his super speed ability in the next second. In a panic, she hurriedly stopped him. "Ah! Unfortunately, Luna's reminder was still 0.1 seconds late. Even though Han Feng, who had already activated his super speed ability, stepped on the brake, he still inevitably hit the wheels of the invader fighter. Sitting on the ground, Han Feng covered his chest with one hand and his nose with the other, because his nose was hit. The extremely irritating feeling stung Han Feng's nerves, and for a while, snot and tears came out at the same time. Oh my god! Can't you wait until I take off? You scared me to death. He pinched his nose and cried. Han Feng spoke in a muffled voice, as if he had a cold. Sorry, Captain Han. Seeing Han Feng become so miserable because of her, Luna felt a little embarrassed. It's okay. Waving his hand, Han Feng propped himself up and stood up. After walking out of the belly of the invader fighter, Han Feng looked back at the fighter and asked, I have never ridden a plane, let alone a fighter. Don't you just want to visit the white clouds in the sky? Is it necessary to do this? Why don't you let me go up? Isn't there a pilot? Squatting on the ground, Han Feng still felt the irritation in his nose. Report to Captain Han. The invader fighter is equipped with a pilot to fly the fighter. But there is only one driver's seat, and two people cannot enter at the same time. Sorry, Captain Han. Luna explained while apologizing to Han Feng again. It's okay. It's okay. I was anxious. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. After saying this, Han Feng put down his hand covering his nose. I saw the blood river flowing under the two nostrils rushing straight into his mouth. Not only did it dye the corners of his mouth red, but it also dyed his teeth red. Hee hee. Suddenly, Han Feng, who was grinning in pain just now, smiled foolishly when he saw the fighter again. Han Feng's mysterious behavior frightened Luna. She quickly performed a full-body check on him. The system is fully detecting the commander's physical and physiological conditions. Please. Why are you checking me? Hearing the mechanical voice in his mind, Han Feng suddenly asked back with a normal expression. Are you afraid that I'll get stupid? Hearing Luna's hesitation, Han Feng easily guessed what she was thinking. Haha, you don't understand. You don't understand the joy of owning a fighter after saying that. Han Feng began to dance. Faced with such an emergency, Luna was speechless. Since you won't let me sit, then I can take a look. Staring at the fighter, Han Feng continued, Come on. Let it fly. Show me. Okay. Captain Han. The invader fighter is about to take off. Please evacuate the apron and wait in the safe area outside the yellow line. After listening to Luna, Han Feng looked back. Sure enough, there was a not very obvious yellow line more than 50 meters behind him. Hurrying to the outside of the yellow line, Han Feng turned around and continued to stare at the fighter. Before the fighter took off, Han Feng saw a man in a blue Air Force uniform and a white helmet walking out of the tower-like building of the Air Force Command. Along with the soldier came several others. Luna, is he the pilot of the invader fighter? Han Feng asked, looking at the man. Yes, Captain Han. He is the pilot of the invader fighter number 0001. Oh. While Han Feng and Luna were talking, the pilot suddenly stood under the fighter and saluted Han Feng, who was far outside the yellow line. While the pilot saluted, several people behind him began to set up the ladder to the fighter. Report to Captain Han. The pilot of the invader fighter number 0001 reports to you. Hello. Hello, let's ascend the throne now. Let's get on the plane. Han Feng waved to the pilot and made a little joke. Okay. Captain Han, the pilot said, turning around and climbing the ladder swiftly. After a while, he got into the cockpit of the fighter. Boom. A few seconds later, the engine of the invader fighter made a vibration. Report to Captain Han. Pilot number 0001 of the invader fighter. Requesting flight permission. Permit to fly. Received. Captain Han. After a pause, the pilot continued, Report to Captain Han. Please set the combat altitude, combat range, and attack target. It's up to you, there is only one requirement. That is, whether attacking or flying, you are not allowed to leave my sight. Received. Captain Han. After talking to the pilot, Han Feng frowned slightly and asked Luna in his mind, Luna, does the pilot have to ask me long-winded questions like today every time he flies? Reporting to Captain Han. No. Today he just performed a more comprehensive flight permission certification. If the fighter needs to meet the enemy and attack, he will ask the tower for permission. The tower will issue a series of combat orders to the pilot based on your fighting will. Oh, so that's how it is. Boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, he heard a very loud noise. It was the sound emitted from the nozzle of the fighter before taking off. Boom. Whoosh. The next second, the invader fighter jet took off vertically. Ridiculously fast. Oh my god. Is this a fighter jet or a helicopter? Seeing this, Han Feng pointed at the invader fighter jet that was flying fast, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Report to the Han team. The invader Harrier fighter jet can achieve both running takeoff and vertical takeoff. Oh, is that so? Han Feng muttered, and suddenly remembered that Luna did introduce this takeoff mode last night. After all, it was still making a fuss. Whoosh! After climbing 100 meters, the tail nozzle of the invader fighter jet suddenly shot out an orange-red flame. Driven by this 1,000-Newton force, the invader fighter jet soared in the air at an extremely fast speed. Swoosh! Tens of seconds later, the intruder fighter pulled the trigger and fired a missile. And its target was a hill several kilometers away. Report to Captain Han. The missile you are seeing now is the Cub Maverick air-to-ground missile. Boom! Boom! After Luna finished speaking, a ball of fire broke out on the hill in the distance. Then, the sound of the explosion slowly came. The explosion ended. The smoke dissipated. Han Feng was stunned. I saw that the originally angular hill had disappeared at this time. Even standing in the distance, Han Feng could visually estimate the size of the missing part. Oh my god, if this bomb hits a building or a tank, staring at the distant hilltop. Han Feng couldn't help but simulate the scene of urban combat in his mind. Report to Captain Han. Another invader fighter is equipped with 5 453.6 kilograms freefall or slowfall bombs. Do you need a demonstration for you? Luna asked Han Feng when the first invader fighter returned. No. No need. Han Feng swallowed his saliva and responded. In Han Feng's mind, when he heard this question, he recalled the carpet bombing in the movie. Report to Captain Han. The pilot of invader fighter number 0001 requested to return. Allowed to return. Received Captain Han. Luna, take over the pilot. If I don't take over, I'm sure he will ask me about the request to land and other issues. Chapter 308, James is attacked. When the invader fighter plane landed steadily on the tarmac, Han Feng grinned and said, okay. Now not only can the ammunition problem be solved, but also air superiority can be gained. When saying this, Han Feng kept thinking about the first time he encountered a brutal attack from an armed helicopter. The other party was in the sky, and even if it was hovering, he could not touch the other party's hair. Whether it was a strong and powerful mobilized soldier, an American soldier who was good at fire suppression, or even a sniper who was proficient in long-range precision sniping, they were all helpless and could only become targets for the other party to play with. Wait until we find the gathering place of the other survivors. I hope they can be more sensible. Otherwise, Han Feng muttered, while imagining in his mind, James, how are you doing? Haven't found any clues yet? Han Feng, who couldn't wait any longer, contacted the spy James in his mind, hoping to get good news from him. Captain Han, didn't you just contact me 40 minutes ago? I haven't even walked out of this street yet. After 2 seconds of silence, Han Feng laughed and said, really? Haha, I forgot. If there is any new news, I will definitely inform you as soon as possible. Hearing James's assurance, Han Feng kept saying, okay. Thank you for your hard work. After finishing the conversation with James, Han Feng looked around. When he saw the base of the combat laboratory, he asked Luna, by the way, Luna, I forgot to ask you last night. How long does it take to build a physical building combat laboratory? Report to Captain Han. The construction time of the physical building combat laboratory is 48 hours. Oh, or 2 days. Han Feng repeated it again and shook his head. I thought that when the combat laboratory is built, it may bring new permissions or mysterious rewards. After confirming that there was nothing to be told, Han Feng walked towards the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. When he returned to the zinc mine, it was already 9:10 in the morning. Han Feng, who decided to take a day off today, returned to his bedroom and took a look at the computers of the 5th platoon. Luna, notify Wei Peng. Lu Rui, Lu Jia and Kong Xiang. Let them come. Okay, Captain Han. After everyone arrived, the 5 of them started the LAN online game. Time spent playing games always passed quickly, and it was noon in a short while. Wei Yan also knew that Han Feng's rest today was hard-earned. So after making the meal, he took it upstairs. After telling the 5 people a few words, he quietly left Han Feng's bedroom. When the time came to 4:15 p.m. Report to Captain Han. Something is wrong. Just as Han Feng was playing the game crazily, the voice of Spy James suddenly came to his mind. Bang! Hearing that James' tone was wrong, Han Feng stood up. Unexpectedly, his knees hit the table. This sudden momentum almost overturned the computer. What's wrong? Did your hemorrhoids break? At this time, seeing Han Feng's sudden convulsion, Lu Rui took off his headphones and laughed and said something. After being insulted, Han Feng stood there with a serious face, his eyes full of caution before the battle. Because he knew James, who has always been elegant, could say such panic words. There must be something wrong. Without caring about recovering the people around him, Han Feng turned around and rushed out of the bedroom and ran downstairs. All the actions were done in one go. It only took a few seconds. What's wrong? What's wrong? Han Feng asked while starting the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. At this time, Han Feng just wanted to rush to the spy as quickly as possible. Captain Han, too weird, too weird. In his mind, James did not answer Han Feng's question directly, but repeated the 4 words too weird like a soliloquy. James Devon, I order you. Report to me. Seeing that James was in a state of confusion, Han Feng called him by name and forced an order. Yes, Captain Han. After receiving Han Feng's order, James finally regained some composure and continued, Captain Han. I seem to have fallen into the opponent's trap. What do you mean? Han Feng asked while stepping on the accelerator to the bottom. He was not worried about the slippery ice on the ground. Since yesterday, I have found some clues of the opponent sporadically. When I touch along the clues, I found that everything is not as simple as I imagined. Holding his breath and concentrating, Han Feng did not speak, but waited for James' next sentence. Captain Han, can you believe it? All the clues were left by them. Hearing this, Han Feng frowned. His mind was a little confused, and he didn't know how to understand James' words for a while. It's over, too late. Suddenly, James said these 2 words. What's over? What's too late? Is it over or too late? His frown deepened, and a deep sense of crisis rose from behind, but he didn't know how to deal with it. Don't come. Ah! When Han Feng was about to listen carefully, 2 roars suddenly came from his mind. It was James. Obviously, James was experiencing some sudden extreme situation at this time. James. James. What's wrong with you? What's going on? James? James? Can you hear me? James. Answer me. Luna. Luna. Check what happened to James. Why didn't he answer me? Seeing that he couldn't contact James, Han Feng was anxious and asked Luna directly, trying to get something from her. Report to Captain Han. James. Killed in action? Hearing Luna's hesitant tone, Han Feng directly said the worst result he could think of. Report to Captain Han. James's vital signs are temporarily normal, and his life is not threatened. The reason for not replying is that he is in a coma. Huh? After hearing this, Han Feng took a deep breath, thinking that as long as he is fine. Luna, did James leave anything behind? Oh my god! Han Feng had just said half of the previous sentence, and in his haste, he did not notice that the road he was driving on had already entered a piece of ice. After several drifts, Han Feng finally stopped the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. Han Feng was panting, and he had no time to be afraid, and then asked, did James leave anything behind? Why is this happening? Who attacked him? Report to Captain Han. You can watch the footage before James fell into a coma. Please. Look. Play it. Han Feng interrupted Luna before she finished her question. Okay. Captain Han. The scene before James fell into coma will be played soon. Please wait. At this time, Han Feng pulled the handbrake, closed his eyes, and waited to watch James' last scene record. Who? In the picture, James was running and looking back from time to time. But according to the picture, there was no one chasing behind James, and there was no trace of zombies. Trap. Everything is a trap. I fell into the trap. When James ran to a corner, he leaned against the wall, his hands on his knees, panting, and muttered to himself that he had fallen into the trap. Report to Captain Hahn. Something is wrong. When James' breathing gradually stabilized, he contacted me as soon as possible. This was also the scene at the beginning a few minutes ago. Pursing his lips, Han Feng clenched his fists and continued to watch the screen. Han Feng watched very carefully, because he didn't want to miss any suspicious pictures. He wanted to find out who could play tricks on this super agent. The next picture was the dialogue between himself and James. During this period, there was no abnormality in James' sight. When the picture was about to play to the end, Han Feng gathered his mental strength to see how James suddenly fainted. James in the picture stood up and stood still. While looking back, he said, "It's over too late." Huh? The next second, a gust of wind blew by, as soft as caressing a willow tree. "Don't come!" When James shouted this, Han Feng was still in a daze. There were no enemies, and there was nothing unusual in the sight range. And this sudden gust of wind, it was impossible to figure out whether it was formed naturally or caused by someone. The next moment, the picture suddenly became a little blurry. Just like, as if the camera was out of focus. "Luna, this is..." "Ah!" Han Feng had just started to ask when James suddenly let out a heart-wrenching cry. When Han Feng opened his eyes again, his sight had returned to himself. All he saw was snow all over the ground, scattered trees, and a huge pool of ice under the wheels. Han Feng was stunned in the driver's seat, occasionally blinking his eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. For a full half-minute, Han Feng was in this trance, unable to extricate himself for a long time. "Captain Han? Captain Han? Are you okay?" "Ah!" Until Luna's voice woke in Han Feng. "What is it? What is it?" Han Feng asked repeatedly, the first sentence after waking up. "Sorry, Captain Han. I don't know. What is it?" At this time, Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it. But what he didn't know was that the hand that lit the cigarette had begun to tremble slightly. Spies are elusive and cannot be identified by anyone or any instrument. As long as James wants to leave, there is no door in the world that can block his way. As long as he wants to leave, even if he passes by the most professional protection team in the world, he will never be noticed. Han Feng recalled the ability of Spy James in his mind and continued to ask, what is it that can attack James without a trace in a moment? How was he discovered? How was he attacked? At this time, Han Feng was stupid and kept repeating these words. Because the invisible enemy is the biggest fear that keeps him awake at night. Chapter 309, Past Prophetic Dreams. Hiss. The cigarette between his fingers burned out. And the hot cigarette but burned Han Feng, who immediately let out a short gasp. Huff. Han Feng opened the car window and threw out the cigarette butt, and blew on the burned finger with his mouth. Suddenly, Han Feng realized that he had been distracted for nearly 5 minutes. A cigarette takes about 5 minutes to self-ignite. After a few seconds, Han Feng took out another cigarette and lit it. This time, he began to suck the cigarette between his fingers, and did not let it play like the last one. Staring at the trees in the distance, Han Feng was puzzled. Is it a superpower? Is it a superpower like Gui Yongxing who can temporarily disappear? Thinking of this guess, Han Feng deduced it in his mind several times, and then shook his head. It can't be a superpower about disappearance. Because even if you can't see it, there will always be a moment of appearance. But in the picture at that time, James' eyes suddenly blurred. Not suddenly attacked. Mental attack? Suddenly. Han Feng thought of this reasonable explanation. But it seems that mental attack can't block vision. Ah! Grabbing his hair, Han Feng was extremely distressed. He burst into helpless roars. Han Feng, with bloodshot eyes, raised his head and looked in the direction of the city, not daring to release the handbrake and move forward. He was afraid. That's right. Han Feng was timid, facing an enemy he knew nothing about. Han Feng didn't even know how to meet the enemy. Telekinesis? What about the target? Speed? A gust of wind and the vision would become blurry. And even if he ran, which direction to go was also a problem. Luna, can the system detect the person who attacked James? Han Feng had no choice but to put his hope on the system. I hope the system can find the initiator through black technology. Report to Captain Han. James is beyond the radar detection range, 10 kilometers, and the system cannot detect him at a long distance. Hearing Luna's ambiguous answer, Han Feng was choked for a moment and didn't know what to ask next. After hesitating for a long time, Han Feng released the handbrake, turned the car around and headed home. It's not that Han Feng gave up the rescue, but it was almost 5 o'clock at this time. Even if he led his men to the city now, it would be more than 9 o'clock when he got there. In the dark, it is even more dangerous to find an invisible enemy. Hey! Suddenly, on the way back, Han Feng suddenly remembered something. He stepped on the brakes immediately. Just now, Han Feng suddenly thought of the inseparable connection between himself and the spy James. Even if he is in a coma now, as long as he is not dead, the radar will be able to locate his specific location. After thinking this through, Han Feng immediately said, Luna, report James' current location. Report to Captain Han. James Devon's location has been marked. Please look at the radar display. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng directly shifted his attention to the system radar. Looking at the dot belonging to the spy on the radar display, Han Feng frowned and asked, Where is this? Report to Captain Han. James is still in the city at this time. What's the exact location? Captain Han. James is now beyond the radar's detectable distance from you. It can only show the general direction and location, and cannot provide specific and detailed information. Okay, that's enough. After listening to Luna, Han Feng's tense heartstrings were slightly relaxed. Tomorrow, let's see who you are. Driving, Han Feng thought to himself. Back at the zinc mine, it was almost 5:30 in the afternoon. As soon as he entered the color steel house, everyone immediately surrounded Han Feng and asked all kinds of questions. Brother Han, where have you been? Why are you in such a hurry? Is there something wrong? Yeah. You scared me to death. Your eyes were wide open at that time. People who didn't know would think something happened to you. Brother Han, is the problem solved? Why do you look not so good? Brother Han, you. Hearing these questions, Han Feng raised his hand and waved, saying, It's nothing serious. Just a small problem. It's okay now. Hearing Han Feng say that it was okay, Wei Yun stepped forward a few steps, took Han Feng's arm and said, It's good that it's okay. It's good that it's okay. I saw that you had a lot of fun at noon, so I didn't want to disturb you. You must not have eaten well? You go to the restaurant and wait. I'll go cook now. Having been pulled by Wei Yun for a few steps, Han Feng smiled. Although it looked a little reluctant, he still pretended to be fine and said, Okay, then I'll wait for your delicious food. Sitting at the dining table, Han Feng stared at the empty table in a trance. He kept thinking about tomorrow's rescue mission and specific matters in his mind. Wei Peng, who was sitting next to Han Feng, saw Han Feng's intriguing expression and asked, Brother-in-law, is the problem not solved yet? Without waiting for Han Feng to answer, Wei Peng continued, If you have any problems, tell us and we can find a solution together. If it doesn't work, I can help you. If you need anything, just tell us. We are all family anyway. Yes, if you have any problems, just put them out. I don't believe there is no solution. And me Gui Yongxing and Lu Zhi echoed one after another. At this time, Lu Rui, who was always carefree, lost his usual chattering and just looked at Han Feng with a worried look. It's okay, it's really okay. Han Feng took out a cigarette, walked around, and pretended to be relaxed to comfort everyone. I think it's okay, Brother Han. You have so many powerful armed forces. What can't you handle taking the cigarette? Lu Zhi snapped his fingers to make some flames, and lit cigarettes for everyone while making jokes. Haha, we worry too much, Gui Yongxing also said with a smile while smoking. About 10 or 20 minutes later, plates of heated and ready-to-eat food were served on the table. Clapping his hands, Wei Yun took off her apron and said with a smile, Today's dinner is early, let's eat. During the meal, Han Feng felt that the food he ate was like a candle. Tasteless. After dinner, Han Feng did not go downstairs for a walk, but returned to the bedroom early with the excuse of a little tired. Sitting on the bed, Han Feng sighed repeatedly and smoked cigarettes one after another. Dong dong dong, there was a slight knock on the door outside the room. Come in. Han Feng responded without raising his head. It was Lu Rui who pushed the door open and closed the door and locked it as soon as he entered. Comfort me. I'm really fine, looking at Lu Rui. Han Feng smiled. You can fool others. But not me. How come we have been sleeping together for 4 years in college? Don't I know your character? Hee hee. Han Feng smiled after hearing this, scratched the back of his head, and didn't refute. Tell me. What's the matter? Lu Rui patted Han Feng's shoulder while sitting next to Han Feng. It's useless. I don't want to say it. And even if I want to say it, I don't know where to start. And I don't know how to explain it. Okay. Lu Rui didn't force Han Feng to explain while pinching Han Feng's shoulder. But Lu Rui knew in his heart that Han Feng's difficult matter would be of no help even if he explained it to him. The air was silent for a few seconds. And Han Feng broke the silence and said, You came here. Don't you want to hear the reason? No. What surprised Han Feng was that Lu Rui, who was usually gossipy, actually had other intentions at this time. I came to tell you something. What? Looking at Lu Rui's solemn expression, Han Feng knew what he said next might not be too simple. Sure enough, what Lu Rui said made Han Feng, who was already frightened, even more scared. Do you still remember the dream I told you about? As soon as Lu Rui said this, Han Feng's body trembled violently. At this moment, Han Feng felt as if a current passed through his body. Without thinking too much, Han Feng knew that the dream Lu Rui was talking about was the dream in which Wei Peng died. At the same time, Han Feng couldn't help but think of the scene before James was attacked a few months ago. In order to avoid Wei Peng's death, Han Feng stationed all 3-star soldiers near his residence in advance. The purpose was to protect this group of key figures, especially Wei Peng. But in Lu Rui's dream, Wei Peng and many Red Alert soldiers who died in the ruins all indicated that these were in vain. The person who could approach and kill Wei Peng and destroy the Color Steel House under layers of protection was definitely not an ordinary person. The superpowers he possessed were definitely not ordinary people. Biting his lips, Han Feng forced himself to calm down. A few seconds later, Han Feng, who was much more awake, found that his arms were full of dense goosebumps. Hee hee. When did I become so cowardly? Looking at his arms, Han Feng laughed at himself in his heart. Hey, tell me, what do you think? Standing up, Han Feng walked to the bed, smoking and staring at the zinc mine downstairs. I don't have any opinion. I just feel. Feel what? Hearing Lu Rui's words, Han Feng clenched the cigarette butt in his hand and looked back and asked. It feels like this thing is going to come true. Gulp. Han Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and the two looked at each other. No one spoke. After a long time, Han Feng slowly asked, Why? No reason. Just a feeling. Lu Rui did not directly answer Han Feng's question. Perhaps he had already answered it. Huh? After taking a puff of cigarette, Han Feng exhaled a puff of white mist and continued to ask, About when? I don't know. After a pause, Lu Rui continued, Maybe recently. After hearing Lu Rui's answer, Han Feng laughed at himself. Or, a desperate smile. Looking at Han Feng with a relieved face, Lu Rui stood up and asked, Do you have any solution? Solution? I think so. As he spoke, Han Feng thought that he might be able to find this person tomorrow. Kill him. Wei Peng might be safe. Since the prophetic dream can let you know some things in advance, then we have enough time to deal with it. Setting up more lines of defense may help avoid this tragedy. Since you said so, I won't say more. Have a good rest. And remember to tell me if you have any new ideas. After Lu Rui finished speaking, he had already walked to the door. I'll leave first. Okay. After the two of them talked, Lu Rui opened the door and walked out. Before leaving, he closed Han Feng's door. Watching Lu Rui leave, Han Feng extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Looking back at the zinc mine downstairs, Han Feng held his forehead and whispered, You, mysterious girl, how will you protect Wei Peng? Chapter 310, Is it exciting? The next morning, around 6 o'clock, Han Feng, who hadn't slept well the whole night, sat up from the bed with dark circles under his eyes, looking at the equally dark night outside the window. Thinking. After washing up silently, Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it. He came downstairs where no one was, and walked in the zinc mine. He pursed his lips, and his mood did not improve at all, but became heavier. For a whole night, Han Feng paid attention to James's position every hour. It was not good news, nor was it bad news. James did not move all night. Similarly, he never woke up. The connection between him and the spy was always in a semi-interrupted state. With the sound of sighs, time soon came to 7 o'clock in the morning. At this time, the red alert soldiers on duty began to change shifts. Rows of columns marched in neat steps, taking over the soldiers who had been on duty all night. Taking out his mobile phone to check the time, Han Feng pondered for a few seconds, and then said, "Luna, except for the red alert soldiers who just got off duty, all the 3-star soldiers responsible for protecting Wei Yun and others, and the 6th Battalion responsible for guarding the base, the rest of the people should prepare to assemble." "Okay, Captain Han." Once the order was issued, the red alert soldiers quickly assembled. In less than 5 minutes, the battalions formed neat square formations and lined up in the zinc mine. "Luna, just take 10 magnetic infantrymen." Looking at the 40 magnetic infantrymen, Han Feng felt that it was not necessary to bring all of them. "Okay, Captain Han." After Luna responded, "Except for the 10 magnetic infantrymen in the first row, the other 3 rows all turned around and left. By the way, the 3 grizzlies should also stay in the zinc mine." As he spoke, Han Feng thought that the grizzlies' tanks did not have a wide field of vision on the city roads, and the attack speed of the tank guns did not seem to pose a threat to this unknown person. "Okay, Captain Han." After that, the 3 grizzlies also withdrew to one side. "Are there enough vehicles? Can we take all these soldiers away?" Looking at the 4 battalions, a team of more than 200 people, Han Feng was worried about the problem of taking away the vehicles. "Report to Captain Han. There are not enough vehicles, but semi-trailer trucks can be used as temporary troop carriers." Nodding, Han Feng said, "Well, get ready to pedal. We will set off soon." "Okay, Captain Han." Then, the red alert soldiers began to pedal one by one. A few minutes later, all the members were ready to go. Looking at the phone, "The time is almost 7:30. Let's go!" Han Feng whispered an order, and then slowly boarded the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. With the roar of the engine, the long convoy began to move towards the city. "Luna, stop every half an hour. Replace the red alert soldiers on the semi-trailer. It's so cold. Don't freeze." Before giving this order, Han Feng saw that there was no windbreak on the semi-trailer. In such a cold day, the cold wind poured on the red alert soldiers, who had no cold-proof equipment. It would be unbearable for a long time. "Okay, Captain Han. I got it." The convoy stopped and started all the way, and it took about 5 hours before it arrived in the city. "Luna, navigate to James's location. Let's go directly." "Okay, Captain Han. The navigation is planning the route. Please wait." After a pause, Luna continued, "Turn right at the intersection 130 meters ahead." 20 minutes later, Han Feng led the convoy to the door of a 5-star hotel. According to the radar mark, James is inside at this time. "Report to Captain Han. Navigation has ended. James Devon's exact location is on the 7th floor of this hotel. Room 704. Listening to the exact location given by Luna, Han Feng opened the car door and got out to observe. This is a 5-star hotel with 21 floors. If there are zombies inside, it will definitely be a nightmare. For safety reasons, Han Feng did not act rashly, but ordered Luna, turn on the radar and scan it. Reporting to Captain Han, turn on the radar to scan the surrounding 10 kilometers. 100 gold coins are required. Please confirm. Confirm the scan. Okay, Captain Han. The radar is scanning. Please wait. 2 seconds later, Luna continued, reporting to Captain Han. The radar scan is complete. Have you found any survivors? Reporting to Captain Han. No. Huh. After a slight sigh of relief, Han Feng continued to ask, what about the supply box? Have you found it? Reporting to Captain Han. No. Huh. This time, Han Feng was completely relieved. Although the lack of a supply box is not good news, it also shows that there is no powerful existence in this building. As long as there is no threat, it is a blessing. Because this time we come here for the rescue mission, not for fighting. Snipers, listen to the order. You form a group of 3 and occupy the surrounding sniper points. Remember not to separate. Groups with less than 3 people, gather around me. American soldiers, listen to the order. You cooperate with the sniper team to climb the commanding heights. Each sniper team is assigned 2 people. The rest of you gather around me. Mobilized soldiers. Listen to the order. You form a group of 5 and guard each traffic fortress and interception point. The rest of you gather around me. Yes. Korean team. Yes. Korean team. Yes. Captain Han. 3 orders were issued, and the 3 arms began to move. 35 snipers were divided into 11 sniper teams, plus 2 American soldiers. And the 5-man team scattered and occupied one sniper point after another. The remaining 2 snipers stood behind Han Feng, one on the left and one on the right. And behind the 2 snipers were 18 American soldiers holding light machine guns and on alert. In 2 minutes, 100 mobilized soldiers occupied the traffic fortress within a radius of hundreds of meters of the hotel, as well as various interception points. Looking at the remaining 60 mobilized soldiers running towards him, Han Feng thought for a moment and ordered, "You guard the downstairs of the hotel and the lobby on the first floor, including the front and back doors." 60 mobilized soldiers received the order halfway and ran to the garrison points. After arranging everything, Han Feng looked back behind him. In addition to the sniper and the American soldiers, there were Tanya, the Terminator, 10 magnetic infantrymen, and 4 engineers. Looking at the engineers, Han Feng's eyes turned and he thought of another thing. So he ordered, "All engineers, you look for the emergency power supply of this hotel to ensure that the hotel can keep the lights on within 10 minutes. Yes, Captain Han." The 4 engineers received the order and ran to the underground distribution room according to the route shown by the radar. A big hotel like this must have its own emergency equipment, such as diesel generators. Ghost, go protect the engineers. By the way, see if they need any help. Looking at the Terminator, Han Feng decided to add a layer of protection to the engineers who had no fighting power. The Terminator received the order and did not speak, but started to act directly. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng felt a little uneasy. According to this armed scale, even if there are really large-scale zombies in the hotel, they can resist 1 or 2. But, even with such a careful arrangement, Han Feng's hanging heart still couldn't let go for a long time. Han Feng felt like something was missing, which made him scratch his head. He took out a cigarette and lit it, then began to walk around the hotel lobby. Looking at the dusty sofa in the lobby, Han Feng rejected the idea of sitting down to rest. Where are the zombies? Fuck. Zombies. Just as Han Feng was talking to himself with a cigarette in his mouth, an unintentional sentence made Han Feng aware of something strange. A few minutes ago, the sniper team was already in place. But Han Feng didn't hear any sound of firing. This is not normal. Even if there are no large numbers of zombies around, there are always a few zombies wandering around. All soldiers. Has anyone seen a zombie? In order to confirm his inner thoughts, Han Feng contacted the more than 200 red alert soldiers present in his mind. But no one answered. Fuck. Have I been tricked again? At this time, Han Feng looked at the outside world through the huge and bright French windows of the hotel, and said in a daze, he didn't even know when the cigarette in his hand fell. Damn it! Fight! Suddenly, Han Feng gritted his teeth. His eyes flashed, and said viciously, "Tanya, follow me. Quick!" After throwing down a sentence, Han Feng instantly activated his super speed and rushed towards the hotel's safety passage, stairs. Dang 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 dang. Due to the lack of power supply, the safety passage at this time was pitch dark. But according to the 3D simulation scene obtained by the radar scan in his mind, Han Feng stepped on the stairs with every step with incomparable precision. Telekinesis. Start. After quickly climbing to the 2nd floor, Han Feng used telekinesis to hook 20 customized weapons and made them float beside him. The distance between the 1st floor and the 7th floor was shortened in an instant. After a few seconds, Han Feng and Tanya were already standing in the corridor of the 7th floor. 704. Han Feng muttered while looking for the precise location given by the radar scan and came to a door. Go! Even though time was tight, Han Feng did not kick the door rashly, but let the Silver Shuttle and Silver Wings pass through the door first. With precise control over the custom weapon, Han Feng used the Silver Shuttle Silver Wings to attack any part of the body except James. A few seconds later, Han Feng raised his leg and kicked the wooden door. Bang! The wooden door, which was already full of holes, opened with a sound after being kicked with great force. James. When the door was opened, Han Feng saw James was tied to a stool with his back to him. Without time to observe the surroundings carefully, Han Feng ran straight over. But a strange scene appeared. In front of James, there was a wooden board standing in front of him. On the board, a sentence was clearly visible. Is it exciting? Who is it? Why did they write it like that? What's the purpose? Suddenly, many questions flooded into Han Feng's brain, almost causing his brain to freeze. Never mind. Tanya, carry him. Go downstairs. Quick! Han Feng ordered Tanya, while cutting the ropes that bound James with his silver wings. Tanya picked up James and carried him on her shoulders, and turned around and ran downstairs without saying a word. At this time, Han Feng hesitated for a few seconds, and decided to take the wooden board with the words, "Is it exciting?" downstairs. Chapter 311, Supply box in hand. In less than 30 seconds, Han Feng ran down from the 7th floor holding a wooden board. When he rushed out of the security door and saw the bright and dazzling sunlight, he felt saved. Retreat! 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 Quick! Holding the wooden board under his left arm, Han Feng waved his right hand vigorously. The Red Alert soldiers who received the order began to gather at the hotel entrance at a rapid speed. 2 minutes later, the 11th group of panting snipers and the 20 groups of panting guards arrived. Pedal? Retreat! He didn't dare to hesitate for a second. Han Feng directly ordered to pedal. In less than half a minute, Han Feng's convoy successfully evacuated the hotel. Huff! 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 Han Feng, who was still frightened, panted heavily, took out a cigarette with trembling hands and lit it. Hiss! Huff! Swallowing a mouthful of cigarette, Han Feng felt that his trembling heart finally calmed down a little. It's fucking irritating. Suddenly, Han Feng's words were stuck in his throat, and he was stunned. Han Feng, who wanted to say it was fucking irritating, suddenly remembered the 3 words on the wooden board. Cold sweat flowed down Han Feng's temples. On such a cold winter day, Han Feng actually broke out in cold sweat. Gurgle. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Han Feng silently took out the wooden board under his left arm. Is it exciting? Looking at the neatly written words, Han Feng really couldn't understand why he wanted to show James this sentence. Is it exciting? Is it exciting? Frowning and repeating the 3 words on the board, Han Feng fell into deep thought. Could it be? After a few minutes, Han Feng slowly raised his head, and an extremely bold idea rose in his heart. Could it be? This sentence is for me to see? Because he and James have a visual connection that ignores distance. He can see anything that James can see, since James has been kidnapped. The 3 words "is it exciting" have no meaning to him at all. Then, the only function of these 3 words is to show myself. Instantly, Han Feng's heart skipped a beat. Impossible. Impossible. Han Feng repeated impossible. He didn't believe it, and didn't dare to believe it. The connection between him and James was the sole binding from the Red Alert system. No instrument could detect the existence of the Red Alert system, nor could they detect the connection between him and the spy James. But if this is true, then what happened today is even more inexplicable. Why can't I see zombies? Even the most common low-level zombies. This is extremely weird. Could it be that these people have reached some agreement with the zombies? The next second, Han Feng was amused by his naive idea. How is it possible? How could humans make an agreement with zombies? Zombies are creatures without intelligence. Thinking of this, Han Feng had a headache. Low-level zombies are indeed not intelligent. But what about high-level zombies? If there is really an agreement with high-level zombies, then the high-level zombies will control the low-level zombies. Thinking of this, Han Feng, with a bitter face, suddenly recalled the sudden zombie craze a few months ago. The zinc mine and the city are a full 100 kilometers apart. The zombies have persevered in walking to this point. I don't believe that there is no mastermind behind this. Alas, Han Feng held his head, his mouth full of bitterness. In just one day, no, in just 20 hours, so many problems have erupted. In such a short time, Han Feng couldn't react at all. So far, no reasonable explanation can be found for any single incident. Turning his head to look at the street scenes on both sides of the street, Han Feng suddenly saw several lone zombies. Everything felt so harmonious and cute. Because this is what the end of the world should be like. Not just now. But there is good news. At least James was brought back safely. Although he is still not calm. At least he is not in danger. Thinking about it, Han Feng suddenly grinned. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is making fun in adversity. Lowering the car window, Han Feng threw out the cigarette butt. After retracting his hand, Han Feng turned over the wooden sign. There is nothing behind the wooden sign. It seems that all the useful information is in the previous sentence. Putting the wooden sign at his feet, Han Feng looked ahead. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Luna, change the route. Let's go get the supply box back." At this time, Han Feng decided to take back the supply box that he scanned in the mall the day before yesterday. With so many red alert soldiers out, you can't really go home empty-handed. Right? Okay. Captain Han, the navigation of the mall supply box is opening. Please wait. After a pause, Luna continued, "Go straight at the intersection ahead." More than 20 minutes later, Han Feng's convoy arrived at the pedestrian street downstairs of the mall. In order to shorten the shortest distance, Han Feng did not hesitate to use the saber-toothed tiger armored vehicle to forcefully break the iron fence of the pedestrian street. It was also thanks to the high armor and hard steel plate of the saber-toothed tiger armored vehicle. If it was an ordinary small car, the engine would probably be knocked out. However, the clanging sound of the convoy attracted many zombies wandering aimlessly around. Soon, dozens of low-level zombies surrounded them. Han Feng opened the car door and got out, saying in his heart, "Telekinesis. Start." Whisper. Swoosh. Swoosh. 10 silver wings soared into the sky, piercing the low-level zombies around. The silver wings pierced through the throats of the zombies with great precision, and they fell to the ground a few seconds later. Sniper. Find a sniper point on the ground. Just like before, some American soldiers will protect the snipers. When giving this order, Han Feng knew that the mall in front of him was the tallest building near the pedestrian street. Running further, there were residential buildings, but a distance of hundreds of meters would be a big problem when retreating. In order to be quick, Han Feng decided to find a suitable sniper point on the ground. On the other hand, Han Feng knew that there were level 5 zombies in the mall. There was no need to fight hard against level 5 zombies, so he could only use his speed advantage to grab the supply box and run. Don't leave the zombies any chance. But the mall was pitch black inside, and the special building structure made it much darker than the hotel without electricity. Continue to use the 3D display function of the radar? It seems that this time it won't work, because the corridor is full of zombies. He might bump into the claws of zombies while moving forward at a high speed. Leave it to me. Just as Han Feng was thinking about the countermeasures, Tanya spoke up. You? Turning to look at Tanya, Han Feng asked in a puzzled voice. It's very dark inside. You can't see clearly when you go in. It's okay, I have this. As she spoke, Tanya took out a piece of glass from her waist bag. After several attempts, the glass in Tanya's hand was actually interlaced into a pair of glasses. This is, pointing at the glasses in Tanya's hand. Han Feng hesitated. Tanya chuckled and explained, "This is night vision glasses. An advanced version of night vision goggles. Put it on, and you can see clearly inside." After that, Tanya smoothed her hair and put on the colored glasses. Don't mention it. Tanya looks pretty with glasses. Wait for me here. After saying that, Tanya was about to rush into the building. But just after taking a few steps, Tanya suddenly stopped and turned back and said, "Forget it. You should retreat a little further." As soon as the voice fell, Tanya dodged and rushed into the mall, from wearing glasses to disappearing in sight. It took less than 3 seconds. This series of actions was done in one go, so fast that it was incredible. Retreat a little further? It was not until this time that Han Feng repeated it, understanding the meaning of Tanya's words. All soldiers, assemble. Evacuate the pedestrian street. Although Han Feng didn't quite understand Tanya's intention, he still issued a retreat order out of trust in Tanya. Soon, the convoy restarted and quickly withdrew from the pedestrian street. Han Feng, on the other hand, stood alone at the entrance of the mall, waiting for Tanya to appear. 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 30 seconds, 50 seconds. A minute passed, and Tanya still didn't come out. But after hearing the crackling gunshots inside the mall, Han Feng knew that Tanya should be fine. Swoosh! Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the mall entrance. Before Han Feng could react, he suddenly heard a sentence, "Run!" "Ah!" Han Feng responded subconsciously, and then activated his speed superpower and rushed away with the figure in front of him. Boom! 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 Huh? Before he ran out of the pedestrian street, Han Feng heard several huge explosions behind him. Hearing the explosions, Han Feng knew this Tanya actually used C4 plastic bombs to detonate them all. He didn't dare to look back, and he didn't dare to stop for a moment. Just like that, Han Feng ran for his life. Crackle, clatter. Large and small concrete blocks fell behind him like rain. Damn. It's careless. Han Feng stopped and cursed inwardly. Then looked back. The soldiers in the saber-tooth armored vehicle were fine, as they were protected by thick steel plates. But the soldiers on the semi-trailer were in trouble. Concrete blocks of varying sizes flew down from the sky, hitting them head and face. Although no one was killed, the bruises all over the red alert soldiers made Han Feng feel distressed. Then, Han Feng started to run back. In just 4 or 5 seconds, Han Feng evacuated a range of nearly 1 kilometer. When he rushed back to the convoy, he just caught up with the dust blown out by the shock wave. Hoo-hoo! Cough! Cough! The thick smoke choked Han Feng and made him cough. But he could do nothing about it. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar was heard from the ruins of the mall. Level 5 zombies. Run! Hearing this roar, Han Feng's legs tightened. He opened a car door and got in. As soon as he got in the car, Han Feng hurriedly issued a retreat order. Han Feng, who had hit a wall at both ends, was now covered in dust. After rubbing his eyes twice, Han Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at what was in front of him. Huh? It's okay. It's okay. Seeing that he was far away from the pedestrian street mall, Han Feng sat on the ground. He was secretly happy that this trip was not in vain. Chapter 312, Personal Protection. 4 hours later, Han Feng led the team back to the zinc mine. Although today's operation was a bit bumpy, at least James was brought back safely, and the supply box was obtained, which was considered a successful completion of the mission. After ordering everyone to return to the team to rest, Han Feng got out of the car and went upstairs. He went into the bedroom without having time to eat dinner first, intending to take a hot shower to wash away the dust of today. 10 minutes later, Han Feng wiped his hair and walked out of the bathroom. Sitting on the bed, Han Feng made a comfortable sound. This kind of relaxation after tension is really rare. Picking up the mobile phone on the bedside table, Han Feng saw that the current time was almost 8 o'clock. After going downstairs and having dinner, Han Feng went straight back to the bedroom. Luna, how is James? Is he awake? Han Feng asked James as soon as possible, hoping to get useful information from him. Report to Captain Han. James Devon is still in a coma. He has been unconscious for more than a day. Why is he still not awake? Isn't he a vegetable? Report to Captain Han. James' brain waves are stable, and he has not been traumatized. He should not become a vegetable. That's good. After listening to Luna's report, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief and continued, let Tanya come over. Remember to let her bring the supply box. Okay, Captain Han. Less than 2 minutes after she finished speaking, Tanya came to Han Feng's bedroom with a supply box. As soon as Tanya entered the room, Han Feng saw the silver box in her hand. No need to guess, there was the evil money. Raising his hand to take the supply box, Han Feng placed his hand on the box and said to himself, open. Ding. With a crisp and lively sound, the supply box opened. Immediately afterwards, a dollar symbol appeared in the air above the supply box. Congratulations to Captain Han for winning the gold coin supply box and 10,000 gold coins. Hearing Luna's congratulations, Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth and responded, thank you. Although he felt helpless, he still thought that even a small amount of money was worth it. So the gold coin supply box was not a loss. Tanya, what do you think? Putting down the open box in his hand, Han Feng looked up at Tanya and asked, what do you mean by what do you think? Tanya said in a naughty way, I don't believe you don't know what happened in the past 2 days. Tell me what you think. I don't have any ideas. If the system can't even find it, I don't have any good way to deal with it. Alas. Biting his lip, Han Feng was a little discouraged. But I feel that the other party must be a person with superpowers of brain power. Suddenly, Tanya gave her own opinion leisurely. Seeing Tanya's idea, Han Feng asked back, don't you have any idea? I just thought of it. The other party can play espionage, not simple. Ignoring Han Feng's silence, Tanya continued, It's not simple to make zombies disappear within a radius of 100 meters. It's not simple to easily understand our actions, and even calculate your psychological activities. These 3 sentences came from Tanya's mouth, which means that the other party has been recognized by Tanya. Hearing Tanya's evaluation, Han Feng did not speak, and waited quietly for Tanya's next words. After a few seconds, Tanya continued, based on what happened in the past 2 days, the other party should be a brain player. Why? I suspect that the other party has telekinesis. After that, Tanya began to explain. First of all, it is not easy for him to find James. I know the camouflage ability of spies. If James wants to hide from me, I can't find any clues about him. Spies are so awesome. But why does the other party? That's a good question. After praising Han Feng, Tanya asked back, under what circumstances will the spy be exposed? Police dog? Han Feng, who has played the Red Alert game, easily answered this answer. What if there is no police dog? Tanya asked, staring into Han Feng's eyes. No police dog? I don't rule out the other party's ability to read brain memories. Tanya's words stunned Han Feng. Han Feng subconsciously opened his mouth in shock, not knowing what to respond. In addition to reading the spy's brain memories, I can't think of any other way to do this. After a pause, Tanya continued, don't forget, why did the zombies disappear? I guess it should be that the other party used telekinesis to give the nearby zombies an illusion and took them away. You mean, the other party was very likely by your side at the time? He was in the hotel. Didn't leave? After listening to Tanya's hypothesis, Han Feng suddenly thought of this point of view. I don't rule out this possibility. At this time, Tanya nodded and did not refute anything. Impossible. The next second, Han Feng shook his head and explained, before entering the hotel, I asked Luna to scan the surroundings. In a range of 10 kilometers. Not to mention people. Even a bird can't escape detection. If someone is there, it's impossible not to find it. Don't forget how the system lost Gui Yongxing. Hearing Tanya put Gui Yongxing's case, Han Feng retorted, Gui Yongxing has the superpower of disappearing. The other party doesn't. Besides, how could the other party have both the superpower of disappearing and the superpower of mind? This is too outrageous. Right? Let's not rule out this possibility. I mean, the system has loopholes. The system cannot be all-round and 100% comprehensive. The system is also a machine, not a Superman. After a pause, Tanya continued, as long as the other party exploits the loopholes in the system, they may be able to escape the radar detection. However, this possibility is very low, but it cannot be ruled out. Hearing Tanya say this, Han Feng suddenly thought of the mysterious girl in his mind. Just as Tanya said, even if the mysterious girl appeared in front of him, the system still turned a blind eye and could not detect any evidence of her appearance. But if it was really her, why did she kill Wei Peng first and then save him? Maybe the one who killed Wei Peng was not the mysterious girl, but someone else? Oh my god, if that's the case, things become even more complicated. I have no clue at all. Since yesterday, or maybe a long time ago, I have been targeted. I am completely at the mercy of the other party, and led by the nose by the other party. What is the relationship between me and the mysterious man? Is he going to destroy me? Or swallow me up? What are his superpowers? What is the relationship between me and the mysterious girl? Is she one of my group? Or is she someone planted by the other party? What are her superpowers? What is the relationship between me and Lin Lan? Are we enemies or friends? Why does Tanya find her difficult? And who is the person behind her? Faces appeared in front of him one by one, and Han Feng closed his eyes for a long time without saying a word. You are already very confused. Let's take a good rest. Wait, when there is a chance, we can discuss this together. As she spoke, Tanya stepped back a few steps to the door and continued, I'm leaving first. Bang. The door was gently closed, leaving Han Feng alone in the room thinking. One wants to kill. The other wants to save. Since the mysterious girl can say that she wants to save Wei Peng, it means that the mysterious girl should know the mysterious person. From this perspective, he and she should be opposites. Having said this to himself, Han Feng thought, if only I could meet the mysterious girl now. She must know more than me. Time flies. It is already 10 o'clock in the middle of the night. During the several hours during this period, Han Feng did not think of any other ideas. Turning off the lights, Han Feng lay on the bed. He had a fantasy in his heart. Maybe tonight, the mysterious girl could enter his dream and give him a little reminder. With this thought in mind, Han Feng fell asleep quickly, maybe because he did not have a good rest for 2 days. At 7:30 the next morning, the alarm on his mobile phone rang on time. Opening his eyes and listening to the ear-piercing ringtone, Han Feng felt a little disappointed. He did not see the savior in his dream after a dreamless night. After turning over and turning off the alarm on his mobile phone, Han Feng got up and walked to the bathroom. After taking a shower, Han Feng put on his clothes and went to the restaurant downstairs, listening to Wei Peng laughing and playing with everyone. Han Feng felt a heartache in his heart. What if the mysterious girl missed and didn't save Wei Peng? What if the mysterious girl didn't have time to find out and a tragedy happened? After these two speculations arose in Han Feng's heart, he could never let them go. Wei Peng, you and I have been eating, living and traveling together recently, in addition to taking a bath. No, we have to take a bath together. Suddenly, Han Feng put down his bowl and chopsticks and said to Wei Peng. Chapter 313, Useless Information. Brother-in-law. What's wrong? So serious? Wei Peng was frightened by Han Feng's serious expression, and didn't know what happened for a moment. Not only Wei Peng, but everyone present looked at Han Feng in surprise. Among them, only Lu Rui was not surprised. In his eyes looking at Han Feng, Lu Rui conveyed the meaning of I support you to do this. You, just do it. Don't ask why. After thinking for a few seconds, Han Feng found that this question was not easy to explain. If he really wanted to tell the truth, Wei Yun would be anxious to death? What Han Feng didn't expect was that as soon as he said this, everyone immediately felt that Han Feng was a dictatorial person. Since this guy said so, I think there must be a reason for it. It's not a bad thing anyway. What if it's a good thing? At this time, Lu Rui also put down his bowl and chopsticks to attract everyone's attention. When he said this, his eyes looked at Wei Yun intentionally or unintentionally. Instantly, everyone seemed to understand something. Only Hulu blinked her innocent eyes and looked at Han Feng, who was confused. You want to pick up my sister? Ha ha. Wei Peng, who was outspoken, didn't think about it and directly said his guess. And at the same time, he also said what everyone wanted to say in their hearts. Looking at the faces around him, who were smiling knowingly, Han Feng was confused. His mind was full of words to explain, and he couldn't say a word for a while. On the contrary, seeing Han Feng's embarrassed expression, everyone was more determined in their thoughts. Han Feng just wanted to win over his brother-in-law. Picking up the bowl and chopsticks again, Han Feng said, Eat. Eat. Anyway, there is no way to explain it. Just go with the flow. However, Han Feng picked up the bowl and chopsticks again, and Wei Yun's figure kept flashing in his mind. After breakfast, Han Feng stood up and said to Wei Peng, Come with me. From now on, you have to follow me every step of the way. Huh? Amid the sighs of the crowd, Wei Peng puffed out his chest and became Han Feng's close follower. Brother-in-law, let me tell you something. My sister likes sweets, drinks Coke and Pepsi, and eats rice as a staple food. Although she is from the north, she likes to eat. Shoo! Hearing Wei Peng's chattering behind him, Han Feng directly signaled to silence. Oh, you don't want to hear this? Wei Peng, who misunderstood, thought about it and continued, My sister's favorite animals are cats and dogs. The German Shepherd you raise is too big, but my sister doesn't seem to be particularly afraid of him. By the way, brother-in-law, can you teach me how to train a dog? As a benefit, I will trade my sister's secret with you. How about it? Pausing, Han Feng looked back at Wei Peng with a calm face. He kept torturing himself in his heart. Is it really okay to keep this annoying guy around? After taking a few deep breaths, Han Feng continued to move forward in silence. After a while, he brought Wei Peng to a room. Entering the room, the first thing that caught his eye was 3 mobilized soldiers, who were on guard in front of the bed, looking like they were guarding something. Raising his hand and waving, Han Feng signaled the 3 mobilized soldiers to leave temporarily. When the mobilized soldiers left, Wei Peng saw the person lying on the bed. James. More than 10 minutes ago, Han Feng received a message from Luna that James had woken up. So as soon as he finished his meal, Han Feng hurried over to hear what happened at that time. James? How do you feel? Looking at the spy who was leaning against the bedside table and was a little dazed, Han Feng frowned and asked. Hearing Han Feng's question, James turned his lifeless eyes and looked at Han Feng. The trembling of the corners of his mouth indicated his inner struggle at this time. Knock. 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 Before James replied, Han Feng heard a knock on the door behind him. The two looked back and saw that it was Tanya. Tanya put down her hand knocking on the door and walked in. As she walked to the bed, she said, James, according to our subsequent investigation, we found that the attacker was a telepathic superpower. He can affect your brain. So even if he stands in front of you, he can change your vision through his thoughts. And we also learned that the other party has the ability to read your memory. So you can no longer participate in the subsequent tasks. This is too dangerous for you. Hearing Tanya's words, Han Feng slowly widened his eyes, thinking, when did this happen? How come I don't know? What post-investigation? What do we know? Aren't these all the wild guesses that Tanya and I made yesterday? How did it become a real hammer? Is the other party really that strong? Even my disguise. Suddenly, James, who was lying on the bed, responded in a hoarse voice. Yes, this matter is more troublesome. We are still discussing countermeasures. After agreeing with James, Tanya continued, now you are the only witness at the time. And every word you say next must be carefully considered before telling. After all, your words are too important to our next plan. Don't worry about this. I will definitely tell the truth. Han Feng listened to the conversation between the two and was a little confused. Why is it like interrogating a prisoner? Okay. From now on, you can tell everything that happened after you acted alone. And Luna will keep a record. Yeah, James responded, but closed his eyes and thought. A few seconds later, James began to narrate. At 1 p.m. that day, I separated from the Korean team and carried out search and reconnaissance missions alone. Around 3 p.m., I spent 2 hours traveling through the city, looking for clues of the other party. After an afternoon of collecting clues, I roughly analyzed the living direction of the other party's survivors. That night, I randomly found a hotel to stay in, thinking that I would find the other party at dawn the next day. I was very confident about this. Around 1 a.m. the next day, the Korean team contacted me. At that time, everything was going well, and there was nothing unusual. At about 8 o'clock in the morning, the Han team contacted me again. I was about to go out, based on the clues I had and the new clues I collected in the morning. I kept walking, but found that I was actually circling the city. I kept going around and around and couldn't get out of the fixed area. I suspected that I was investigating in the wrong direction, but no matter how I analyzed it, I couldn't find any loopholes or doubts. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I suddenly saw an unknown person walking by the street. At that time, I began to disguise and followed him. When I walked to the place where he passed, I unexpectedly found that there were no footprints on the ground. In the vast snow, I was confused for the first time. After several tens of seconds, the figure appeared again. But, just like the last moment, he seemed like a ghost, leaving no trace on the ground. I admit, I started to panic. I urgently contacted the Korean team to report that something was wrong. You all know what happened next. After talking about the process during this period, James opened his eyes. He? Who is he? Does he have any characteristics? Also, what did you see before you fell into a coma? Please explain in detail. As soon as James finished speaking, Tanya stepped forward and said, I can't be sure whether it's a man or a woman. The figure always flashes by with his back to me, wearing black clothes. Height, estimated to be between 170 and 180. Because there are no footprints, I can't determine his exact weight. As for before he fell into a coma. At this point, James closed his eyes again, and his deeply furrowed brows showed that he was trying to recall at this time. The next second, James continued, I heard a laugh that was neither male nor female. Androgynous laughter? Han Feng suddenly repeated. Yes. I still can't tell whether this sound is male or female. In addition, I can hear the squeaky sound of running behind me. But when I look back, there is nothing. Even the snow on the ground is smooth. And there are no footprints at all. The sound of running was getting closer and closer. And I panicked. I started running. But I couldn't get rid of the pursuit. What happened next? Tanya asked. Then my sixth sense told me that I was going to die. James lowered his head as he spoke. After I urgently notified Captain Han not to come over. My vision suddenly became blurry. After a pain in my brain, I lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, I was here. Good. Very good. Your report is very useful to us. You take a rest first, and we'll come back to see you later. After hearing this, Tanya stood up and said as she dragged Han Feng to the door. Han Feng followed Tanya out of the house. And Wei Peng, who was even more confused, followed him. After closing the door and going downstairs, Han Feng asked the first question in his mind. When did we confirm so many things? Why didn't I know? These words are for James to hear. Ah? Why? Han Feng's questioning was interrupted by Tanya before he finished. Can't you see? James is not in a good state. He has lost his most firm belief as a spy. If he continues like this, James will only become a waste. After a pause, Tanya continued, this incident has dealt a heavy blow to him. I believe you can also understand. If someone crushes you in the area you are best at, what will you do? After hearing Tanya's words, Han Feng thought, if someone used telekinesis to forcibly control the silver shuttle and silver wings to kill him, this would bring a huge shadow to himself in terms of ability and psychology. In an instant, Han Feng understood. Yes, in order to rebuild James' confidence, this lie is necessary. Han Feng nodded after a soft echo. After a few seconds of silence, Han Feng took the lead in breaking the silence and asked, James said so much. Can you analyze anything? No. Everything he said is nonsense to me. Without any useful information. Chapter 314, Countermeasures. Looking at Han Feng, who was hesitant to speak, Tanya kept him in suspense and said, it's not all nonsense. At least I can confirm one thing. Huh? What? Han Feng took out a cigarette from his pocket and asked while lighting it. Just after taking the first puff of cigarette, Han Feng saw Wei Peng enjoying himself at the entrance of the corridor. Thinking that the following conversation would include confidential words, Han Feng thought for a while and said to him, Xiao Peng, go to my bedroom first and play with the computer. Remember not to run around and wait for me to come back. Oh, got it. Responding to Han Feng, Wei Peng was happy. Wei Peng had a great obsession with the game that he had not yet completed. After watching Wei Peng go upstairs, Han Feng looked at Tanya and said, go ahead. You are the key to breaking the situation. I can't think of anyone else who can break this situation except you. Ah? Ahem. Hearing Tanya pushing him out, Han Feng was choked by the cigarette and coughed violently. Looking at Han Feng, whose face was flushed, Tanya said in a leisurely voice, what? Are you scared? Scared. Of course I'm scared. What Tanya didn't expect was that the provocation method that worked in the past was actually ineffective at this time. Then, Han Feng said with a bitter face, it can't be seen or touched. And it sneaks up on you in the corner. You want to fight back, but you can't find anyone. Isn't this a ghost? I've been afraid of ghosts since I was a kid. Naming the Terminator ghost is to train my courage. Let me go up and fight him. Isn't that cheating me? Besides, I can't defend against the attack of thoughts. As he spoke, Han Feng waved his hands repeatedly, admitting his original intention of fear. If even you can't do it, then others can't do it either. After saying that, Tanya put her hands in her pockets and leaned against the wall behind her naturally. Do you mean I have a way to deal with this mysterious man? I don't know. At this time, Han Feng was full of black lines, thinking that if you don't know, what are you talking about? Tanya turned her eyes away from Han Feng, looked into the distance and said, but you can try. What do you mean? Although he was a little reluctant, Han Feng still wanted to hear the thoughts of this fighting wizard. Without further ado, Tanya said directly, you have the dual superpowers of telekinesis and speed. From the starting point, you are not weaker than the opponent. Add to that the blessing of the system. I think even if you can't catch or beat him, you will definitely not die. Hearing this, Han Feng felt that he was being teased, and then asked back, I can't die. Is this what you think? Without responding directly to Han Feng's ridicule, Tanya continued first. You can use telekinesis to control your customized weapon and make it spin rapidly around you. In this way, although you can't see the opponent can't do anything with your turtle shell. Secondly, when you hear footsteps approaching, you can react quickly and approach the opponent in the opposite direction. Anyway, you have anti-armor. What are you afraid of? Take a step back. Even if you can't beat the opponent, You can also run with super speed. The opponent can't have the 3 superpowers of mind, disappearance, and speed in one? If I really guessed it right, the opponent is really Trinity. Then your death is not unjust. Looking at Han Feng, who was grunting, Tanya chuckled and said, "Look, the opponent can neither attack you nor run faster than you. Are you safe?" Hearing this, Han Feng exploded. He retorted, "Safety is bullshit. Don't forget, the other party has the power of mind. What if he rewrites my vision and makes me think that I have killed the other party by mistake? Will he kill me after I relax my vigilance? Then I will die in vain? No. No. Oh." This guy asked a good question. Suddenly, Tanya stood up straight, supported Han Feng's shoulders, looked at Han Feng with an encouraging idiot look and continued, "Don't forget, you still have the blessing of the system. What's the use of the system if it can't detect the existence of the other party? The blessing can only keep the family." Tanya was amused by Han Feng's answer and laughed so hard that she even had tears in the corners of her eyes. After laughing with her hands covering her belly, Tanya explained, "You are stupid. The system will detect your brain waves. Once your brain waves are disturbed, you will know that what is happening in front of you is all illusions. Besides, if you really want to kill this mysterious man, the reward of gold coins can't be too little at that time. You can also judge whether the other party is really dead by looking at the increase in gold coins." After Tanya finished speaking, Han Feng was stunned. "Yes. The silver shuttle and silver wings protect my body. The speed helps me to advance and retreat, and the system protects me from interference. This is a perfect defensive style of play. As long as my mental strength is not lacking, I can always be in a fighting state." Thinking about it, Han Feng's mouth corners rose a little unconsciously. It is obvious that Tanya's brainwashing was successful. Besides, just to be on the safe side, you can bring Lu Jia and Gui Yongxing with you. This way, it will be complete patting Han Feng, who is in a daze. Tanya added a few words. "Why bring them?" Han Feng asked with a frown. "What do you think Lu Jia's superpower is?" "Flame." "Yes. Flame. The temperature is as high as 1,300 degrees Celsius. Who can bear such a high temperature and get close?" "Oh. Sunfire, equipment in League of Legends. Special effect, continuously burning the opponent. Lu Jia has Sunfire. I have anti-armor, equipment in League of Legends. Special effect, return a certain amount of damage to the attacker. Haha, this set of mixed equipment is amazing." After saying this with a smile, Han Feng finally reacted and asked, "What about Gui Yongxing? What's the point of bringing him? Maybe Gui Yongxing can see each other when he is invisible? Think about it. They both have different dimension superpowers. If they can see each other in another dimension, it will serve as an eye for the next attack." After hearing this, Han Feng frowned and pondered the mystery. Seeing Han Feng pondering, Tanya continued to add, "Besides, Gui Yongxing ignores any attacks and any damage when he is invisible. Anyway, he will not die. So bringing one more person may give you another idea. Yes, if they are affected by brain waves, the red alert system can detect them. I just need to remind them, and the illusion will be broken." Staring at Tanya's eyes, Han Feng added a little more. "Yeah. So smart you've learned to draw inferences from one example." Haha, patting Han Feng's shoulder again. Tanya covered her mouth and laughed. "Just talk nonsense. I won't chat with you anymore. I have to go upstairs to make a plan." After glancing at Tanya, Han Feng turned and went upstairs. "Then I'll go find James." Tanya's voice came from behind. "Okay. I'll leave the collection issue to you." Han Feng came to the door of his bedroom as soon as he responded to Tanya. "Hill! Hill! Oh my! Still not dead?" Before he opened the door, Han Feng heard the fierce fighting sounds coming from the house. Entering the bedroom, he saw Wei Peng playing enthusiastically. Standing behind Wei Peng and watching the battle on the computer screen, Han Feng became more and more itchy. Come on, get up, I see you're really bad at playing." "I'll do." Watch as he spoke, Han Feng took over the control of the computer and operated it for Wei Peng. During this game, time flew like a false alarm. Until he felt hungry, Han Feng realized that it was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon. "Pop! Oh! Isn't this going to delay things?" Han Feng slapped his thigh, pulled off his headphones, and immediately stood up and walked out. As soon as he opened the door, he almost bumped into Wei Yun. "Ah!" A short exclamation came out of Wei Yun's mouth when he saw that it was Han Feng. Wei Yun covered his chest and said, I was scared to death. The door was opened so violently. Sorry. Sorry. Come to dinner. I've been calling you two downstairs for a long time. But no one answered. Muttering, Wei Yun pulled Han Feng up and pretended to go downstairs. Wait! There's Xiaoping. Han Feng stopped and turned around to look at Wei Peng. After calling a few more times without success, Han Feng directly used telekinesis to take off Wei Peng's headphones. How to eat? Han Feng shouted, startling Wei Peng so much that he almost jumped up from his gaming chair. Ha ha ha, the prank was successful. Han Feng laughed like a child, pushing Wei Yun and urging him, go downstairs, ha ha. Since Tanya had given a perfect solution at noon, Han Feng was no longer as sad as he was a few days ago. During the meal, Han Feng, who looked cheerful, also made a few jokes with everyone, making everyone laugh. However, although everyone laughed, they all misunderstood Han Feng's good mood in their hearts. Everyone thought that Han Feng had already grasped Wei Yun's preferences and was ready to attack. That's why he was so happy. There are even gossip mongers who have even thought of their wedding gifts. Han Feng didn't know the little thoughts of this group of people. He was a thick-skinned man who thought that the mysterious man could be beaten. Wei Peng could be saved after a pleasant dinner. Han Feng stood up and called out, Lu Zhe, Gui Yongqing, Wei Peng, you three, follow me. After that, Han Feng walked towards his bedroom. What are they going to do? So mysterious? Looking at the backs of the four people leaving, Wei Yun looked at Lu Rui with some confusion. Hey, who knows, maybe they can play online games. Lu Rui, who was also confused, gave a self-righteous reason. Tens of seconds later, Han Feng led everyone into the bedroom. As soon as he entered the room, Han Feng pointed at Wei Peng's computer and said to Wei Peng, Xiao Peng, don't you still have a few levels to pass? Go on, I have something to discuss with him. Oh, okay. Although Wei Peng was curious, he still followed Han Feng's instructions, sat down in front of the computer obediently, and clicked on the unfinished game. Chapter 315, Hospital. But for Wei Peng, who is in his 20s, how can he resist such curiosity? So even with headphones on, Wei Peng lowered the volume again and again, and he deliberately wore the headphones tilted a little, so that he could hear the conversation behind him more clearly. But how could Han Feng give Wei Peng this chance? As soon as he saw his little action, Han Feng directly used his telekinesis to do it for him, straighten the headphones, and increase the volume. After everything was ready, Han Feng began to tell the story to Lu Zhe and Gui Yongqing in front of him. In more than 10 minutes, Han Feng explained the cause, process, result, and response plan of the incident. Seeing that the two were silent, Han Feng said firmly, because this is just a plan. I can't guarantee that there will be no accidents in the real battle. If in the other dimension, Gui Yongqing is defeated, if in reality, the opponent is a long-range attack, then you two are in danger. Han Feng was also generous, and was not afraid that the two would be stage-frightened at all. He directly expressed their concerns. When do we set off? What Han Feng didn't expect was that Lu Zhe stated his position as soon as he opened his mouth. Han Feng didn't reply to Lu Zhe immediately, but turned his eyes to Gui Yongqing. Gui Yongqing's eyes were still calm as always. He just nodded slightly to show his thoughts. Seeing this, Han Feng pondered for a few seconds, and felt that the sooner the matter was resolved, the better. So he answered, tomorrow. Okay. Tomorrow, Lu Zhe and Gui Yongqing said in unison. Yeah. After the three of them talked, Han Feng got up and sent them away. After closing the bedroom door, Han Feng walked behind Wei Peng, reached out and took off his headphones and said, you play for a while. I'll go wash up first. Rest early today. There are other things to do tomorrow. After that, Han Feng walked into the bathroom. At night, Han Feng lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. In his mind, he kept simulating possible emergencies and response plans for tomorrow. Report to Captain Han. The physical building combat laboratory has been built. Then, Luna continued, congratulations to Captain Han for having a physical building combat laboratory. Hearing the report in his mind, Han Feng quietly picked up the phone on the bedside table. The time was exactly midnight. Slowly getting up, Han Feng tried not to disturb Wei Peng, who was already asleep. After tidying up a little, Han Feng quietly went downstairs. Luna, always monitor Xiaoping's movements. If you find that he wakes up, report to me immediately. Before leaving, Han Feng was still not very sure about Wei Peng, but he couldn't take him to the base. So Han Feng had to resort to this bad plan. Okay, Captain Han. I will always check Wei Peng. After hearing this, Han Feng started the multi-purpose infantry vehicle and then stepped on the accelerator to drive towards the base. 2 or 3 minutes later, Han Feng arrived at the base. As soon as he got off the car, Han Feng saw the combat laboratory. Next to the base, an elliptical building rose from the ground. The silver-white building materials full of technology, plus 2 long antennas that soared into the sky. Combined with the architectural style that has never been seen in the real world, a strong sense of the future came to the face. Is this the combat laboratory? Looking up at the tallest building in the main building, Han Feng sighed. Captain Han, please enter the combat lab for a tour. When Han Feng was still sighing at the birthplace of Red Alert's black technology, Luna's voice suddenly came to his mind. Go in for a tour? Han Feng repeated, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. Yes, Captain Han. TSK. As soon as Luna finished speaking, the glass door of the combat lab opened to both sides. The lights inside also became brighter as the door opened and closed. Looking at the bright interior of the combat lab, Han Feng swallowed his saliva and then said, What is inside? As he asked, Han Feng raised his foot and walked inside. Wow! Before Luna could answer, Han Feng was already having fun. Inside the first floor of the combat laboratory, the corridors on both sides were filled with new things that he had never seen or heard of. Luna, what is this? Han Feng pointed to the instrument in the glass cabinet beside him and asked curiously. Report to Captain Han. This is a refiner. It is used to increase the output of minerals, but it consumes more electricity. Oh, what about this? Report to Captain Han. This is the core of the teleporter. It is an essential core material for the super-time teleporter. Oh, then, what about this? Suddenly, Han Feng caught a glimpse of a set of tank construction drawings. Report to Captain Han. This is the basic modeling blueprint of the Mirage tank. Mirage tank? Hearing this word, Han Feng immediately thought of a tank that can disguise itself as various trees. Yes, Captain Han. But due to your authority, it cannot be summoned now. Haha, it's okay. Take your time. One day I will upgrade to the highest level of authority. Then all these high-tech will be mine. Haha. Looking at the various technological materials around him, Han Feng laughed out loud. Although he can't build or summon now, he believes that one day he will have a powerful Red Alert core, walking around the first floor like a horse. When Han Feng returned to the starting point again, he frowned and asked, Did you let me in just to see these things that can't be built yet? What else? Captain Han, this is only the first floor. Please go upstairs now. After Luna finished speaking, an elevator suddenly descended from the ceiling. Yohu, Han Feng was a little surprised when he looked up at the elevator that suddenly appeared. Up to the second floor, Han Feng saw a research team. They were wearing white clothes and were studying something behind the glass curtain wall. Luna, who are they? Han Feng asked, pointing to the busy people behind the glass wall. Captain Han, this is the medical and biochemical team inside the combat laboratory. The purpose is to study the GS virus and cure various injuries and diseases of the human body. Didn't the GS virus report come out a long time ago? Why are they still researching? Han Feng was expressing his doubts while thinking. The report on the GS virus came out a few months ago, and they are still researching it for so long. And there is no new report. Report to Captain Han. This is the internal research of the combat laboratory. They will not be idle. Hearing a hint of hidden meaning, Han Feng asked tentatively if they continue to study the virus. Will they never get any results? Captain Han, you can understand it this way. Haha. After hearing Luna agree with his idea, Han Feng understood it instantly. This is a group of NPCs in the game. As long as you don't give them instructions for research projects, they will continue to research aimlessly, although they don't understand anything. Oh, by the way, you just said they are a medical and biochemical team? Suddenly, Han Feng remembered what Luna introduced to him just now. Yes, Captain Han. Medical. So, the combat laboratory can cure diseases and save lives? Yes, Captain Han. Oh my! That's great. After hearing this, Han Feng waved his fist and shouted excitedly. However, The combat laboratory only treats injured and sick Red Alert soldiers, and cannot treat survivors other than Red Alert soldiers for the time being. Well, that's not bad. Hearing this, Han Feng felt a little regretful. But Captain Han, you could upgrade the treatment team through the amount of treatment, so that you can get the right to build a physical building. The hospital. Hospital? I can build a hospital? After saying this, Han Feng suddenly remembered that Luna seemed to have mentioned the term hospital to him a few months ago. Yes, Captain Han. As long as the medical team of the combat laboratory treats 100 Red Alert soldiers, the right to build a hospital will be unlocked. Listening to Luna's words, Han Feng frowned and thought. And then? You said it? Ah? Luna was confused by Han Feng's sudden question and muttered subconsciously. Luna, give the order. Let 100 Red Alert soldiers cut themselves with knives, with knives, with knives. Then line up for treatment. After a pause, Han Feng continued, just bleed. Don't really hurt yourself. Today, I'm also here to brush the loophole. Hearing Han Feng's idea, Luna was speechless for a while. But according to the rules she knew, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with Han Feng's doing so. Okay. Captain Han. Helplessly, Luna had to admit that Han Feng's loophole was instant. 10 minutes later, 100 Red Alert soldiers lined up to come for medical treatment. Conscripts, American soldiers, snipers, and even a police dog. Basically, all the types of soldiers are here. Half an hour later, at the painful cost of 100 band-aids in the combat laboratory, Han Feng successfully completed the achievement of brushing the amount of treatment. Report to Captain Han. You now have the authority to build a hospital. May I ask if you want to build a physical building hospital now? Confirm I brushed the loophole just for the hospital. Otherwise it would be a waste of time. Report to Captain Han. Building a physical building hospital requires 200,000 gold coins. Please confirm. 200,000. Not expensive. Confirm to build. Muttering, Han Feng no longer hesitated and directly ordered to build. Okay. Captain Han. The physical building hospital is under construction. Construction time, 24 hours. Please wait. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's gold coins instantly dropped to more than 900,000. By the way, Luna, what's upstairs? Ignoring the shrinking of the gold coins, Han Feng raised his hand and pointed to the top of his head. According to the height of the building seen from the outside, there should be at least 6 or 7 floors above him. Report to Captain Han. There is another research group upstairs, but you don't have enough authority, so you can't go upstairs to visit for the time being. Oh, okay then. Scratching his head, Han Feng gave up the idea of going upstairs. Although he was full of curiosity, he still held back the subsequent inquiries. Chapter 316, Huge Construction Fund. After arriving in the outside world, Han Feng suddenly thought of the extra reward and asked, By the way, Luna, what is the extra reward for the combat laboratory? Captain Han. The permission to build a hospital is the extra reward for the combat laboratory. After being speechless for a while, Han Feng continued to ask. That means, when the combat laboratory is upgraded again, will the permission to build other buildings be opened? Hey, forget it. As soon as the above sentence came out, Han Feng immediately realized that Luna should not know anything before the upgrade. Oh, right. Suddenly, Han Feng had an idea in his mind, and continued, since the hospital is not part of the main building of the Red Alert system, can I build a heavy factory now? There should be no conflict. Right. Report to Captain Han. You can indeed build a physical building heavy factory now. The main building and the additional building are built at the same time, and there will be no time difference conflict. Yes. After an excited word, Han Feng ordered, Luna build a heavy factory. Report to Captain Han. Select the construction site of the physical building heavy factory. The building length must not be less than 70 meters. The building width must not be less than 50 meters. And the building height must not be less than 30 meters. It takes 500,000 gold coins to build a heavy factory. Hearing Luna's last sentence, Han Feng suddenly stopped moving forward. How much? After a while, Han Feng asked slowly. Report to Captain Han. It takes 500,000 gold coins to build a physical building heavy factory. 500,000. Yes, Captain Han. Hee. With a chuckle, Han Feng took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Huh? After exhaling a breath of foul air, Han Feng asked, Luna, do you have any shame? Ah? Luna didn't quite understand what Han Feng meant, and her tone was a little puzzled. I mean, do you still have any shame? I just asked you the price of the heavy factory the night before yesterday. You told me it was 400,000. What? The price is increasing by 50,000 gold coins every day? At this moment, Han Feng desperately held his money bag and argued, because if he spit out these 500,000, he would only have a little over 400,000 gold coins left. When Han Feng thought that the mine had not been built yet, how could he not be anxious? Even if the mine could be delayed for a while, Han Feng still wanted to build an iron army. Without gold coins, isn't this just talk? A few months of savings. Han Feng couldn't even summon a mobilization soldier, seeing that the main building that he had been thinking about was about to be completed. Anyone would go crazy if he was told about the price increase at this critical moment. Report to Captain Han. The construction price of the main building is that for each completed building. The next one will increase by 100,000 gold coins. This is related to the order of construction, and does not hinder the increase of gold coins. Damn, you are so cruel. After a few seconds, Han Feng, who was helpless, gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and squeezed the sentence from his teeth. Build. 500,000 is 500,000. Squinting his eyes, Han Feng admitted defeat. Who made himself a fish on the chopping board? There is no right to bargain with the system at all. Okay, Captain Han. Now please select the construction location for the physical building heavy factory. Right over there. Han Feng raised his hand, thought for a moment, and selected the construction site of the heavy factory according to the habit of symmetrical construction. Okay, Captain Han. The physical building of the heavy factory is under construction. The construction time is 72 hours. Please wait. Not only has the price increased ridiculously, but the construction time has also been extended by 2 days. Awesome. Hearing the 3-day construction time, Han Feng clapped his hands and wowed. Getting into the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, Han Feng turned his attention to the system. 438,762. Han Feng's heart sank when he read the number displayed in the gold coin column. There is only one main building left. The mine, which has not been built yet. According to the system's nature, the cost of the mine is estimated to be as high as 600,000 gold coins. Damn, this is 600,000. At this moment, Han Feng almost bit his teeth. 400,000 to 600,000. A difference of 200,000. In 3 days, even if Han Feng is killed, it is definitely not possible to get so much money. Alas, after taking the last puff of the cigarette, Han Feng threw the cigarette butt and spread it on the car. Let it be fate. At this time, Han Feng muttered and gave up struggling. The most important thing now is to deal with the mysterious man tomorrow. It is still unclear whether he can win. Buzz. After dozens of seconds, Han Feng started the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, stepped on the accelerator, and quickly approached the zinc mine. He returned to the bedroom quietly and took off his clothes, looking at his phone. The time was exactly 1 o'clock in the morning. Pulling back the quilt that Wei Peng had snatched, Han Feng closed his eyes. Early the next morning, Han Feng got up early before his cell phone alarm rang. After getting dressed and washing up, Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it. Standing in front of the window, Han Feng held a cigarette in his mouth and stared out the window. He kept praying in his heart, hoping that nothing would happen. Ding-ling-ling. 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 Suddenly, Han Feng's cell phone sounded an alarm. Brother-in-law? Why are you standing by the window? Aren't you cold? Wei Peng, who was lying on the bed, squinted his sleepy eyes and looked at Han Feng and asked, I'm old and I don't sleep enough. Get up and eat. Han Feng walked quickly to his cell phone, turned off the alarm, and suddenly became playful. Even the look in his eyes when he looked at Wei Peng was a little cunning. Ha ha. Suddenly, Han Feng laughed loudly, and then quickly grabbed the corner of the quilt with both hands. Flash bomb. Han Feng shouted while pulling off the quilt in an instant. Without the protection of the quilt, the naked Wei Peng blushed instantly, desperately snatching the quilt while shouting, Oh my! Brother-in-law, you are not authentic. Wow. Ha ha. Who told you to get up later than me? Han Feng had a wanton smile on his face, and he took advantage of the situation to exert force with his arms. Finally, Under Han Feng's torture, Wei Peng begged for mercy. After putting on his clothes at light speed, Wei Peng walked into the bathroom and began to wash up. 10 minutes later, the two of them went downstairs and walked to the restaurant after washing up. After breakfast, Han Feng glanced at Gui Yongxing and Lu Zhi, and the two of them also understood and nodded inadvertently. Luna, prepare the car. Let Ghost follow. Okay, Captain Han. Before giving the order, Han Feng thought about it carefully. The Terminator is not a real human being. Everything he does is done with various sophisticated instruments. Mysterious man, can't you fool even the machine? Don't forget, the Terminator can scan the zombies behind the wall. This function, even the red alert system can't do it. What if it accidentally hits the mark? This is a surprise among surprises. Moreover, even if the Terminator can't scan the opponent and can't beat the opponent, there is no loss. The titanium steel skeleton has a perverted level of defense. Not to mention bullets. Even his own silver shuttle and silver wings may not be able to destroy it. Thinking of this, Han Feng was glad that he had such a smart mind after breakfast. Han Feng contacted Tanya while wiping his mouth, and told her, Tanya, when I'm not here, Wei Peng will be left to you to take care of. Don't let anything go wrong. I'll be back soon. Okay, sir. After hearing Luna's answer, Han Feng stood up and said, let's go, guys. Okay, Lu Zhi and Gui Yongxing responded in unison. Looking at the three people leaving side by side, Wei Yun asked, are you going together today? Han Feng turned around and said, yes. Take them out to relax, they're almost bored staying here every day. Who knew that before Wei Yun opened his mouth? Wei Peng jumped up and said, brother-in-law, I'll go with you too. I just want to see if there are any action figures. Action figures? Models? Lu Zhi became interested when he heard Wei Peng say this. Yes. High-end models. I'll go with you. As he spoke, Wei Peng followed Han Feng happily. Seeing the happy smile on Wei Peng's face, Han Feng interrupted him mercilessly. You? No. Why? I'm also a superpower. I can protect myself. Please, let me go with you. At this time, Han Feng happened to see Tanya going upstairs, and then said, Tanya, I'll leave it to you. Got it. In this way, poor Wei Peng was violently intercepted by Tanya. He couldn't fight or run away. When he came downstairs, Han Feng saw the Terminator sitting in the driver's seat of the saber-tooth armored vehicle. Ready to go. Let's go get in the car, Han Feng said. And he took the lead in pedaling. Tens of seconds later, Han Feng, Gui Yongxing, Lu Zhi, and the Terminator set foot on the road to the city. On the way, Han Feng, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, turned around and said to the two people in the cabin, we may not really run into each other this time, so don't feel psychologically burdened. It's okay. Brother Han, we are all targeting each other. If we really run into each other, I guess he would have been scared to death. Haha. Lu Zhi was the first to respond to Han Feng. As he spoke, he also snapped his fingers and rubbed out a trace of flame. But don't be too careless. After all, the opponent's true strength is only in the simulation state. If the other side really has some hidden cards that we don't know about, we will inevitably suffer a loss. Seeing Lu Zhi's cheerful expression as if he was on vacation, Han Feng gave him a shot of vaccination, fearing that Lu Zhi would underestimate the enemy on the battlefield. It shouldn't be a problem. After all, our combination is the strongest defensive formation. If they really want to break our defense, I guess they can't do anything about it. At this time, Gui Yongxing spoke up. After Gui Yongxing finished speaking, Han Feng added, that's the best, but just in case, we have to be careful. Don't worry. I'll pay attention. Lu Zhi waved to Han Feng, indicating that he would be more careful. At the same time, Gui Yongxing also nodded, and his solemn expression indicated that he would also be extremely cautious. Chapter 317, Lost Love Box. A few hours later, Han Feng and his four companions finally arrived at the place where James was attacked. The Terminator stopped the car, and the four looked out through the car window. No one was the first to get out of the car. A few seconds later, Han Feng contacted Luna in his mind and said, Luna, scan the surroundings. Report to Captain Han. The radar scans a range of 10 kilometers. And needs. Confirm. Luna was halfway through her words when Han Feng interrupted her. Okay, Captain Han. The radar is scanning. Please wait. After a pause, Luna continued. Report to Captain Han. The radar scan is over. As soon as the radar scan was finished, Han Feng immediately asked, Did you find anything unusual? Report to the Han team. 5 survivors were found within the radar detection range. Location, at your 7 o'clock direction. Distance, 9.3 kilometers. Oh my! Found the other party's survivors? Hearing this good news, Han Feng immediately became excited. Yes. Han team. In addition, the radar also scanned a supply box. Location, at your 1 o'clock direction. Distance, 8.8 kilometers. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng was stunned. 7 o'clock direction, 1 o'clock direction. Damn! These are 2 completely different directions. And the distance between the 2 is the corner of the radar scan, which is nearly 20 kilometers apart. At this time, Han Feng scratched his head, thinking about where to go first. Find the survivors first? What if there is no mysterious person among the 5 survivors? Wouldn't it be a waste of time? Not only will we not catch anyone, but we may also alert the enemy. Find the supply box first? What if it is a gold coin supply box? Besides, the places where the supply boxes appear are all super dangerous places. While Han Feng was thinking, Lu Zhe in the cabin of the armored vehicle couldn't help but say, Hey, Brother Han, shall we sit in the car and wait? Because all the communication between Han Feng and Luna was carried out in his mind. So Gui Yongxing and Lu Zhe couldn't hear it. Seeing that Han Feng hadn't spoken for almost a minute, Lu Zhe was a little restless. Hey, stop arguing. Am I not trying to find a solution? After mumbling, Han Feng raised his hand and pointed at the location of the supply box and said, Just this way. Seeing Han Feng so casually determine the direction of advance, Lu Zhe shouted, Ah? So casual? Really don't need to think about it again. Don't think about it. Just this way. As he spoke, Han Feng thought, what if the supply box is powerful this time? It will open a good thing. Then it will be fun during the battle. If it opens a Terminator, then the combat power here will be raised to another level. Secondly, the place where the supply box appears is where the danger is. The power of the mysterious man. It can be regarded as dangerous in any way. Right? If you really happen to find the mysterious man, isn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Thinking of this, Han Feng touched his clever little head again. Okay. I'll listen to you. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Han Feng, Lu Zhe replied angrily. Ghost. Full speed ahead. After determining the next destination, Han Feng directly ordered the Terminator to speed up. In this way, even if the mysterious man is not found, he can leave enough time to find survivors on the other side. The Terminator received the instruction and did not answer. But the speed did increase a bit. Because the road was relatively smooth, the Terminator drove for half an hour for this 9-kilometer journey. Staring at the front, Han Feng knew that he was still 300 meters away from the supply box. Coincidentally, the building where the supply box was located was a junior high school. Pursing his lips, Han Feng raised his hand to indicate that he could stop the car. Let's go. Guys, get off the car and warm up. Han Feng turned around and said, opening the car door first. Ah? Are we here already? Lu Zhe, who got off the car later, asked. I don't know. It depends. Han Feng, who was walking in front, responded with a laugh. A few minutes later, the 4 stood outside the school fence and looked inside the school. According to the radar display, the supply box was on the 1st floor of the teaching building, in a classroom. Coincidentally, from the angle where he was standing, he could just see that classroom. God help me. Clenching his fists, Han Feng continued, telekinesis. Start. Shao. Clank. Swoosh. 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 Since the straight line distance between Han Feng and the supply box was only more than 60 meters. Within this distance, Han Feng could directly use telekinesis to spy on the enemy. 20 customized weapons took off with the wind and pierced the classroom. Swish. Swish. After piercing through several pieces of glass, the silver shuttle and silver wing successfully entered the classroom. Roar. Roar. But the sound of shattering glass attracted the attention of the zombies in the classroom. The next second, the zombies' roars became louder and louder. Swoosh. Ding bang. Swoosh. Boom. At this time, Han Feng only wanted to flip to the supply box quickly. So he controlled the customized weapons with his mind and quickly flipped in the classroom, trying to find the supply box. Ding! Hey! Got it! When the silver shuttle hit an extremely hard object, Han Feng smiled, because the supply box has an indestructible attribute. So, roar! Suddenly, a roar belonging to a level 5 zombie sounded. Fuck! Sloppy! In an instant, the smile on Han Feng's face froze. Unfortunately, the sky did not go as people wished. This extremely hard object was not a supply box, but a level 5 zombie. Telekinesis. At this point, Han Feng did not retreat but advanced, increasing the output of mental power, making the customized weapon fly faster. Ding ding. Got it this time. Feeling the hard blockage again, Han Feng got excited, closing his eyes. Let the 2 silver shuttles hold this hard box and take off. When the supply box appeared in the visible range, Han Feng directly took over it with telekinesis. At the same time, the level 5 zombie also found the invading enemy. Run! Run! Since he succeeded, Han Feng no longer lingered in the fight and shouted. Tens of seconds later, everyone successfully escaped back to the car under the pursuit of the level 5 zombies and escaped smoothly, holding the supply box. Han Feng breathed heavily, looked at the level 5 zombies in the rearview mirror, and said with a smile, Ghost, drive, drive, drive faster. Ding suddenly. Han Feng heard a crisp sound from the supply box in his arms. Han Feng, who was confused, turned around and saw a translucent promotion sign slowly rising into the air until it disappeared. Fuck? Han Feng cursed subconsciously. And then Luna's voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations to Team Han for getting a promotion supply box. Hiss. Ah! A painful wail sounded from Han Feng's mouth. Damn it! Why? Why? Clenching his fists, Han Feng almost collapsed. After finally finding the promotion supply box, he opened it unconsciously by open. Open! Open! Brother Han, what's wrong with you? Looking at the crazy Han Feng, Luja asked curiously. It's okay. I'm happy. Ha-ha. Ha-ha. Han Feng's unconscious mumbling came out, and Luja and Gui Yongxi were confused. With his empty sight back to the front, Han Feng weakly ordered, Luna, go. Find the survivors. Okay, Captain Han. After that, Han Feng closed his eyes. This supply box was easy to get, but it was also the most useless. The only red alert soldier with him was the Terminator, but he didn't have the remaining mechanism. So this promotion supply box was completely useless to him. Mumbling, Han Feng had no choice but to accept his fate. Half an hour later, Han Feng and his group passed by the starting point before. Hey! Brother Han. Why are we back again? Luja asked, leaning on the car window and looking at the familiar street scene. It's okay. You'll know in half an hour. Oh. Listening to Han Feng's confusing answer, Luja didn't know what to ask. So he had to go back to his seat and wait. Report to Captain Han. We can't find any survivors within the radar scanning range. Suddenly, Luna in his mind reported. After thinking for a few seconds, Han Feng responded, It's normal that we can't find any. It's been an hour and a half. The other side is legs. So they will definitely not stand there waiting for us. After a pause, Han Feng ordered, Go to their previous position. I don't believe they can escape our scanning. Okay, Captain Han. After receiving the order, the Terminator stepped on the accelerator again and quickly approached the location of the 5 survivors. 3 minutes later. Luna, have you found the other party? Report to Captain Han. No. Okay, keep going. 10 minutes later. Luna, what about now? Have you detected the other party? Report to Captain Han. No. Keep going. 20 minutes later. Luna, haven't you found the other party yet? Report to Captain Han. No. Half an hour later. The saber-tooth armored vehicle has stopped at the location of the survivors. Luna, have you not found the other party yet? Yes. Captain Han. Haha, these grandsons run so fast. Looking around, Han Feng cursed. Luna, analyze the route of these grandsons for me. I think their nest should be nearby. Damn. Okay. Captain Han. The system is preliminarily calculating the opponent's route. Please wait. A few seconds later, Luna continued, Report to Captain Han. The opponent's route has a probability of 54% at your 12 o'clock direction, 28% at your 9 o'clock direction, and 18% at your 3 o'clock direction. After listening, Han Feng frowned and asked, "You mean, if I continue to move forward, the probability of encountering the opponent is the highest?" "Yes, Captain Han. According to the preliminary calculation of the system, it is like this." "Okay. Then keep moving forward. Try to find the opponent's nest today." Chapter 318, Hitting the Soul. "Okay, Captain Han." After Luna finished speaking, the Terminator continued to drive the vehicle forward, taking out cigarettes and a cell phone. Han Feng saw that the time was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, Han Feng looked out the window, wondering whether he should continue to go deeper. Now he only has 3 helpers around him. Although each of them has special skills, the number is really small. In addition, he has to guard against the mysterious man's sneak attack. It's a bit stretched. "Luna, how about? Report to Captain Han. The radar has found traces of the other survivors." Han Feng just opened his mouth to retreat, but was interrupted by Luna. "Find it? Found it? So fast? It's only been a few seconds?" At this moment, Han Feng was excited and worried. "Yes, Captain Han. The other side's 5 survivors are at your 12 o'clock direction. Distance, 9.9 kilometers. After thinking for a few seconds, Han Feng gritted his teeth and continued, "Hang behind them. Keep a distance of 9.9 kilometers. Find the other side's nest first." "Okay, Captain Han." "Oh, right. Remember, try not to attract the other side's attention. This time we have infiltrated and reconnaissance is the main purpose." After a pause, Han Feng instructed, "Okay, Captain Han. I will pay attention." "Huh?" Han Feng took a deep breath and suppressed his excited heartbeat. While smoking, Han Feng muttered softly, "We'll find it soon. We'll find it soon." "What? What's here?" Hearing the muttering in front, Lu Zhi moved his butt and asked, "We found the other party's nest." Han Feng didn't hide it, and said it directly. "Ah? No way. Didn't we say that we were only one person when we came here today? Why are we going to fight the other party alone now?" Hearing Lu Zhi's words, Han Feng knew that this guy was probably scared. With a chuckle, Han Feng explained, "The plan has changed. Today, we have mainly determined the location of the other party's nest, and try not to fight, don't worry." "Oh, hi, it's okay, we're not afraid. If a fight breaks out, we're all good at it. No matter how many people the other side has. We're not afraid of them." Hee hee. Hearing Lu Zhi's hindsight, Gui Yongxing laughed on the side. "Hey, what are you laughing at? Am I wrong?" No. I suddenly remembered a joke. Not at you." Han Feng listened to the various jokes in the cabin, and his mood suddenly improved. A few minutes later, during the time of following the other side, Han Feng noticed that he had walked out of the city and came to the edge. Around the city, large areas of bungalows and barren slopes appeared, and the vision was greatly broadened. "Luna, they won't see us, right?" Han Feng asked, staring at the front. "Report to Captain Han. We are always 10 kilometers behind them. At this distance, unless they use telescopes. But according to the current known terrain, even if they use telescopes, it is difficult for them to find our vehicles." "Okay, that's good." Hearing this, Han Feng was relieved. But in the next second, "Report to Captain Han. The system detected an unknown radar wave. It has been automatically blocked and intercepted by the system." "Report to Captain Han. The system detected an unknown radar wave. It has been automatically blocked and intercepted by the system." "Report to Captain Han. The system detected an unknown radar wave. It has been automatically blocked and intercepted by the system." "Report to Captain Han. The system detected an unknown radar wave. It has been..." Suddenly, an alarm sounded in Han Feng's mind. Han Feng was so shocked that he immediately jumped to sit down. "What's wrong? What radar wave?" Han Feng asked almost subconsciously. "Report to Captain Han. Our radar detected the enemy radar scan. However, it was intercepted and blocked by the system. And the other party has not discovered us yet." "What do you mean? Does the other party also have radar?" Han Feng asked after half understanding. "Yes, Captain Han. The other party has radar equipment." "Fuck." Looking at the front in a daze, Han Feng cursed softly and asked, "Luna, Can you detect how far the other party's radar is from us? Report to Captain Han. Okay. The system has detected and analyzed the opponent's radar weight band, and preliminarily calculated the launch point of the opponent's radar, which is 18 kilometers away from us. Hearing that the opponent can be detected, Han Feng continued to ask, what's the direction? At your 1 o'clock direction. Yes, it should be. After hearing this, Han Feng muttered. At the same time, he thought that his current position is the edge of the city, and if he walks 20 kilometers ahead, it is almost the gathering place of the opponent's survivors. But what surprised Han Feng was that the opponent actually had a radar. Could it be that the equipment warehouse found by the opponent has such a strong sense of technology? Fortunately, I have a red alert system. It can intercept radars. Otherwise, I would have alerted the enemy when I got here. Luna, stay alert at all times. At this time, Han Feng couldn't help but say, okay, Captain Han. I will always pay attention. Just like that. Half an hour later, as they walked, Han Feng felt that the speed of the armored vehicle was significantly reduced. The next second, Luna reported, report to Captain Han. The radar detected the enemy's station. Have you found it now? After hearing this, Han Feng became excited and asked, report to Captain Han. It is not certain whether this station is the enemy's headquarters for the time being. Hearing Luna's words, Han Feng frowned slightly and asked, tell me what you found. Okay, Captain Han. After a pause, Luna continued, within the radar's detection range, we detected 178 survivors and 21 vehicles from the other side. 3D projection. While listening to Luna's explanation, Han Feng turned his attention to the radar. In the 3D projection constructed by the radar, Han Feng vaguely saw the scene of the other side station. In this projection, almost everything was constructed with lines or blurred modules. Walking in the air and passing through walls are basic operations in the world of consciousness. Although the red alert radar scanned the wall, it was unknown what material it was made of. But the size and thickness could be seen from the lines. Looking at the road, buildings, and street scenes in front of him, Han Feng could easily see that they were based in a large village. However, the range of the radar scan was limited, and Han Feng reached the edge of the area not long after walking. Helplessly, Han Feng could only move within the known range. Tens of seconds later, Han Feng was attracted by a small second floor. The virtual state condensed by consciousness floated into the air, and then passed through the wall. Who? Just after Han Feng passed through the wall, a deafening sound that struck the soul exploded. Ah! In an instant, Han Feng's body opened his eyes, looking forward in horror. What's wrong? Brother Han? Are you having a nightmare? Seeing Han Feng sitting up in a dream, Luja asked curiously. Go. Ah? Retreat. Without hesitation, Han Feng directly issued the order to retreat. Although the mysterious man was not found today, the mission was successfully completed and the enemy's base was found. Seeing Han Feng's somewhat worried expression, Luja did not ask anything else, but just nodded in agreement. On the way back, Han Feng suddenly felt cold sweat on his back. Yes, Han Feng was frightened by the roar just now. How did he find me? It doesn't make sense. At that time, I was not the real body, not even the consciousness body. Puzzled, Han Feng asked Luna, Luna, just now, how was I discovered? Reporting to Captain Han. I don't know. The system has also done a preliminary check, but nothing abnormal was found. After listening to Luna, Han Feng was even more confused. Based on the information scanned by the radar, a virtual scene was built. Entering a virtual scene and still being discovered. What is this concept? It's like I'm looking at your photo at this moment, but you suddenly call me and ask me what I'm doing. The more I think about it, the more frightened I am. This is completely beyond Han Feng's cognition. At the same time, it also exceeds the cognition of the system. Could it be? Is he the mysterious man? Thinking of this, Han Feng muttered absent-mindedly, reporting to Captain Han. Unknown. But this person has such a strong will. He must be a mysterious person. At this time, even Luna gave an ambiguous confirmation. Then, can he recognize me? The hesitant words and worried tone all showed Han Feng's worries. Reporting to Captain Han. You can rest assured. The radar waves of the red alert system are encrypted through tens of thousands of layers. Based on our understanding of this world, No computer or organization can decipher the red alert radar waves. After a pause, Luna continued, and the virtual scene you just entered was constructed by the system, and does not contain your personal information. So you can rest assured that your personal information will never be discovered by the other party. After listening to Luna's explanation, Han Feng suddenly remembered the soul mark and other skills in some novels. For a moment, his mind was opened and he asked, then, what if the other party remembers the appearance of my soul? Or the other party places some mark on my soul? Then I will be exposed? In response to Han Feng's question, Luna was stunned for 2 seconds and then replied, report to Captain Han. I just explained to you that in the virtual environment, your personal information is not included. This includes information such as your soul characteristics. Oh my god, there really is a soul feature. I was just joking. I didn't expect. When Han Feng heard the word soul feature, he was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that there really was a soul mark in the novel. Report to Captain Han. Yes. The red alert system is bound to your soul consciousness. And everyone's soul consciousness has a special code. Forget it. The more I talk, the more confused I am. Go home quickly. Han Feng now has only a vague understanding of what a soul is. Moreover, Han Feng has not yet walked out of the shadow of the roar. Fortunately, there were no obstacles or sudden accidents along the way. When Han Feng returned to the zinc mine, it was around 8 o'clock in the evening. Brother Han, where is my action figure? Seeing Han Feng's vehicle from a distance, Wei Peng ran over and asked excitedly. Chapter 319, Take Refuge. Brother Han, where are the figures? Rushing to the side of the saber-toothed car, Wei Peng diligently opened the door for Han Feng, and then said flatteringly, After hesitating for a moment, Han Feng thought to himself, oh no, I forgot about Wei Peng. We looked around today, but didn't see any anime store. Han Feng's eyes darted around, and he kept thinking of excuses in his mind. How about this? I'll go out again tomorrow. No way. Looking at Wei Peng with a look of disappointment, Han Feng couldn't bear it and said, how about this? I'll lend you my handheld game console for a few days? Really? Wei Peng smiled when he heard this. Really? Go back to my bedroom first. It's in the drawer of my bedside table. Han Feng patted Wei Peng and pointed at the color steel house. Okay, after saying this, Wei Peng disappeared in a flash towards the color steel house. Watching Wei Peng leave, Han Feng looked up at the sky. The dark night added a bit of loneliness at this time. Touching his stomach, Han Feng was not too hungry for the time being. What are you doing, Brother Han? Watching the moon? Lu Zhi poked his head out of the armored vehicle and smiled. You guys go back and rest first. I'll take a walk alone. Okay. Then Brother Han, you should go back and rest early. It's too cold, Lu Zhi said, took Gui Yongxing out of the car, and walked towards the color steel house. At this time, only the Terminator and Han Feng were left standing in the snow. Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it, and began to think about how he should face the other survivors. Hostile? As soon as the thought came up, Han Feng shook his head gently. Although the mysterious man attacked James, he did not do anything to James. So strictly speaking, the two sides are not hostile. Thinking of this, Han Feng suddenly smiled. He thought that the hatred in his heart might come from that murder case. Then be friends? Help each other? Since the zombie outbreak, Han Feng has experienced too much. Now, Han Feng himself does not believe in the words sincerely facing each other, without any ulterior motives. Alas, Han Feng sighed and began to struggle. After all, he is the leader of nearly 10,000 people. Any decision, no matter how minor, will lead to unexpected consequences. To kill or to make peace, let's see what God wants. Looking up at the sky, Han Feng muttered to himself. And in his mind, he had a plan. After walking for dozens of minutes, Han Feng perfected his idea several times. When the plan took shape, Han Feng walked towards the color steel house. Entering the bedroom, Han Feng saw Wei Peng holding a handheld game console and clicking the screen frantically. Xiao Peng, it's time to go to bed. Hey! I'll be there soon! Wei Peng, who was reluctant to put down the game console, responded to Han Feng casually. Half an hour later, the two of them lay on the bed after washing up. Han Feng, who was thinking about big things, tossed and turned, and listened to Wei Ping snoring and had some insomnia. After finally falling asleep, the phone rang as if in the next second. Staring with 2 dark circles under his eyes, Han Feng reached out to turn off the alarm. While sitting on the bed to wake up, Han Feng contacted Tanya and told her, "Tanya, pack your equipment. We may be on a business trip for a few days." "Business trip? What for?" Tanya asked Han Feng as soon as he finished speaking. "You will know when the time comes. Get ready first. We will leave after breakfast." "Okay. I know. Sir." Ha. After the communication, Han Feng stretched and yawned. After waking up Wei Peng, who was still sleeping, Han Feng went into the bathroom to wash up. After breakfast, Han Feng looked at the time. It was exactly 8 o'clock in the morning. "Lucia, Gu Yulong, let's go." Han Feng greeted the two when he got up. Seeing Wei Peng's eager expression, Han Feng turned his head and looked at him and said, "You stay. Wait for us to come back. I will get your action figure. Just once. I will follow you once." "Okay." At this time, Wei Peng did not want to give up, and still wanted to choose the action figure himself. "Okay." Han Feng raised his lips and continued, "After a while, you can follow me every day. Let's go." Pressing Wei Peng on the seat, Han Feng threw down a sentence and took Lucia and the others downstairs. When they came downstairs, Han Feng saw Tanya had already sat in the driver's seat of the armored vehicle. Not far from the vehicle, the Terminator was also seen. Looking at the Terminator, Han Feng immediately said, "I may be out for a few days. You should look after the house during this time. After I leave, you should inform Wei Yun and tell him that I have something to do and can't come back for the time being." As for the purpose of letting the Terminator pass on the message, Han Feng didn't want to explain painstakingly. Of course, he couldn't bear to see Wei Yun's worried eyes and words of retention. "Okay, Captain Han." After the Terminator responded, Han Feng raised his legs and stepped into the saber-tooth armored vehicle. "Oh my god! Dressed so beautifully?" As soon as he entered the car, Han Feng saw Tanya wearing a long white cotton jacket. The light makeup combined with a trendy scarf made Han Feng's eyes light up. "Of course, I won't be back for a few days. Of course, I have to go out beautifully." With a laugh, Tanya stepped on the accelerator. "Brother Han, why haven't you been home for a few days? Oh, I forgot to tell you." Han Feng slapped his thigh and said, after hearing Lucia's question in the cabin. After a pause, Han Feng explained, "Yesterday when we came out, I found another group of survivors. Let's go there today to see what their attitude is towards us. Of course, when we meet for the first time, we must pretend to be in trouble. If the other party is a group of robbers, then they will be miserable." After listening to Han Feng, Lucia frowned and muttered, "Yesterday? It seems that we didn't see anyone yesterday." 4 hours later, at 12 o'clock noon, Han Feng and his group entered the city. "Tanya, find a hidden place, hide the armored vehicle, and then find a random car to move forward. Going forward, we will be out of the city." Sitting in such a conspicuous armored vehicle does not fit Han Feng's setting. "Okay," Tanya responded and found a random community. Coincidentally, this community has a private door and private household parking garage. Tanya stopped the car, picked up a piece of wire from the ground, and folded it into a key. In 2 seconds, the garage door was opened. But what disappointed Han Feng a little was that the garage was empty and there were no cars parked. Obviously, when the zombies broke out, the car should have been driven out. Tanya drove the saber-tooth into the garage, turned off the engine, and closed the garage door. After dusting off her hands, Tanya turned her head and asked Han Feng, "What's next?" "Next, find a random car and go directly to the other party's nest." "Oh." After receiving the instructions, Tanya looked around and finally found a city SUV dozens of meters away. Opening the door neatly, Tanya pulled down the console in the car and found 2 wires skillfully. After a few seconds, "Is it not ready yet?" Han Feng looked at Tanya fiddling for a long time. But the car still had no intention of starting, so he couldn't help but ask behind her, "The car is dead." "Dead?" "Yeah. The car has been parked for almost half a year, and it's still winter, so the battery has long been broken." After explaining to Han Feng, Tanya got out of the car and scanned the residential buildings around. "Don't look blindly. The city has been out of power for a long time. Besides, what's the use of looking at residential buildings? Who has a diesel generator for nothing? Shuhu said I was looking for a generator. Sighing at Han Feng, Tanya picked up a stone on the ground and smashed it at the glass on the first floor in front of her. When the glass shattered, Tanya took a few steps and jumped in. It was also because this family didn't install a guardrail that Tanya was able to sneak in so smoothly. Bang! Bang! After a while, several bone-breaking sounds were heard in the house. You don't need to guess that the unlucky zombie inside was solved by Tanya. A few minutes later, Tanya ran out holding a few wires and a small box of batteries. This is? Han Feng asked hesitantly, pointing at the things in Tanya's arms. Prepare to connect? After a short response, Tanya squatted on the ground and wrapped the pile of batteries with tape. 2 minutes later, a strange-shaped super-large spliced battery was formed. Opening the front hood of the vehicle, Tanya wrapped several circles of wires. Come! Help me hold it. It will be done soon. Looking at Han Feng, Tanya said, and walked to the driver's seat, holding 2 wires in his hands. Han Feng swallowed his saliva and thought, will this work? Buzz. The next second, Tanya told Han Feng the result with her actions, and the vehicle started successfully. Bang! Putting down the front hood, Han Feng rubbed his red hands and got into the car. Luna, give Tanya navigation. Sitting in the co-pilot seat, Han Feng contacted Luna. Okay, Captain Han. Next, it was the link of Tanya and Luna's single-line contact. More than 20 minutes later, Tanya drove the vehicle to the edge of the city. The location at this time was almost the same as where Han Feng and the other 4 were yesterday. Since there were no vehicles blocking the road, the speed of the car was indeed increased a lot. Half an hour later, Han Feng saw a small village. It was the village that the system had virtually constructed in Han Feng's mind yesterday. Everyone, be careful. Looking at the patrol officers holding rifles outside the village, Han Feng turned back and told Luzha and the others. Yes. Yes. After the 2 responded, Han Feng turned around and frowned at the gathering place that was getting closer and closer. I don't know what he was thinking. Stop! Stop the car! When there was still more than 100 meters away from the village, a patrolman holding a rifle raised his hand to signal. Squeak! The car slowly stopped, and Tanya rolled down the window. Who are you? Looking at the 4 unfamiliar faces, the patrolman first yelled. But after seeing Tanya's face, his tone suddenly became gentle. We are here to join you at this time. Han Feng opened the car door and got out of the car. While speaking, he took out a cigarette and handed it to her. Chapter 320, Manager. In this messy world, banding together for warmth is always better than fighting alone. Right? Looking at the patrolman, Han Feng said leisurely. To join? At this time, the patrolman looked at Han Feng, then turned back to look at Tanya. There was some entanglement and hesitation in his eyes as he patrolled back and forth. What? Is there a problem? Suddenly, Han Feng reached out and patted the other party. Ah, no. Only then did the patrolman come to his senses and took the cigarette from Han Feng's hand. While lighting a cigarette for himself, the patrolman asked Han Feng, Are you really survivors? Why haven't I seen you for so long? I said I came to seek refuge. If I've already met you, what's the point of seeking refuge? Han Feng laughed and found that this person was a bit dumb. Ah, is that so? Spitting out a mouthful of white mist, the patrolman scratched his head and said, Let me take you to see my boss first. I'm just a little brother, and my words don't carry much weight. Okay, then I'll trouble you to lead the way, Han Feng said. Turned around and got into the car. Through the windshield, Han Feng could see that this patrolman had a covetous desire for Tanya. I guess he also knew his status. So he had the heart but not the courage. Not long after, under the leadership of this patrolman, Han Feng and his party successfully entered the village. When entering the village, Han Feng wanted Luna to use radar to scan the place. But then he thought, what if the mysterious man is still in the village? Wouldn't it be a warning? Anyway, his real body has come here in person, so the scanning can be deferred later. A few minutes later, we're here. Right here. After the patrolman drove the vehicle to a bungalow, he turned to Han Feng and continued, Just park the car on the side of the road. I'll go in and talk to the boss first. After that, the patrolman turned around and pushed the door to enter the bungalow. After getting off the car, Han Feng looked at the adobe house in front of him. Ah, Han Feng sighed, thinking to himself, I really thought I could meet the boss smoothly. but looking at this building. Come in. My boss wants to see you. I heard the voice before I saw the person. After the voice fell, the door was opened by the patrolman. When he came out, he did not forget to turn around and say, "Boss, I'm on duty." After watching the patrolman leave, Han Feng raised his legs and pushed the door in with the 3 people behind him. As soon as he entered the house, Han Feng saw a brand new billiard table. Beside the billiard table, there were 3 men. They were holding billiard cues and playing billiards. Because the 3 people were looking at him at the same time, Han Feng could not tell which one was the boss for a while. The next second, one of the men in black cotton jackets asked first, "Who are you?" "People who survived in the end times." Staring at the man, Han Feng said, neither servile nor arrogant. "Oh." Seeing Han Feng's momentum, the man smiled and asked, "I heard from my brother that you came to join us?" "Yes." "What's your purpose?" "To gather together for warmth and increase the chance of survival." "Haha, you are so straightforward." After the man finished speaking, he turned his eyes to Tanya and said, "Such a beautiful girl will be very dangerous in this world." The man glanced at Tanya, and Han Feng was also examining the man. However, the man's eyes were normal. Although he was not a gentleman, he was not a lustful person. "Come, play around with me," Han Feng said before he even opened his mouth. At the same time, he waved his right hand, signaling the other 2 to leave. The 2 men didn't say anything before they left, but just hurriedly put the endgame on the billiard table back together. Looking at the triangle on the billiard table, Han Feng raised his lips and thought, "Playing billiards with me? Are you sure, brother? I am a telekinetic superpower. Even if I can't play billiards, I can use telekinesis to make all the billiard balls go into the hole. Play with me?" Haha, thinking of this, Han Feng readily agreed. "Okay, it happens that I haven't played billiards for a long time." After that, Han Feng took off his thick cotton coat and put it aside. Then he walked to the cue place and carefully picked a cue. "Who's going to start first?" Han Feng asked casually when he returned to the pool table. "You are welcome. Please. Then I won't be polite after that." Han Feng bent down and pretended to observe the landing point of the billiard ball. After a few seconds, bang! For this shot, Han Feng used some strength, and the sound of the billiard balls hitting each other was banging. After a few seconds, with Han Feng's telekinesis cheating, only 1 black ball and 1 white ball were left on the field. Fuck! Great power makes miracles happen. Seeing Han Feng hit all the billiard balls with 1 shot, the man widened his eyes. He called him an expert. "How is it? Still playing?" Raising an eyebrow, Han Feng looked at the man. "No more playing. No more playing. I met a master today." The man dropped his club and waved his hand to refuse. Looking at this man, Han Feng felt that he was not bad. Although he was called boss, his style was not aggressive. The man turned around and sat on the sofa, crossed his legs and said, "My name is Wang Bo. I am older than you. You can call me Brother Bo or Brother Wang." Han Feng. Feng of Maple Leaf. After a simple self-introduction, Han Feng sat on another sofa, took out a cigarette, and handed it to Han Feng. Looking at Han Feng, the man took the cigarette, squinted his eyes, and said thoughtfully, "Looking at your posture and the clothes you are wearing, you don't look like a real person in trouble. Especially with such a beautiful woman by your side. You must be quite capable. Right? Haha. Thank you, Brother Bo, for the compliment. We are all displaced people. No matter how capable we are, we can't stay out of trouble. Haha." Han Feng lit the cigarette in his hand. "May I ask what your special ability is?" the man asked suddenly, turning the cigarette in his hand. "Special ability?" After replying subconsciously, Han Feng realized that the special ability Wang Bo mentioned should be the superpower he knew. After the monsters broke out, some people will have special abilities, and the types of special abilities are also varied. Some are strong and some are weak. After a pause, Wang Bo continued, "I don't believe that you can get along so well in this world without some special abilities." Looking at Wang Bo, Han Feng hesitated. Say he has telekinesis and speed? This is no different from seeking death, especially in the end times. Exposing one's trump card is the biggest taboo. But if you say you don't have superpowers, haha, don't be so reserved. Little brother, it's understandable that you don't want to say it. After all, people's hearts are not the same as before. Seeing Han Feng's suspicious look, Wang Bo didn't continue to ask. Long live understanding. Looking at Wang Bo, the two smiled at each other. After chatting for a few words, Han Feng thought about how to get to the point. Meet the real boss and understand this survivor organization. Just when Han Feng wanted to change the topic, Wang Bo's words made Han Feng energetic. You guys take a rest first and drink some water. Although you don't say it, I feel that your ability is definitely not weak. I will report to the manager here in a while. When he sees you, your secret will no longer be a secret. With an intriguing smile, Wang Bo stood up and walked out. Watching Wang Bo leave, Han Feng was excited. It's really a pillow for a sleepyhead. I was just worrying about how to find the high level here, but I didn't expect to complete half of the task in less than 20 minutes. And Wang Bo's words before leaving, when he sees you, your secret will no longer be a secret, made Han Feng even more excited. Isn't this the mysterious man who attacked James? But after just a few seconds of joy, Han Feng was suddenly stunned. Read memory, Han Feng muttered subconsciously, and his brows knitted instantly. Oh no! How could I forget the superpower of reading memory? Oh no! It's broken. Han Feng patted his forehead and felt a little regretful. He had the protection awareness of the red alert system. But Tanya, Lu Jia, and Gui Yongqing didn't. What if this mysterious person reads some information? Isn't this bad food? It's over. This is not investigation. It's delivery. Han Feng kept scanning the surroundings with his eyes. And he was also muttering in panic. What the hell is over? What's wrong with you, Brother Han? Seeing Han Feng's absent-minded look, Lu Jia was confused and couldn't help asking. The situation may change a bit now. Let's react randomly. Shall Han come out? Follow me at this time. Wang Bo's shout came from outside the door, interrupting Han Feng's next words. Helplessly, Han Feng could only grit his teeth and get up. When passing by Lu Jia and Gui Yongqing, he whispered, act on the situation. Pushing the door open, Han Feng laughed and said, Brother Bo is very fast. The report is finished so quickly. Well, we live not far away. Just over there. Raising his hand and pointing in a direction, Wang Bo responded. Following Wang Bo, Han Feng contacted Luna in his mind and said, Luna, is there any way to protect the brain memories of Tanya, Lu Jia and Gui Yongqing? Report to Captain Han. There is no way. Think of a way. At this moment, Han Feng's heart was tormented with every step he took. Although he heard Luna say there was no way, Han Feng still refused to give up. Report to Captain Han. The red alert system only protects your brain area. Others really have no way. Oh. With a sigh in his heart, Han Feng gave up struggling and thought to take one step at a time. When we get to Shaohan, it's right here. While Han Feng was still in a trance, Wang Bo suddenly stopped and said, Ah? We're here now? So close. Han Feng faked a few smiles, then looked up. Isn't this the small second floor in the virtual scene yesterday? Gulp. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Han Feng tried his best to calm his inner anxiety. The manager said that only the 4 of you can go up. I will accompany you before leaving. Wang Bo stepped forward and shook Han Feng's hand. From his expression, it seems that he knows that Han Feng will rise to prominence in the future. So he showed a flattering attitude in advance. Thank you, Brother Bo, for leading the way. After shaking hands, Han Feng waved his hand politely. What are you talking about? We will be a family from now on. Let's go. Waving his hand, Wang Bo turned and left. Chapter 321, Lord Saint. Looking at the red door of the housekeeper's house, Han Feng felt that it was a bloody mouth. Han Feng and the other 4 looked at each other, and no one spoke. They were all tasting the strange atmosphere in the air. At this time, Tanya took a step forward and walked towards the second floor and said, What are you looking at? We will fight back. After hearing this, Han Feng and the other 2 also raised their legs and stepped into the second floor, stepping up the stairs step by step. Han Feng felt that every step was stepping on his heart. Until now, Han Feng still doesn't understand whether the 3 words "is it exciting" were meant for himself or for James. Come in. Just as the 4 of them reached the second floor, a male voice sounded behind a door. Squeak. Han Feng pushed the door open and walked in first. The first thing that caught his eye was a desk. Behind the desk sat a man in mink. Looking at him, Han Feng suddenly thought of the word street slicker. But he was thin. And even in mink, he couldn't show the masculine physique of a northerner. Behind the man, 2 charming women pinched their green jade fingers and rubbed the man's shoulders. The steward was also looking at Han Feng. After a few seconds, the steward slowly took out a pack of cigarettes and lit one. Staring at the steward's eyes, Han Feng was not nervous at this time. His telekinesis was ready to trigger the silver wings to attack at any time. While Tanya, who was standing beside him, seemed to be looking around with her eyes open. But both her position and body posture were conducive to the first-time attack. 1 second. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Han Feng and the steward stared at each other silently for 5 seconds. And no one spoke first. Huh? The steward spit out a white mist, flicking the ash, and said, "You are very brave. In this world, the timid will not live to this day." Han Feng's seemingly casual answer. But the little finger behind his back was twitching slightly at this time. He was ready to kill instantly. Ask you a question. What Han Feng didn't expect was that the manager still looked calm at this time. Even the question was asked lazily. What is your superpower? As soon as the manager asked this question, Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that this manager can read memories. Why would he ask such a low-level question? And the red alert system has not sounded the alarm yet. Is it that the manager has not started to use his superpowers? Or, after thinking for 2 seconds, Han Feng decided to remain unchanged and replied, "I heard from Brother Bo that there is no secret when standing in front of you. I am very curious about this. If I don't tell you, will you guess it?" Ha ha. After hearing what Han Feng said, the manager laughed a few times. Then he waved his hand, signaling the two beauties behind him to leave. When the two women left, the manager put out the cigarette in his hand and slowly stood up. While walking towards Han Feng, the manager said, "I can feel that you are very nervous." Nervous? Fortunately, it's okay, but I'm more looking forward to your magic. Han Feng didn't dare to show his fear, so he could only use such words to play Tai Chi with the manager. "I seem to smell the breath of danger." Coming to Han Feng's side, the manager turned his head and looked at Han Feng and said, "I'll give you a chance. Think about it and answer my first question. Luna, start scanning. Confirm." Seeing the unfriendly look of the steward, Han Feng didn't waste any words and directly asked Luna to start scanning. At the same time, Han Feng pursed his lips and silently chanted in his mind, "Telekinesis. Start." Whisper. Swoosh. 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 From the steward's words to Han Feng starting the scan and activating the silver wings, it took less than half a second. Swoosh. Swoosh. 10 silver wings instantly flew out from Han Feng's waist and directly pierced the steward beside him. Did it succeed? Han Feng asked himself as he watched the 10 silver wings pass through the steward's back. But what Han Feng didn't expect was that the 10 silver wings seemed to pass through the air. The steward standing beside him became illusory. Ha! At this moment, Tanya launched a beautiful flying kick, kicking the steward's figure. The next moment, Tanya actually passed through the steward's body directly. The huge inertia made Tanya unstable and almost fell. When Tanya stabilized her body, the steward had already disappeared in front of her and disappeared. Gui Yongxing. Seeing this, Han Feng had no time to talk nonsense, and turned back and shouted. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, Gui Yongxing also disappeared on the spot and entered the other dimension. Swoosh. Clang. After Gui Yongxing disappeared, Han Feng's telekinesis activated the other 10 silver shuttles, and 20 customized weapons flew around him, wrapping himself, Tanya and Luzia. Luzia's eyes were dull at this moment. It was obvious that he was frightened by the situation just now. "Luna, did the radar scan it?" Han Feng asked Luna while looking around. "Report to Captain Han." The position of the manager was not scanned. After listening to Luna, Han Feng knew that he had failed. The physical attacks of the silver shuttle and silver wings, punches and kicks were completely useless to the manager. This also meant that the defense system surrounding him was simply useless. A few breaths passed. Gui Yongxing was still in the other dimension, and neither of them showed up. "Luzia? Are you okay?" Standing in place, Han Feng looked back at Luzia and asked, "Ah? What? It's all right." Seeing Luzia's blank response, Han Feng casually replied that it was all right. "Anyway, I didn't expect Luzia to show any strange performance. Look, I don't need to guess. I can see your superpower. Report to Captain Han." The radar detected the position of the manager. The two sentences of the manager and Luna rang in Han Feng's ears almost at the same time. Without bothering to respond to Luna, Han Feng turned his head to look for the manager's voice. The manager sat steadily on the seat just now, holding a lit cigarette in his hand, looking at him with a smile. Time seemed to be frozen. No one on Han Feng's side launched an attack. Just looking at the manager, waiting quietly. A few seconds later, Gui Yongxing's figure appeared in the circle of custom weapons. You came out? Looking at the appearance of Gui Yongxing, the steward continued to laugh. Han Feng looked at Gui Yongxing, only to see Gui Yongxing gently shook his head. Instantly, Han Feng understood. Gui Yongxing couldn't find the steward in the other dimension. Seeing that no one spoke on Han Feng's side, the steward flicked the ash and asked, "Are you done?" Following the steward's question, Han Feng asked back, "What do you want to do?" "What do I want to do?" Suddenly, the steward widened his eyes, raised his eyebrows, and said with a puzzled look, "Haha, you wanted to kill me as soon as you entered the door. And now you actually ask me what I want to do." Before Han Feng could speak, the steward continued, "Put away all those blades. They make me dizzy." After hearing that, Han Feng gritted his teeth and put away the silver shuttle and silver wings, because he knew that these physical attacks would only consume his mental power in vain, and would not cause any harm to the steward at all. It's good to be vigilant, and to be on guard against others. But don't play around. The scene that made Han Feng puzzled appeared. The steward actually spoke to him in a tone of teaching the younger generation. And in an instant, the tense atmosphere disappeared. "How did you get in?" The steward changed the subject and kept silent about the attack he had just suffered. Han Feng frowned and looked at the manager and said, "Drive." "What car? Does it matter?" At this point, Han Feng was even more confused. "Yes, of course." After a pause, the manager continued, "Why didn't I see you on the radar?" Han Feng was a little surprised when the manager said this. The red alert system automatically blocked the radar signal here. If it could find traces of where I came from, that would be a miracle. However, this also brought Han Feng a little trouble. That is, how to explain this problem. It doesn't matter if you don't say it, it's all a small matter. Seeing that Han Feng didn't reply, the manager waved his hand. "Do you know the Lord Saint?" The steward asked questions one after another, not giving Han Feng time to think. "Lord Saint?" Han Feng was completely confused when he heard the steward say these two words. Did he walk into the wrong set? What era is it now? There are still people who call themselves the Lord Saint. Right? Don't you know the Lord Saint? Looking at Han Feng's expression, the steward asked again. "No." Okay. Wait a minute. I'll look for it." After hearing what Han Feng said, the steward lowered his head, opened the drawer of the desk, and looked for something. Looking at this weird steward, Han Feng would never have thought that he would take out the most unexpected thing. After a few seconds, the steward took out a box and sat up straight again. "The Lord Saint said that a team of people will come here in a form that cannot be detected by radar. As long as you come here, the Lord Saint will let me give you this thing." As he spoke, the steward opened the box. There were 2 Energy 7 injections inside. Looking at the Energy 7 injections, Han Feng's eyes widened. The next moment he asked, "Where did it come from?" Looking at Han Feng, the steward did not answer the question directly, but asked, "It seems that you really know this thing?" I said, "Where did it come from?" Pointing to the Energy 7 injection, Han Feng reiterated, "Being able to get the Energy 7 injection means that this Holy Lord encountered a Special Forces unit. And it was 2 Special Forces units. I don't know. I only know that this is what the Lord Saint left for you." "Where are they?" Seeing that he could not get any useful information, Han Feng directly asked about the location of the Holy Lord. But what surprised Han Feng was that the steward actually shook his head. "I don't know. I haven't seen the Holy Lord. Besides, this is the instruction left by the Holy Lord half a month ago." After the steward finished speaking, Han Feng was silent. What happened half a month ago? This means that the Holy Lord mentioned by the steward must know me, and know that I will definitely come here. And I also know that only I can crack and use the Energy 7 injection. Chapter 322, Friend, Not Enemy. Is it the mysterious girl? Han Feng stared at the Energy 7 injection in the box, and the beautiful figure came to his mind. Raising his head, Han Feng looked at the steward and asked, "Is the so-called Holy Lord you mentioned a woman?" "I told you. I have never seen the Holy Lord." The steward pushed the box forward and reiterated while leaning back on the chair. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng supported his body with his arms and leaned forward slightly, You must have heard the voice of the Holy Lord. Right? Otherwise, how did you receive the instructions? I have never heard the voice of the Holy Lord. Every time, he communicates with me through thoughts and assigns me tasks. After a pause, the steward continued mysteriously, it's like you silently recite a passage of text. Is the voice in your mind male or female? Can you tell it apart? After the steward finished speaking, Han Feng was silent. The Lord Saint communicated with the steward with his mind. And the steward's superpower happened to be his mind. Is this a coincidence? Or can this Lord Saint forcibly transform ordinary people? In order to verify the question in his heart, Han Feng asked casually, what is your superpower? Virtualization? Didn't you see it just now? No. You have another superpower. Papa. When Han Feng asked this question, the steward clapped his hands and laughed. No wonder the Lord Saint is optimistic about you. Yes. I do have another superpower. Which is premonition. Premonition? Han Feng narrowed his eyes and repeated. The steward's answer was very different from what he had thought in his heart. Shouldn't it be a thought? Or reading memory? Yes. It's a premonition. This is the life-saving ability given to me by the Lord Saint. I can sense danger in the dark, and I can survive every critical moment by relying on it. After saying that, the steward slowly stood up, put out the cigarette butt and continued, every steward will be personally given this ability by the Lord Saint. In the mouth of ordinary people, we are stewards, but in fact, we are priests. Hearing the steward say so much, Han Feng opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Priest? What the hell is a priest? This is in China. Why do they feel the same as believers abroad? You are priests? That means you have many priests? What are your duties? How can we see the Holy Lord? Suddenly, while Han Feng was still organizing his words, Tanya stepped forward and asked the steward. After Tanya asked, the steward replied, I don't know. I only know that there are other priests. But how many there are? I don't know either. Our duties are very simple. Just waiting for the mission of the Holy Lord. And sometimes receiving the Holy Envoy. By the way, this box was brought by the Holy Envoy. Holy Envoy. Han Feng was speechless after hearing the new term from the steward. As for how to meet the Holy Lord? Haha, let alone you. Even I don't know the method. The steward answered Tanya's 3 questions in 3 sentences. But basically all he said was nonsense without any useful information. The air fell into silence again. After a few seconds, Han Feng asked out of curiosity, how did the name of Holy Lord come from? What does the Holy Envoy do? Who named you priests? Faced with Han Feng's strange question, the steward did not show impatience and replied, the name of the Holy Lord is something we spontaneously think of. Because the Lord Saint has many miracles. And the Holy Envoy is the messenger around the Lord Saint, with extraordinary powers. As for us priests, they are people who have been recognized by the Lord Saint and have been given some supernatural powers. Hearing the steward talk for a long time, Han Feng was embarrassed to the point of his scalp tingling. What Lord Saint? What Holy Envoy? What priest? It turns out that they are all self-proclaimed titles. Even if they are replaced by the leader, elder, and helmsman. It makes sense. Are you the only one in charge of this village? Tanya asked when Han Feng was silent. Yes, that's right. I am in charge of this village. And I am the only one in charge. This is also the news from the Holy Envoy. As soon as the steward finished speaking, Han Feng asked Luna in his mind, Luna, how many people are there in this village? Report to Captain Han. There are now 765 survivors in this village. Well, it's about the same as I thought. Oh, by the way, I saw a man in a suit in the city a few days ago. I've been following him for a long time. Do you know him? After hearing this, Han Feng immediately understood that the man in a suit mentioned by the steward was James. Well, he is my friend. Han Feng did not hide anything and directly said that he knew James. At this time, Han Feng was sure the Holy Lord had no hostility towards him. Otherwise, he would never have given him the Energy 7 potion. It was funny to think about it. On the way here, he wanted to spy on the attitude here. He didn't expect to be played by this Holy Lord without knowing it. While making fun of himself, Han Feng suddenly recalled the assault case in the large supermarket and was stunned. The next moment, Han Feng asked, do you know about the rape and murder case in the large supermarket? I know. The steward seemed to know that Han Feng would ask this question. And without any hesitation, he said, the night before that incident, The Holy Lord gave me instructions. He told us to go to the supermarket to replenish supplies the next day. After the steward said this, Tanya suddenly asked, "So you went? Aren't you afraid of the monsters on the street?" Haha, this is the miracle of the Lord. Since the Lord said so, He will definitely protect our safety. Sure enough, we all went out the next day, and there was no danger on the road, on the street, in the supermarket. We searched for items and cheered to our heart's content. No monsters came to make trouble. Haha. At this time, the steward's eyes revealed his fanatical belief in the Lord, and he danced and recounted what happened at that time. But soon, just a few seconds later, the enthusiasm in the manager's eyes gradually turned cold. With a resentful tone, the manager continued, "We have been going back and forth between the village and the supermarket, moving carts of goods. Everything went smoothly until we were about to leave." Speaking of this, the manager picked up the cigarette on the desk, took out a cigarette and lit it. Smoking a cigarette, the manager continued, "At that time, the personnel were in chaos, and I couldn't count who didn't keep up. Just like that, I missed 4 men and 1 woman." At this point, the manager clenched his teeth. His trembling and clenched hands showed his anger at the moment. Han Feng was also stunned at this moment. He thought that a person, because of this incident, the attitude of the Holy Lord towards me has also changed greatly. After saying this, the steward began to enter a brief silence. Looking at the steward's regretful expression, Han Feng could easily guess that the Holy Lord was a wise ruler who would not cover up the evil deeds of his own people. Suddenly, the image of the Holy Lord in Han Feng's mind improved a lot. Hesitating for a while, Han Feng asked softly, "What happened to these 4 beasts, in the end?" They, with a cold snort, the steward continued, "Dead. Died miserably. It was the Holy Lord who did it himself. The Holy Lord did it himself." "Well, do you know about being cut into pieces?" The steward narrowed his eyes, as if he was recalling an extremely uncomfortable scene. A few seconds later, the steward stood up and pointed outside the window and said, "Not far away over there, there is a small square. The 4 of them were hung up. And then their clothes, flesh, and bones turned into pieces bit by bit. This process lasted for half an hour, until the punishment was over. The 4 people could still make faint screams." At this time, Lu Jia, who had recovered, stepped forward and asked, "How can they still make sounds when they are all broken into pieces?" This is the method of the Holy Lord. Although the 4 people lost all their flesh, their important organs were still preserved. They struggled in midair for several minutes before they breathed their last. Giggle. After saying this, the steward gritted his teeth and made a giggle sound. After they died, the Holy Envoy came to me in person. He almost beat me to death. As he spoke, the steward suddenly laughed bitterly. Is the Holy Envoy a man or a woman? At this time, Han Feng's curiosity drove Han Feng to ask again. Female. This time, the steward quickly gave an accurate answer. Can't you become virtual? How could you be beaten? Han Feng asked in confusion, thinking that the silver shuttle and silver wings couldn't do anything to you. So how could the Holy Envoy hurt you with his fists and feet? It's useless. I didn't know the Holy Envoy at the beginning, and I fought with her for 2 moves. But for some reason, even if I entered the virtual state, she could still detect it at a glance, and then grab me out of the entity and beat me up. Hiss. After hearing this, Han Feng took a breath and wondered who this Holy Envoy was, and why he had such a supernatural ability. Thinking about it, Han Feng couldn't help but look at Gui Yongqing. If Gui Yongqing entered the invisible state, could the Holy Envoy also catch him? Okay, after talking so much, I believe you also know how powerful the Holy Lord is. These 2 injections are handed over to you, and my mission is considered completed. When he picked up the box and handed it to Han Feng, the steward continued, "Do you need an empty room? Did the Holy Lord tell you that?" "Yes. It seems that the Holy Lord not only knows that this injection is useful for him, but also knows his reaction after injecting Energy 7. Han Feng is not a person who wastes time. So he took the box and said, "Yes. Well, let your people go with me. This room is for you." After the steward finished speaking, Han Feng looked at Lu Jia and Gui Yongqing and said, "You 2 go first. She will accompany me." Haha, little pervert. After the steward threw down a sentence, he pushed open the door and walked out first. "We'll wait for you downstairs." Gui Yongqing pulled Lu Jia and told him before leaving. Han Feng nodded to the 2 of them and said nothing. Luna, Can I inject 2 injections at the same time? Staring at the 2 injections in his hand, the muscles on Han Feng's face trembled again and again. He really didn't want to endure the severe pain twice in a row. Chapter 323, Qualitative Change. Sorry, Captain Han. The result is unknown. After waiting for a long time, Han Feng got an uncertain answer from Luna. It's okay, we'll know in 2 minutes. With a relaxed tone, Han Feng glanced around and slowly sat down. Take off your coat and cotton jacket. Take off your sweater. Soon. Han Feng took off all the clothes on his upper body. Huh? Sorry to bother you. Or intracardiac injection. Staring at the 2 Energy 7 injections in his hand, Han Feng exhaled heavily and turned to Tanya beside him. I know. I injected you before. After Tanya finished saying this, Han Feng's eyes suddenly became vague. Yes. I also got an injection in the cinema before. Was it put there by the manager? Or? Han Feng just thought of this and didn't think deeply. Tanya had already squatted down, put her hand on Han Feng's shoulder blade, and motioned him to lie down. Forget it, ask the manager after you wake up. Han Feng laid down slowly while thinking. Wait a minute. Han Feng suddenly stood up again, just after closing his eyes. In Tanya's puzzled eyes, Han Feng took out a vest from the pile of clothes, crumpled the vest into a ball, held it in his mouth, then nodded gently to Tanya. A few seconds later, the cold needle went straight into the heart along the flesh. Soon, the first injection of Energy 7 was completed. In an instant, Han Feng's heart was wrapped by the familiar, warm feeling again. 1 second later, the second injection was pierced into the chest. When both injections were completed, Han Feng's brows instantly frowned. Ugh! Ugh! Boom! Boom boom! With his eyes wide open, Han Feng's body rolled and flapped like a fish on the shore. The painful screams were blocked by the clothes in his mouth, and he could only make a humming sound. But even so, the strange sound of the vocal cords tearing could still be heard from these screams. It was only a few seconds before Han Feng's body turned red. Veins and blood vessels were throbbing under his skin, and Han Feng's violent struggle gave people a strange and terrifying vision. Ah! Suddenly, Han Feng used his tongue to push the clothes out of his mouth, because he found that this method was useless. Hit! Hit! Staring with bloodshot eyes, Han Feng said to Tanya with difficulty, Hit! Knock me out! Knock me out! Swoosh! After receiving Han Feng's instructions, Tanya stretched out a palm knife without hesitation and chopped down Han Feng's neck. Bang! But what Tanya didn't expect was that Han Feng, who was hit in the neck by her palm knife, was still the same as before, with no signs of coma at all. Tanya, who didn't believe in evil, quickly stood up and stood behind Han Feng. She opened her fist and palm, ready to strike, aiming at the aorta in Han Feng's neck. Tanya chopped down another palm. Bang! The palm knife fell, and there was a muffled sound between the flesh and blood of the two. But Han Feng was still alive and vigorous, as if the palm just now had not hit him at all. Not fainted yet? I'm sorry. Tanya was also a hot-tempered person. Seeing that her tried and true knockout didn't work twice, she started to take it seriously for a while. Dang dang dang. Wearing tactical boots, Tanya took 3 steps back. Ha! Tanya put all her weight on her left leg, and her right leg swung out a whip kick with a whirlwind. The straight instep of her foot hit Han Feng's neck again. Bang! Bang! In an instant, a sound of golden swords rang out in the room. Hiss! The next second, Tanya took a breath and retracted her right leg. Looking at Tanya's limping figure, Han Feng collapsed at his heart and said, I am a level 5 zombie. Mission failed, I have no other tricks. Sitting aside, Han Feng rubbed his right foot and shrugged helplessly. Unfortunately, Han Feng was destined not to hear what Tanya said. 40 seconds later, boom, 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 from the injection to now, a long minute has passed. At this moment, Han Feng can clearly hear his heartbeat. Han Feng closed his eyes tightly, sometimes clenched his teeth, and sometimes opened his mouth to shout silently. Even with the rich experience of 2 injections, Han Feng was still stimulated by the pain and couldn't breathe. In this time when he couldn't faint or survive, Han Feng tried his best to keep himself awake. Time passed by second by second. In Tanya's view, Han Feng went from madness to paralysis several times. The last minute passed. Ha, ha, ha. Lying on the ground, Han Feng gasped heavily. The sweat all over his body made him look like he had just been fished out of the water, soaking the floor and his cotton pants. Han Feng moved his body, slowly changing from lying to kneeling on one knee. This little exercise consumed all of Han Feng's strength. Tanya. In a hazy vision, Han Feng stretched out his arm to Tanya. The next second, Han Feng's arm fell freely. As his arm fell, his body fell to the ground again. That's right. Although Han Feng had survived the torture of 2 energy VIs, he was eventually defeated by exhaustion. Da-da-da. Da-da. Boom. 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 In his dream, Han Feng entered a battlefield. In front of him, there were a large number of zombies. Ah! Help! As if from a god's perspective, Han Feng calmly watched the tragic scene in front of him, and the screams and cries for help that kept coming into his ears. Remind, by coma. Suddenly, Han Feng heard intermittent sounds coming from the sky far away. Just as Han Feng was wondering, trying to find the source of the sound. 2. 1. Ah! It hurts. Inside Han Feng's body, Luna activated the second emergency strong reminder. Amid Han Feng's screams, Luna said calmly, Captain Han has woken up. The second emergency strong reminder is over. Oh my god! What's going on? Duh. Han Feng touched the sweat on his head and asked in confusion. Report to Captain Han. You have been unconscious for 2 hours. Duh. Only 2 hours? Let me rest for a while. Duh. Wait. This is... Suddenly, Han Feng finally felt an abrupt sound. Is this the sound of gunfire? Report to Captain Han. Yes. Duh. Damn. This is not a dream. Han Feng yelled and jumped up from the bed. Standing on the ground, Han Feng turned around and looked at the bed behind him, thinking that he was on the ground before he fainted. Then he thought, oh, maybe Tanya put me on the bed. Looking down, the clothes on my upper body were also neatly put on. No need to think. It must be the attentive Tanya who helped me put them on. Oh my gosh. What am I thinking about? The next second, Han Feng slapped his forehead with his right hand, realizing that now was not the time to think about these trivial things. Putting on his shoes in a hurry, Han Feng scanned the room and found no trace of Tanya. Ran to the door. Han Feng pushed it open and looked out. Tanya, Guiyongqing, and Lu Zhi were leaning on the railing of the small second floor, looking in the direction of the gunshots. What's going on? Are you awake? Han Feng and Tanya asked at the same time. What's going on? Why are there gunshots? Han Feng did not answer Tanya's question and repeated it. I don't know. 10 minutes ago, the manager ran over and told us not to go out. He said that there were zombies surrounding us. After hearing this, Han Feng immediately ran downstairs. While running out, Han Feng contacted Luna. Luna, what's the battle situation? Report to Captain Han. The battle is extremely fierce. The casualties of the villagers have now reached 237 people. After listening to Luna, Han Feng also opened the big red door of the manager's home. Looking at the empty road, Han Feng's heart sank. There are only more than 700 people in this village. How long has the battle started? More than 200 people have died. How many zombies are there? Thinking of this, Han Feng activated his speed superpower and ran towards the village entrance. A few seconds later, Han Feng appeared behind the villagers. Looking at the endless zombie swarm, Han Feng seemed to have returned to the zombie craze a few months ago. Duh. Boom. Roar. The sound of gunfire, explosions, and the roar of zombies weave into a song of hell on earth. Didn't I tell you not to come over? Just as Han Feng was about to rush into the battlefield, he suddenly heard the voice of the steward. Looking in the direction of the steward's voice, Han Feng did not see the steward. But this did not stop Han Feng from speaking. How could this happen? Can't you sense the danger? Why don't you evacuate in advance? I can only sense the danger a few minutes later. I have a premonition. Not a prophet. After a pause, the manager continued, go back. I can handle it here. Go. Bullshit. What can you use to resist? How can you kill so many zombies? You are the friend of the Lord. I have an obligation to ensure your safety. Go. Go. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Go away. Go and pray that your Lord will come soon, so that he can help you dispel this disaster. After speaking, Han Feng stared at the tide of zombies in front of him. The next second, Han Feng's figure slowly disappeared from the spot. However, Han Feng's disappearance was not due to his invisibility superpower. It was an extremely fast afterimage. So fast that the eye could not catch it. Telekinesis. Give me. Start. The next moment, Han Feng found himself in the zombie group. Without time to think, he screamed, "Howl! Zheng!" 10 silver shuttles and 10 silver wings soared into the sky, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. They turned around and pierced the zombies on the ground. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In a moment, thousands of tiny rays of light seemed to appear around Han Feng, shuttled freely among the zombies. Not long after, within a few dozen meters around Han Feng, the zombies were all turned into pieces of different sizes, and no whole zombies could be seen anymore. Ceasefire. Ceasefire. Don't shoot. Behind him, in front of the village entrance, the steward shouted to the villagers to stop shooting, fearing that the blind bullets would accidentally injure the friends of the Saint Lord. Chapter 324. Qualitative Change. Seal the gate. Retreat to the village. Fight to defend the city. Quick. Then, the steward began to issue the next battle plan. Just as the steward took the lead in closing the village, Tanya, who came later, held the steward's shoulder and said softly, "Wait a minute. We haven't gone out yet." In the steward's puzzled expression, Tanya led Lu Zhi and Gui Yongxing out of the village gate. It was not until this time that the steward reacted and shouted, "Hey! You don't want to die. Can't you see so many monsters outside? You are still rushing out." After being yelled at by the steward, Tanya also found something wrong, then turned her head and looked at Gui Yongxing and said, "By the way, your ability is not suitable for large-scale combat. You go back to the village and wait." "Well, okay. You guys should pay more attention to your own safety." Gui Yongxing also knew the range of his superpowers, so he quietly retreated to the village gate without any unnecessary arguments. "Let's go!" After watching Gui Yongxing go back, Tanya turned around and continued to walk out. At the same time, she also called Lu Zhi. When Tanya and Lu Zhi entered the scene, they did not join Han Feng, but fought alone to share the pressure for Han Feng. In this way, the vast number of zombies were basically divided into 3 major groups. "Ha ha! Little monsters. Let Grandpa warm you up. This barbecue. This charcoal grill. This." Lu Zhi turned into a fire god, with hot flames burning all over his body. Facing the zombies around him, Lu Zhi shouted excitedly while spraying flames from his hands, sweeping away zombies one after another. Every time Lu Zhi took a step, a burning fire footprint was left on the ground. In just a few seconds, the ground Lu Zhi walked on became dry and cracked. "Hey! Fireman! Do you need help?" Since Lu Zhi was covered in flames, the heat waves quickly swept to Han Feng. Feeling the warmth, Han Feng couldn't help but look at Lu Zhi and shouted across the air, "No! No! You play yours? Soon!" Lu Zhi responded to himself. After hearing this, Han Feng chuckled and glanced at Lu Zhi. Well, it's okay, all low-level zombies. Seeing the level of zombies around Lu Zhi, Han Feng no longer had any worries in his heart. After muttering, Han Feng turned his head to look at Tanya. These two are lucky. There are no high-level zombies around them. All are level 1 or 2 minions. Seeing that Tanya was not under pressure, Han Feng's frown gradually relaxed. When Han Feng turned his gaze back to the front again, his originally relaxed brows frowned again. How could this happen? Looking at the low-level zombies in front of him, Han Feng asked himself hesitantly. Scanning the high ground in front of him, Han Feng saw a tree more than 10 meters in front of him. With 3 jumps and 2 jumps, Han Feng climbed up the tree. From this perspective, Han Feng looked from near to far. No. 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 Still no. Why? More than 10 seconds passed, and Han Feng carefully checked all the zombies in his field of vision. He couldn't find any high-level zombies. There were no level 5 zombies, nor level 4 zombies. Even level 3 zombies. They couldn't be seen. Standing on the tree blankly, Han Feng was stunned. For some reason, Han Feng suddenly felt a sense of danger. The sense of crisis made Han Feng extremely uncomfortable, but he could not find anything that could threaten his safety. After dozens of seconds, Han Feng gritted his teeth and used his custom weapon to clear the zombies under the tree, then jumped down. Although the zombies were a little abnormal, they had to be cleared. Swoosh! Swoosh! Thousands of rays appeared around him again, and each custom weapon slid around the zombies at an extremely fast speed. Hundreds of zombies, from birth to death. Only 2 seconds passed. Among the three, Han Feng dealt with the zombies the fastest, followed by Lucia, and then Tanya. Tanya only had skills in her fists and feet, and she was unwilling to waste weapons, like C.4, when facing these low-level zombies. Han Feng and the other two were guarding the village gate, which left the people in the village with nothing to do. They were holding guns and grenades, and watching the performance of the three with their mouths open. It's really the friend of the Lord. Among them, the most amazing one was the manager. A few minutes later, within a range of more than 50 meters around Han Feng, there was no standing zombie, and on the ground, there were a lot of meat pieces piled up. Looking sideways at Lucia, Han Feng found that the boy seemed to be waving something in his hand. Every time he waved, a fan-shaped flame afterimage was drawn in the air. After a closer look, Han Feng realized that Lucia was holding a semi-automatic rifle. If it was a long knife or a long sword, it would be more handsome. Watching Lucia waving the gun without any rules, Han Feng muttered silently, "Yes." Suddenly, Han Feng slapped his thigh and contacted Luna and continued, "Luna, how about we make a weapon for Lucia?" "Okay, Captain Han. I've thought about it. The material should be fast and heat transfer, solid and durable, and extremely strong." "No problem, Captain Han. Well, I'll think about it and add something." Han Feng narrowed his eyes and admired Lucia's attack. He began to choose weapons for him in his mind. Spear? No. A spear without a red tassel can only be called a stick with a point. Long sword? No. Lucia's clumsy body movements are not suitable for him to play with swords. Hammer? No. A solid hammer is not good at transferring heat. And Lucia is not a power player. Dual swords? No. Like the long sword, Lucia does not have flexible body movements. While subconsciously controlling 20 customized weapons, Han Feng pondered in his mind. Knife? Han Feng's eyes lit up after he uttered this word. Yes. Knife. Knife. Long knife or tang knife. There is no great requirement for body skills, nor is there a great demand for strength. The most important thing is that with a swing of the long knife, no one can break through it, especially with the deadly high-temperature flame attached. It is so cool. Luna, make a suitable long knife for Lucia. After a few seconds, Han Feng determined Lucia's weapon. Okay, Captain Han. The combat laboratory will study and analyze Lucia's offensive habits and body habits, and strive to make a weapon that best suits him. That's great. Grinning, Han Feng was a little excited. The next second, Han Feng suddenly thought that he and Lucia both had weapons. Then Gu Yongqing. Forget it after this boring battle. I'll ask Yu Lang what kind of weapon he likes. Muttering to himself, Han Feng raised his legs and walked towards the place where the corpse tide was denser. Swoosh. Swoosh. Han Feng's ears were filled with the sound of silver shuttles and silver wings shuttling. In front of him, wherever he looked, there must be a one-sided massacre by customized weapons. Looking around, Han Feng found a relatively clean stone. After slightly supporting the dirt on the stone, Han Feng sat on it. Since they were all low-level zombies, Han Feng felt that there was no need to fight in person. Looking at the village, Han Feng raised his lips and wondered why such weak zombies could kill so many villagers at the beginning of the battle. Half an hour later, the battle was over. Han Feng yawned and retracted the silver shuttle and silver wings. In the distance, although there were still a small number of zombies wandering around, they could not affect the village at all. Looking around, bored Han Feng raised his legs and walked towards the village gate. Hey, fireman, can you turn off the engine? Aren't you tired of searching like this? Han Feng looked at Lucia, who was not far away from him and was still using his superpowers, and couldn't help shouting loudly. There is no way, it's too hot. I don't want to either, but I can't stop the fire now. What Han Feng didn't expect was that Lucia's response was a little helpless. Lucia explained before Han Feng could speak, if I turn off the fire, won't I be exposed? If they were all men, it would be fine. But there are also lesbians. Oh yeah. After Lucia finished speaking, Han Feng also reacted. Lucia himself is not afraid of fire, but it doesn't mean that Lucia's clothes are not afraid of it. Once Lucia turns off the fire, then, thinking of this, Han Feng suddenly remembered the zombie craze in the zinc mine a few months ago. Lucia, who was knocked unconscious by a punch from a level 5 zombie, seemed to be dragged back by Tanya with his bare bottom. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? Seeing Han Feng's sudden laughter, Lucia was confused and embarrassed. Tanya. Ha ha ha. Looking at Tanya, Han Feng laughed out of breath. Go back to the village and bring Lucia a set of clothes. Ha ha. Han Feng gave instructions, with a black line expression on Tanya's face. Oh! Wait a minute. In response to Han Feng, Tanya turned and shouted in the direction of the village, Gui Yongxing. Bring out a set of clothes. Okay. A response came from a distance. 5 minutes later, the manager and Gui Yongxing ran over with clothes in their arms. Let's go. Fireman Han Feng took the clothes from Gui Yongxing's arms, and said to Lucia not far away. You guys are still going? Looking at Han Feng's body movements, the manager saw that he was still going 100 meters away, and asked nervously for a moment. Yes. We will be back soon. Okay. Then you two must pay attention to safety. After the manager finished speaking, Han Feng looked at his serious and cautious expression and said, It's just a change of clothes. There's no need to be so nervous. Right? And hasn't this disaster been resolved? Ha. Good luck to you, good luck to you. After listening to the intriguing answer, Han Feng turned his head and winked at Lucia, indicating that they could go. In this way, Han Feng and Lucia kept a relatively safe distance and walked towards the dark distance. Halfway, Han Feng turned his head and looked behind him and said, All right. Turn off the engine. We have walked so far. Chapter 325. Level 6 Zombies? Who? Puff. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, Lucia extinguished the flames all over his body. Oh my god! It's so cold. The heat wave receded, and Lucia hugged his bare chest and shivered. Put on your clothes quickly. Don't catch a cold without the barrier of the flames. Han Feng trotted over and handed over the clothes in his hand. After taking the clothes, Lucia thanked him. Walking to the side, Han Feng took out his mobile phone and took out a cigarette to light it. It's 9:30. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, Han Feng silently recited the time displayed on his mobile phone. Oh my god! Are you going to take a photo? Suddenly, Lu shout scared Han Feng so much that he almost threw the phone in his hand away. Fuck. Are you sick? Let me see the time. Who has the heart to take a photo of you? Han Feng yelled in a bad mood. When Han Feng saw Lucia frantically pulling up his pants, he couldn't help laughing. Ha ha. Your butt is so white. Giving Han Feng a blank look, Lucia's face turned red. Oh, we are all grown men, why are you still shy? Holding a cigarette in his mouth, Han Feng leaned against the tree trunk and enlightened Lucia. Hey, tell me something. Why is your skin whiter than a girl's? I don't see you using any skincare products. Is it? Han Feng's laughter stopped abruptly when he said this. Because? Han Feng suddenly felt a huge sense of crisis lurking around him. And this feeling is exactly the same as the sense of crisis he felt when he first entered the battlefield. At the same time, Lucia, who was putting on his clothes, also stopped his movements and stood still like Han Feng. Dong dong. Dong dong. At this time, in this quiet and empty place, Han Feng and Lucia could hear each other's heartbeats. 1 second. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 5 seconds passed. Han Feng and Lucia both held their breath. Neither of them moved. Rustle. Suddenly, a discordant sound came. Hearing this noise, Han Feng and Lucia looked at each other. In their eyes, there was a sense of disbelief. Rustle, rustle. The strange sound was getting closer and closer, and Han Feng's premonition of crisis became stronger and stronger. Then you two must pay attention to safety. Ha. I'm giving you good wishes. I'm giving you good wishes. Suddenly, Han Feng remembered the shocked expression of the steward when he and Lucia proposed to leave the village. Could it be that the manager also foresaw that there would be danger? Rustle, rustle. Just as Han Feng was analyzing the manager's words, the strange sound came again. This time, Han Feng turned his neck and looked in the direction of the strange sound. It was a figure. What came into view was a figure wrapped in the night more than 20 meters away. The thin figure and blurred outline made Han Feng unable to quickly distinguish between men and women. But I always feel that it should be unrelated to zombies. Staring at the figure, Han Feng could clearly feel that the sense of crisis in his heart came from this person. Who are you? Han Feng asked without any signs. As soon as Han Feng spoke, Lu Zhi pulled up his pants and quickly put on his coat and the cotton jacket 3 or 5 meters away from his feet. Lu Zhi really didn't have the courage to explore it. Quiet. The figure did not answer Han Feng's question, but just stood there quietly, like a model. Who are you? At this time, Han Feng asked for the second time. Taking advantage of Han Feng's speech, Lu Zhi jogged all the way. He ran to the back of Han Feng and looked at the figure with Han Feng vigilantly. Who are you? 3 seconds later, Han Feng asked the same question again. At the same time, Han Feng's telekinesis gently activated 20 customized weapons, ready to attack at any time. Unfortunately, Han Feng waited and waited. The figure never spoke. Han Feng looked down and found a stone on the ground. He silently said in his heart, telekinesis. Start. Swoosh. The stone on the ground moved with a telekinesis and hit the figure in an instant. Bang. Crash. What Han Feng didn't expect was that the stone was actually smashed and scattered. Fuck. After a subconscious exclamation, Han Feng shouted, telekinesis. Start. Scream. Clang. The silver shuttle and silver wings flew out from Han Feng's waist and stabbed directly at the figure. There was no flying scene. Han Feng just wanted to kill this strange figure quickly. Swoosh. 20 customized weapons, flashing cold light, attacked the figure at the same time. The sounds they made were surprisingly consistent, as if there was only one. This is the improvement in Han Feng's control over each customized weapon after injecting 4 Energy 7 injections. Ding! Ding ding! But the next moment, Han Feng heard the sound of golden swords. 20 customized weapons were like hitting steel plates. No! That's not right. It's not a steel plate. Because even if it is a steel plate, a customized weapon made of tungsten steel can penetrate it a little. In an instant, Han Feng knew that the previous attack had failed. Clang, clang, clang. The next second, Han Feng heard the sound of someone running barefoot. No need to guess. It was Lu Zhi without a doubt. Uh-huh. This kid. Han Feng thought Lu Zhi ran away because he was afraid, and smiled helplessly for a while. But what he didn't expect was that Lu Zhi, who ran to a distance, shouted, burn. Burn you to death. Stupid. Hearing Lu Zhi such a second-year word, Han Feng cursed inwardly. But it didn't affect his inner touch at all. Boom. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, a dazzling flame burst out behind him, and the heat wave followed. Flame Kamehameha. After Lu Zhi shouted, a scorching fire dragon suddenly emerged a few meters to the side of Han Feng and rushed straight towards the figure. With the help of Lu Zhi's light, Han Feng finally saw the figure clearly. Pale face, lifeless eyes, thin and depressed figure, gray and pale skin. Looking at the figure's long hair, Han Feng preliminarily concluded that this was a woman. Zombie? Staring at the figure, Han Feng couldn't believe it. Level 5 zombie? Female level 5 zombie? Impossible. I have fought with level 5 zombies, and know the defense of level 5 zombies. It can't be so strong. Thinking of this, the fire dragon was already roaring and crashing into the figure. The flames were getting closer and closer to the figure. The weird thing is, she didn't even move her eyes, as if it was just a breeze coming towards her. Boom! Boom! The flames finally hit the figure, making bursts of simmering and exploding sounds. Burn you to death? Behind Han Feng, Lu Zhi shouted excitedly, and then asked, Brother Han, are you burned to death? Han Feng stared at the direction of the figure without turning his head. But the slight shaking of his head indicated that he had not. The sense of crisis in his heart lingered all the time. This meant that Lu Zhi's flames did not kill. Huh? The flames dissipated, leaving sparks and flames on the ground. On the dark, scorched earth, the figure was still standing in the same place, and even his posture had not changed at all. But she was not completely unharmed. The long hair on the glossy and shiny head has long disappeared. The clothes she was wearing also turned to ashes in the flames just now. Gulp. Looking at this unique zombie, Han Feng swallowed his saliva subconsciously. It is indeed a woman, but she is infected with the GS virus, and her appearance and body color are different from normal people. Facing this gray alien, Han Feng can't raise any interest. Run. Staring at the zombie, Han Feng's mouth twitched slightly. What? Standing behind Han Feng. Lu Zhi didn't hear clearly. Run! Han Feng shouted. Knowing that he was no match for the enemy, he decided to retreat to the village first. At least, Tanya was there. Huh? Han Feng and Lu Zhi ran towards the village at full speed. It was only 100 meters away. And they returned soon. Didn't you go to change clothes? Why are you back in flames? Seeing Lu Zhi standing outside the village gate, Tanya was a little puzzled. Stop chatting. A strong enemy is coming. Han Feng shouted to Tanya as he entered the village. At the same time, in order to save his face, Lu Zhi did not dare to remove the flames on his body. So he could only reduce his own flames to the minimum, and then enter the village sideways. Although Lu Zhi tried his best to lower his own temperature, it was still over 300 degrees. Tanya heard that a strong enemy had appeared, and immediately climbed up the temporary observation tower in the village. Looking at the direction of the female corpse, Tanya was stunned. The female corpse walked slowly towards the village step by step. It looked like taking a walk. Seeing this, Tanya on the observation tower immediately raised a semi-automatic rifle and pulled the trigger at the female corpse. Duh. A string of bullets shot out, each hitting the chest of the female corpse. But only a burst of sparks flashed. And the female corpse's steps did not stop for a moment. Knowing that the gun was ineffective against her, Tanya threw the gun down and jumped down from the high platform. How is it? Seeing Tanya coming down, Han Feng hurried forward to ask. Not so good, Tanya answered solemnly. Several people stood at the village gate, just watching the approach of the female corpse. Their frowning brows showed that they were thinking about countermeasures. Tens of seconds later, the female corpse stopped more than 20 meters in front of the village gate. The female corpse raised her head, looked at the people behind the village gate, and suddenly raised her arm to point at Han Feng. Then, the female corpse slowly said, You come out. It call me again? Han Feng looked around and asked himself in confusion after confirming that the female corpse's target was him. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng reached out and pushed open the village gate, and stepped out. After walking out of the village gate, Han Feng stood still and looked at the female corpse from a distance. He thought, since it can speak, it means that this guy has a certain IQ. How can we have a peaceful negotiation? Han Feng muttered, frowning and thinking hard. Fight. Defeat me. Ah? Unexpectedly, the female corpse actually spoke first. She made such a request. Defeat? Me? No, otherwise you, all of you, will die. The female corpse uttered words intermittently, forming this sentence. It made Han Feng's back cold and his scalp numb. Chapter 326. 3, 2, 1. Why? These three words lingered in Han Feng's mind. Lingering. Why did it challenge itself? Why did it have to take a fancy to me among thousands of people? Why after the sudden zombie tide, there are still extremely bizarre zombies? Han Feng didn't know what to say to respond to it with a red face. Who will go first? Go first. Not far away. The female corpse opened her mouth and spoke incoherently. Han Feng felt bitter in his heart, thinking that the Silver Shuttle and Silver Wings had already attacked in advance, and Lu Zhi's fire attack, but it didn't work. Now ask who will go first. Is there any need? Even his strongest attack is ineffective. This. 3. The female corpse slightly raised her head and looked at Han Feng with a dull look. She was still counting down in her mouth. 2. His. Hearing the female corpse say 2, Han Feng took a breath. He thought that if he didn't make a move, the female corpse would probably seize the initiative. The first to strike is the strongest. The last to strike will suffer. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Han Feng shouted, Come on! Telekinesis. Start. Howl. Swoosh. Han Feng decided to use the silver wings to attack first. 10 silver wings flew out from his waist in an instant as Han Feng's telekinesis drove them. The silver wings arrived in an instant at a distance of only 20 meters. The sharp blade rotated, flashing with cold light, and the silver wing stabbed straight at the neck of the female corpse. 1. At the moment when Han Feng made his move, the female corpse just read out the last number of the countdown. Whoosh. Looking at the 10 silver wings flying towards her, the female corpse did not dodge, but just waved one hand, blowing out a whoosh sound of wind. Swoosh. Whoosh. As the female corpse waved her arms, 10 stones under her feet flew up and rushed towards the oncoming silver wings. Ding! Ding ding ding! Ding ding! In front of the female corpse. About 3 meters in the air. The silver wings and stones collided with each other. When the silver wing is flying at high speed, any small interference will affect the accuracy of its landing point. Not to mention, such a precise sniper. Swoosh! The hardness of the stone is of course no match for the silver wing made of titanium steel. After the stone is broken, the silver wing still maintains high-speed flight. But the course has been changed. The silver wing closes to the female corpse passed by the left arm of the female corpse, without hurting it at all. This scene really stunned Han Feng. Although he was shocked, Han Feng did not dare to be too distracted in the battle at this time. The telekinesis connected the 10 silver wings, and Han Feng controlled them to turn back behind the female corpse and attack the back of the neck of the female corpse again. Sensing that the silver wing was getting closer and closer to the female corpse, Han Feng raised a winner's smile at the corner of his mouth. I thought, let's see how you can dodge the attack from behind this time. But the next move of the female corpse directly dodged Han Feng's waist. The female corpse just raised her right arm, opened her 5 fingers, and turned into a claw and pressed down in the air. Huh? The dust under the female corpse's feet rolled outward in a radial shape like a donut. At the same time, 10 stones flew up from the female corpse's feet and shot at the silver wing again. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. The silver wing was bounced off by the stone again. Han Feng's 2 attacks were blocked by the female corpse's strange defense. 10 silver wings flew back to Han Feng's side and flew around. 3. Just as Han Feng was preparing to resist the next attack from the female corpse, the female corpse suddenly started to count down inexplicably. 2. Hearing this, Han Feng realized that this was the female corpse giving him a chance. At the life and death moment, Han Feng didn't care about the lady's first convention, only to hear Han Feng shout again, telekinesis. Start. Zheng. Swoosh. This time, Han Feng used the silver shuttle. In the air, 10 silver shuttles flew towards the female corpse. Each silver shuttle corresponds to an important joint of the female corpse. According to Han Feng's idea, as long as the silver shuttle hits the female corpse, it will start the rotation mode. Once the silver shuttle enters the body, it will definitely seal the female corpse's movements. In this way, ding 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 ding, Han Feng's fantasy in his mind has not yet ended, and he heard a series of dense crisp sounds. Oh no! Sensing the failure of the silver shuttle, Han Feng subconsciously exclaimed, swoosh! The silver shuttle returned to Han Feng without success, and flew around with the silver wings. Gulp! Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Han Feng only felt bitter in his mouth. This? How can I fight this? Every attack was intercepted in midair. My moves were clearly felt by it. And the opponent's attack? I don't know yet. It is said that knowing yourself and the enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. But 3. While Han Feng was talking to himself, the female corpse spoke again and recited the countdown again. Again? Looking at the motionless female corpse, Han Feng widened his eyes. 2. The female corpse didn't care about Han Feng's inner struggle and continued to recite the countdown silently. Damn! What's going on? Gritting his teeth, Han Feng squeezed out again. Come! Start! Swoosh! 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 The moment Han Feng finished speaking, 20 customized weapons flew out quickly. Han Feng stared at the female corpse with his eyes fixed, because he knew, if he failed again this time, the next time. Ding ding ding. Ding ding. Ding ding. Reality is ruthless. The female corpse used stones to deflect the course of the custom weapon again. Bang! Bang bang. At this time, Han Feng's clenched teeth were about to break. Helpless, the custom weapon that returned empty-handed had to return to defense again. Staring at the female corpse that had not moved, Han Feng was ready to meet the opponent's attack. Soon. 3. Ah! What on earth are you going to do? Hearing the low kiss like a devil, Han Feng's hard line was about to lose defense. 2. The female corpse ignored it and continued to count down silently. You forced me to do this. With his eyes wide open, Han Feng activated his super speed ability. He approached the female corpse directly. Can't you blow the rocks? Then I will leave you helpless. At this point, Han Feng was only a few steps away from the female corpse. Telekinesis. Imprisonment. These 4 words were almost shouted out by Han Feng. In an instant, telekinesis swept out. He immobilized the female corpse in front of him. Telekinesis. Start for me. Seeing that the imprisonment worked, Han Feng did not dare to waste this precious time. He roared again. Beside him, the silver shuttle and silver wings showed their sharpness. They stabbed at the female corpse at close range. The distance was 2 or 3 meters, and the female corpse was now immobilized. No matter how much Han Feng imagined, he couldn't think of a way for it to escape. But fate is playing tricks on people. A strange scene appeared. The silver shuttle and silver wings were frozen between Han Feng and the female corpse, suspended in the air and kept shaking. Seeing that his weapon was imprisoned in midair, Han Feng was stunned at first, but soon reacted, thinking that his mental power output was not enough. Han Feng screamed in pain, and instantly released a huge amount of mental power, added to each silver shuttle and silver wing, just to quickly kill the female corpse in front of him. The next second, Han Feng was dumbfounded. I saw that the silver shuttle and silver wing did not approach the female corpse, but instead moved closer to him. What? This scene scared Han Feng. This is unprecedented. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng looked away from the female corpse and began to stare at the silver shuttle and silver wings that were slowly moving towards him. No matter how Han Feng drove the custom weapon, there was no improvement. Luna, is there something wrong? Han Feng struggled to maintain the status quo while asking Luna, trying to find out the reason. Report to Captain Han. The combat laboratory has tracked the energy source. According to the display, this energy comes from the female corpse in front of you. Don't talk nonsense. Explain quickly. Silver shuttle and silver wings, why don't you listen? Listening to Luna's nonsense, Han Feng was a little angry. I am now riding a tiger, and it is difficult to get off. And you are still telling me about unknown energy. Report to Captain Han, this energy source is telekinesis. What? After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng was a little confused. Yes, Captain Han. The female corpse in front of you is using the same superpower as you. Telekinesis. Fuck. Are you kidding me? Cursing inwardly, Han Feng stiffened his neck and glared at the female corpse. Damn! Are you stealing my skills? Unfortunately, the female corpse still had the same expressionless expression. After a few seconds, the custom weapon in the air was still shaking. Although it was no longer close to him under the premise of Han Feng's increased telekinesis output, it was just maintaining the status quo. 3. Oh my god! The female corpse spoke, and Han Feng trembled violently. You know, this thing is now imprisoned by me. Why can it still speak? Can telekinesis cancel out telekinesis? Thinking of this, Han Feng flew back. Swoosh. Because the mental power could not take care of both sides perfectly. The moment Han Feng moved, the customized weapon attacked Han Feng. Collect. Staring at the customized weapon in front of him, Han Feng retreated quickly while suppressing these crazy dangerous goods. Boom. When Han Feng tried his best to control the customized weapon, the female corpse suddenly exploded. In an instant, Han Feng regained control of the customized weapon. Looking up, Han Feng saw a huge ball of fire. Tanya? Beside the fire, Han Feng saw Tanya evacuating. At this moment, Han Feng understood. While he was entangled with the female corpse, Tanya touched the back of the other party and attached C4 explosives. Go! Quick! Swoosh! Whoosh! Han Feng's shout had just come out of his mouth, and the female corpse in the fireball suddenly flew out, extended her right hand in the direction of Tanya. At the same time, Han Feng also hurriedly activated the speed superpower, chasing after it. In Han Feng's sight, the female corpse's right hand was in the shape of a hand knife, and the fingertips stabbed straight at the running Tanya. At this speed and angle, Tanya's head will definitely move in 2 seconds at most. But he was still dozens of meters away from the two, and their running speed was so fast that they took off. In such a short time, he couldn't catch up with the two. At this critical moment, Chapter 327, Unfulfilled Wish. In a hurry, Han Feng didn't notice the stone under his feet and tripped accidentally. At the moment when he flew towards the two, Han Feng roared, imprisoned, with his eyes fixed on the female corpse. Han Feng instantly released the limit of his mental output. Before this, Han Feng had been unsure whether the female corpse would be imprisoned by him. But the next second, Good news came. The female corpse's figure paused obviously. And in such a flash, Tanya opened a safe distance from it. Seeing this, Han Feng hurriedly shouted to Tanya, "Run! Run! Don't look back! Hey! Hey!" Boom! The dust was agitated. Han Feng, who was falling from the air, saw that Tanya was safe, and subconsciously smiled. But gravity pulled him down, and he fell heavily to the ground. Due to the huge inertia, Han Feng continued to roll after landing. Boom! Ugh! After a few seconds, Han Feng's body finally hit a hard object and stopped rolling. To make matters worse, the hard object was none other than the calf of the female corpse. This collision really knocked Han Feng unconscious. His right hand subconsciously covered the point where his body hit the hard object just now, and gently rubbed it. Ouch! Ouch! With his eyes closed, Han Feng wailed several times with his teeth bared. At this time, he didn't know what he was about to face. After a while, Han Feng, who was covered in dust, opened his eyes. But he saw the person he least wanted to see in the world. A female corpse. The female corpse squatted beside Han Feng, lowered her head and looked at him. Ah! Seeing the face of the female corpse in front of him, which was more than 10 centimeters long, Han Feng screamed, and then used his hands and feet to roll and crawl back. 3. As Han Feng moved, the female corpse turned her face and continued to count down to Han Feng. It must be said that this female corpse really has martial ethics, and did not sneak attack Han Feng when he was not prepared. Hey! Are you coming again? Stop! I'm afraid of you. Okay. 2. The female corpse ignored Han Feng's horrified face, and continued to count down silently. Can I admit defeat? I admit that I can't beat you. Let's sit down and have a good talk. Okay? I firmly believe that there is nothing that can't be solved by communication. If there is, wouldn't it be solved by talking twice? Why do you have to fight and kill? You have no manners. Right? Han Feng stood up while speaking quickly. 1. Oh my! What's your purpose? Tell me. You know I can't hurt you. Why are you still aggressive? As long as you don't hurt anyone, you can make any other conditions. Okay? As long as I can do it, I will never shake my head. How about it? 0. You're just a nobody. The last number was spoken out by the female corpse. The countdown was over. Gurgle. Staring at the female corpse crouching on the ground, Han Feng's mouth trembled, wondering if it was going to attack. Bang! Whoosh! Suddenly, the female corpse squatting on the ground moved without any warning. I saw it kicking the ground with its legs. 2 deep footprints were stepped on the hard ground, and its body rushed towards him like a cannonball, mixed with the sound of whistling wind. The female corpse's arms naturally fit her thighs. It looked like she wanted to use her head as a spear. At the same time, Han Feng also activated his speed superpower immediately. He moved to the side and avoided the first attack from the female corpse. Fortunately, Han Feng was on guard. Otherwise, he would have been smashed to pieces. The attack missed. The female corpse flew past Han Feng and reacted quickly. After landing, after plowing a ditch several meters away, it ran towards Han Feng again. Come again? Seeing this, Han Feng ran away. While running, Han Feng shouted, "Are you stealing my skills? Are you?" The female corpse following behind Han Feng did not answer. Speak. Can't you speak? Why do you have telekinesis? Speed superpower? At this time, Han Feng also felt very strange. I have seen zombies of all classes, but I have never seen such a strange female corpse. The superpowers it uses are the same as mine, but both telekinesis and speed are not inferior to mine. This is too targeted at me. Right? The female corpse still didn't speak, but her speed slowly increased. Damn it! Han Feng was helpless because the female corpse didn't express her opinion. After cursing inwardly, he could only tap into his own potential. Otherwise at this speed, he would definitely be caught. Pursing his lips, Han Feng swung his legs frantically, trying to distance himself from the female corpse. Telekinesis. Han Feng, who was running, closed his mouth as soon as he spoke. At this moment, Han Feng wanted to attack the female corpse with a customized weapon. But he changed his mind. Forget it. You know, the female corpse also has telekinetic powers. If he fails to steal the chicken and loses the rice, wouldn't it be a big loss? Just when Han Feng gave up the idea of attacking with the silver shuttle and silver wings, he found that the female corpse was several meters closer to him. Now, the distance between the two is less than 2 meters. It's really a race with death. Hey! Sister! Stop chasing me. Okay. Seeing the female corpse getting closer and closer, Han Feng collapsed. At this speed, it's only a matter of time before he is caught by the female corpse. Sister! Please! I really beg you. At this moment, seeing the female corpse getting closer and closer, Han Feng was so anxious that he almost cried. No matter how he accelerated, the female corpse continued to approach. Sister! What do you like about me? I'll change. Please! Stop chasing me. If you keep chasing me, I'll really catch up with you. After begging for mercy, Han Feng, who was busy, turned his head and looked behind him. At this time, the female corpse had already stretched out her right hand, just a few centimeters behind her. Please tell me the truth. What do you want? Is it me? Ugh. Before Han Feng finished speaking, the female corpse's hand had already grabbed the back of Han Feng's neck, being lifted up by a powerful force. Han Feng's feet were instantly off the ground. His feet and heart felt cold at the same time. Fuck. No way. I'm not going to die like this. Am I? While Han Feng was daydreaming, the female corpse holding Han Feng slowly began to slow down. After a few seconds, the female corpse stopped. In its hands, it was holding Han Feng, who was dozens of centimeters taller than itself. Didn't kill me? I'm still alive? This was Han Feng's first thought. Hey. Hey. I knew you definitely wouldn't. Bang. A muffled sound came out the next moment. While Han Feng was smiling apologetically, the female corpse kicked Han Feng on the back. At the same time, she released her right hand that was holding Han Feng's neck. Huh? A human cannonball flew out of the female corpse's hand, flying dozens of meters straight, heading towards the depths of the woods. Boom. Gulp. Gulp gulp. Han Feng hit the tree, bounced to the ground and kept rolling. Puff. As Han Feng rolled, a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs spurted out of his mouth, staining the passing snow. Swoosh. The female corpse instantly appeared beside Han Feng, stepped on Han Feng, and stopped Han Feng from rolling. Cough. Cough cough. Han Feng stopped rolling, and felt as if all the bones in his body were broken, and his whole body was burning with pain. The broken meat stuck in his throat stimulated him to cough. While coughing, Han Feng felt the damage to his internal organs, as if they were all twisted together. Reporting to Captain Han, the system has detected that your body has been severely injured. Injury site: skull comminuted fracture. All ribs comminuted fracture. Both arms comminuted fracture. Spine fracture. Severe heart function decline. Severe spleen rupture. You didn't defeat me. I won. At this time, the voice of the female corpse and the voice of Luna in Han Feng's mind sounded at the same time. But to Han Feng, they were all buzzing. After the female corpse finished speaking, she removed her feet from Han Feng's body and slowly squatted down, grabbing Han Feng's hair. The female corpse lifted Han Feng up and continued, the price of doing is they all are going to die. Comminuted fracture. Severe liver damage. A total of 12 fatal injuries. According to the system's preliminary test report, your health value is as low as 2.8%. The system predicts your life will end in 3 minutes and 13 seconds. Luna's choking voice and the intermittent voice of the female corpse kept echoing in Han Feng's ears. At this moment, Han Feng's mouth was dripping with blood, vertically connected to the ground. Seriously injured. He didn't even have the strength to swallow his saliva. After the female corpse finished speaking, she let go of the hand holding Han Feng's hair. Puff. Han Feng's face fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. At this time, Han Feng could only turn his eyes and look at the feet of the female corpse leaving. The female corpse left at a very fast speed, leaving the dying Han Feng lying alone on the cold ground. Han Feng's eyes began to blur. According to the calculation of the system, he still had more than a minute to live. Will it not kill me? That's right, I'm going to die soon. What about the villagers? Will they be slaughtered by it? It's really funny. Really funny. It just kicked me. Will Tanya avenge me? Forget it. Tanya was almost killed by it. Wei Yun. Why do I feel sorry for her? If there is a next life, I must be with Wei Yun. Her cooking is so delicious, Fox. I hope she can grow up safely and happily. Lin Lan. I may not be able to find the reason for your betrayal. Oh my gosh. The red alert game I saved is not over yet. Lying on the ground, Han Feng randomly recalled his unfulfilled wish. Sometimes smiling, sometimes sad and distressed. Why am I not dead yet? Blinking his eyes, Han Feng was a little puzzled. Is it because the time has not come yet? Can I still save myself? Haha, I am still a virgin in this life. So embarrassing. Thinking of this, Han Feng's mouth trembled slightly. And he said vaguely, it's so embarrassing. After saying that, Han Feng closed his eyes. Chapter 328, Bite. Xiao Han. Help me get the file. Standing in front of the bright window, Han Feng heard the voice of the supervisor behind him. Seeing that Han Feng did not move, the supervisor raised his voice and repeated, Xiao Han. Help me get the file. Suddenly, Han Feng woke up with a shudder. Looking at the street view outside the window, Han Feng frowned. Han Feng muttered in a daze, and his eyes were full of doubts. Hey, what's wrong with you? Didn't I just scold you yesterday? Why are you so weak at such a young age? He called Han Feng twice, but got no response. The high and mighty supervisor couldn't help but walk behind Han Feng and patted him on the shoulder. Ah? Han Feng didn't react until he felt the pat on his shoulder. I feel a little uncomfortable. I'm going home first. Turning around, Han Feng casually said something, then walked around the supervisor and walked away. Hey! Did I approve your leave? Come back. I'm talking to you. Did I let you go? TSK, the quality of young people nowadays is really bad. If you don't want to work, just say it. Don't occupy the toilet without doing shit. After entering the society, you really think? Han Feng listened to the roar of the supervisor behind him, pursed his lips, and did not reply, but quickened his pace to leave. Walking to the lobby on the first floor of the company, Han Feng saw the receptionist, who was playing with her phone. Haha, Mom. Don't worry, my brother and I are fine here. Oh, we are not short of money. I will get paid soon. Hearing the familiar voice, Han Feng involuntarily walked a few steps towards the receptionist. Wei Yun. Looking at the badge on the chest of the receptionist, Han Feng muttered, Hello. Do you need any help? Ah? Seeing the beautiful lady at the front desk talking to him, Han Feng stepped back like a frightened cat. Looking at the girl's eyes, Han Feng read surprise, contempt, and other information. Yes. Who made him stare at her breasts for so long? No. Nothing. Having said this in a panic, Han Feng turned around and ran outside. Standing on the street, Han Feng frowned and looked around. The next second, Han Feng held his head with both hands and squatted down. In his mouth, I kept repeating, Ding! Ding ding! You want to die? Are you squatting on the street to commit suicide? Get out! Ah! Sorry! Sorry! Hearing the scolding of the strange man in the car, Han Feng hurriedly stood up, apologized repeatedly, and moved to the side. Watching the car leave, Han Feng stood there blankly. Look up at the blue sky. Close your eyes and feel the summer heat and breeze. What's wrong with me? At this time, Han Feng was extremely puzzled. I always feel that something happened, but I can't remember it. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. In the trouser pocket, the mobile phone suddenly rang. Hello? Take out the mobile phone and press the connect button. Hello, it's me. Your dad. Get lost. I'm annoyed. Han Feng responded unhappily when he heard Lu Rui's annoying voice on the phone. Haha, after a loud laugh, Lu Rui continued, I want to tell you something serious. Are you free tonight? What? Hey, let's go. There's a new bar near my house. It just opened today. According to the promotion, they're going to hold a singles party today. I've even called the girls. Come and have fun. No. No. I know you don't drink. I prepared Coke for you. No. No. You just broke up with your partner, and you're still thinking about having fun. Hang up. After that, Han Feng hung up the phone and put it back in his pocket. But within a few seconds, the phone rang again. Seeing that the caller ID was Lu Rui, Han Feng turned off the phone directly. Walking on the extremely familiar streets, Han Feng had an indescribable feeling in his heart. What was the name of Lu Rui's ex-girlfriend? There was no logic at all. Han Feng actually thought about this irrelevant question. Suddenly, Han Feng stopped. His breathing began to quicken. His pupils began to shrink. What's her name? Han Feng growled in the confused crowd. Forgot. What did I eat for breakfast this morning? Seeing that he couldn't answer the previous question, Han Feng changed to a simpler one. Steamed buns? No. It's noodles. It doesn't seem to be pancakes? Hey! Dad is here to see you. When Han Feng was dizzy, Lu Rui's voice came from the road beside him. Looking at the luxury car beside him, Han Feng narrowed his eyes. Are you off work? Why are you here? Oh, it's not important, get in the car. Go to my house first. Just like that. Han Feng got in the car in a daze. After more than half an hour, Han Feng arrived at Lu Rui's villa. I'll go upstairs to change clothes and take a shower. You'll go later. After saying this, Lu Rui took 2 steps at a time and went upstairs. Han Feng looked up and saw Lu Rui on the 2nd floor twisting the door handle of the bedroom. Don't open it. It's dangerous. Without any warning, Han Feng suddenly shouted, Ah! The frightened Lu Rui jumped up on the spot, then patted his chest and cursed, Damn! Are you sick? You scared me to death. It's dangerous. What danger? Yes, what danger? Under Lu Rui's question, Han Feng was stunned. Damn it! What on earth did I forget? Ah! Holding his head, Han Feng knelt on the ground in pain, slapping his head frantically. Xiao Feng. Don't do this. Seeing Han Feng in so much pain, Lu Rui's nanny quickly stepped forward and pulled Han Feng's arm, because Han Feng often went in and out of Lu Rui's house. Lu Rui's nanny knew Han Feng. Hey! Don't scare me. What's wrong with you? At this time, Lu Rui hurried downstairs and asked, What's your ex-girlfriend's name? What Lu Rui didn't expect was that Han Feng actually asked this question. Yan Lu. What's wrong? What did I eat this morning? Seeing that Han Feng's questions were more bizarre than the other, Lu Rui raised his hand and touched Han Feng's forehead and said, Where do you feel uncomfortable? Tell me. Let's go to the hospital for treatment. I'll pay for the expenses. Don't scare Dad. Okay. Answer me. What did I eat this morning? Pushing Lu Rui's hand away, Han Feng repeated, Dough sticks and soy milk. How did you know? Looking at Han Feng's horrified and confused expression, Lu Rui silently took out his mobile phone, opened the circle of friends and said, Look for yourself. Taking the phone, Han Feng saw the circle of friends he posted this morning. The dough sticks are as dry as a stick. How much water is added to the soy milk? Bah. Never again. After this text, there was also a picture of a half-eaten dough stick and half a bowl of soy milk. Are you still not out of the shadow of your last relationship? Looking at the stunned Han Feng, Lu Rui whispered, My ex-girlfriend? Yeah. But don't be too sad. You will definitely find someone better. Believe me, let's get up first. I'll get you a Coke. Wait for me. What's my ex-girlfriend's name? His. Han Feng ignored Lu Rui's horrified expression and asked, What date is today? Seeing Lu Rui didn't speak, Han Feng looked at the phone in his hand again. June 13th? June 13th. Staring at the date displayed on the phone, Han Feng kept muttering, Let's go to the hospital first. Come on. Get up, Lu Rui said, pretending to lift Han Feng from the ground. Run. The farther the better. Han Feng, who had just stood up, suddenly thought of something and yelled at Lu Rui frantically. Okay. Run. Let's run now. Okay? Oh. Don't disbelieve me. It's really dangerous. Really? What danger? It's just. At this point, Han Feng was stunned. A feeling of being unable to say something made Han Feng collapse. Duh. Boom, boom, boom. Bang. Bang, bang. Why don't you die? Go to hell. In the moment when Han Feng was in a trance, bursts of gunfire, explosions, sniping, and his own roar suddenly rang in his mind. Did you hear it? After waking up, Han Feng hugged Lu Rui's arms and asked while shaking him, What did you hear? There's going to be a war. There's going to be a war. War. Yes. There's going to be a war. War. Han Feng was like crazy, wanting to escape from here, escape from this city, this country, Auntie! Call an ambulance. This guy is really crazy. Seeing Han Feng's crazy struggle, Lu Rui frowned and shouted to the ant behind him. Okay. 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 The nanny responded and took out her mobile phone to call the emergency number. And her steps were still slowly retreating, as if she was afraid that Han Feng would snatch the phone. Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier. Come on. Come on. Hearing Han Feng shouting a strange name, Lu Rui asked, Who is Winter Soldier? Yeah. Who is Winter Soldier? Why did I shout out his name? While thinking, Han Feng's sight shifted to the distance. Roar! While Han Feng frowned and thought hard, Lu Rui, who was holding him, suddenly became weird. The corners of his bleeding mouth left thick blood like syrup, and his eyes were as empty as dead fish eyes. There were countless bite marks on Lu Rui's body and legs. He was hanging with a pile of mincemeat, holding himself tightly. It hurt. This is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that Lu Rui actually wanted to bite himself. Ah! The frightened Han Feng screamed. Then he swung his body wildly, trying to get rid of Lu Rui's control. After holding on for a few seconds, Han Feng finally got out. But his finger was accidentally bitten by Lu Rui, and it was bleeding. Don't come over. Don't come over. Han Feng turned around and ran out, and kept shouting back. Chapter 329, Infection. Holding his bitten palm, Han Feng quickly escaped from Lu Rui's villa. As soon as he got outside, Han Feng suddenly breaks. At this moment, in his sight, there are dilapidated scenes everywhere. The high-end community that was green and lush 10 minutes ago is now a miserable scene like hell on earth. The luxury car next to him is covered with blood stains, and looking inside through the dilapidated windshield, there is a twisted figure inside. And next to him, there is a mess. The breeze blows the scraps of paper on the ground to roll back and forth, and the roars from afar are all in his ears. Zombies. Zombies. They are zombies. Suddenly, Han Feng's eyes widened. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. He remembered. The sounds of firing and explosions echoing in his mind were not a war at all. They were zombies. Wei Yun. Xiao Peng. Han Feng regained some of his sanity, and muttered subconsciously. Luna. Scan the surroundings? Quick. Han Feng bent down and shuttled through the community, while contacting Luna in his mind. Luna? Luna? Are you there? Luna. Answer back. Luna. I command you. Answer back. Answer back quickly. Unfortunately, no matter how Han Feng called Luna, there was no response in his mind. System. Summon sniper. Quick. Seeing that there was no hope of contacting Luna, Han Feng turned to the system. System? Summon sniper. Confirm. There was still no response in his mind. It was as if the red alert system that had been with him for half a year did not exist at all. Who? After running less than 100 meters, Han Feng felt a sharp pain in his chest. As a last resort, Han Feng could only find a hidden corner and squat down to rest for a while. What's wrong with me? Why am I so tired after such a short distance? Han Feng asked himself in confusion. Panting, Han Feng, who couldn't find the answer, looked around randomly. When Han Feng saw the stone at his feet. Telekinesis. Start. Fuck. Seeing that the stone was unmoved, Han Feng was anxious. He didn't dare to yell too loudly, because he was afraid of attracting deadly zombies. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng forced himself to take a deep breath. He knew that he was in a mess now. After forcing himself to calm down, Han Feng began to think. How did I come to this world? I remember that I was dead. Why did I reborn in this world? After a few seconds of silence, Han Feng, who couldn't find the answer, clenched his fists and smashed them on the ground angrily. Hiss, it hurts. The 2 punches caused Han Feng's injured palm to hurt violently. After mumbling, Han Feng looked at the bite marks on his palm and suddenly realized a problem. That is, he could feel the pain. This means this is not a dream. It's reality. How could this happen? Why? Han Feng changed from squatting to kneeling, and asked himself this unanswerable question again. Hey! That's right. Suddenly, Han Feng thought of a possibility. The next second, Han Feng closed his eyes and shouted frantically in his mind, James! James! Can you hear me? Han Feng knew that his connection with James ignored the constraints of distance. Even if he was in some bullshit parallel universe. As long as there was a distance unit, his communication with the spy would be unimpeded. James? James Devon? Spy? Please reply if you hear me. Han Feng's voice became smaller and smaller until he disappeared. Han Feng, who had given up hope, sat down again, not caring about the dust on the ground. Han Feng suddenly sneered softly, looking at his injured palm with lifeless eyes. After laughing, Han Feng continued to talk to himself. I can't believe that after fighting zombies for half a year, I can't avoid the infection. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Feng hugged his head with both hands and tore his hair in pain. I don't want to become a zombie. I don't want to. The barefoot are not afraid of the ones wearing shoes. At this time, Han Feng, who knew that he had no hope of recovery, let out a desperate cry. Dong dong. Dong dong. Era. A few seconds later, Han Feng, who was crying desperately, felt a pain in his heart. At the same time, the tingling and dizziness in his brain made him unable to breathe. Why did the problems of the heart and brain interfere with the respiratory system? Han Feng didn't have time to think about this question. At this time, all his thoughts were on experiencing the intersection of turning into a zombie. Han Feng's eyes began to become dry and lifeless. His skin began to become gray and rough. Has it started? Am I going to die again? Feeling the strangeness all over his body, Han Feng closed his eyes and left his last words. 2 minutes later, Han Feng opened his eyes and looked at the rough and gray hands supporting the ground in front of him. Ah! Roar! Boom! Han Feng was about to speak, but he let out a harsh and unpleasant roar. Han Feng, startled by his own voice, fell to the side and made a loud muffled sound. Ah! Roar! Han Feng, lying on the ground, spoke again. The result of the experiment was, he could no longer speak at this time, and could only make this unpleasant roar. I'm going to. What's going on? Don't zombies have thoughts and ideas? Why can't I still think about the meaning of my existence now? Is it because I am a traveler, so I enjoy unique treatment? It shouldn't be. At this time, Han Feng had a lot of thoughts in his mind. Each one was a difficult problem that he couldn't solve. Frowning, Han Feng hardly got up. After trying to walk 2 steps, Han Feng found that his body was extremely heavy. He couldn't move as flexibly as before. Pursing his lips, Han Feng moved his hands and tried to touch his skin. He pinched his arm by the way. It doesn't hurt, not at all. No. I don't feel anything. No matter how hard I try. I can't feel any pain. Damn, this is going to be fun. I thought one death and all. Unexpectedly. Roar. When Han Feng was stunned, he suddenly heard the roar of a zombie a few meters behind him. Frightened by the roar, Han Feng hurriedly slowly turned around. Just when he was about to run away, he suddenly thought, I am also a zombie now. I am so scared. Thinking of this, Han Feng retracted his legs and turned around to walk towards the zombie. Bang! Han Feng walked up to the zombie and slapped it hard. He found that the other party had no intention of attacking him at all. Then, Han Feng poked the other party with his hand. Hey, no reaction. Haha, I can't believe that I can still coexist with zombies so peacefully. Thinking of this, Han Feng was actually a little lucky. Leaving the zombies, Han Feng dragged his heavy body and wandered on the street. As he walked, Han Feng thought, now that Lu Rui is dead, I have become a zombie. And even the date of the zombie outbreak has been advanced by 1 day. Everything is out of the original script. What about Wei Yun and Xiao Peng? Will they also become zombies? Thinking of this, Han Feng raised his head and looked in the direction of his company. Thinking, no! I have to find them. Then, Han Feng quickened his pace, heading towards Wei Yun. Half an hour later, under the scorching sun, Han Feng walked 200 or 300 meters in half an hour. At this speed, even if he walked to the company, it would take a long time. Looking at the original starting point behind him, Han Feng was a little disappointed, wondering why Lu Rui had to live in the deserted suburbs. Can't he be closer to the city center? Going at his own snail speed, it would take at least several days to reach the company. Besides, even if he really got to the company, Wei Yun would have been dead long ago. Han Feng firmly didn't believe that Wei Yun could enjoy his treatment. Standing there, Han Feng began to think. Wei Yun is too far away from her. She wants to find her brother. Wei Peng is near this community. A few seconds later, Han Feng, who had sorted out his thoughts, decided to find Wei Peng first. As long as he finds Wei Peng, he can find his sister Wei Yun. He did it right away. After slightly determining the direction, Han Feng began to turn and head towards the University of Science and Technology. Walking on the road, Han Feng thought that now that he is a zombie body, can he find the answer to the mother body? Yes. I am a zombie. According to my understanding of zombies in my previous life, low-level zombies will have some kind of connection with high-level zombies. As long as there is a connection, I can find them one by one, until I find the mother body. Thinking of this, Han Feng suddenly felt that becoming a zombie didn't seem so uncomfortable. Standing still, closing his eyes, Han Feng still concentrated on searching for that inexplicable feeling. After a few seconds, Han Feng, who felt nothing, opened his eyes again. He thought, why can't I find the connection with the high-level zombies? Is it because I have thoughts? Or, I am not from this world, so I can't sense high-level zombies? After thinking for a few seconds, Han Feng smiled bitterly. He thought, hey, I'm so stupid. This fucking zombie outbreak just lasted 2 hours. There are no high-level zombies yet. What the hell am I trying to scare myself? After thinking it through, Han Feng set off again. This walk lasted for several hours, until dark. The gate of the University of Science and Technology appeared in front of him. Fortunately, this body is tireless. If it were a normal person, it would have failed halfway through. Entering the campus, Han Feng looked up at the teaching building and was dumbfounded. Wei Peng. Which building is he in? What major is he studying? Which floor? Which classroom? I don't know. If I had known earlier, I would have asked this kid. At this time, Han Feng regretted it a little. Standing in the school, Han Feng pondered and kept recalling the scene when he first met Wei Peng, trying to find some clues. My brother was learning technology in the workshop at that time, and he happened to have a wireless air nail gun. Chapter 330. I'm just sitting around doing nothing. After pondering for a few minutes, Han Feng finally recalled what his sister had said when he first met Wei Peng. Air nail gun? Han Feng muttered thoughtfully, and was in a dilemma. What skills do I need to use an air nail gun? Except for carpentry. Han Feng couldn't think of any other majors. Pursing his lips, Han Feng said with contempt in his heart, haha, what era is this? There is no carpentry major in the school. Looking at the huge campus, it is really not easy to find a living person, especially now that he is dragging such a heavy body. There is definitely no hope in the short term. There was no other way. Han Feng could only think while walking. Although history had changed, at least he still had a script in his mind for reference. Half an hour later, Han Feng, who had only found 3 or 5 classrooms, decided to give up the search. Arriving at the side of the road, Han Feng waited quietly, because when he was looking for Wei Peng just now, Han Feng suddenly remembered that Wei Yun had found his brother in the middle of the night, and she had been driving around in her car all night. With cars, at night, there must be lights. There are sounds. As long as he stood on the road and waited, he would definitely see the 2 siblings. With a faith in his heart, Han Feng stood there, intending to harden his fight. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. Except for the emergency lights and the lights that automatically lit up on the roadside. There was no other light source. After 2 hours, Han Feng slowly squatted down. Patting his head, Han Feng smiled bitterly. I thought, I am really sick. When the zombies broke out, Wei Yun was in the small warehouse of the supermarket opposite the company. With her, there was also the zombie boss. After so long, Wei Yun is definitely finished. Once she dies, who will look for her brother? Thinking about it, Han Feng got up and walked towards the canteen in the school. Pushing open the half-closed door of the store, Han Feng expertly found a box under the counter, which was full of cigarettes. After unpacking the cigarettes, Han Feng picked up a lighter. Just like that, a zombie, holding a cigarette, was walking on the street at an extremely slow speed. Under the streetlight, Han Feng's slender figure was drawn. At this time, Han Feng was thinking in his heart, Wei Yun can't be saved now. The chance of survival is too low. Lu Rui doesn't need to be saved. This guy transformed earlier than me. Wei Peng? It seems that Wei Peng doesn't need to worry. This kid awakened the super speed ability when the zombies broke out. So, there is only one team member left. That is Hoo-Hoo. Back then, Hoo-Hoo had persisted in the classroom for 14 days and nights. Until he was rescued. More than 10 days is enough for him to get there. Thinking of Hoo-Hoo's cute little face, Han Feng gritted his teeth and made up his mind. I was able to save her last time, so I can do it this time. After sorting out his thoughts, Han Feng once again embarked on a rescue journey. On the way to the elementary school, Han Feng did not think about borrowing a car to travel. But the inability to move his limbs and the stiff movements forced Han Feng to give up this quick way. There was no other way. Han Feng could only rely on the most primitive means of transportation. His legs. 1 day later, Han Feng had walked several kilometers. According to his understanding of the route, he was still 2 or 3 kilometers away from the school. I couldn't believe that I was walking so fast, which was much shorter than the estimated number of days. Thinking that he would see Hoo-Hoo soon, Han Feng's mood also became much better. But what Han Feng didn't notice was that his movements were much more sensitive than before. At this moment, a day and a half had passed since the zombie outbreak. Because zombies don't need to breathe and their skin becomes dry and rough. They retain the original water in their bodies to the maximum extent. This also led to Han Feng, who had not eaten a drop of water or a grain of rice for 2 days, not feeling hungry or thirsty. When the sun rose, Han Feng stood at the gate of the primary school. Since he had led the team into the school, he knew the location of Hoo-Hoo's classroom. But there was a problem that stopped Han Feng. That was the sliding electric door at the entrance of the primary school campus. Touching the metal retractable door, Han Feng frowned, thinking, in the past, I could run over the roadblock with a few steps. How can I get over it now? Looking back and looking around, Han Feng tried to find something to tip so that he could get over the retractable door. But after searching for a long time, Han Feng didn't even see a brick and was desperate. Han Feng had no choice but to raise his arms and try to support his body. What he didn't expect was that he was quite strong. After turning into a zombie, he could support himself effortlessly. Then he raised his right leg, placed it on the retractable door, and rolled over. And Han Feng stood steadily in the campus. When Han Feng stood in the school, he was stunned. Just now, his movements seemed to be a lot lighter than when he first became a zombie. Thinking of this, Han Feng looked down at his hands. Fist. Open. Fist. Open. Fist. After opening and closing his palms several times, Han Feng guessed that he should have evolved into a second-level zombie. In order to confirm his own situation, Han Feng tried to do a few squats, running, and push-ups. After a lot of tossing and turning, Han Feng was sure that his actions were no different from those of ordinary people. He had indeed evolved. Roar. Han Feng, who wanted to laugh a few times, opened his mouth and made this unpleasant roar again. Pursing his lips, Han Feng sorted out his mood and turned to walk towards the teaching building. Passing through zombies one after another, Han Feng couldn't help feeling nauseous. Of course, the feeling of nausea was just a manifestation of Han Feng's subjective consciousness. In fact, Han Feng couldn't feel anything at all. Going up to the 3rd floor of the teaching building, Han Feng walked towards the classroom according to his memory. Door. Why is it open? When Han Feng saw that the door that closed Hoo-Hoo was now open, his heart suddenly clicked. Raising his legs, Han Feng trotted all the way. As soon as he entered the classroom, Han Feng was stunned. There were more than 10 zombies wandering in this classroom. In this environment, Hoo-Hoo must not survive. Thinking of this, Han Feng was relieved. Yes. Logically, the zombie virus should have broken out at 10 o'clock this morning. But in this world, the zombie virus broke out yesterday. The school's yesterday's courses must be different from today's courses. Damn. Another one died. While mourning Hoo-Hoo in his heart, Han Feng did not feel too sad. Because he knew that Hoo-Hoo was growing up healthily and vigorously in another time and space after the rescue plan was completely collapsed. Han Feng found a stool and sat down. Looking at the dark and terrifying classroom, Han Feng casually took out a cigarette from his pocket. Although he could no longer feel the stimulation brought by nicotine, at least at this time, smoking a cigarette could distinguish himself from other zombies. By the way, it could also relieve boredom. After smoking, Han Feng put out the cigarette, but after getting up, Han Feng began to think. What should he do next? Time flies, and it's already a week later. At this time, Han Feng's movements can be described as a gust of wind. Yes, he successfully evolved to a level 3 zombie. Although he didn't understand the mechanism of zombie evolution, Han Feng didn't mind having a faster speed. After becoming a level 3 zombie, Han Feng could already summon level 1 and 2 zombies with a special sound. Sometimes, Han Feng, who was bored, would even summon 2 groups of little brothers to watch them fight each other. But more often, Han Feng would look for surviving humans, hiding in the dark. He would also disperse the zombies around the survivors. Until half a month later. Roar! As usual, Han Feng, who was traveling through the city, suddenly felt itchy all over his body. This intense itching made Han Feng roar unpleasantly. In order to relieve the itching, Han Feng kept scratching his body. Is this going to evolve? Seeing that the skin wounds he scratched began to become thicker, Han Feng realized he might be promoted to a level 4 zombie soon. This evolution is extremely long. I don't know how long it took. And the exhausted Han Feng closed his eyes. This is not sleepiness. It's more like hibernation. When Han Feng opened his eyes again, he could clearly feel his own great power. With his strong arms supporting his body, Han Feng began to look at himself. You know what, I thought the level 4 zombies were ugly at first. But now, they look pretty powerful. Bang! Bang! Han Feng was in a playful mood for a while, and kept punching the wall with his fists. The huge power allowed him to knock down a wall with 3 punches. But at this time, Han Feng's legs became a little short. Although the strength increased a lot, his movements were restricted to the greatest extent. It's okay anyway. They will evolve into level 5 zombies. Level 6 zombies. Looking at the short legs, Han Feng comforted himself in his heart. After playing, Han Feng closed his eyes and began to look for that kind of induction in the dark. This is what Han Feng must do every day after he evolves. He wants to find zombies of higher levels. Unfortunately, today is the same as usual, and he can't feel anything. Sitting on the ruins, Han Feng had to think about a question. Can zombies only sense zombies of lower levels than themselves? Can't they sense zombies of higher levels than themselves? What a guess. I don't even understand the evolution mechanism of zombies now, let alone such mysterious things. Playing with the stone, Han Feng began to imagine. How strong will he be after he evolves to a level 6 zombie, you know? In his previous life, he was kicked to death by a level 6 zombie. Thinking of this, Han Feng's depression rose again. The next second, Han Feng propped himself up, opened his mouth, and sent out a summoning sound wave. A few minutes later, countless zombies gathered around Han Feng. Come on, line up. Come one by one. While sending out sound waves, Han Feng thought to himself. Sitting on the steps, Han Feng punched a little cutie to death. Of course, including the 3rd level zombies. Anyway, he is now extremely strong, and he doesn't know how to get tired. Just think of it as revenge. It's raining. Beat the children, I'm free anyway. Chapter 331, The Man Carrying the Car. Every 15 minutes, Han Feng asked the living zombies to clean up the piled up corpses. During this time, Han Feng also took a break. From dusk to dawn, Han Feng had lost count of how many zombies he had killed. When Han Feng stood up facing the sun, he found that there were zombie corpses all around him. Looking at the zombies waiting to die in front of him, Han Feng couldn't help but sigh. I really can't kill them all. Shaking off the scraps of meat on his hands, Han Feng strolled on the street as usual to see if he could save the living survivors. Unfortunately, maybe I'm moving too slowly now, so I didn't see any survivors all day. At night, Han Feng, holding a cigarette, found a step to sit down, and began to summon zombies. Just like yesterday, he began to mechanically hammer the zombies lined up. 3 hours later, ding 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 ding, on the roadside, a series of power outages sounded one after another, and the whole street fell into a dead silence in an instant. Power outage? Han Feng muttered subconsciously, holding up his bloody fist. His eyes returned to the zombies in front of him, and Han Feng began to recall. According to the original world, at the current time point, I should be in prison, and the next day after the power outage, I will take the engineers to the nuclear power plant. Damn! The nuclear power plant is going to explode. Thinking of this, Han Feng immediately stood up. In 2 days, the nuclear power plant will melt and explode, and it cannot be saved. If you want to survive, You must escape from here at least 200 kilometers to HS. What to do? With this body? I can't run dozens of kilometers in 2 days. If it were a level 3 zombie, it would be fine. But the bad thing is that I upgraded last night. Roar! Just as Han Feng was thinking about how to escape, a rough roar suddenly came from the darkness not far away. Hearing the sound, Han Feng easily determined that this was the unique cry of a level 4 zombie. Just in time. Killing low-level zombies is boring. Let me fight you with this body. Turning around, Han Feng approached. Anyway, he couldn't run away, so he might as well ruthlessly kill some high-level zombies during this period. In this way, it wouldn't be a waste of his life in this world. He did it right away. After walking for 2 minutes, Han Feng finally saw another level 4 zombie on the dark street. The other party also discovered him, but it only approached a few steps and turned around and ignored him. With his fists raised, Han Feng walked to the side of the level 4 zombie. At this angle, Han Feng's fist could only reach the opponent's shoulder, and could not reach its head protected by its shoulders. There was no choice. Han Feng could only take a few steps forward and stand in front of the opponent. Seeing Han Feng, the level 4 zombie was obviously stunned, and seemed to be thinking. Bang! Han Feng didn't talk about martial ethics with it. Seeing that the level 4 zombie was not prepared, the door was wide open. He punched it directly in the face. At the moment of contact between the fist and the face, in addition to the muffled sound, Han Feng also clearly heard the sound of the opponent's bones breaking. You know, he is now a level 4 zombie. The power of a punch can bend the titanium steel skeleton of the Terminator, not to mention its defenseless face. Bang! The level 4 zombie that was attacked flew back several meters, and its back hit the ground heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. Without giving the opponent time to react, Han Feng rushed forward, riding on the level 4 zombie. He punched left and right in turn, take advantage of his weakness to kill him. Han Feng understood this simple truth. After a dozen punches, the head of the level 4 zombie was like a watermelon, and it was blown to pieces. Dead already? Sitting on the body of the level 4 zombie, Han Feng looked at the motionless, dead body and thought. Little did he know, when Han Feng's first punch was thrown, the level 4 zombie only had half a breath left, and with the continuous bombardment that followed, the level 4 zombie had no time to react. TSK, I really thought we were evenly matched. After secretly mocking himself, Han Feng slowly stood up and patted the mincemeat on his hands. Roar! Han Feng, who was still unsatisfied, raised his head and roared to the sky to vent his depression. Then, Han Feng summoned zombies again and started a boring and busy night. The next morning, the sun was already shining brightly. Han Feng, who knew he was not moving fast, still repeated the hammering in his hand. There was still a day and a half before the nuclear power plant melted down. The 2 words saving people are meaningless now. At this time, Han Feng had maintained a high-intensity killing speed for 12 hours. Ugh! Suddenly, Han Feng stopped his hand movements with a slight roar, and stared straight ahead, because he felt something strange in his body. Is it going to evolve again? How could it be so fast? Feeling the power in his body ready to burst out, Han Feng thought in surprise. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, the originally gentle rising power suddenly became violent. The pain of the body tearing apart made Han Feng roar. In Han Feng's body, it was like a battlefield. The powerful energies collided, confronted, and increased. Han Feng thought while enduring the severe pain all over his body. From a level 3 zombie to a level 4 zombie, the changes in the body increased several times. So there is an itchy feeling, because that is the normal reaction of muscle growth. But when evolving from a level 4 zombie to a level 5 zombie, the body changes and shrinks to the size of a normal person again. That is to say, the muscles of the whole body will be squeezed and squeezed. In an instant, Han Feng understood why the level 5 zombie is so resistant to beating. Because its muscles are compressed into steel plates. Roar! But even if he figured out the principle, the pain Han Feng felt would not be reduced by a single bit. Don't zombies feel pain? Don't zombies feel pain? Han Feng, who was lying on the ground, kept asking himself this question in his mind. About 10 minutes later, Han Feng, naked, lay on the ground and trembled continuously. After dozens of seconds, Han Feng stopped trembling and fainted. At this time, Han Feng's body had returned to normal human size. Except for the skin color problem. There was nothing unusual. A few hours later, Han Feng opened his eyes. Sitting up, Han Feng looked at his arms. Stunned. He didn't care that he was still naked. Frowning, Han Feng was a little surprised, thinking, what's going on? It's only been half a month since the zombie outbreak. Why can I become a level 5 zombie? The time doesn't match. According to the previous development, the first time I encountered a level 5 zombie was after I arrived at the zinc mine. That time period was about 3 months after the zombie outbreak. What? The evolution speed of zombies in this world has become earlier? Puzzled, Han Feng decided to put this question aside and get a set of clothes first. After all, he still has a sense of shame. He walked barefoot to the street and happened to see a clothing store. Without thinking, Han Feng smashed the glass and walked straight in. 10 minutes later, Han Feng, dressed neatly, walked out of the clothing store. Standing at the door of the store, he happened to see the corpse of the 4th level zombie killed last night. Staring at the corpse on the ground, Han Feng slowly frowned, thinking thoughtfully, Is it because I killed zombies that the evolution speed has become faster? In the past 2 days, I have killed at least tens of thousands of zombies. Right? And most of these zombies are 2nd and 3rd level zombies. And there is also a 4th level big guy. Oh, what's the point of thinking about these things? In half a day, this city will be destroyed. Han Feng lowered his head in disappointment when he guessed halfway. When he thought about the nuclear power plant melting down, it would be useless to pursue strength. Huh? That's not right. I am a level 5 zombie now. Suddenly, Han Feng's eyes widened. Yes, I am a level 5 zombie. My actions are the same as those of normal people. My body can also sit in a car. Thinking of this, Han Feng suddenly felt sunny. No need to die. No need to die. No need to die. At this time, Han Feng's mind was full of these 4 words. A strong desire to survive filled Han Feng's heart. This drove him to wander around the streets, trying to find a car with a key in it. Finally, the hard work paid off. A minute later, Han Feng found a car with a key. He excitedly opened the door, pulled down the trembling low-level zombie, and sat in. Thump, thump, thump. Han Feng turned the car key, but found that the car would not start. Thump, thump. After trying several times, the car still. Damn! The car is broken? Looking around, Han Feng wanted to find out why the vehicle could not start. Is it out of power? Han Feng pursed his lips and guessed. No. The weather is so hot. It's not winter. It's only been half a month. How could the battery be out of power? That means it's out of oil? After a few seconds, Han Feng nodded secretly. Han Feng couldn't think of any other reasons except that there was no gas. Pushing the car door open, Han Feng stood on the street and looked around. Alas! If only Luna was here now. At least it wouldn't take too much effort to find a gas station. After scanning several times, Han Feng didn't find a gas station. No choice. I can only carry the car to find a gas station. Gritting his teeth and making up his mind, Han Feng directly carried the car and ran to the gas station. Thanks to Han Feng's years of living in this city, although he didn't know where the nearest gas station was, he still knew the gas stations that were farther away. Just like that, a humorous and weird scene appeared on the street. A man carrying a car was running fast on the street. The glass of the car shattered by the bumps was scattered all over the road. Half an hour later, Han Feng finally carried the car to the gas station. As soon as he entered the gas station, Han Feng saw dozens of cars piled up inside. They must have been people who wanted to refuel and run away. But unfortunately, no one had a good ending. Putting down the car on his shoulder, Han Feng prepared to push away the vehicles blocking the road. This car has keys. When pushing the first car away, Han Feng saw the keys inserted in the car through the glass window. Hey! This car also has keys. Haha. Damn. All these cars have car keys. Pursing his lips, Han Feng was extremely unhappy. All the cars in the gas station had car keys. If I had known that this would be the ending, I would not have been stupid enough to run around the street carrying the car. Chapter 332, Wake Up. Choosing a powerful off-road vehicle, Han Feng quickly filled up the gas. Then he found a map from the convenience store at the gas station. Found the location of HS City, and Han Feng set the destination. When entering the highway intersection, Han Feng frowned at the scene of the road full of cars. There was no way Han Feng could only move the cars blocking the road in frustration. 4 hours later, Han Feng finally arrived in HS City. Entering the city, Han Feng deliberately avoided the airport. The most critical thing now is to figure out the evolution mechanism of zombies. Can killing high-level zombies speed up their evolution? This question can only be answered through practice. Roar! Roar! At dusk, Han Feng stood in an empty square, summoning the zombies around him. Of course, the 3rd and 4th level zombies were his main summoning targets. After shouting, Han Feng leaned on the stone bench in the square. He took out a cigarette and lit it, smoking quietly, and waiting for the kind to appear. Soon, the dense and endless zombies were all summoned by Han Feng. In the front row of zombies, more than 24th level zombies swayed their bodies and walked slowly. Start working. After saying this happily, Han Feng threw away the cigarette butt in his hand, stomped it out, and strode towards the zombies. Level 5 zombies have almost endless power in their bodies. Every punch can almost hit a level 4 zombie through. Within half a minute, the level 4 zombies around Han Feng died one after another. After defeating the level 4 zombies, Han Feng set his next target on the level 3 zombies. This killing started from dusk and lasted until the next morning. At this time, the square was already like sheer hell. Meat, blood, bones, broken bodies. The stench of blood covered hundreds of meters around Han Feng. In the center of the square, Han Feng was still like a tireless machine, and several zombies died with every move he made. The 3rd level zombies had been killed long ago. Han Feng, who could no longer summon high-level zombies, could only settle for the next best thing and attack the low-level zombies around him. Han Feng's clothes were also soaked in blood for a night. After being illuminated by the early sun, they looked like a collection that had been patinated for many years. Bright and dazzling. After another half an hour, Han Feng finally stopped what he was doing. He turned around and wanted to find a place to sit down, but found that there were corpses of zombies piled up around him. Pouting, Han Feng, who was standing in place, took out a cigarette from his pocket. Fuck. Looking at the scrapped cigarette stained with dirty blood, Han Feng cursed inwardly. I can speak now? Hearing his own yelling, Han Feng was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. That's right. When he first encountered a level 5 zombie, it would laugh. Lu. La. Han Feng, who wanted to say the word Luna, found that his tongue seemed to be tied, and he couldn't bend or straighten it freely. In the end, he could only end with Lu La. It seems that he needs to evolve. Shutting his mouth, Han Feng thought of the level 6 zombie. At the level of the level 6 zombie, it is not a problem to say some simple words. Although the accent sounds a bit stuttering, at least it is not a problem to express what he means. Thinking of this, Han Feng casually threw down the half-pack of cigarettes in his hand, then raised his legs and walked out of this Shira field. Coming to the street outside, Han Feng looked around and found a store. Walking into the store, Han Feng skillfully entered the counter and took out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Holding a cigarette, Han Feng found a chair. After sitting down, he began to enjoy the leisure after the hard work. Alas, when can I return to the original world? Wei Yun, Hu and others are still waiting for me. This person can't just sit idle. Han Feng, who was free at this time, closed his eyes and began to recall the things of his previous life. He was depressed and couldn't let go for a long time. After smoking the cigarette in his hand, Han Feng thought about it and decided to leave the pack of cigarettes on the counter, because he would continue to slaughter next. If he put it on his body, its fate would definitely be contaminated by blood like the previous pack. Pushing open the door of the store, Han Feng strode out. With every step, a crimson footprint would appear on the ground. Around the footprints, more or less dirty blood and mincemeat would drip. Walking to the edge of the square, Han Feng looked at the pile of corpses like a hill and frowned. This square is definitely useless. There is not even a place to stand. After thinking about it, Han Feng turned and got into the car, intending to drive to the next square. Half an hour later, Han Feng found another large square. This place is far away from the previous square, and it is closer to the city center, so it should be able to summon other level 3 and 4 zombies. Pushing the car door open, Han Feng got out of the car while shouting summon sound waves. A few minutes later, A large number of zombies gathered around him again. As he imagined, the level 4 and level 3 zombies that came this time were far more than last night. 4 hours later, Han Feng killed from early morning until the scorching sun at noon. Finally, at this moment, Han Feng felt the changes in his body. Standing under the scorching sun, Han Feng's body was shaking violently. 6. Level. Han Feng murmured excitedly a few seconds before he was about to lose consciousness. I don't know how long it took. Han Feng, who was sleeping, twitched his little finger slightly. His eyelashes with closed eyes also began to tremble. All signs indicate that Han Feng is about to wake up. Sure enough, after more than 10 seconds, Han Feng slowly narrowed his eyes. Boy! Are you awake? Hey! Someone come! Han Feng is awake. Someone come quickly. As soon as he opened his eyes, Han Feng heard Lu Rui shouting beside him. Looking at Lu Rui's flesh face, Han Feng raised his lips slightly and laughed in a faint voice. You are so ugly when you become a zombie. Brother Han. Are you awake? Brother Han. You finally woke up. Thank God. I'm glad you're okay. Ha. The Wei siblings summoned by Lu Rui rushed into the bedroom one after another and congratulated Han Feng. Huh? Han Feng, lying on the bed, looked at the excited expressions of the 3 people. They wanted to touch him, but they were afraid to do so. As if they were afraid of breaking themselves. Han Feng subconsciously hummed at the reactions of the crowd. Oh my God! Suddenly, Han Feng sat up abruptly and looked at the 3 people in front of him in horror. Then, Han Feng looked at his body and kept slapping it with both hands. Lu Rui and the other 2 were stunned by Han Feng's mysterious operation. None of them dared to speak, but just stared at Han Feng on the bed going crazy. Where are the level 6 zombies? Where are the level 6 zombies? Han Feng seemed to be asking himself, and also seemed to be asking the 3 people in front of him. Brother Han. What level 6 zombies? At this time, Wei Peng stepped forward and stared at Han Feng and asked in a daze. After being asked by Wei Peng, Han Feng quickly calmed down. Turning his neck, Han Feng scanned his surroundings. Sofa. 5 rows of computers. Bathroom. Toilet. This is my bedroom. I'm back. After a few seconds, Han Feng suddenly said something that no one could understand. That's right. For Han Feng, he hadn't seen these people for 2 months. Moreover, in Han Feng's mind, whether it was Lu Rui, Wei Yun or Wei Peng, they were all dead. In just a dozen seconds, Han Feng couldn't process all the chaotic memories in his mind. Level 6 zombies? After it left you, it slaughtered the entire village. At this time, Tanya stepped into Han Feng's bedroom and answered Wei Peng and Han Feng's questions. Looking into Han Feng's eyes, Tanya seemed to guess the question in his mind and continued, I injected you with a quick recovery potion. And this is the 4th day of your coma. After listening to Tanya's words, Han Feng's memory was pulled back to the last life 2 months ago. Looking at Han Feng, who was lost in his memories, Tanya turned her head and said to the 3 people beside her, You all go out first. I will comb his hair, and you can come back later. After that, Tanya watched everyone leave. After closing the door, only Han Feng and Tanya were left in the bedroom. How do you feel? Tanya asked as she walked to Han Feng's bed. It's a bit messy. I seem to be a level 6 zombie soon. Han Feng had too many things to say, but when the words came to his lips, he said this first. After Han Feng finished speaking, Tanya was a little surprised and repeated subconsciously, You? Level 6 zombie? Well, I seem to have entered another world. In another world? I don't have a red alert system. And Lu Rui and the others have been infected and turned into zombies. Han Feng spent more than 10 minutes telling about his 2 months in another time and space. After speaking, Han Feng looked at the silent Tanya and asked, I remember I died. How did I survive? While asking questions, Han Feng kept checking his body. I brought the recovery potion and injected you before you died. Anyway, I'm just trying to save the situation. And I don't have much hope. What about the process? What about Gui Yongxing and Lu Zhi? How are they? Han Feng asked, ignoring Tanya's smug tone. When your consciousness falls into a coma, the red alert system will open certain permissions to the highest level soldiers. Coincidentally, the permission to make genetic rapid recovery potions is open to me. I approached you while ordering the production. When I got to you, The rapid recovery potion was just made. At that time, your heartbeat had stopped. Hearing this, Han Feng couldn't help interrupting. Then, a miracle happened? Really? Well, it's also thanks to the level 6 zombie you mentioned that didn't kill you. Otherwise there would be nothing I could do if the female zombie had kicked your head and smashed it. I could have saved you 20,000 gold coins. Hearing Tanya's teasing tone, Han Feng pursed his lips first. Then asked, what about Luja and Gui Yongxing? You just said that the level 6 zombies massacred the village. Are they okay? Chapter 333, Insufficient Gold Coins. In fact, when Han Feng heard the word massacre of the village, his heart seemed to be tugged hard. And it hurt. Fortunately, Luja and Gui Yongxing are fine. Huh? After hearing the news that they were fine, Han Feng first breathed a sigh of relief. And then asked, what about the manager? He has the superpower of virtualization. So he should be alive. Right? When asking this question, Han Feng prayed in his heart that the manager would not get into trouble, because who is the holy master behind the manager? He may have to rely on him to solve the mystery. Dead. I didn't expect. Tanya's answer was so straightforward and clear. Dead? Staring, Han Feng continued to ask, how did he die? We can't find him. How could he be dead? I don't know. I didn't dare to turn back and fight with the female corpse. I was just running for my life. Rolling a look at Han Feng, Tanya continued, when I went back to check later, I found the body of the manager in the ruins. After hearing this, Han Feng was silent. You go out first. I want to sort out what happened during this period of time by myself. Han Feng stared at the quilt in a daze and said to Tanya, okay, I'll come back in half an hour. After saying that, Tanya turned around and left Han Feng's bedroom. After hearing the sound of the bedroom door closing, Han Feng turned over and got out of bed, found a cigarette and lit one. Han Feng, with his arms folded and a cigarette in his mouth, stood in front of the window and began to think. The mysterious man in charge is dead. The clues of the Holy Lord are broken. Unless the Holy Lord takes the initiative to contact me, there is no way to find them. What can be confirmed now is that the Holy Lord and I should be on the same side. And this Holy Lord has a power that cannot be underestimated. Well, he can be regarded as an invisible ally. Smoking a cigarette, Han Feng said to himself. Suddenly, Han Feng frowned, as if he thought of something. Oh my! If it's not the manager, then who is it? Kill Wei Peng. Staring into the distance, Han Feng guessed, it's a level 6 zombie? According to Lu Rui's prophetic dream, Wei Peng's body was lying on the ruins. And beside Wei Peng's body, many Red Alert soldiers died. It can be seen that being able to kill Wei Peng right under his nose, and in a well-defended zinc mine must be absolutely immeasurable. So far, except for the 6th level zombies, Han Feng can no longer think of anyone else who has this ability. Thinking of this, Han Feng put out his cigarette, put on his shoes, and rushed out the door. Wei Yun, who was making a fire downstairs and preparing to cook, saw Han Feng in a hurry and couldn't help saying, Hey, brother Han, where are you going in such a hurry? Eat something. I'll be back soon. Very soon. Seeing Wei Yun, Han Feng paused and said, Then, I'll cook first and wait for you to come back. Okay. After leaving this sentence, Han Feng went downstairs quickly. After entering the multi-purpose infantry vehicle parked downstairs, Han Feng started the vehicle and rushed towards the Allied base with one foot on the accelerator. On the way, Han Feng thought to himself, what's the fear of not being able to beat the level 6 zombies? I have the Red Alert system. Don't forget, the system is the foundation of my foothold in this world. When the transdimensional core, Apocalypse, Guanling, and Mirage tanks are built, the defense system of the zinc mine will be expanded by more than several times. At that time, even if the level 6 zombies come, I can rely on the black technology of the Red Alert system to compete with them. The problem facing me now is to upgrade the main buildings of the Red Alert. If the Iron Curtain device of the super weapon is unlocked, I will be an invincible cockroach. That's 5 minutes of invincibility. While Han Feng was still imagining the future world, he had arrived at the Allied base unknowingly. After parking the car, Han Feng opened the door and got out. Looking at the heavy factory, Han Feng grinned. The super invincible warehouse is 20 meters high, 70 meters long, and 40 meters wide. It occupies half of the country in the Allied base. Apart from the main body of the base, This heavy factory is the largest. Under the snow-white ceiling, strings of lights flickered. In the dark, these lights are as cool as a marquee. Turning to the front of the heavy factory, Han Feng saw a huge steel springboard. Looking inside, the heavy factory is full of various tank parts. On the production line inside, the dazzling light of various electric welding flashes. Oh my god, the heavy factory is so big. While saying this, Han Feng turned his eyes to the Air Command Department on the side. Although the area of the Air Command Department is larger than that of the heavy factory, the buildings of the Air Command Department are only two towers that are more eye-catching, which cannot be compared with the heavy factory at all. Luna, are our main buildings all built? After thinking about it carefully, the 6 main buildings, base, power station, barracks, Air Command Department, combat laboratory, and heavy factory, have now been completed. Tanya said that there will be a surprise after all the main buildings are built. What is the surprise? Report to Captain Han. There is still a mine. Oh, yes, there is still a mine. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng remembered there is still a mine that has not been built. This is also the system's fault. There was no option to build a mine at the beginning. After more than half a year, I forgot that there was a mine. Luna, build a mine. After giving the instructions, Han Feng thought, this time, the main building is complete. Right. Report to Captain Han. Building a mine requires 600,000 gold coins. Please confirm the construction. Han Feng, who had just woken up for less than an hour, was almost fainted again by Luna. 600,000? 600,000 gold coins? With a surprised tone, Han Feng was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Yes, Captain Han. It takes 600,000 gold coins to build a mine. Hearing Luna's reconfirmation, Han Feng frowned. After careful recollection, he was relieved. That's right. The last time I spent 500,000 to build a heavy factory was 2 months ago. Alas. With a sigh, Han Feng turned his attention to the system. 601,000 and 2,812. Reading the amount in the gold coin column, Han Feng smiled bitterly. Confirmed to build a mine. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng decided to build it. Report to Captain Han. Select the construction site for the physical building mine. The building length must not be less than 30 meters. The building width must not be less than 20 meters. And the building height must not be less than 20 meters. After confirming the construction, Luna asked Han Feng to choose the construction location. Well, let's go over there. Han Feng looked around and saw that there was still a piece of open space around the base. So he pointed to the open space and confirmed. Okay, Captain Han. The time for building a physical building and a mine is 24 hours. Well, 2 days. Okay. After muttering, Han Feng shifted his attention to the system again. 12,820 gold coins. Looking at the pitiful number of gold coins, Han Feng felt bitter, thinking back to the time when he had 2 million in his hand. Alas. After sighing inwardly, Han Feng looked back at the heavy factory and said, the heavy factory is built. What is the reward? What is it? Reporting to Captain Han. It's an extra reward. Haha, yes. Yes, an extra reward. Han Feng laughed to cover up his inner embarrassment. In just 2 months, Han Feng forgot a lot of things. Reporting to Captain Han. The inherent blessing effect of the physical building heavy factory is summoning tank vehicles. The summoning time will be shortened by 50%. Yeah. After hearing this, Han Feng thought that this is the same as the effect of the barracks. The additional reward of the physical building 1-star heavy factory is manufacturing Red Alert tank vehicle limited weapons and tank vehicle limited ammunition. Same as the barracks? Tell me. Hearing this, Han Feng thought that this extra reward was not bad. Now that he has a 1-star grizzly tank, as long as there are enough shells, it is equivalent to having multiple 1-star tanks. Okay, Captain Han. The heavy factory will produce low-level tank ammunition. The cost is 50 gold coins per round. Mid-level ammunition. The cost is 100 gold coins per round. High-level ammunition. The cost is 1,000 gold coins per round. Well, it sounds good. Nodding, Han Feng continued. What level is the shell of the grizzly tank? Report to Captain Han. The ammunition of the grizzly tank is low-level ammunition. Okay. Make 500 grizzly tank shells. When we encounter the enemy, We will fight for free. While giving the order, Han Feng imagined the scene of 10,000 arrows in his mind. Report to Captain Han. Make 500 grizzly tank shells. The price is 25,000 gold coins. You don't have enough gold coins to make it. Chapter 334. No longer alone. After gritting his teeth, Han Feng continued, 100 rounds. 100 rounds of gold coins should be enough. Right. Report to Captain Han. The price of making 100 grizzly tank shells is 5,000 gold coins. Please confirm the production. Huh? After hearing this, Han Feng exhaled lightly and said, make it. Okay. Captain Han. 100 grizzly tank shells are being made. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, a chee-chee sound came from the heavy factory. After a while, a large wooden box was slowly transported out by the conveyor belt. After prying open the lid of the wooden box, Han Feng looked inside. He saw a bunch of wooden cotton wrapped with shells. After careful counting, there are 10 shells in this wooden box. Luna, notify the first squadron and ask them to come and deliver these ammunitions. After closing the lid of the wooden box, Han Feng thought for a while and gave the instructions. Okay, Captain Han. After finishing the communication with Luna, Han Feng turned back to the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. 5 minutes later, Han Feng returned to the color steel room. Sitting on the bed in the bedroom, Han Feng leaned against the bedside table. After lighting a cigarette, he began to hold his forehead and think about what happened during this period. Dong dong dong. When Han Feng closed his eyes and smoked silent cigarettes, there was a light knock on the bedroom door. Who? Hearing the sound, Han Feng opened his eyes and asked sideways. Brother Han. It's me. It was Wei Yun who spoke. Come in. The door is not locked. Okay. Pushing the door open, Wei Yun poked his head and asked in a low voice, Brother Han. Are you tired? Huh? Not tired? What's wrong? Han Feng asked back, extinguishing the cigarette in his hand. Oh, then the meal is ready. Just now I saw you go upstairs directly. I thought you were not hungry. Ouch. Hearing this, Han Feng hurriedly got out of bed, walked towards Wei Yun, and explained, I just woke up. My head is dizzy. I even forgot what I promised you, damn it, haha. Seeing Han Feng's laughing face, Wei Yun said, during the time you were unconscious, you only ate some liquid food. You finally woke up. And I dare not cook you too greasy food. At this time, the two had gone downstairs and walked into the restaurant. Looking at the food on the table, Han Feng smiled knowingly. Wait a minute. There is also a pot of seaweed soup. I will bring it to you. Thank you, you are really hard. It's okay. You sit down first. Looking at Wei Yun's back, Han Feng felt a warm current in his heart. After Wei Yun entered the kitchen, Han Feng quietly took out his mobile phone. Oh my! It's already 1 o'clock in the morning? Looking at the time displayed on the mobile phone screen, Han Feng exclaimed softly. The soup is here, try it. Very good. Han Feng secretly put his phone back into his pocket, looking at Wei Yun who was holding the soup, and wanted to say something with trembling lips. After serving the soup to Han Feng, Wei Yun sat down and looked at Han Feng. Aren't you going to eat? After hesitating for a long time, Han Feng asked a bland question. I'm not hungry. Then I'll start eating first. Okay. It was a dark night. A man and a woman were alone in a room. Knowing that he was a little embarrassed, Han Feng picked up the bowl and chopsticks and ate a lot of rice. During the meal, Han Feng listened to Wei Yun silently telling what happened during his coma. Although it was all expected, Han Feng felt a little strange when listening to Wei Yun's gentle voice. A few minutes later, Han Feng finished his dinner hastily. You go upstairs and rest. I'll clean up these. Wei Yun looked at the mess on the table and said with a smile, well, let's take a walk. Whether it was because of a rush or a feeling, Han Feng suddenly said this. Take a walk? Well, what? Don't you want to? At this moment, Han Feng felt like the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. But the next second, he felt something was wrong. So he pretended to look out the window and said, that's right, it's so cold. I do, of course, I do. What Han Feng didn't expect was that Wei Yun, who was hesitant just now, was as happy as a child at this moment. Wait for me for a moment. I'll be there soon. Wei Yun seemed to suddenly remember something, and quickly turned around and ran out of the restaurant and ran to his bedroom. Okay. Han Feng, who was standing there, looked at Wei Yun's back, a little at a loss. While waiting for Wei Yun, Han Feng couldn't help but recall that he had said before dying, if there is a next life, he must be with Wei Yun. Huh? Maybe I will really be a zombie in the next life. Let's just do it in this life. Han Feng was cheering himself up with his fists clenched. That's right. Han Feng decided to confess to Wei Yun tonight. Oh, isn't the progress a bit too fast? What if she doesn't like me? TSK. Damn. It's too hasty. I should have asked Wei Peng for advice earlier. I've already agreed to take a walk with Wei Yun. How can I ask for it later? Rubbing his hands and shaking his legs, Han Feng was not as nervous as he is now when facing the level 5 zombies. Brother Han, I'm fine. Wei Yun's sudden call pulled Han Feng back to the real world. Oh. Okay. Let's go. Hey, wait. You're wearing so little. It's going to be cold outside. After Wei Yun finished speaking, Han Feng realized that he didn't wear a coat. I'll get it for you. Wait a minute. Han Feng wanted to say something, but Wei Yun ran away. How about tomorrow? Isn't it too late today? Damn, it's too late. Why would I take a walk with her? Sitting on the stool, Han Feng was like an ant on a hot pot, looking forward to the confession for a while. He regretted the decision he had just made. Brother Han, let's go, I've got your coat. Hey, here I come, Han Feng responded to Wei Yun with a gritted teeth and a ruthless heart, thinking, fight. At worst I can say I'm sick. Anyway, I just woke up. Walking to Wei Yun, Han Feng took the coat. He put on his clothes and led the way out of the prefabricated steel room. Coming to the empty outside, Han Feng looked at the bright stars in the sky. At this time, in the zinc mine, besides Han Feng and Wei Yun, there were only the red alert soldiers on night shift. Following Han Feng's line of sight, Wei Yun also looked up at the sky and said, wow, the stars are so beautiful. Yeah. Beautiful. So many stars. Yeah. Many. Brother Han. Look. That star is so bright. Yeah. Bright. Brother Han? Ah? What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Really? How come I don't know? Love rookie Han Feng. At this moment, his mind was full of thoughts on how to confess to Wei Yun. So his answers to Wei Yun were basically subconscious. Brother Han. Your face is so red. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Me? Blushing? Really? Frowning? Han Feng was sweating on his hands and thinking, it's over. Did she guess my purpose? Yes, a little red. Looking at Han Feng with a weird expression, Wei Yun said angrily, maybe it's because of the cold, haha, you know. It's very cold tonight. That? Han Feng's fists were almost broken in his coat pockets. But he just couldn't say I like you. Seeing Han Feng's dilemma, Wei Yun made a silent gesture. Then, he stepped forward and hugged Han Feng's arm. Having Wei Yun hold his arm, Han Feng felt a current passing through his body. This strange feeling confined Han Feng's body. Han Feng, who was stunned in place, looked at the starry sky and felt dizzy. It was not until a few seconds later that Han Feng came to his senses. He wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. Although Han Feng's body was stiff, he could also feel that Wei Yun was extremely nervous. This could be seen from her stiff standing posture. Do you know what I was thinking about before I died? After a long pause, Han Feng finally said this middle school sentence. No. I don't know. I was thinking about you. Aha, really? That's really an honor. After saying this, Wei Yun felt a little stupid and asked again, what do you miss about me? I miss you. Your cooking is so delicious, hee hee. Ahaha, really. Really? I like you. Finally, Han Feng mustered up the courage. He closed his eyes and looked at the sky. He thought to himself, love is everything. Han Feng's sudden confession caught Wei Yun off guard. She stood there, holding Han Feng's arm even tighter. Hearing Wei Yun's rapid breathing, Han Feng's heart was instantly lifted. She immediately regretted it. Oh no. It's over. Isn't this just looking for trouble? Wei Yun must be angry. Will I be beaten? What if she really wants to slap me? Should I hide or not? Not hide. It's so embarrassing to be slapped. Hide? Then I can't be hit. Will Wei Yun? I like you too. When Han Feng was daydreaming, Wei Yun suddenly agreed. It's done. It's done? After hearing Wei Yun's reply, Han Feng instantly felt that the confinement disappeared. I'm not talking about ordinary love. Do you understand what I mean? Han Feng was silly. And at this moment, he was still thinking about Wei Yun, fearing that she would misunderstand his meaning. Like is like. I didn't expect that you were the first to speak. I was going to say it after you finished your meal. Huh? No way. I almost had a car accident while confessing. After hearing what Wei Yun said, Han Feng's heart was filled with happiness and joy. I thought it was my wishful thinking. But I didn't expect. You are so stupid. It took you so long to tell me. Hee hee. Hee hee. Facing Wei Yun's coquettishness, Han Feng just kept smiling foolishly, and couldn't think of any love words to express their new relationship. Scratching the back of his head, Han Feng asked carefully, well, since it's all explained, let's still take a walk? I'll listen to you. Go home, Han Feng said. And when he turned around, he took Wei Yun's hand and walked towards the color steel house and his bedroom. Chapter 335, Ore Refinery. The next morning, ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. In the quiet bedroom, an abrupt alarm sounded. Opening his hazy eyes, Han Feng reached out to take down his phone, then clicked to close it. Ah, ha. Beside Han Feng, Wei Yun rubbed his eyes, looked at him with a smile and said, Good morning, Mr. Han. Ha ha, good morning, baby Yun. Like Wei Yun, Han Feng's face was also full of smiles. Ah, it's over. Suddenly, Wei Yun sat up quickly and exclaimed. He didn't even notice that the quilt had slipped down to his waist. What's wrong? Han Feng stared at him intently and asked distractedly. It's over. I didn't make breakfast. Xiaoping and the others must. Ah! You bastards! Bang! Wei Yun was halfway through his words when he lowered his head following Han Feng's gaze. And then he realized that he had exposed himself. He changed his words and cursed. And then he added a punch to Han Feng's chest. Hiss. It hurts. Han Feng covered his chest, made a pitiful expression, and muttered to himself at the same time. Yes. I'm sorry. Are you still looking? Bang. A few minutes later, Wei Yun, who was dressed neatly first, went into the bathroom to wash up. Han Feng, on the other hand, slowly pulled up his pants and lay on the bed. Sister. Are you there? Knock. 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 Just as Han Feng was imagining a bright future, Wei Peng's voice rang out from outside the door, followed by a knock on the door. Yes, what's wrong? What's the matter? Han Feng sat up and answered. Hey! Don't say I'm here with you. Everyone will. Squeak. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, Wei Yun hurried out of the bathroom, speaking in a panic. At the same time, Wei Yun pushed open the unlocked door. The air suddenly fell into a mysterious silence. Wei Peng turned his neck, looked at his sister, and then looked at Han Feng, blinking his eyes full of curiosity. His trembling mouth corners indicated that Wei Peng wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything until a few seconds later. Sister, I'm so hungry, Wei Peng said, turned around and left silently. Before leaving, he sensibly closed the door. Standing outside the door, Wei Peng whispered, brother-in-law, remember to close the door next time, ah ha 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 ha. Little bastard. Come back here. Xiao Peng. No. It's not what you think. Han Feng and Wei Yun rushed to the door at the same time and finally collided in front of the door, holding Wei Yun, who was unsteady on his feet. Han Feng showed his strong boyfriend power. Looking into Wei Yun's eyes, Han Feng whispered, wait a minute. I'll announce it to everyone. Helping Wei Yun straighten up, Han Feng stepped on the nodes and danced to the bathroom with 3 steps and 3 shakes. A few minutes later, when Han Feng finished washing and walked out of the bathroom, he found that the bedroom door was wide open and Wei Yun had disappeared. Looking at the neatly made bed, Han Feng smiled knowingly, thinking that was such a girlfriend. What else could a man ask for? After getting dressed, Han Feng walked down the stairs and came to the restaurant. At this time, the dining table was full of people. They looked at Han Feng, who was walking over with a smile on their faces. Among them, Lu Rui's expression was the most varied. Look! What are you looking at? Have you never seen me? Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth and glanced at everyone. After that, Han Feng raised his hand and pointed at Lu Rui, saying in a threatening tone, I know you are not holding back any good farts. If you dare to talk nonsense, I will kick your ass. Haha, I have nothing to say. Things that everyone knows are not secrets. Lu Rui shook his fat body and laughed tremblingly. Oh, I thought the news spread so fast. It must be due to you and Xiaoping. Right? Han Feng rubbed his hands and slowly approached Lu Rui and Wei Peng. Hurry up and eat. Today. I got up late today. Han Feng was just about to do it when Wei Yun's voice suddenly came to his ears. Looking for the voice, Han Feng saw Wei Yun walking out of the kitchen with a plate in both hands. Come on. Come on, just give it to me. I'll take care of the rest. You go sit down. Grabbing the plate from Wei Yun's hand, Han Feng said attentively. Before Wei Yun had time to say anything, he saw Han Feng sneak into the kitchen. A few seconds later, Han Feng walked out of the kitchen, and around him, 4 or 5 plates were floating. Haha, brother Han. Your ability is really a bit of a waste. I never thought that your telekinesis could be used to carry plates. Haha. That's right. If it were in the past, you would definitely be a good hand at serving dishes in the restaurant. Definitely an O. 1. Seeing Han Feng performing acrobatics, the carefree Lu Zhe and the fearless Lu Rui teased. If you keep talking nonsense, you two won't have breakfast. After rolling his eyes at the two, Han Feng put the plates on the table, ahem, clearing his throat. Han Feng continued, Today, I have something to announce. Wei Yun and I are together. Woo-hoo! Old Gua. Look! I told you, and you still don't believe it. This time brother Han admitted it himself. What do you think? I didn't lie to you. Did I? Haha. The first person to stand up and cheer was Wei Peng. After Wei Peng, everyone stood up to congratulate. In short, there are 2 sentences. That is, live together until old age and live happily together for 100 years. Huh. How about letting my sister give you a little brother? Wei Peng asked Huhu with a smirk in the midst of laughter. Anyone who pays attention can hear that although Wei Peng is asking Huhu, the main object of his answer is still Han Feng and Wei Yun. Go away. Huhu is still young. You dare to ask? Wei Yun blushed and pushed Wei Peng. In Huhu's confused state, the question was left unresolved. After a happy breakfast, Han Feng dispersed everyone, and even said, don't disturb our world of 2 people. Following Wei Yun, Han Feng almost took on all of Wei Yun's work. From a fighting guy to a greasy follower, Han Feng completed his transformation in just half a day. Until night fell, Han Feng was still around Wei Yun. It's not Han Feng's fault that he is unpromising. Who made him a loser before? Even the breakup was because Han Feng was poor. Now, after finally getting a set of skills, of course, he has to protect it with his heart. After dinner, Han Feng took Wei Yun for a walk. Since he woke up in the morning, his mouth has never closed. At night, Han Feng, who had tasted the sweetness, repeatedly persuaded Wei Yun to stay alone. Unable to bear Han Feng's soft and hard persuasion, Wei Yun finally nodded shyly. From fighting alone to the sublimation of 2 people, Han Feng temporarily put aside the fighting in the Jianghu. Regarding the zombie crisis, Han Feng simply gave power to Tanya and let her do it. Anyway, after struggling for so long, it's okay to enjoy a few days. Until the next night. Report to Captain Han. The physical building mine has been built. Han Feng, who was working hard, suddenly heard Luna's voice in his mind, causing his whole body to tremble. Huh? Why are you so fast today? Wei Yun, who didn't know why, asked in confusion. I suddenly remembered that I had something else to do. You go to sleep first. I'll be here soon. Good boy, Han Feng explained while pulling away. It's so late. It's past 12 o'clock. Can you deal with it tomorrow, if you have anything to do? Looking at Han Feng, who was dressing quickly, Wei Yun asked while lying on the bed. I suddenly remembered it too. And I'll be back soon. You go to sleep first. After that, Han Feng put on his sweater, picked up his coat, and left the room. Oh my god. Luna. Didn't you see anything? Han Feng asked Luna angrily, while driving a multi-purpose infantry vehicle on the way to the Allied base. No. I sensed that you were still awake. So I reminded you that the physical building mine was completed. What's wrong? Is there anything? Huh? Hearing Luna's normal tone, Han Feng was relieved immediately, and then whispered, Hey, it's okay, what can happen to me? 5 minutes later, Han Feng arrived at the base. After parking the car next to the mine, Han Feng opened the door and got out of the car. Is this the mine? Looking at the huge mine, Han Feng asked subconsciously. Report to Captain Han. This is the mine, also known as the ore refinery, which is used to refine the collected ore into funds that can be used. Listening to Luna's introduction, Han Feng wandered around the mine. Two chimneys that were more than 20 meters high and extremely thick stood side by side behind the mine. In front of the mine, rows of conveyor belts were running slowly. Han Feng, who had played the Red Alert game, knew that these conveyor belts were where the ore was transported into the mine. In the middle of the mine, under the open-air drill arm, was the golden and dazzling ore. Watching the drill arm slowly turning, Han Feng asked excitedly, Luna, the mine can really convert these ores into gold coins? Captain Han. Yes. After hearing this, Han Feng continued to ask, Luna, what minerals meet the conversion requirements of the mine? Captain Han. The mine has no requirements for ore. Basically, as long as it is stone, it will be converted into corresponding gold coins. After listening to Luna, Han Feng lowered his head and turned around. After a few seconds, Han Feng used telekinesis to control a stone not far away and slowly placed it on the conveyor belt of the mine. Swish! The conveyor belt sensed the pressure of the heavy object and became fast from the previous slowness. Han Feng's eyes followed the movement of the stone. And at the same time he thought to himself, this is good. Even stones can be converted into gold coins. In this way, can we save time killing zombies? Gudong. Rumble. Just as I thought of this, the stone was transferred to the middle of the mine by the conveyor belt. Buzz. Then, the huge drill arm began to rotate rapidly, splitting the huge stone. Bang! 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 In an instant, the rock-hard stone was rotated and squeezed into countless small stones. At the same time, Han Feng turned his attention to the system and kept observing the changes in the gold coins. Chapter 336, Tanya advances. 2 seconds later. Fuck? 7 gold coins? Looking at the rising number of gold coins in the gold coin column, Han Feng exclaimed in surprise. You know, this stone is the size of 2 people. It definitely weighs more than a ton. Yes, Captain Han. The number of gold coins extracted from this stone is 7 gold coins. Hey, although the stone is not valuable, this is too bad. Right? Han Feng pointed at the mine, stared at the gravel in the middle of the mine, and asked Luna. Report to Captain Han. This is the ore refining policy formulated by the system. Oh, okay. Okay, wait a minute. Han Feng waved his hand and continued, wait a minute. I'll look for it. After that, Han Feng activated his super speed and rushed to the foot of the mountain. Luna, explore the surrounding stones and find me the most expensive one, Han Feng ordered, standing on top of a pile of stones. Okay, Captain Han. After receiving Han Feng's instructions, Luna began to scan the surrounding ores. After a few seconds, Luna responded, report to Captain Han. We found an ore with the highest zinc content. The specific location has been marked. Please confirm it in the radar. Okay, thanks. After that, Han Feng turned his attention to the system and began to look for this rough stone. 5 minutes later, Han Feng carried another boulder back to the ore refinery. Fortunately, there is only a mine around Han Feng. Otherwise it would be difficult to find these valuable stones. After placing the half-man-high stone on the conveyor belt of the mine, Han Feng shifted his attention to the system again, staring at the gold coin column. A few seconds later, hey! That's not right. Why is it only 50 gold coins? Han Feng questioned again after coming out of the system. The gap between ideal and reality is a bit far. In Han Feng's mind, this most expensive stone must be worth hundreds of gold coins? Report to Captain Han. This stone is too light. According to the refining of the ore refinery, it is indeed 50 gold coins. After a few seconds of silence, Han Feng continued, heavy stones are not valuable. Valuable stones? You said they were too light. After saying that, Han Feng took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit one. As soon as he took a puff, Han Feng was stunned. Hey! That's not right. What's wrong? Captain Han? Where's my mine cart? Taking the cigarette out of his mouth, Han Feng continued, after I built the mine, shouldn't I also have a mine cart? Where's the car? Report to Captain Han. There is a mining cart delivered. After listening to Luna, Han Feng turned his head and looked around. But after searching for a few rounds, he didn't see the shadow of the mining cart. Helplessly, Han Feng had to ask, "Where is it? Why can't I see it?" "Report to Captain Han. The trans-dimensional mining vehicle is collecting, or at this moment. Should we recall it now?" Hearing this, Han Feng hesitated for a moment. But soon, Han Feng decided, "Recall. Let me see what the mining vehicle looks like." "Okay, Captain Han. The trans-dimensional mining vehicle is being recalled, and will appear in the ore refinery in 3 seconds. 3, 2. Listening to Luna's countdown in his mind, Han Feng twitched on the spot. Because in his mind, Han Feng suddenly remembered the 6th-level female corpse. Although he was extremely uncomfortable physically, Han Feng still stared at the mine, wanting to see how the trans-dimensional mining vehicle traveled through time and space. 1. Swoosh, huh? At the moment when Luna finished the countdown, Han Feng saw that the space in front of the ore refinery was distorted. Then, there was a whistling sound of wind. Unable to bear the strong wind, Han Feng turned his head and closed his eyes. When the sound of wind ended, Han Feng opened his eyes again. The Supertime mining vehicle came into view. Looking at the huge Supertime mining vehicle, Han Feng's eyes widened. Although he knew that the mining vehicle was big. But this is too big? The first thing that caught Han Feng's attention was the big head of the Supertime mining vehicle. In the big head full of strange electric currents, various sophisticated instruments were rotating. It looks like a transmission device. Secondly, under the big head of the trans-dimensional mining vehicle, there are several rollers connected to the gear springboard. Needless to say, this is definitely for crushing stones. On the body of the trans-dimensional mining vehicle, there are searchlights in all directions. In the dark night, this moving light bulb can definitely easily attract many eyes. Looking back, it is the cargo compartment of the trans-dimensional mining vehicle. The huge space is 3 or 4 meters long, although it is not as large as the volume of a semi-trailer. This heavy steel plate is absolutely invincible to ordinary shells. Luna, introduce it. After Han Feng said to Luna in his mind, he threw away the cigarette, and walked towards the trans-dimensional mining vehicle. Reporting to the Korean team, the trans-dimensional miner, this large vehicle can mine ore and transport it back to the refinery. It is the core of all the Allied economy. The ore transported back to the refinery will be converted into funds, allowing you to produce troops and build buildings to enhance national strength. When the trans-dimensional miner goes to the mining area, it moves in the same way as a normal mining vehicle. However, when it is fully loaded with ore, it will be instantly teleported back to the refinery. As a core-level strategic special vehicle, the trans-dimensional miner will never be disturbed by the enemy's mind. Similarly, as a 100% enclosed operating vehicle, it will not be harmed by any poisonous gas. When attacked physically, the trans-dimensional mining vehicle will automatically repair the damage to extend its mining operation time. Speaking of defense, the trans-dimensional mining vehicle can even collect ore in areas full of nuclear pollution. After being teleported back, it will not bring back nuclear pollution. In this way, whether it is wealth accumulation or defense attributes, it is definitely a top-tier product. After introducing the trans-dimensional mining vehicle, Luna stopped talking and quietly waited for Han Feng's other questions. "Oh my goodness." Patting the armor of the trans-dimensional mining vehicle, Han Feng asked, "How can it unload such a thick steel plate?" Squeak! Squeak! As soon as Han Feng finished asking, the trans-dimensional mining vehicle suddenly started. Startled by the strange sound, Han Feng took 3 or 4 steps back. Rumble! Rumble! The rear of the trans-dimensional mining vehicle was aimed at the conveyor belt of the ore refinery. And then the carriage was lifted, and countless stones scattered out along the gap at the rear of the carriage, and unreservedly fell into the conveyor belt. "Oh, it's almost the same as I imagined looking at this unloading method." Han Feng nodded thoughtfully. A few seconds later, Han Feng entered the system and looked at the gold coin column. After these ore fragments were refined, Han Feng got 750 gold coins as he wished. Looking at the gold coins, Han Feng pursed his lips and thought, maybe the trans-dimensional mining truck is not fully loaded. Okay, let the mining truck go to make money. After learning the details of the mining truck, Han Feng waved his hand. "Okay, Captain Han." After Luna responded, the trans-dimensional mining truck turned its 2 thick tracks and left the ore refinery. After watching the trans-dimensional mining truck leave, Han Feng asked, "Luna, the mine is built. Where is its extra reward?" "Report to Captain Han." There is no extra reward for the physical building mine. What? No reward? Han Feng was stunned for a moment, and then asked, didn't you say that all main buildings will have extra rewards after they are built? So doesn't the mine count as a main building? Following Han Feng's question, Luna explained, Captain Han, the mine is the main building, but it is not a combat unit. As a logistics building unit, the mine is not classified as an extra reward building. After hearing this, Han Feng reluctantly took out a cigarette. After taking a few puffs, Han Feng suddenly remembered the reward Tanya mentioned, and asked, Luna, are all the main buildings built now? Captain Han, the main buildings have been built and unlocked. What about the reward? Tanya told me before that when all the main buildings are built, there will be rewards. What are they? Haha, look how anxious you are, am I not here? Tanya, who spoke before Luna, walked from behind Han Feng. Following the voice, Han Feng turned around and saw Tanya smiling. Staring at Tanya, Han Feng frowned slightly. He always felt that something was wrong with Tanya, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Report to Captain Han. The reward Tanya mentioned refers to her promotion to a 1-star hero level soldier. You have been promoted? After hearing what Luna said, Han Feng's brows relaxed, and he asked Tanya with surprised eyes. Tanya didn't say anything, but just nodded with a smile, indicating that what Han Feng said was correct. You finally advanced. Tell me about the changes after the promotion. Han Feng said excitedly as he walked towards Tanya. Nothing has changed. Just a little bit of improvement in all aspects. Hearing Tanya's laughter, Han Feng laughed and said, a little bit of improvement? TSK. I don't believe it. You said it yourself at the beginning. You said that after you advanced, the two of you in the past couldn't beat the current you. How could it be like you said? Patting Tanya's shoulder, Han Feng continued. Tell me, has your equipment changed? My equipment has not changed. It's still the same. What has changed is my combat quality, physical endurance, and early warning, etc. To be more specific, I think if I fight a level 5 zombie alone, I should be able to kill it. After Tanya finished speaking, Han Feng was stunned. Fighting a level 5 zombie alone. What a concept. Level 5 zombies have strong defense and super strong attack power. Back then, Liu Jia, who had full defense, was beaten back to his original form just by being touched by a level 5 zombie. Even the Terminator made of titanium steel was almost blown up by it. I can't believe Tanya at this time is actually a being that surpasses the level 5 zombie. Thinking of this, Han Feng suddenly recalled the level 6 female corpse. At that time, its attack almost made Tanya's head move. Pursing his lips, Han Feng asked softly, so, who is more powerful now? You or the level 6 female corpse? It. Tanya gave the answer without hesitation. Chapter 337, Tanya's Assassination. Ah? Staring with eyes wide open, Han Feng explained in disbelief. A what? I can't beat him. What's so surprising about that? Compared to Han Feng's reaction, Tanya was much calmer. After a pause, Tanya looked at Han Feng and continued, if you can't beat a level 6 zombie, you can beat a level 5 zombie at will. Don't talk about me. You can do it now. Can I kill a level 5 zombie alone? Han Feng asked back with a frown. Well, believe in yourself. Hearing Tanya's remarks, Han Feng was a little stunned. Until now, Han Feng felt that a level 5 zombie was a mountain. An insurmountable mountain. Come prove yourself. Suddenly, Tanya took a few steps back, making an offensive gesture while saying, what? How about? Swoosh. Han Feng hadn't finished his unconscious question yet, when Tanya threw a straight punch at Han Feng's face. Seeing Tanya's fist getting closer and closer, Han Feng subconsciously activated his speed superpower. At such a close distance, and Han Feng was still unprepared. Even if Han Feng reacted quickly, Tanya's sharp fist still left a wound on Han Feng's left face. Barely avoiding Tanya's first attack, Han Feng staggered a few steps to the side and almost fell. Seizing Han Feng's mistake in moving, Tanya turned her waist, swinged a few times, and stabbed Han Feng in the heart with a whip kick. Judging from the frequency of Tanya's attacks, it seems that she doesn't care about Han Feng's title of commander at all. Huh? Hearing the strong wind whistling in his ears, Han Feng raised his arms and blocked Tanya's full-strength kick. Bang! A deafening muffled sound exploded in front of his arms. Seeing that her whip kick was perfectly defended by Han Feng, Tanya raised the corner of her mouth, twisted her waist and kicked again. Han Feng took advantage of the power of the first kick and squatted down. When he flipped backwards, he just avoided Tanya's combo. After rolling several times, Han Feng supported the ground with one hand and knelt on one knee. Until this time, Han Feng was still in a passive state and didn't even understand Tanya's attack intention. Is this a test? A test for me? Or her? Huh? Tanya didn't give Han Feng any time or chance to react. Seeing that Han Feng had pulled away from her, Tanya sprinted a few steps closer to Han Feng, stepping on her tactical boots and continuously stabbing out lower kicks. Bang! Huh? Han Feng kept dodging Tanya's continuous kicks. Although he managed to dodge a few attacks, he was also kicked a few times. It hurts. Can't you? Go! Come again! Han Feng got the chance to stand up. But before he could finish his complaints, he was blocked by Tanya's subsequent attacks. Okay. This is you. Swoosh. Swoosh. Tanya used her fist to interrupt Han Feng's nonsense again, forcing Han Feng to take action. Telekinesis. Imprisonment. Staring at Tanya's position, Han Feng silently activated telekinesis in his heart. However, this competition was only to test the force value of each party, not to fight to the death. So Han Feng did not use the two killing weapons of Silver Shuttle and Silver Wing. Swoosh. A strange scene appeared. At the moment when Han Feng activated his telekinesis, Tanya decisively gave up the attack and retreated, perfectly avoiding the area that Han Feng had just imprisoned. Swoosh. When Han Feng was distracted, Tanya kicked the ground with one leg and bullied him again. Bang! 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 Before Han Feng could react, why Tanya could dodge the unnoticed telekinesis, Tanya's fist had already enlarged in front of him. Relying on his super speed, Han Feng barely took Tanya's combo attack. But he just barely took it and couldn't make an effective counterattack. Bang! A few seconds later, Han Feng, who was unable to react in time, was hit in the jaw by Tanya's hook punch. At the moment when his body flew off the ground, Tanya jumped up and kicked Han Feng in the lower abdomen. Bang! In an instant, Han Feng's whole body flew backwards, like a prawn with his back arched. Boom! Gulp gulp. After touching the ground, Han Feng rolled over countless times. Han Feng felt that his internal organs seemed to have shifted, and the heart-wrenching pain made him unable to stand up straight. Swoosh! Han Feng, who was lying on the ground with his eyes closed, suddenly heard a gust of wind approaching. No need to think, it must be Tanya. Telekinesis. Imprisonment. Reluctantly opening one eye, Han Feng looked at Tanya approaching quickly, and activated telekinesis in his mind again. Swoosh! Tanya made a feint and moved to the side in an instant, avoiding Han Feng's imprisonment again. Damn! Han Feng gritted his teeth, cursed inwardly, and stood up with pain. While Tanya is not approaching, it will be really difficult to remember it when she is close. At this time, Han Feng, who stood up, took a serious attitude. Swoosh! Pursing his lips, Han Feng activated his super speed ability and went towards Tanya's figure. At the moment when the two were about to touch each other, Han Feng turned to the side and shifted half a step. Unexpectedly, Han Feng would escape at the last minute. Tanya, who was unable to react, still rushed in the original direction. Opportunity is not to be missed. Time will not come again. Seizing the opportunity, Han Feng turned around and hugged Tanya from behind. Following the inertia of Tanya's sprint, Han Feng kept twisting his steps, and finally found the right position, and threw over his shoulder, carrying Tanya on his back. He bent forward. Bang! Everything went as Han Feng expected. Tanya was finally thrown to the ground by him. He didn't dare to let go of his hand holding Tanya's waist. Han Feng quickly took advantage of the situation to wrap his arms around Tanya's waist, and used all his limbs to lock Tanya's joints. Hey! I win! Grinning, Han Feng saw that Tanya had held the Black Vulture pistol in her right hand before he could laugh. Although Tanya's other joints were locked by him, the only hand holding the gun was not locked. Carrying Han Feng on her back, Tanya pointed the gun at her back in an extremely awkward posture, looking at the black muzzle of the gun so close. Han Feng's eyes widened instantly. Assassination? No. No way. Is this girl serious? Bang! Han Feng had just finished thinking about this sentence. And before he could open his mouth, the gun fired. Telekinesis. Stop. Staring at the muzzle of the gun that had already sparked, Han Feng clenched his teeth and his mental power surged out crazily. A strange scene appeared. I saw a bullet slowly spinning out of the muzzle of the Black Vulture special pistol, slowly approaching Han Feng's forehead. Ah! A painful roar sounded behind Tanya. Staring at the bullet, Han Feng's eyes became cross-eyed. Bang! Bang bang bang. What Han Feng absolutely didn't expect was, Tanya didn't give up. She fired several shots in a row. It was so difficult to stop a bullet, not to mention a series of bullets, especially at such a close distance. While Han Feng was struggling to hold on, Tanya twisted her body hard, trying to break free from Han Feng's joint lock. This made Han Feng, who was already crazy about mental power output, even worse. Ugh! Han Feng gritted his teeth and tried his best to strengthen his locked body, because he knew Tanya was so angry that she dared to shoot at such a close distance. If this beast was released, she might do something even more outrageous. At the same time, Han Feng had to face several bullets that were about to stick to his face. Drop. A few seconds later, a drop of blood dripped from Han Feng's cheek and quickly turned into ice in the snow. Then, the second drop. The third drop. Looking at Han Feng, blood had already seeped out of his nose and eyes at this time. The blood from the corners of his eyes, mixed with the nosebleed, accelerated the downward trend. Buzz. Finally, with Han Feng struggling to hold on, several bullets seemed to hit an invisible wall in front of Han Feng and fell. Looking at the bullets on the ground, Han Feng turned his eyes and saw the Black Vulture special pistol that fell beside Tanya. Hey, you are out of bullets. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Looking at the back of Tanya's head, Han Feng spoke intermittently. Drip, drip, drip. After Han Feng finished speaking, he did not hear Tanya's reply, but heard a dripping sound. Looking for the sound. Damn! C4. When Han Feng saw the C4 in Tanya's hand, which was flashing red, his soul flew down in an instant. Telekinesis. Activate. Activate. Staring at the C4 plastic bomb in Tanya's hand, Han Feng seemed to be crazy, madly squeezing the little mental power he had left. Rip! 1 second later, the C4 bomb was torn off along with the flesh on Tanya's palm. A disgusting and heart-wrenching sound was made. Han Feng didn't care about so much at this time. He just wanted to send this death god away. Swoosh! The telekinesis wrapped the C4, quickly drew a black line in the air, and flew away. Boom! Boom! In the distance, a huge ball of fire rose up with a deafening explosion. Phew. The strong shock wave was transmitted back to Han Feng after a few seconds. Gurgle. Staring blankly at the explosion just now, Han Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He really couldn't believe that just now, just a few seconds away, he would have passed away. You win. Suddenly, when Han Feng was stunned, Tanya in his arms spoke. You. Han Feng let go of Tanya and sat on the ground. His legs were shaking, and he pointed at Tanya. He kept saying you for a long time, but couldn't say the next sentence. You controlled me for 11 seconds in total, during which I launched a fatal attack and a suicide attack. But you resolved them perfectly. I really had no tricks, so you won. After standing up, Tanya turned around and stared at Han Feng on the ground, and continued, when you controlled me at the beginning, you could quickly break my neck, would things be much simpler? Huh? Your hand is still bleeding. Huh? Han Feng looked at Tanya's torn palm and panted. Chapter 338. Massive new units. It's okay. I'll go to the hospital to bandage it later. Looking at her injured palm, Tanya said indifferently. So you know? Suddenly, Tanya said something inexplicably. Ah? Know what? While responding to Tanya, Han Feng stood up from the ground and patted the snow and dust on his body. So, do you know now that your ability is enough to kill a level 5 zombie? Just now, I tried my best to kill you, and the final result of the battle was that I failed. Tisk, just brag. You must be letting me win. Han Feng pushed Tanya away from the spot and walked towards the hospital, and continued, before you were promoted, I couldn't beat you. You have been promoted to a 1-star hero soldier now. There is no reason for you to become weaker and weaker. Right? Just now I dared to shoot. Dared to stick C4 on my hand, and then start it. Do you think I was letting me win? After talking to herself leisurely, Tanya turned her head and looked at Han Feng and said, I can go by myself. You haven't learned about all the rewards yet. Pushing Han Feng away, Tanya walked towards the hospital alone. Anyway, the hospital was less than 100 meters away, so Han Feng was not worried about Tanya's injuries. After watching her leave, Han Feng turned and walked towards the Allied base. Am I really that strong? I can even defeat Tanya? Han Feng muttered to himself on the way. Report to Captain Han. You have injected 4 Energy 7 potions, which contain great energy. The outcome of the battle was actually determined before Tanya took action. Energy 7. Energy 7. After listening to Luna, Han Feng repeated it several times, and at the same time, in his mind, he thought about how to collect the other 6 injections. By the way, Luna, Tanya just said that the rewards for building all the main buildings are not limited to this. Are there any other rewards? After a few seconds, Han Feng remembered the serious matter. Report to Captain Han. Yes. When you build all the main buildings, the following functions will be unlocked. 1. Unlock new summoned individual personnel Navy SEALs, terrorists. 2. Unlock new summoned vehicles. Tank units transdimensional mining vehicle, Rhino tank, Mirage tank, Prism tank. 3. Unlock new defensive weapons magnetic coil, Patriot missile. 4. Unlock the main building's autonomous upgrade function. Note, each time you upgrade the main building, you will get extra rewards. After listening to Luna's words, Han Feng stood there, digesting this information. Oh my god! I got it! I got it! So many things unlocked. After a few seconds, Han Feng danced crazily on the spot. The Navy SEALs that I've been thinking about. Finally! I can finally summon them. From the moment the zombies broke out, I have always wanted to summon the Navy SEALs. Until now, half a year later, I finally got the authority to summon the Navy SEALs. Yeah. Waving his limbs, Han Feng was happy like a fool. Luna, explain the Navy SEALs. There are other newly added summoning units. Han Feng took out a cigarette and forced himself to calm down the excitement in his heart. Okay, Captain Han. The Navy SEALs, also known as the U.S. Navy SEALs, a powerful weapon against enemy infantry. It can be used for harassment and demolition of buildings, but has little effect on armor. As one of the few amphibious combat arms, it has the same ability to fight in water as Tanya. Navy SEALs. The main weapon is the MP5 submachine gun, with a capacity of 30 rounds and 1 spare magazine. The secondary weapon is the M9 pistol, with a capacity of 15 rounds and 1 spare magazine. Grenade, C4 plastic bomb, equipped with 1, can be used to demolish enemy ships and warships. It can also be used to demolish enemy buildings, and its explosion effect is equivalent to that of Tanya's explosion. Navy SEALs can infiltrate and sneak attack the enemy in the form of a group. Generally, the number of members of the Navy SEALs is 3, 6, or 9. Characteristics of the Navy SEALs. They are familiar with the application of various weapons, and they can use any weapon without any time. They are familiar with the application of various vehicles and tanks, and they can drive any type of vehicle without any time. Note, all vehicles include aircraft, warships, etc. The Navy SEALs. The gold coins required for summoning are 5,000 gold coins per person. Report to Captain Han. The details of the Navy SEALs have been introduced. After listening to Luna's introduction, Han Feng clenched his fist tightly, and his excitement was reflected on his face. 5,000 gold coins. Worth it. Worth it. After saying the word worth 3 times in a row, Han Feng continued, Luna, summon 9 Navy SEALs. I want to form a special operations team. Report to Captain Han. The number of gold coins required to summon 9 Navy SEALs is 45,000. Sorry, you don't have enough gold coins. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng was stunned. At this moment, he remembered that he was already a pauper a few days ago. After shifting his attention to the system, Han Feng saw that he now had only more than 9,000 gold coins. Some of them were obtained through the transdimensional mining vehicle. Alas! With a sigh, Han Feng decided to put the seals aside and listen to other newly added summoned units first. Well, let's not summon them for now. You can talk about other newly added units. Okay, Captain Han. Let me introduce you to the newly added single-soldier terrorists. Terrorists. The main weapon is the CR terrorist bomb. Secondary weapon, none. Grenade, none. Features. It has a self-destruct effect when it dies and attacks, which is a powerful weapon against the enemy army. Terrorists can act alone or in a team. As your loyal soldiers, they will be brainwashed and will put life and death aside and use their lives to carry out terrorist suicide attacks. The CR terrorist bomb held by the terrorists is a one-time attack method, and its power is equivalent to a rocket launched by a level 3 V3 rocket launcher. Summoning price, 500 gold coins per person. Report to Captain Han. The details of the terrorists have been introduced. After listening to Luna's introduction, Han Feng couldn't help but think of the human bombs in the war-torn areas. Carrying bombs, they rushed into the crowd without hesitation. Pulled the fuse. Boom! Oh my god! Isn't this a bit inhumane? After the explosion in his mind ended, Han Feng felt that summoning terrorists was a bit unbearable. They are all soldiers summoned by me. Asking them to attack the enemy with suicide attacks is a bit cruel. However, the price is really cheap. Introduced the next one after a few seconds. Han Feng, who decided to never summon terrorists, continued. Okay, Captain Han. I will introduce you to the trans-dimensional mining truck. Hey. Stop. Stop. Hearing Luna was going to introduce the trans-dimensional mining truck, he immediately interrupted because he had seen it. Pinching the corner of his clothes, Han Feng pursed his lips and said, just tell me how much it costs to summon the trans-dimensional mining truck. Report to Captain Han. Summoning the trans-dimensional mining truck requires 8,000 gold coins. Summoning time, none. Huh? Hearing the summoning price, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Then he waved his right hand and said, come! Summon a trans-dimensional mining vehicle. Confirmed. Okay. Captain Han. The trans-dimensional mining vehicle is being summoned. Please wait. Buzz? Huh? As soon as Luna finished speaking, the time and space in front of Han Feng twisted. And the next moment, a huge trans-dimensional mining vehicle jumped into his sight. As soon as the trans-dimensional mining vehicle appeared, it drove to the mining area to mine. Watching the back of the mining vehicle, Han Feng thought that money is the master of everything. Once you have money, what Navy SEALs? What various artillery shells? Isn't it easy? Now, I am restricted by money, so I can't show my strength and expand my own advantages. Okay, let's introduce the next player, Han Feng said to Luna when the space-time mining vehicle disappeared from sight. Okay, Team Han. I will introduce you to the Rhino tank. Rhino tank, like the Grizzly tank, it is the main battle tank on the battlefield. Its prototype is the former Soviet Union's T-72 main battle tank. The Rhino tank weighs up to 41 tons, and its mobility is far lower than the Grizzly tank weighing 28.2 tons. But the powerful heavy armor raises the life value of the Rhino tank to a relatively safe level. The Rhino tank. The main weapon is the 2A46 short-recoil 125mm smoothbore tank gun, and the tank gun has a capacity of 5 rounds. The barrel length is 48 times the caliber, and it consists of the barrel, breech, cradle, recoil mechanism, return mechanism, thermal shield and smoke extraction device. The Rhino tank is suitable for battlefields with a wide field of vision. Using it to charge will be a nightmare for local infantry. The internal personnel of the tank are the driver, the aimer and the loader. The gold coins required for summoning are 10,000 gold coins. Report to the Han team. The details of the Rhino tank have been introduced. After listening, Han Feng nodded thoughtfully, thinking that compared with the 8,000 gold coins for summoning the Grizzly tank, the 10,000 gold coins for the Rhino tank are only 2,000 more expensive. It's still worth the money. I know. Next one. Okay. Captain Han. I will introduce you to the Mirage tank. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng said to himself, finally, I heard about a black technology tank. Mirage tank, a camouflage tank of the Allies. One of the Allied ace tanks. It is a tank developed by Einstein in the Black Forest of Germany. Although it cannot be invisible, it can use the advanced principle of light deflection to disguise itself as a tree to hide itself. In addition, even in the camouflage state, it can quickly change into a tank and attack the enemy with high heat energy rays, giving the enemy a surprise attack, which is suitable for defense and ambush. The main weapon of the Mirage tank is the thermal ray cannon. This is not a physical shell. but a high-heat cluster cannon that attacks the enemy. So the reserve compartment contains energy reserves that can be fired 10 times. Characteristics of the Mirage tank. Because it is a thermal attack, the attack range is only within 100 meters. Beyond the attack range, it will not be able to effectively kill the target. Tactical characteristics. It can be used in conjunction with the Prism tank. In this way, the Mirage tank can be used to attack close-range enemies, and the Prism ray can be used to kill long-range enemies. Haha. I knew this way of playing when I was a child after laughing. Han Feng asked, "What's the price?" Report to Captain Han. The summoning price of the Mirage tank is 15,000 gold coins. Chapter 339. Poverty is the most important thing. Captain Han. Do you need to introduce the following new units? Luna asked when she saw Han Feng didn't say anything. Han Feng frowned and said softly, "Continue." "Okay. Captain Han. I will introduce you to the Prism tank. The Prism tank is one of the Allied Ace tanks. It is suitable for attacking buildings and infantry, and is even more powerful in group attacks. The Allied forces use prism reflection technology to create a tank with prism reflection beams. It can be said to be a moving prism tower. This tank is the product of Einstein's prism technology provided to the Allied forces. The main weapon of the Prism tank is Comet Focused Light Energy. Prism tank features. It is very effective against infantry units and has great lethality. At the same time, it is also good at long-range attacks on defenses. Note, the maximum effective attack distance is 1 kilometer. But its armor is weak, and its speed is very slow. It is not very effective against heavily armored tank units. So it is not suitable for attacking tank units or fighting alone. Generally, other tanks, Mirage tanks are needed for cover. The Prism tank, like the Mirage tank, does not fire physical shells. So there are batteries in the reserve compartment. After the Prism tank has made 10 attacks, the battery will run out of power, and it will be unable to continue attacking. Prism tank summoning price, 20,000 gold coins. Hearing the price, Han Feng snorted. But he has no money now. Otherwise, I'll get one of these things. Report to Captain Han. The details of the Prism tank are complete. Magnetic coils and Patriot missiles. Just a brief introduction will do. Mainly, I want to hear if these things are different from the game. Okay, Captain Han. I will briefly introduce magnetic coils and Patriot missiles to you below. After a pause, Luna continued, magnetic coils, defensive weapons, also known as Tesla coils. The attack range of the magnetic coils is the same as the attack range of the light tower. Both are 500 meters. The power consumption is the same as that of the light tower, and each attack consumes 100 degrees of electricity. Magnetic coil features. 1 magnetic infantry charging can enhance the firepower and range of the coil. 2 magnetic infantry charging can make the coil attack when the base is low on power. 3 magnetic infantry charging can still enhance the firepower and range of the coil when the base is low on power. There is no difference between more magnetic infantry charging and 3 magnetic infantry charging. Magnetic coil height is 10 meters. The building area shall not be less than 20 square meters, and the building height shall not be less than 15 meters. The building distance cannot exceed 1 kilometer radius of the main base or temporary base. Construction cost, 8,000 gold coins. Report to Captain Han. The introduction to the magnetic storm coil is complete. Here is a brief introduction to the Patriot missile for you. Han Feng pursed his lips and did not speak. Patriot missile. The Allied air defense system can effectively suppress the enemy air force from wantonly wreaking havoc on our base. The single-shot missile has a high strike accuracy and is a powerful air defense fortification. Each Patriot missile has a base and 2 launch nests, and the maximum number of missiles for each attack is 8 Mi-104 air defense missiles. Note, each Patriot missile has a reserve of 24 missiles. The Patriot missile is positioned for air defense, so it cannot carry out ground attacks. The maximum attack range of its Mi-104 air defense missile is 20 kilometers. The maximum firing height is 5 kilometers. The maximum firing speed, Mach 5, i.e. 5 times the speed of sound. The price of building a Patriot missile is 50,000 gold coins per ship. Well, this pricing is very systematic. Hearing this, Han Feng smiled bitterly on the spot. Report to Captain Han. The introduction of the Patriot missile is complete. Well, I understand. After responding to Luna, Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit one. Holding the cigarette in his mouth, Han Feng looked at the sky and said, "Have you finished explaining all the new units?" Report to Captain Han. Yes. All the new units have been explained. Then what do you mean by the fourth point? Unlocking the self-upgrade function of the building? What is it? Han Feng asked angrily after recalling for a long time. Reporting to Captain Han. Unlocking the self-upgrade function of the main building means that you can upgrade the main building by yourself with gold coins. Every time you upgrade the main building, you will get a corresponding additional reward. Unlike the promotion of soldiers, the main building will have a 2-star level mark. Is it going to cost money again? Han Feng said indignantly with a pout. Then, how many gold coins are needed for each upgrade? Reporting to Captain Han. Each upgrade of the main building costs 100,000 gold coins. After hearing this, Han Feng took a deep puff of his cigarette. You know, what he lacks most now is gold coins. He doesn't even have the money to summon his beloved Navy SEALs, let alone any bullshit upgrades. Let's put the upgrade of the main building aside for now, and think about how to make money now. Han Feng's words seemed to be said to Luna, but more like to himself. Okay, Captain Han. Hearing Luna's response, Han Feng chuckled and didn't say anything. After smoking the cigarette in his hand, Han Feng took out his mobile phone and looked at it. Oh my! It's almost 2 o'clock? Seeing the time displayed on the phone, Han Feng was stunned. Before leaving, he told Wei Yun that he would be back soon. But it was almost 2 hours. After taking back the phone, Han Feng walked straight to the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Han Feng parked the car under the color steel house. Luna, check to see if Wei Yun is asleep. Standing downstairs, Han Feng felt a little guilty. Report to Captain Han. Wei Yun is still awake. TSK. I know. Holding his forehead, Han Feng went upstairs and began to think of excuses. Pushing open the bedroom door, Wei Yun was indeed not asleep. You didn't sleep? I thought you were resting looking at Wei Yun. Han Feng asked with a smile. I heard the explosion, so I didn't dare to sleep. When Wei Yun said this, Han Feng suddenly remembered. It should be the noise caused by Tanya's C4 bomb. After the explosion, Xiaoping came. He said you might be preparing a gift suddenly. Wei Yun smiled. Even his eyes were full of expectation for surprise. Gift? Of this kid? Why does he say anything? I finally prepared a surprise, but he exposed it after hearing Wei Yun say the word gift. Han Feng immediately got out of the way and evaded the question. Alas, as soon as Han Feng finished speaking, Wei Yun suddenly looked lonely. After a pause, Wei Yun continued, I have been staying in this little world. Although there is no danger, I can't contact the outside world. This Christmas, I don't have any gifts for you. Ah? Holy. Han Feng just opened his mouth and realized that things are not simple. He quickly closed his mouth and asked in his mind, Luna, today is Christmas? Report to Captain Han. Today is December 25th, 2030, which is Christmas. Pursing his lips, Han Feng thought to himself that it was bad. Such an important holiday. I didn't even know it. I just said that I prepared a surprise for Wei Yun. It's the middle of the night. Where can I find a gift? At least, I can't give her a few 3-star soldiers? Han Feng smiled and said confidently, It's too late now, wait until tomorrow night. You will know the surprise. As he spoke, Han Feng took off his clothes and walked into the bathroom while interrupting. Standing under the shower, Han Feng closed his eyes and kept thinking. What should I give? The next morning, Han Feng got up early. In order to fulfill the surprise he promised in the early morning, Han Feng decided to rush to the city today to pick a suitable gift for Wei Yun. Kissing Wei Yun goodbye, Han Feng walked out of the door quietly. When going downstairs, Han Feng ordered in his mind, Simon, take your team and follow me by the way. Remember to bring a few semi-trailers. Maybe you can collect something this time. Ghost, you follow too. Yes. Captain Han. Yes. Captain Han. After Simon and the Terminator responded, Han Feng hesitated for a moment. After a few seconds, Han Feng asked, Tanya, your hand. Is it okay? It's okay, it's recovering. It will take about a week. What's wrong? Are you going out? I'm glad you're okay, you should take good care of your injuries. And don't go on missions during this period. Hearing that Tanya was recovering, Han Feng was relieved. Well, just call me if you have anything. This injury is nothing. Hearing Tanya's cheerful tone, Han Feng's mood also became much more cheerful. Sitting in the car for a cigarette, the first team and the ghosts gathered and waited for Han Feng's next order. Everyone, let's go! Han Feng threw away his cigarette butt and stamped on it. Then started the multi-purpose infantry vehicle and stepped on the accelerator while giving the order. As early as last night, Han Feng had already thought about where he would go today. That is the jade, gold, silver, jewelry and diamond store. After the zombie outbreak, all wealth turned into nothingness. Once upon a time, the luxury of gold and silver jewelry and jade wares now seemed to be burdens among burdens. However, all this changed after the mine was built. Gold, silver, jade, diamonds, these are all rare ores. To put it bluntly, the ore refinery can absorb them and transform them into precious gold coins. Now, what I lack most is gold coins. In other words, what I lack most is these burdens. At the same time, he proposed to Wei Yun with a rare diamond ring. This surprise is definitely explosive. Whenever he thought of this moment, Han Feng's mouth would involuntarily rise a little. However, Han Feng also made the worst plan. That is, he was unlucky enough to encounter a level 6 female corpse. But the probability is pitifully low. Almost negligible. But then again, when he was kicked to death by the level 6 female corpse, he had just injected 2 energy 7 potions, and the effect had not been perfectly absorbed. It's different now after a few days of recuperation. The energy of the energy 7 potion has already been perfectly integrated with himself. I can kill a 1-star Tanya, even if I really encounter a level 6 female corpse. I may not be powerless. Chapter 340, Gold, Silver and Treasures. 3.5 hours later, Han Feng, who was full of joy, returned to the city again. Luna, navigate to the largest mall. After determining the plunder destination, Han Feng gave the order directly. Okay, Captain Han. More than 20 minutes later, with Luna's accurate navigation, Han Feng came to the mall pedestrian street for the 3rd time. Simon, lead the team to block all intersections. Ghost, follow me. Pushing the car door, Han Feng walked towards the mall pedestrian street while giving the order. Yes, Captain Han. Simon responded and began to assign combat positions. And he found a sniper point and hid. Ghost, turn on the accompanying mode. Don't act on your own without my order. Han Feng also gave a special warning to the Terminator Ghost for fear that he would rob the zombies. That's right. This time Han Feng came not only for the rare ore, but also to kill zombies. After all, every zombie killed can earn at least 10 gold coins. And at most thousands. Okay, Captain Han. The Terminator Ghost responded in a muffled voice. Nodding, Han Feng quickened his pace. Telekinesis. Start, Han Feng whispered. And 20 customized weapons slowly surrounded him, ready to assassinate at any time. Luna, start scanning. Find the jewelry and diamond counter standing in the middle of the pedestrian street. Han Feng ordered. Report to Captain Han. Turn on the radar. Scan the surrounding 10 kilometers. Confirm before Luna finished speaking. Han Feng spoke first. Okay, Captain Han. The radar is starting to scan. Please wait. 2 seconds later, Luna continued. Report to Captain Han. The radar scan is complete. Diamond counter. Rare minerals have been marked by radar. Please watch on the radar display. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng immediately shifted his attention to the system. Huh? Han Feng made a puzzled sound as soon as he focused on the radar. A few seconds later, Han Feng frowned and asked, Hey, are these golden dots on the radar supply boxes? No, they are not supply boxes. Why are they of different sizes? Reporting to Captain Han, the golden marks on the radar are rare precious metals and diamonds. As for the different sizes, they are just to identify the difference in their quantity. Oh, Han Feng paused after understanding, and continued to ask, I just took a look. The largest golden dot is 7 or 8 kilometers away from us. And it is much larger than the golden dots on this commercial street. Is there a bigger shopping mall over there? Reporting to Captain Han, the location you mentioned is a bank. Hearing these 2 words from Luna's mouth, Han Feng was stunned. Damn, why didn't I think of it? After a few seconds, Han Feng slapped his thigh and cursed regretfully. Where is the most gold in the world today? Apart from the gold buried deep underground, the most is in the vault. Thinking of this, Han Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth thinking that if he could get the gold in the vault, the number of gold coins would increase exponentially. Thinking about it, Han Feng didn't know when to change direction. The next moment, Han Feng stopped. I thought about it. Today I'm going to choose a proposal diamond ring for Wei Yun. So I'll put the vault aside for now. Anyway, the zombies have been out for more than half a year, and no one wants this gold. After sorting out his thoughts, Han Feng turned around and walked towards the mall next to him. According to the direction given by the radar, Han Feng entered the middle of the first floor of the mall. It's dark. I can't see anything clearly. Han Feng looked at the darkness around him and muttered. Standing in place, Han Feng thought for a while and said, Luna, summon an engineer. Confirm. Okay. Captain Han. The engineer is being summoned. Please wait. After dozens of seconds, an engineer came to Han Feng with a toolbox. Looking at the blurry figure of the engineer running over, Han Feng ordered, Ghost, you accompany the engineer to restore the power. For such a large mall, the distribution room should have temporary power generation equipment. Okay. Captain Han. The Terminator Ghost took the order and turned to leave with the engineer. Standing alone, Han Feng, who was a little bored, took out a cigarette and prepared to light one. A flame rose from the lighter, instantly illuminating the surrounding area. Oh my god! The light brought by the lighter allowed Han Feng to see a low-level zombie a few meters away. Han Feng, who was not prepared at all, was severely shocked. At the moment of subconsciously yelling, the moment the upper lip and lower lip separated, a cigarette fell smoothly to the ground. At the same time, a silver wing quickly attacked under the guidance of Han Feng's telekinesis, killing this blind zombie in seconds. The zombie's head fell to the ground, and the light of the lighter disappeared. Who? Nima. Nima. I was scared to death. Han Feng, who was still in shock, patted his chest and cursed while patting. Roar! Roar! Squeak! In the mall, the zombies, disturbed by Han Feng's subconscious exclamation, began to roar louder and louder. Shit! Listening to the shouting so close, Han Feng had no choice but to speed up the silver shuttle and silver wings around him. Now there is no light. Instead of letting the silver shuttle and silver wings fly around, it is better to save some energy and just protect the body. Ding 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 ding. The moment Han Feng finished thinking, the sound of electricity came from all over the mall. The next second, rows of lights lit up. It's still comfortable to see with lights. When his vision was bright again, Han Feng chuckled, and then uttered softly, telekinesis. Start. Swoosh. Howl. Clang. 20 customized weapons fired at full power. It shows what it means to be a man against 10,000 men. In just half a minute, there was no more intact zombies on the first floor of the mall. There were also a few level 4 zombies among them. But in front of Han Feng, whose strength had skyrocketed, killing them was nothing more than wasting a few seconds. At this time, the zombies on the second floor rushed downstairs upon hearing the noise. But with Silver Shuttle and Silver Wing guarding the staircase connecting the second floor, no zombie could come down. Simon, is there anything going on outside? This time, Han Feng could finally take out a cigarette and light it safely. Report to Captain Han. There is nothing going on outside. Everything is normal. That's good. Let the mobilized soldiers come in. Take away all the pearls, agates, gold and silver treasures. Not a single one is allowed to be left, Han Feng ordered, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Okay, Captain Han. The mobilized soldiers are entering the mall. After Simon finished speaking, within a minute, 40 mobilized soldiers rushed into the mall. At this time, the Terminator came in with the engineer. Coming to Han Feng, the engineer reported, report to Captain Han. The mall's emergency power equipment can only last for about an hour. After an hour, the mall will fall into darkness again. What emergency equipment? Han Feng asked after taking a puff of cigarette. Report to Captain Han. Diesel generator. TSK, I thought it was something else after listening to the engineer. Han Feng smiled casually, then looked at the Terminator and said, Ghost, find a cleaner bucket and draw some oil from the mailbox of the semi-trailer. An hour later, if the mobilized soldiers are not finished, you can add diesel. Okay, Captain Han. After receiving Han Feng's instructions, the Terminator Ghost turned around and left to find a clean bucket. Aha, taking a deep breath, Han Feng stretched his body, looking at the busy mobilized soldiers. He raised his legs and walked towards the stairs alone. 20 minutes later, all the zombies in the mall were killed by Han Feng alone. Hundreds of zombies could not survive a face-to-face in front of Han Feng. Where are the level 5 zombies? It would be nice if there were level 5 zombies when going downstairs. Han Feng was a little depressed. Ever since Tanya said that she could kill a level 5 zombie alone, he has always wanted to try it. It's a pity that there are none in this mall. Back to the first floor of the mall. The mobilized soldiers were still searching for diamonds and jewelry. Luna let them put all the diamonds together and prepare for my inspection later. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng walked out of the mall. Standing in the sun, Han Feng squinted his eyes and looked at the sky. Alas, more than 10,000 gold coins. When can I form my own legion? After his consciousness came out of the system, Han Feng took out another cigarette and walked towards the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. Sitting in the car, Han Feng found the handheld game console and played the game that he had not yet completed. About half an hour later, Luna's voice came to his mind. Report to Captain Han. All the rare metals, jades, diamonds, etc. in the mall have been collected. Okay, let me see the diamonds. After hearing Luna's words, Han Feng put the game console in his hand aside, sat up and said excitedly. A minute later, a mobilized soldier came to him with a black cloth bag. Wow! No way! The whole mall? Only so many diamonds? Looking at a fist-sized cloth bag, Han Feng was a little disappointed. Report to Captain Han. This is all the diamonds. Hearing Luna's apologetic tone, Han Feng hurriedly said, I'm just complaining, it's okay. Taking the cloth bag from the mobilized soldier, Han Feng carefully opened it and looked inside. After hesitating for a few seconds, Han Feng said angrily, This? How come it looks like a small bag of rice? So broken. Report to Captain Han. All the valuable diamonds are here. The largest diamond is 1 carat. Listening to Luna's professional terminology, Han Feng was a little scratching his head. How heavy is 1 carat? Is it a weight noun? Or a size noun? Oh, I remember there seems to be a word called pigeon egg? How many carats is a pigeon egg? Looking at a bag of broken diamonds, Han Feng kept guessing in his mind. However, these questions were not asked to Luna, because there was nothing in the bag that she liked anyway. After tightening the bag, Han Feng casually put the bag aside, thought for a while, and said, Let's go navigate to the bank. On the way to the bank, Han Feng thought, in foreign crime films, the vaults and the like will have small compartments to store important assets of important customers. Will there be pigeon eggs in the vault? Will it be more effective to propose to Wei Yun with the pigeon eggs? Hey! Chapter 341, Issuing Library. More than 20 minutes later, Han Feng arrived at the bank with a silly smile all the way. Han Feng parked the car a few meters away from the bank's gate. Staring at the closed door of the bank, Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit one. Han Feng exhaled a breath of foul air from his trembling lips, trying his best to calm his heart. This is robbing a bank, Han Feng muttered softly, holding the cigarette butt in his hand. On the way here, Han Feng had no psychological burden at all. But when he really stood in front of the bank, his inner guilt and timidity broke out. Han Feng, it's not too late to stop now. There are police outside. At some point, Han Feng suddenly thought of this sentence. Gurgle. With a mouthful of saliva, Han Feng pushed open the car door. He dropped the half-smoked cigarette in his hand and laughed at himself. The whole world is full of zombies now. Who will care about me? After talking to himself like a cheer, Han Feng ordered, Simon, lead the team around the bank. Wait for orders. Yes. Captain Han. Ghost. Follow me. With a wave of his hand and a lift of his foot, Han Feng walked towards the bank while speaking. When approaching the bank, Han Feng saw a guardrail similar to a rolling door behind the glass door. It seems, this bank took precautions when the zombies just broke out. But it's a pity, it's useless. After frowning and thinking, Han Feng turned his head and said to the Terminator ghost, Leave it to you. Bang! After receiving Han Feng's order, the Terminator went forward and punched the glass door without saying a word. Crash! The huge glass door and glass wall shattered and turned into debris all over the ground. Bang! Squeak! Bang! Bang! After the Terminator broke the glass, he grabbed the protective net inside with his bare hands and pulled it outward with force, causing it to make a sharp cracking sound. About 7 or 8 seconds later, the first line of defense of the bank was completely terminated by the Terminator. Ding ding ding. Without the guardrail blocking the way, Han Feng took the lead and stepped into the bank hall. Looking at the mess around, Han Feng frowned slightly. On the floor of the hall, papers of various colors and zombie bodies were scattered. Also, for more than half a year, zombies did not eat or drink. Even if their skin's ability to lock moisture was strong, they could not resist the end of death. Continuing to scan the surroundings, until confirming that there was no danger, Han Feng ordered, "Engineer, come in." A few seconds later, Han Feng heard a trot approaching. "Open this door." Han Feng did not look back, and pointed directly to the anti-theft door in front. "Okay, Captain Han." After the engineer responded, he quickly stepped forward and pulled open the block security door. Han Feng was no longer surprised by the engineer opening the door in seconds. Once this door was opened, there was no obstacle between the bank lobby and the counter inside. Walking behind the bulletproof glass, Han Feng looked at the safes one by one and said thoughtfully, "Open them all." "Okay, Captain Han." 10 seconds later, all the safes in the counter were opened by the engineer. Han Feng just glanced at the contents of the safes and said nothing more, because all the sealed safes were banknotes. In today's world, paper money is just waste paper among waste paper, and has no use at all. "Luna, show me the room with rare metals," Han Feng said to Luna with his arms folded. "Okay, Captain Han." In this way, Han Feng led the Terminator and the engineer through several anti-theft doors, and finally came to the so-called vault. Because the vault is deep inside the bank, it is pitch black here. Han Feng had no choice but to turn on the flashlight function in his mobile phone first. "Can you open this door?" Pointing to the super heavy metal door, Han Feng turned his head and looked at the engineer and asked, "Yes." The engineer's answer was brief. When the metal door was opened, golden light flashed from the vault. Don't be surprised. It's just the reflection of the gold bars on Han Feng's mobile phone. Wow! Looking at the neatly stacked gold bars on the shelves in the vault, Han Feng opened his mouth and exclaimed, "Simon, bring people in to move bricks. Quick!" Han Feng called Simon hurriedly, wishing to move the gold bars into the car in an instant. "Yes, Captain Han," Simon replied after receiving the order outside the bank. "Engineer, go find emergency equipment. Light up this place." Turning around, Han Feng continued to give orders. "Okay, Captain Han," the engineer said, and disappeared in a flash. Looking back at the vault, Han Feng said to Luna in his mind, "Luna, you know what I need. Except for money, I want everything else of value." Ha ha. After saying this contradictory sentence, Han Feng raised his leg and walked out. Before leaving the bank, Han Feng met the Red Alert soldiers who came in. After stepping aside, Han Feng walked out of the bank. Arriving at the car, Han Feng took out a cigarette excitedly, lit it, and took a few puffs. But what happened next surprised Han Feng. "Report to Captain Han. All the rare metals in the vault have been collected. Please give instructions." "What?" Han Feng asked in astonishment, looking at the half-smoked cigarette in his hand. "Report to Captain Han. All the rare metals in the vault." "No. That's it?" Han Feng interrupted Simon's repeated answers and asked in disbelief. "Yes, Captain Han." While Han Feng was stunned, a row of Red Alert soldiers came out of the bank, each of them holding a small pile of gold bars in their arms. Ding! Ding ding! At this time, the bank had just been connected to the power supply. "No. What the hell? This. Looking at the Red Alert soldiers loading the car, Han Feng hesitated to speak. "Luna, there are a lot of gold bars in the vault. Are you sure they have all been moved?" Han Feng had no choice but to ask Luna. At this time, he hoped that Luna would say that it was dark and the Red Alert soldiers could not see clearly. "Report to Captain Han. The gold bars have indeed been moved. This bank is just a small branch, so there is not a large reserve of gold bars." Then Luna explained Han Feng's question. "Branch?" Han Feng frowned and asked in confusion. "Yes, Captain Han. If you want to get a large number of gold bars, you need to go to the bank's central branch or the issuing warehouse." "Let's go!" Navigation. Hearing this, Han Feng didn't waste any words and got into the car and shouted for navigation. "Okay, Captain Han." The navigation is planning a route for you. Please wait. An hour later. Under Luna's navigation, Han Feng finally arrived at the so-called central bank. The distribution warehouse. 20 kilometers away. Report to Captain Han. According to the road map and radar display, there is only this distribution warehouse in this city. Listening to Luna's introduction, Han Feng opened the car door and got out to look. This place is not remote, is not desolate. There are also schools and other buildings around. But it gives people an indescribable sense of desolation. Maybe it's because of the zombies. Han Feng comforted himself in his heart. Everyone get off the car. Simon, lead the team to look around and see if there is any danger. Ghost, Engineer, you two stay with me. Han Feng instructed as he walked towards the issuing warehouse. Now the gold bars and other things basically belong to him, provided that the surrounding security is done first. Okay, Captain Han, Simon responded, and then led a large group of red alert soldiers off the car and ran to various directions to explore. Luna, start scanning. Confirm find the location of the vault. As they got closer and closer, Han Feng decided to figure out the route first. Okay, Captain Han. The radar is scanning the surrounding 10 kilometers. Please wait. 2 seconds later, Luna continued, report to the Han team. The radar scan is complete, and a supply box is found. The location has been marked by the radar. Oh! Surprise? Hearing the word supply box, Han Feng immediately became alert. Then, Han Feng shifted his attention to the system. But the next second, Han Feng was stunned. In the radar, the location of the supply box coincided with the location of the vault. This means, there is a high possibility of danger in the vault. Level 6 female corpse? For some reason, as long as the word danger is mentioned, the first thing Han Feng thinks of is the female corpse. No, it shouldn't be. As soon as the female corpse came to his mind, Han Feng rejected it, because up to now, he had not felt a sense of crisis. Based on this alone, Han Feng determined that the female corpse was definitely not here. Who could it be? Han Feng muttered, and put his hand on the door of the vault. Looking at the empty and dilapidated security room, Han Feng moved his mind slightly. Squeak, squeak. Under the influence of mind power, the electric telescopic door was pulled to one side, and at the same time, a harsh friction sound was made. Pulling the telescopic door open, Han Feng stepped in first. This is a place similar to a government agency. After entering the sliding door, there is a large open space. On one side of the open space, there are several flagpoles, but the various flags flying on them have long been in a dilapidated state. At this time, Simon's report came to Han Feng's mind. Report to Captain Han. It has been confirmed that there is no danger outside the distribution warehouse. Leave 2 teams outside the door to guard, and the rest of you come in. After a pause, Han Feng instructed again, Simon, find a sniper point by yourself. The distribution warehouse may have unknown dangers. I need you to observe the surroundings outside and provide me with remote support when necessary. Received. Captain Han. Simon, who received the order, turned around decisively after responding to this sentence and looked for a suitable high ground. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng turned his head and looked at the Terminator beside him and said, Ghost, turn on the scanning mode. Find possible threats. Okay, Captain Han. After the Terminator finished speaking, 2 small red dots flashed behind his dark and cool sunglasses. As the Terminator's head swayed, after a few seconds, the Terminator said, report to Captain Han. We have found 1 extreme threat, 4 medium threats, and 34 mild threats. After hearing the Terminator's narration, Han Feng scratched his head. Chapter 342, Single-handedly fighting against level 5 zombies. Captain Han. The extreme threat mentioned by the Terminator refers to level 5 zombies. The medium threat refers to level 4 zombies. And the light threat is level 3 zombies. Sensing Han Feng's doubts, Luna explained in time. Everyone listen up. Retreat. Retreat from the distribution warehouse. Quick. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng turned around immediately. At the same time, Han Feng frantically issued a retreat order. It's not that Han Feng is afraid, but these red alert soldiers can deal with level 1 and 2 zombies. But if they encounter level 3 zombies, they will only be beaten. What's more, there are more than just level 3 zombies in the distribution warehouse. Yes, Captain Han. Dang 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 dang. After receiving Han Feng's temporary order, the Red Alert soldiers, who were entering the distribution warehouse, immediately turned around and ran to the gate. A few seconds later, seeing that most of the Red Alert soldiers had already left the gate, Han Feng let go of his tense heartstrings and whispered, "Huh, safe." Swoosh. Huh? Something Han Feng didn't expect happened. I saw several level 3 zombies smashing the glass and flying from the dark to attack the retreating Red Alert soldiers. At this time, the Red Alert soldiers were facing away from the distribution warehouse. The level 3 zombies chose this time to attack. I don't know if their intelligence has improved or it was just a coincidence. Bang! The unique sound of the sniper rifles firing rang out, shaking the silent space of several kilometers around. Da-da-da. Da-da. Da-da-da. When the third-level zombie who led the way out of the distribution warehouse was shot in the head, the American soldier who reacted immediately turned around and fired at the subsequent third-level zombies with the M60 light machine gun. Oh my god, it's bad. Looking at the encounter dozens of meters away, Han Feng clenched his fist and cursed. The huge sound of the sniper rifle will definitely disturb the zombies around, and the zombies will use roars to notify the zombies farther away. This is a hornet's nest. But on second thought, if you encounter a 5th level zombie later, it will definitely hide in the dark and call for its companion. It seems that the zombies are just arriving a few minutes earlier. Ah, forget it. Who made me greedy? Han Feng said to himself, gritting his teeth. Swoosh. Roar. In just a few seconds of thinking, more than a dozen level 3 zombies squeezed out through the broken window. Telekinesis. Start. Almost all the level 3 zombies were attracted by the gunshots at the door. So Han Feng, who was not noticed, was the best time to launch a sneak attack. Zheng! Xiao! The silver shuttle and silver wings instantly turned into meteors all over the sky, and they all streaked towards the unprepared level 3 zombies. In less than half a second, more than 10 level 3 zombies with separated bodies appeared in the open space of the distribution warehouse. Simon! Lead the team back to the distribution warehouse. When the crisis in the open space was resolved, Han Feng immediately thought that since the zombies around had been alarmed, instead of standing and shooting, it would be better to return to the distribution warehouse and kill the zombies inside first. In this way, relying on the distribution warehouse, we can still deal with the zombies that will gather in a while. Yes, Captain Han. Just like that, the Red Alert soldiers, who were retreating in an orderly manner the previous second, turned around collectively and ran towards the distribution warehouse the next second. Hey! Don't forget the vehicles. Drive in. Han Feng looked at the convoy parked outside the door and hurriedly gave an order. These cars are great tools for escaping, if we lose them. Okay, Captain Han. After listening to Simon's response, Han Feng turned around and looked at the distribution warehouse building and whispered, Engineer, you stay here and meet up with Simon later. Ghost. Let's go in. Remember, a quick victory. Yes. Captain Han. Okay. Captain Han. As soon as the two finished speaking, Han Feng continued without looking back, Soldier, give me 2 sabers. Swish. Hearing the sound, the saber was unsheathed, and Han Feng picked it up with telekinesis. The next moment, Han Feng activated his speed superpower and rushed towards the distribution warehouse. Seeing Han Feng taking the lead, the Terminator followed closely with a black Gatling gun. Rushing to the broken window just now, Han Feng jumped and rolled into the hole of medium size. Telekinesis. Start. Looking up at the zombies in the corridor, Han Feng roared in a low voice. Then, 20 customized weapons attacked together. Shwa. In just a moment, the low-level zombies in the corridor turned into pieces on the ground, and there was no sound. Pursing his lips, Han Feng did not show a happy expression, because he knew those who fell to the ground just now were just some minions. The real big brother is still upstairs. Boom, 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 bang. After getting up, Han Feng felt a series of vibrations coming from under his feet. Following the muffled sound, he saw that the Terminator was dismantling the door. Ah! Han Feng sighed and felt a little regretful. If I had known earlier, I would have asked the engineer to come and open the door. Keeping this door, maybe it can stop the subsequent zombies. But it was useless to regret it this time. The Terminator had already come in with a Gatling gun. Scan the first floor. See if there are any zombies above 2 stars. Quick! Han Feng said concisely and clearly as he came to the Terminator in an instant. 2 seconds later, the Terminator retracted his scanning gaze and looked at Han Feng and said, "No. There are only... Go!" As soon as the Terminator finished the first half of the sentence, Han Feng turned around and rushed upstairs. "Simon, there are no high-level zombies in the office on the first floor. Leave it to you." While rushing to the second floor, Han Feng gave Simon another cleaning task. "Okay, Captain Han." Standing in the corridor on the second floor, Han Feng saw the figure of a third-level zombie by the window through the dense zombies. They looked like they were about to jump down. "Hey!" Han Feng made a quick decision and shouted loudly. Sure enough, as soon as he shouted, Han Feng became the focus of everyone. Telekinesis. Start. Swish. The situation on the same floor was the same. 20 custom weapons passed by. And there was no zombie left. No. There were only half zombies. Ding ding ding. After the zombies on the second floor were dealt with, Han Feng heard the footsteps of the Terminator running upstairs. Ghost. Find the location of the level 4 and level 5 zombies. Han Feng turned his head and looked at the Terminator. Okay, Captain Han. After saying that, the Terminator stopped, stood in place and turned on the scanning mode, constantly turning his head to observe the surroundings. After a few seconds, the Terminator said, "Report to Captain Han. The level 5 zombie is 3 meters above you. At 1 o'clock. The first level 4 zombie is behind you at 7 o'clock. The second level 4 zombie is 2 meters above you at 11 o'clock. And the third." Swoosh. Han Feng immediately transformed into a human figure and rushed to the third floor when he heard this. Ghost. The level 4 zombies on the second floor are in your hands. Han Feng's order was heard by the Terminator after leaving a shadow. Standing on the third floor, Han Feng saw the huge level 4 zombies as soon as he went upstairs. If you want to see the level 5 zombies, you have to get past them first. Looking at the outstanding level 4 zombies, Han Feng sneered. Swoosh. With a cold face, the 10 silver shuttles around Han Feng shot out at the same time. A series of cold rays passed, and the sharp silver shuttles were inserted into the body of the level 4 zombies. The next moment, the silver shuttles with threads began to rotate rapidly. Roar! 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 Whether it was pain or anger, the level 4 zombie frantically grabbed at his body and roared. Your big brother will accompany you soon. Han Feng narrowed his eyes and stared at the level 4 zombie. Swoosh. In just a few seconds, 10 silver shuttles burst out from the body of the level 4 zombie. After the 10 silver shuttles penetrated the body, the level 4 zombie, who had already died, slowly fell to the ground. Han Feng did not even look at the level 4 zombie, but continued to accelerate upstairs. According to the location given by the Terminator, Han Feng came to the 4th floor. As soon as he appeared on the 4th floor, Han Feng found that there were very few zombies on this floor. Only a few were wandering here. Looking at the face of the level 5 zombie, Han Feng somehow suddenly remembered another level 5 zombie from a few months ago. Its mouth was full of ha-ha sounds, and it was unclear whether it was a mockery or a language defect. What's wrong? You don't laugh when you see me? Looking at the special zombie in front of him, Han Feng said casually. Ha! As expected, with a raised corner of his mouth. Han Feng waved to the level 5 zombie and said, the space here is too small. Not suitable for the two of us, what? How about going down to fight? Han Feng raised his eyebrows and just finished speaking. The level 5 zombie slowly squatted down. Looking at the posture of the level 5 zombie, Han Feng knew. This guy was ready to get up and pounce on him. Bang! Huh? It happened so fast. Just as Han Feng had this thought, the level 5 zombie instantly stretched out its legs. Instantly, the level 5 zombie stabbed Han Feng like a cannonball. Sprinting in the air, the level 5 zombie stretched out its prepared claws and went straight for Han Feng's chest. Swoosh! Han Feng, who was on guard, was not an idiot. He directly activated his speed superpower and dodged towards the stairs on the side. He didn't give the opponent a chance to attack. Telekinesis. Imprisonment. Han Feng, who activated his speed superpower, also became sharper. When the level 5 zombie approached him, he instantly activated his imprisonment superpower. Buzz! The air turned into an air wall, and the level 5 zombie was fixed in it and could not move. Telekinesis. Start. At the moment when the level 5 zombie was imprisoned, Han Feng felt as if his brain was stepped on by an elephant. It hurt. Knowing that he could not delay for long, Han Feng immediately summoned the silver shuttle and silver wings. Ding! Ding ding ding! The silver wings, as thin as cicada wings, made a crisp sound on the body of the level 5 zombie. Unfortunately, the silver wings did not break the defense of the level 5 zombie, but only left thin white marks on its skin. Seeing that the silver wings returned in vain, Han Feng increased his control over the silver shuttle. Buzz! Squeak! 10 silver shuttles spun wildly, drilling tiny pieces of meat from the level 5 zombie. Roar! Roar! Perhaps hurt by the silver shuttle, the level 5 zombie in midair twisted its body wildly, trying to break free from the imprisonment. Hiss! As the level 5 zombie struggled, Han Feng felt even more pain in his head. Deciding immediately, Han Feng used his telekinesis to push the level 5 zombie forward fiercely, and then untied it. Bang! Crash! Under the push of telekinesis, the level 5 zombie was thrown fiercely towards the window beside it. In this way, Han Feng threw the level 5 zombie down from the 4th floor and forcibly changed the battlefield position. Chapter 343, Level 5 Death. Bang! Bang bang! When the level 5 zombie fell, Simon fired 2 shots in quick succession, both of which successfully hit the level 5 zombie. All soldiers, listen up. Quickly evacuate the open space and enter the building. Quick! Standing by the window, Han Feng looked down at the level 5 zombie downstairs and said. He knew very well that with the strength of the level 5 zombie, these red alert soldiers had no way to kill it. Staying in the open space would cause unnecessary trouble to themselves. Duh. After receiving Han Feng's order, the red alert soldiers quickly changed the direction of the battle. While shooting at the level 5 zombie, he quickly ran into the building. Roar! The level 5 zombie stood up from the ground and roared angrily. Looking at the soldiers shooting around, the level 5 zombie slowly squatted down and prepared to attack. Hey! Stupid! I'm here! Seeing the action of the level 5 zombie, Han Feng shouted from the upstairs. Sure enough, as soon as Han Feng finished shouting, the level 5 zombie subconsciously looked up. Huh? Taking advantage of the gap when the level 5 zombie had not yet moved, Han Feng jumped from the 4th floor. There was no other way. At this moment, Han Feng had to reach the open space as soon as possible. If he took the stairs, the red alert soldiers downstairs might not be able to hold on until he arrived. This is a height of more than 10 meters. To be honest, Han Feng was trembling with fear when he jumped down. However, Han Feng had his own way, which was to step on the hot wheels under his feet. There were several silver shuttles on the side, although it was a bit painful, at least under the control of telekinesis. The speed of falling to the ground was not too fast. Boom! A few seconds later, Han Feng landed steadily under the gaze of the level 5 zombie. Who? Roar! Before Han Feng could catch his breath, the level 5 zombie with fire took the lead in charging and attacked Han Feng. Looking at the sprinting level 5 zombie, Han Feng snorted coldly and thought to himself, in the corridor upstairs. I was hit by your dimensionality reduction, only forward and backward. No left and right dodge. I'm in the open space. This is my world. In an instant, Han Feng activated his speed superpower, leaving a trail of afterimages. Han Feng, holding 2 knives, went around behind the level 5 zombie and stabbed it quickly. With the blessing of the speed superpower, the level 5 zombie was like a statue. It was almost motionless. And it was Han Feng's target. Ding! Ding! After 2 crisp sounds, the 2 hard and sharp sabers broke. Smash! Han Feng, who had pulled away a safe distance, cursed, threw away the handle in his hand, and then shouted, All soldiers, give me high explosive grenades. Hoo! Hoo! Following Han Feng's instructions, 10 American soldiers stood in the building and threw out their high explosive grenades one after another. At the same time, telekinesis hooked the high explosive grenade flying in the air, and Han Feng took advantage of the situation to pull out the pin on the grenade. Everyone, evade! With a loud roar, Han Feng pressed all the high explosive grenades firmly on the level 5 zombies. Roar! Roar! Realizing the extreme danger, the level 5 zombies violently tore their bodies, trying to pull off the black metal lumps on their bodies. Unfortunately, These high-explosive grenades are not glued on, but controlled by telekinesis. Even if the level 5 zombies pull one or two and hold them in their hands, they will definitely not be able to throw them out. Sensing the 3-second delay of the high-explosive grenade, Han Feng quickly scanned the surroundings. Finally, 1 second before the high-explosive grenade exploded, Han Feng successfully hid behind the bunker. Boom! 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 The next moment, several huge explosions sounded. The power generated by the simultaneous explosion of high-explosive grenades is not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. The shock waves generated by the explosions entangle, repel, and merge with each other. The violent explosion mixed with the ultra-high temperature flames quickly devoured and tore apart everything around. Around the explosion point, no tiny dust could escape. Bang! Crash! Crash! At the first moment of the shock wave spreading, the glass on the building was the first to suffer. It shattered into countless pieces of glass, like a storm, hitting the ground downstairs. A few seconds later, when the smoke from the explosion dispersed slightly, Han Feng could barely see the 5th-level zombie at the center of the explosion. At this time, the 5th-level zombie had long lost its former grace and became a beggar with no clothes. The whole body was dark in color, with a small part of broken skin, and next to the broken skin, the broken flesh was dripping. Frowning, Han Feng slowly clenched his teeth. Since he did not sense the large increase in gold coins, Han Feng judged that this guy was still alive. Telekinesis. Start. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Adhering to this excellent idea, Han Feng once again used the silver shuttle to appear, aiming at the damaged part of the level 5 zombie skin. 10 silver wings rushed forward. The extremely fast silver shuttle stabbed the level 5 zombie's painful part as if ignoring the distance. Since the level 5 zombie's skin had been broken, the following process was much smoother. Roar! Roar! Feeling the taste of flesh-eating and bone-soaking, the level 5 zombie swung its body frantically. Unfortunately, once the silver shuttle enters the body, no medicine can cure it, and it will die. Looking at the passionate dance of the level 5 zombie, Han Feng stepped over. He said frivolously, "It's not difficult to kill you, but the difficulty lies in how to open your turtle shell." As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, the frequency of the 5th-level zombie shaking its body became lower and lower, until it was quiet. To be on the safe side, Han Feng did not immediately activate the silver shuttle, but planned to stay a little longer and observe. After a while, Han Feng sensed the increase of 100,000 huge gold coins. Only then did he put down the huge rock in his heart and started the carnival. 100,000 gold coins are mine, mine. 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 100,000 gold coins are mine, mine. 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 Twisting the dazzling dance steps, Han Feng sang the lyrics that were not very rhyming. Report to Captain Han. The zombies in the distribution warehouse have been cleared. Please give instructions. Suddenly, when Han Feng was jumping excitedly, Simon's report came to his mind. So fast, turning around, Han Feng looked at the building and said in surprise, "That's right. There are only 2 level 4 zombies, and they can't stop the ghost. And the remaining low-level zombies, I'm afraid most of them died under the Gatling gun." Roar! Roar! In the distance, Han Feng vaguely heard the roar of the zombies. Turning his head to look at the outside world, densely packed, people surging, everyone returned to defense. Prepare for battle. Han Feng gave an order with a serious look. Activating the speed superpower, Han Feng climbed to the rooftop of the building in just over 10 seconds. The 11-story distribution warehouse building is definitely the best place in this desolate land. Standing here, Han Feng clearly saw a large number of zombies wandering in the direction of the city center. Pursing his lips, Han Feng felt a little unsure. If all the zombies coming are low-level zombies, it will be very convenient for him. Welcome. But if there are level 5 zombies again, it will be a bit tricky. The high-explosive grenades have been used up, and the remaining 50 or so ordinary grenades are enough to kill a level 5 zombie. But what if there are subsequent level 5 zombies? In addition, there are even more terrifying level 6 female zombies. Will it come? Han Feng clenched his fists, and his mind was filled with the powerful kick of the female corpse. Luna, summon 5 prism tanks. Han Feng, who was afraid of the level 6 female corpse, prepared to summon his strongest tank, the prism tank. No matter how fast the level 6 female corpse is, Can it be faster than the prism tank that uses light as an attack method? Obviously not, since it can't. The 5 prism tanks will focus their fire on the level 6 female corpse, and will definitely cook it. Report to Captain Han. The price of summoning 5 prism tanks is 100,000 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirmed. Just consider the level 5 zombie just now dead in vain, Han Feng said resolutely, gritting his teeth. Okay, Captain Han. 5 prism tanks are being summoned. Each tank takes 40 minutes to summon. Please wait. Oh my! Damn! After listening to Luna, Han Feng slapped his thigh with his right hand and pulled his hair with his left hand. After all the calculations, I missed the summoning time of the prism tank. After a few seconds, Han Feng opened his eyes and said, Luna, calculate the arrival time of the zombies. Report to Captain Han. After preliminary calculations by the system, the main group of zombies will arrive at the 100-meter warning line of the distribution warehouse in 28 minutes. And the third-level zombies will arrive at the 100-meter warning line of the distribution warehouse in 10 minutes. Han Feng responded, gritting his teeth. There is no other way. Apart from stalling for time. The only thing left is to pray. After sorting out his thoughts, Han Feng turned and went downstairs. In the corridor, Han Feng said to Luna, Luna, have you finished scanning the interior of the distribution warehouse? Report to Captain Han. All the buildings in the distribution warehouse have been scanned. Where is the vault? As the saying goes, people die for money, and birds die for food. Han Feng thought. Anyway, the fastest level 3 zombies will not arrive here for 10 minutes. So he might as well take a look at the gold bars during this time. Report to Captain Han. The gold bars in the vault are stored on the 3rd underground floor of this building. The defense is quite strict. After exclaiming, Han Feng continued, lead the way, let the engineer come with us. Okay, Captain Han. In this way, under Luna's precise leadership and the engineer's easy door opening, Han Feng arrived at the well-defended 3rd underground floor 2 minutes later, holding the flashlight that had been turned on. Han Feng strode towards the vault. Standing at the door of the vault, Han Feng looked at the door that was several times larger than himself. Stunned and speechless. Oh my god! It's just like in the movie, this door. This feeling. Amazing. Touching the heavy round security door, Han Feng kept sighing. When he thought that this door would open, and all the gold bars inside would be his. Han Feng felt that this trip was worth it. Engineer unlock. Let the dazzling gold bars scare me to death. Come on. Chapter 344. Sniping all the way. Squeak. Squeak. Huh. Accompanied by a series of noises. The most heavily guarded door of the issuing warehouse was slowly opened by the engineer. Huh. With excitement, Han Feng exhaled heavily, wiping the sweat from the palm of his hand on his shirt. Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it. Step. Raising his legs to enter the vault, Han Feng illuminated the surroundings with a flashlight. Everywhere touched by the light, they all gave an expensive response. Do you know what the glittering golden light is? Do you know what the blinding wealth is? Touching the neatly stacked gold bars, Han Feng kept asking himself. Now, all of these are mine. After saying this softly, Han Feng put down his phone and hugged the gold wall that was more than 1 meter high. Han Feng had never seen so much gold in his life. In front of wealth. Han Feng smiled with joy. You have to be good, wait for me to come back, don't run around. Okay? Han Feng nervously instructed, scanning the room full of gold bars. This way. I'm afraid that if I turn around, these gold bars will disappear. I'll be back soon. Saying goodbye, Han Feng walked out of the vault quickly and walked upstairs. Engineer, go find a backup power source and make sure this place is bright. Quick! Han Feng told the engineer beside him as he went upstairs. Okay, Captain Han, the engineer said. And then he set out alone according to the route given by Luna. When he came outside and stood in front of the distribution warehouse building, Han Feng saw several small black dots in the distance. No need to think. These small black dots are the 3rd level zombies running over. Ghost. When you fight later, activate the combat mode. The 4th level zombies are all your food. Leave the 3rd level and 5th level zombies to me. Turning his head, Han Feng looked at the Terminator and said, Okay, Luna. Summon 10 heavy armored soldiers to share some of the pressure for Ghost. Summon 6 more snipers. And shoot when you see level 3 zombies. and kill as many as you can. Report to Captain Han. Summon 10 heavy armored soldiers and 6 snipers. A total of 30,000 gold coins are needed. Please confirm the summon. Confirmed. The rest of the money, all summon American soldiers. Looking at the balance of gold coins, Han Feng reasonably distributed them. Okay. Captain Han. Heavy armored soldiers and snipers are being summoned. Please wait. Looking at the cleared gold coins, Han Feng sighed helplessly. Alas. These gold coins were accumulated when killing zombies in the distribution warehouse just now. They were about to exceed 200,000. Now, they are back to the time before liberation, however. When Han Feng thought that he could accumulate a lot of gold coins in the next battle, he felt a little more balanced. I'll go first. After talking to himself as if to cheer himself up, Han Feng greased his feet and rushed to the outside of the distribution warehouse in an instant, facing the third-level zombies in the distance. While sprinting, Han Feng did not forget to tell Luna, inform all snipers later. As long as a third-level zombie crosses the minimum warning line, shoot immediately. If it doesn't exceed it, let it go first. Okay. Captain Han. I got it. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng did not reply, because he was already close to the first wave of level 3 zombies. Is that all you have? Let me see. There are a few 3,000. Han Feng looked at the level 3 zombies as if he saw countless gold coins. Telekinesis. Start. Swoosh. Swoosh. The silver shuttle and silver wings were sacrificed, and instantly turned into a magic weapon for slaughtering the world. Under the shining of the sun, each customized weapon seemed to be a spiritual flash, flexibly shuttling around the level 3 zombies. This kind of slaughter is not a battle at all. It is just Han Feng's unilateral crushing of the level 3 zombies. Any level 3 zombie that appeared in Han Feng's field of vision would be torn apart in the next second. 1 for 3,000. 2 for 3,000. 6 for 3,000. 10. Every time he killed a level 3 zombie, Han Feng would count the amount of money he received, just like keeping accounts. 40 for 3,000. 2 minutes later, Han Feng stood in the street full of mincemeat and shouted, "Who else?" These 3 words were extremely arrogant, full of hatred. Luna. American soldiers, don't summon them yet. When the gold coins accumulated to a certain level, Han Feng gave up the idea of summoning American soldiers. The reason is simple. There are not enough vehicles. If we really summon a bunch of American soldiers, it will be troublesome to get them back. Okay. Captain Han. The plan to summon American soldiers has been cancelled. Yeah. That's good. After responding to Luna, Han Feng saw that there were no zombies around to respond to him. So he sprinted towards the city center again. Since you don't come, then I will come to visit in person. But as soon as he accelerated, Han Feng stopped. What if the level 6 female corpse is really there? If I rush forward like this, will I bump into it? Frowning, Han Feng thought tangledly. After a few seconds, Han Feng figured it out, or go back first. At worst, wait for the zombies to get closer to fight. Anyway, the zombies won't run away. After turning around, just as Han Feng was about to activate his speed superpower, he paused again. What if the level 6 female corpse is not here? Wouldn't that be a loss? If we don't fight this wave of sniper battles now, when the zombies surround the city, it will be a headache. Just like that, Han Feng, who was stunned in the spot, looked at the direction of the city center, and then turned his head to look at the direction of the distribution warehouse. TSK. After swaying several times, Han Feng fell into deep thought. Luna, can I beat the level 6 female corpse now? Han Feng just opened his mouth and pouted the next moment. No. I have a hard time killing even level 5 zombies, let alone killing level 6 ones. Luna, can I outrun the level 6 female corpse? After struggling for a while, Han Feng changed the way of asking. Following Han Feng's question, Luna answered pertinently, reporting to Captain Han. Unknown. After systematic research and comparison, your current speed is fast enough to outrun the level 6 female corpse. So you can outrun it? Why do you say unknown? Han Feng interrupted Luna immediately after hearing her say this. At this time, Luna reorganized her words and said, reporting to Captain Han. It's like this. Since we don't know the true speed of the level 6 female corpse, the system cannot make an effective judgment on the result. At this moment, Han Feng was even more confused. Luna sensed Han Feng's thoughts and explained. When the level 6 female corpse was chasing you, its speed increased slowly. This means that its speed at that time was not at its limit. After Luna's explanation, Han Feng was silent. Yes. As the person involved, I know everything that happened at that time. Every time I tried my best to increase my speed, the female corpse could always catch up easily, until it surpassed me. Haha, it's really funny suddenly. Han Feng, who was standing in place, laughed at himself. If I knew I could not win or escape, I would have returned to the distribution warehouse. If I knew I could win or escape from the female corpse, I would have rushed into the zombie group and killed everyone. I am afraid of the current situation. I can't figure out the opponent's position, and I don't know what the outcome of the battle will be. Know yourself and know the enemy, and you will never be in danger in 100 battles. The ancients were not deceiving me. Looking up at the sky, Han Feng, who was struggling to stay or go, said to himself. After a few seconds, Han Feng still kept looking up at the sky. At this time, Luna asked softly, Captain Han, what are you going to do now? Wait. Wait for the second wave of level 3 zombies. Or the zombie group? Yes. Han Feng made a decision before answering Luna. At this position, it would not take too much time for him to escape back to the distribution warehouse. He could not compete with a level 6 female zombie in long-distance running, but he should be able to win in short-distance sprinting. And he also has the silver shuttle and silver wings. If it really doesn't work, sacrificing the car to save the general, abandoning some customized weapons, and escaping is also an option. Besides, after running halfway, Simon will give me long-range support. And with the interference of the sniper gun, I can get away from the safe distance in an instant. For the zombie group, if you don't do sniping, the pressure in the later stage will be too great. This is a single-choice question that you have to choose, and you have no right to choose other options. Roar! Roar! Hearing the zombies roaring in the distance, Han Feng slowly lowered his head. Are they coming? Since Han Feng is now at the horizon, he cannot see the total number of zombies. But based on the roars he heard, Han Feng subconsciously felt that this was only the second wave of the third-level zombies. Swoosh! Whoosh! You guessed it right. Seeing dozens of third-level zombies rushing into his sight blindly, Han Feng knew that he had won the bet. Let me see. How many 3,000 do you have? After whispering, Han Feng took a breath and activated his super speed ability, heading towards the third-level zombies in the distance. On the way, Han Feng used his telekinesis to activate the silver shuttle's silver wings and said, Telekinesis. Start. Let's get started. Swoosh. Howl. The dazzling flashes lit up again, shooting out from Han Feng's side. 2 minutes later, the 51st 3,000. Huh? When the last level 3 zombie fell to the ground, Han Feng panted with his hands on his knees. So far, in more than 10 minutes, Han Feng has killed a total of 91 level 3 zombies. As a price, Han Feng felt a little lack of mental strength. Straightening up, Han Feng took out a cigarette. While lighting it, he muttered, More than 20 minutes have passed. The big army. It should be here. Reporting to Captain Han, the zombies will arrive at the distribution warehouse in 11 minutes. It will arrive here in 13 seconds. So fast? Hearing this, Han Feng was a little surprised. But he quickly sorted out his thoughts and said, in other words, it is a third-level zombie. There will be no third wave of attack. Right? Yes. Captain Han. Roar! Here it comes. Chapter 345. Stalemate. Hearing the dense roar of zombies in the distance, Han Feng realized that they had finally arrived. Looking back at the empty streets, and then looking down at his feet full of mincemeat, Han Feng knew, in this sniper battle, he was the only one on his side. Wu Han Feng stretched his arms, stretched his lungs, and made a brisk and short cry, looking at a corpse wall that was so thick that it had no edge. Han Feng whispered, Level 6 female corpse. You're a grandson if you come. After cursing softly, Han Feng pulled up his pants, then activated his speed superpower, and sprinted towards the zombies alone. Within the range of vision, most of the places he saw were low-level zombies of level 1 or 2, which was simply an amusement park for Han Feng, but among these low-level zombies, there were also some level 4 zombies. Fortunately, they were standing far away from each other, and they were far from being able to surround Han Feng. In front of the zombie tide, Han Feng jumped up, soaring in the air. Han Feng roared, telekinesis. Kill! Zheng! Shao! The 20 custom weapons lurking around Han Feng were like demons that opened their eyes and saw blood. Before Han Feng landed, the custom weapons cleared a small area for him. Stepping on the muddy ground, Han Feng listened to the roars of the zombies around him, and thought to himself that things were going to go wrong. I am a player, not a warrior. Just stand farther away and use telekinesis. Why rush in? Frowning, Han Feng thought if he had a saber in his hand. But since he has come in, wouldn't it be embarrassing to jump out like this? Han Feng had no choice but to summon back the 2 silver wings and hide them under his palms. In that case, palm wind and fire wheels. At this moment, Han Feng suddenly had an idea and imitated Lu Zhi's second-year spirit to name his new move. Under Han Feng's palms, the 2 silver wings were spinning wildly. The silver wings, which were already as thin as cicada wings, looked more like 2 large discs at this moment. Would it be better to call it shuriken? At this moment, Han Feng was suddenly not satisfied with the name just now. Forget it. I'll think about it later. Finally, Han Feng remembered the serious matter. Holding the silver wings under his palms, Han Feng kept tossing up and down in the zombies. Every time he stretched out his palm, the sharp silver wings would spin off the opponent's head. Every time he waved his arms, a small piece of open space would be cleared around. After dozens of seconds, swoosh, whoosh, with a flash and an additional jump, Han Feng finally got out of the zombie tide. Pulling a safe distance, Han Feng turned around and looked behind. Looking down at the silver wings on his palms, Han Feng muttered, "You go." Swoosh. The silver wing flew out of his palm and turned into a stream to fly into the zombies. Damn. It's so slow. Patting the blood clots on his hands, Han Feng cursed inwardly. Yeah. The silver wing controlled by telekinesis can kill more than a dozen people in 1 second. In his own hands. Hee hee. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Han Feng simply got out and concentrated on controlling telekinesis to ensure the fastest and highest killing rate. In the zombies, the silver shuttle and silver wing deliberately avoided the tough guys, like the 4th level zombies, and only picked low-level zombies. Even though the number of kills per second is amazing, the number of zombies is too large. Han Feng killed these zombies, and there will be substitutes to replace them in a few seconds. Jumping and looking at the back of the zombie tide. Oh my god! The endless zombie tide really scared Han Feng. After holding on for a few minutes, Han Feng found that his sniping of the zombies was minimal, and it seemed that he could not make much progress at all. Fortunately, until now, Han Feng has not found any trace of the level 6 female corpse. After holding on for a few more minutes, Han Feng decided to push the zombie tide back, because the zombies in the front row were about to get close. Just like that, Han Feng fought and retreated, and finally brought the zombie tide back to the distribution warehouse after an hour. Looking at the 2 prism tanks parked side by side in the open space, Han Feng was relieved. In this case, let's play a big game. Once this idea came up, Han Feng simply gave up all resistance. He turned around and rushed into the distribution warehouse. Who? Sitting on the open space in front of the light tank, Han Feng couldn't help but breathe heavily. After more than an hour of crazy fighting, Han Feng's mental strength had already shown a low state. At this time, he was ready to rely on the red alert equipment to delay for a while. When his mental strength recovered, he would be a brave man again. Snipers, you take the lead in attacking. As long as the 3rd level zombies enter the range, shoot directly. Looking at the slowly approaching zombies, Han Feng directly denied the previous order and allowed the snipers to shoot on their own. Bang! 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 As soon as the shooting command was unlocked, dense sniper rifle sounds rang out above Han Feng's head. Following the sound, Han Feng looked up. On the rooftop of the distribution warehouse building, there were 7 snipers leaning against the edge side by side. Bang! 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 2 seconds later, the second round of sniping began. Simon, you stand high and see far. Observe. Is there any trace of the 6th level female corpse? Han Feng knew that Luna would give the sniper the image of the 6th level female corpse, so Han Feng could directly give his order. Okay, Captain Han. We will observe. After Simon responded, Han Feng changed his slumped posture to sitting cross-legged. He took out a cigarette and lit one to analyze the battle situation. Bang! Bang! The sound of the cannon-like movement upstairs and Han Feng's quiet smoking formed a sharp contrast. Half a minute later, there was no sound on the roof, because the sniper's bullets were all used up. 7 snipers transformed into clairvoyance-held telescopes and kept exploring the battlefield. Report to Captain Han. No trace of the level 6 female corpse has been found for the time being, but it is not ruled out that it is farther away, or lurking in the group of corpses without being noticed. Okay, I got it, Han Feng replied with a cigarette in his mouth. Level 6 female corpses also have anti-reconnaissance awareness? Even if they do, can they escape the eyes of 7 snipers? Haha, I don't believe it. After listening to Simon's report, this was the first thought that came to Han Feng's mind. Then, Han Feng continued to ask, Simon, as a 1-star sniper, where can you observe the farthest? Reporting to Captain Han, the farthest distance I can observe is 3 kilometers. Okay, keep observing. Yes, Captain Han. After responding to Simon, Han Feng continued to analyze the farthest 3-kilometer range. No female corpse was found. In other words, the female corpse didn't come this time. Slapping his thigh, Han Feng propped himself up and thought, what's there to be afraid of? Simon, while looking for the level 6 female corpse, look for the level 5 zombies. Okay, Captain Han. After Simon finished speaking, Han Feng looked up at the zombies. Suddenly, Han Feng was stunned. Fuck. I was wondering why it's so quiet. At this time, the zombies stopped at a distance of 200 meters outside the distribution warehouse and stopped moving. This also resulted in the fact that except for the sniper attacking, the American soldiers were just on guard with light machine guns and did not shoot. The afternoon breeze blew, causing the objects on the ground to sway. This tranquility was like the calm before the storm. Simon, have you found it? There was no movement for dozens of seconds, and Han Feng was a little anxious. Report to Captain Han. The location of the level 5 zombies has been found. Where is it? Before Simon, Luna said, report to Captain Han. 3 level 5 zombies have been marked in the radar. Please move to the system to view. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng immediately dropped his cigarette butt and stamped it out, then shifted his attention to the system. Looking at the radar display, Han Feng noticed 3 light red dots. What's the distance? Report to Captain Han. The nearest level 5 zombie is 330 meters away. The farthest is 800 meters away, and the one in the middle is 520 meters away. Luna, what is the attack range of the light tank? Squinting his eyes, Han Feng thought of the 2 allied ace tanks behind him. Report to Captain Han. The maximum attack range of the light tank is 1 kilometer. 1 kilometer is 1,000 meters. These 3 unlucky ones are all within the range. Reporting to Captain Han. Yes. May I ask if we should charge the prism tank and attack now? Yes. Attack them, Han Feng said fiercely with his eyes wide open. The weakness of these 3 level 5 zombies is that they are afraid of electricity. The prism tank happens to have an electric attribute attack. So if we don't attack them now, when will we attack them? Okay, Captain Han. The prism tank is charging, and the estimated attack time is 5 seconds later. Please wait. Hey, remember to let the prism tank attack together. I'm afraid that we can't kill them if we attack them separately. Okay, Captain Han. The attack order of the prism tank has been changed. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng opened his eyes. Buzz. Suddenly, the 2 prism tanks behind Han Feng suddenly ignited without warning. The sound of power charging resounded all around. Hearing the noise, Han Feng subconsciously looked back. At the moment he turned his head, 2 thick beams of light suddenly shot out from the reflectors of the 2 prism tanks. Ah! My eyes! Ah! At this moment, Han Feng felt that he had just seen a powerful searchlight. The feeling of blinding in an instant scared Han Feng. Luna! What's wrong with me? Are you okay? Rubbing his eyes, Han Feng asked frantically. Report to Captain Han. This is blinding due to strong light. It's okay. Please rest assured. You are expected to regain your vision in 48 minutes. Hearing that he was fine, Han Feng changed the subject and asked, are the level 5 zombies dead? Report to Captain Han. 3 level 5 zombies have been killed. Luna. Vision connection. Target Simon. Suddenly, Han Feng remembered that he still had a vision connection. Although he was blind, Simon's vision was wider. Okay, Captain Han. The vision connection is complete. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng slowly opened his eyes. Why aren't they moving? Chapter 346, Suicide Attack. There is no level 6 female corpse in the zombie tide. Apart from it, the only zombies left that can control the zombie tide are level 5 zombies. But among the zombies, 3 level 5 zombies have died. Then why can these zombies still stay in place in an orderly manner? No. There must be other reasons. Han Feng kept observing through the sniper Simon's sight. Unfortunately, dozens of seconds passed, and there was no level 6 female corpse at all. Downstairs, Han Feng, with his eyes closed, took out a cigarette and lit it. Holding the cigarette, Han Feng changed his mind, thinking, since they don't move, what are they waiting for? Or do they have other intentions? But no matter how Han Feng thought, he really couldn't think of the reason. The zombies had surrounded the city. What else can we wait for? Are we waiting for our food and grass to run out? Starve to death? Isn't that ridiculous? All soldiers. Grenade. Taking a deep puff of cigarette, Han Feng decided to play a big game. Since you don't move, I will give you a warning. Hoo. After Han Feng gave the order, more than 70 red alert soldiers took out their ordinary grenades and threw them at Han Feng. Although he couldn't see it this time, with Simon's eyes, Han Feng accurately took all the grenades with telekinesis. In midair, the safety pins of more than 70 grenades automatically fell off. With a ruthless heart and gritted teeth, Han Feng threw the grenades directly into the zombies. Boom! Boom boom boom! A few seconds later, the zombies were like being carpet bombed by bombers. Intensive explosions sounded one after another, and shock waves and grenade fragments flew across the sky. All soldiers, get ready for battle. Han Feng hurriedly issued an order before the explosion ended. He was also afraid that the zombies awakened by the grenade alarm would charge. A few seconds later, the zombies used actual actions to tell Han Feng that he was wrong. After enduring the baptism of more than 70 grenades, the zombies still stayed where they were, unmoved. Han Feng frowned deeply. Dumbfounded. Han Feng pursed his lips. Puzzled. Based on the understanding of zombies, they will charge in chaos when there is no leader. But the problem now is, there is no leader of high-level zombies in the zombie tide. And these zombies are not in chaos. Gulu. Time passed second by second, and Han Feng's heart tightened little by little. Luna, summon a terrorist. In order to be able to personally explore the zombie tide, Han Feng issued this summoning order with difficulty. Reporting to Captain Han, summoning a terrorist requires 500 gold coins. Please confirm. Hearing Luna's question, Han Feng hesitated. If the terrorist is summoned, he will definitely die, as the only attack method is suicide attack. Han Feng has killed zombies and people, but he has never killed his own soldiers. And now, confirm. Finally, Han Feng made up his mind and said the word confirm. In Han Feng's mind, if the zombies did not attack the terrorists, then he would raise the terrorists for life. Anyway, they are his soldiers, and he will not be short of his food with his big family and big business. If the zombies really attack the terrorists, alas! Report to Captain Han. Terrorist number 0001 reports to you. In Simon's sight, the terrorists beside Han Feng raised their hands to salute. Using Simon's eyes, Han Feng looked at this laborer. Terrorists, in Han Feng's understanding and fantasy, are the kind of desperate warriors. They are the ones wearing camouflage, holding bombs and laughing, and rushing towards the enemy without hesitation. But this extremely ordinary person in front of him subverted Han Feng's perception of terrorists. Wearing a work cotton jacket and cloth shoes. Although this terrorist is not unkempt, his unkempt appearance really looks like a hard-working coolie on a construction site. On the back of this laborer was a torn plastic bag. Through the hole in the plastic bag, Simon could see lunch boxes, toothbrush holders, toilet paper, and other daily necessities with a sniper scope. Luna, is this a terrorist? So plain and simple? Han Feng couldn't believe it. So he subconsciously asked Luna. Report to Captain Han. Yes, he is a terrorist. In his plastic backpack, in the lunchbox, is a CR terrorist bomb. The power of this bomb is comparable to the rocket launched by a 3-star V3 rocket launcher. Lunchbox bomb? This is too ordinary. Right? Han Feng pouted, looking helpless. Luna. Connect vision. Target, terrorists. Since Luna said yes, then it must be. In order to better control the terrorists, Han Feng ordered to switch the vision connection to the terrorists. Okay, Captain Han. The vision connection switch has been completed. When Han Feng opened his eyes again, he saw himself with his eyes closed. Oh, right, the terrorists were standing face to face with him. After getting used to this strange perspective, Han Feng began to control the terrorists to walk towards the zombies. After dozens of seconds, the terrorists had walked 3 meters in front of the zombies. At this position, Han Feng clearly saw the shaking zombies through the terrorists' eyes. Shaking? Is it controlled? Or is it a little tired after standing for a long time? At this time, Han Feng tried his best to analyze the zombies' every move. The terrorist stood in place and took the backpack behind him. He took out a small bag from the torn plastic bag. After untying the bag, the terrorist took out the incendiary bottle. Pulling out the pin at the mouth of the incendiary bottle, the terrorist swung it hard and threw it to the zombies farther away. Pop! In midair, the incendiary bottle exploded. The extremely sticky burning material turned into a fire net and fell down at the moment of the explosion. Boom! Whoosh! After landing, the fire net made a slight explosion sound. And then the fire began to burn fiercely. No response. Looking at the unmoved zombies, the terrorist walked forward and began his journey to death. Roar! Something Han Feng didn't expect happened. When the terrorist walked into the zombies' attack distance, the zombies seemed to suddenly come alive, immediately reached out and grabbed the terrorist. Ah! In an instant, Han Feng's vision connection was forced to go offline. Facing the darkness in front of him, Han Feng couldn't help but exclaimed, Luna! Vision connection. Target. Simon! Quick! Okay, Captain Han. The vision connection is complete. Target, Simon. As soon as Luna spoke, Han Feng opened his eyes immediately. Through Simon's eyes on the high platform, Han Feng saw an amazing scene. In the zombie tide, the terrorists rushed forward. Another charge. The terrorists rushed forward regardless of the bites of the zombies around them. Although his speed was a little slow under the drag of many zombies, he still plunged into the zombie group and moved further. Luna! Why is the vision connection between me and the terrorists interrupted? Why? Looking at the terrorists who were desperate, Han Feng was anxious, but more of it was confusion. The terrorists are alive and well. So why is the vision connection forced to close? Report to Captain Han. The terrorists have triggered the attack skill. What attack skill can squeeze the vision connection out of the line? After hearing this, Han Feng was even more confused. Report to Captain Han. The terrorists have triggered and activated the killing attack skill. Once this skill is triggered, the system will determine that it is killed. You cannot use the vision connection on the dead soldiers. Who asked him to trigger the skill? He was just caught by the zombies in his cotton coat just now. Was he scratched or bitten? I can get rid of the zombies. Why? Han Feng was a little excited to see the terrorists killed by him. Report to Captain Han. Once the terrorists are attacked by the enemy, they will automatically trigger and activate the attack skill. This suicide attack skill is a passive effect and cannot be cancelled by you. Captain Han. After hearing this, Han Feng gritted his teeth and said nothing more. However, Luna's words alleviated a lot of the guilt in Han Feng's heart. Through Simon's sight, Han Feng discovered a magical scene. The terrorists actually advanced more than 100 meters in the tide of corpses. What is this concept? Even if the strongest mobilized soldiers were asked to charge in the tide of corpses, such an outstanding scene would not appear. Luna, how can the terrorists still advance? It's been so long. He's not dead yet? Han Feng hesitated for a while, although he felt that it was a bit immoral to say this. The biggest doubt in his heart at this time was just like this. Report to Captain Han. After the terrorists trigger and activate the suicide attack skill, they will inject stimulants and adrenaline into themselves. Hearing Luna's words, Han Feng was silent. After a pause, Luna continued to explain. Terrorists inject themselves with stimulants and adrenaline in order to gain strong physical kinetic energy before death, so that they can mobilize the strongest burst of body muscles. At the same time, stimulants can stimulate the body's maximum endurance. During this period, terrorists do not feel pain or fatigue, and only know to approach the enemy. Hearing Luna's words, Han Feng suddenly understood something. Just now, I said that in the plastic backpack of the terrorists, there is a CR terrorist bomb. Maybe the terrorist knew that if he detonated the bomb too close to him, he would accidentally hurt him. That's why he tried so hard to stay away from him. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng silently watched the terrorists moving farther and farther away. But what can he do? The number of zombies in the zombie tide is so terrifying. All the zombies around the terrorists will stretch out their claws to grab the terrorists tightly. From the terrorist's struggling body posture, Han Feng can see that he really tried his best. Boom! Boom! Chapter 347, Meet Lin Lan again. Amid the deafening explosion, a beautiful and spectacular mushroom cloud rose from the corpse tide. In Simon's sight, Han Feng clearly saw the shock wave was like a small stone thrown into the lake, and the ripples spread out layer by layer. Avoid! 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 Quick! Seeing this scene, the anxious Han Feng even began to nod when speaking. Hoo-hum! It was as if a hurricane blew over sand and gravel. Broken limbs and arms rushed at a very fast speed. Bang! Boom! 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 Hearing the violent pounding in his ears, Simon had to lower his head and hide himself under the rooftop fence to avoid the sharp edge. Luna! Luna! Red alert. In the storm. As soon as Han Feng opened his mouth, a foreign object rushed into his mouth. After feeling the severe pain from his front teeth, Han Feng covered his mouth with both hands and stopped talking. Luna, how are the Red Alert soldiers? Unable to speak, Han Feng quickly asked Luna in his mind. Report to Captain Han. Our personnel were slightly damaged and are not seriously injured. We can attack normally. Hearing Luna's reply, Han Feng was relieved, knowing that the CR terrorist bomb is powerful. But I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Wah-la-la. After a few seconds, the shockwave gradually dissipated. When the storm was almost over, Simon immediately extended his sniper scope to give Han Feng the first-hand view. Through Simon's perspective, Han Feng saw, in front of him, the Terminator was holding his body tightly to block the flying debris for him. Thank you. Without you, I would have been dead. Extending his right hand, Han Feng patted the Terminator on the shoulder. The Terminator did not speak, and his hands were still on the light tank behind Han Feng. Motionless. Ghost? Ghost? Seeing that the Terminator did not move, Han Feng panicked. What's wrong? Captain Han? Oh my! The Terminator's muffled answer rang in his ears, and Han Feng quickly patted his chest. When Han Feng finished speaking, the last remnants of the shock wave also dissipated. Sensing that the danger was over, the Terminator retracted his arms. After straightening his waist, he turned to face the group of corpses outside the distribution warehouse. When the Terminator turned his back to Han Feng realized that the Terminator's back was full of scars. Do you know the pockmarked face on the surface of the moon? Yes, that's it. From large to deep lacerations of titanium steel bones, to small to smash marks of bionic skin. It is conceivable that if the Terminator had not stepped forward at the critical moment to resist all the alluvial deposits for Han Feng, then the consequences can be imagined. The trembling corners of his mouth and the gesture of wanting to say something but not saying it covered all of Han Feng's words of gratitude and excitement. Simon held the sniper rifle and looked at the zombies through the sniper's scope. At the center of the terrorist's death, within the radius of 300 meters around, there was no zombie. In the mess on the ground, the power of the explosion left a small meteorite crater, dozens of meters outside the crater. In addition to the broken arms and limbs, there were only some small pieces of meat and blood left. A radius of 300 meters. A full radius of 300 meters. All the zombies were turned into ashes with the terrorists. Outside the 300-meter explosion range, the zombies were lying on the ground, struggling to get up. But what was still strange was that, in places that were not affected by the explosion, the zombies still stood there stupidly without any other movements. When the fallen zombies stood up, they began the action that Han Feng had long awaited to fill the empty space cleared by the previous explosion. When the zombies returned to the state before the explosion, they stopped moving. Bang! Bang! Seeing this scene, Han Feng gritted his teeth tightly. Simon! Find for me. Find their highest level zombies. There must be a trick. Absolutely. Han Feng pointed at the zombies and ordered angrily. Okay, Captain Han. After Simon responded, The 7th sniper started to investigate all the time. Report to Captain Han. At 1 o'clock, 1 kilometer away, and 20 meters high, a suspicious target was found. During the 10th search, another sniper next to Simon reported. Simon! Vision! Hearing that a target appeared, Han Feng immediately notified Simon. Okay, Captain Han. Simon responded while turning the sniper gun. Lin. When Han Feng saw the suspicious target, he was shocked beyond words. Lin Lan. It's her. That's right. At the location reported by the sniper, Lin Lan stood on the rooftop of the residential building, folding her arms and looking over here. How? Han Feng's subconscious words had not yet been finished, and a surprising scene appeared. In Simon's sniper scope, Lin Lan seemed to find that she was being observed. Lin Lan raised her head and looked at herself, and she raised one of her arms that were originally folded and waved at herself. Why? Downstairs? Han Feng murmured. All the communication between me and the sniper was through the system. I didn't say a word. Why could Lin Lan sense that she was being seen from a kilometer away? Why did Lin Lan know to look at Simon? Did she know that I was sharing vision with Simon? Wait. Why is Lin Lan here? What is her relationship with the zombies? She disappeared for several months. Why is she here? Could it be these zombies are controlled by her? One question after another kept hitting Han Feng. No matter which question, Han Feng could not give a scientific explanation. At this time, in Simon's vision, Lin Lan retracted her swinging arms, turned around and walked down the rooftop. Where is she going? Why is she leaving? After muttering to himself, Han Feng ordered, Luna, turn on the scan. Confirm. Track Lin Lan for me. Quick. Okay. Captain Han. The radar is scanning. Please wait. 2 seconds later. Report to Captain Han. The radar cannot track Lin Lan's location. Why? Sorry. Captain Han. I don't know. Hiss. After listening to Luna, Han Feng hugged his head in pain. The radar cannot track Lin Lan. Does it mean that Lin Lan has? You know, only zombies can't be found by radar. Squatting on the ground, Han Feng thought about Lin Lan's makeup just now. Her appearance and clothes are similar to those before she disappeared, with a delicate face and clean and tidy clothes. From this point of view, Lin Lan should still be a human. Even if he met the strongest level 6 female corpse, she looked like a ghost. No matter from which point of view, Lin Lan and the zombies just now are very different. Captain Han. Look! The zombies are retreating. Simon's voice came to Han Feng's mind when he was absent-minded. Retreat? Through Simon's vision. As expected, all the zombies turned around and retreated back the way they came. Is it over? They are retreating now? Looking down from a high place, Han Feng was stunned at the zombies, like a receding wave. As soon as Lin Lan left, the zombies receded. With the situation developing to this point, it is difficult for Han Feng to believe that Lin Lan has nothing to do with the zombies. But what is the purpose of Lin Lan doing this? There is no reason to bring a large army of zombies and go through all the trouble to come and see him. Right? But it's good this way. At least I don't have to worry about fighting zombies. Huh? Han Feng took a deep breath, and the stone in his heart fell to the ground temporarily. As for Lin Lan, let's analyze it slowly after returning. Simon, organize the mobilization soldiers to move the gold bars. Han Feng gave the order to move while holding the prism tank. Simon was left on the rooftop by Han Feng to continue to observe the direction of the zombies. In case they turned back, at least they can be prepared for the battle in advance. More than 20 minutes later, the zombie army had gone far away. During this period, no emergencies occurred. After such a long time, Han Feng also squinted his eyes. Captain Han, how do you feel? Rubbing his eyes, Han Feng responded, not bad, still a little painful. Captain Han, now it is recommended that you enter the basement. Please do not stand in the strong light. Okay. With the help of the red alert soldiers, Han Feng walked down to the underground floor of the distribution warehouse. Entering a slightly dim environment, Han Feng felt much more comfortable with his eyes. Luna, why didn't you remind me? You can't look when the light tank is attacking. Sorry, Captain Han. This is my negligence. Alas. Listening to Luna's apology, Han Feng waved his hand, indicating that it was okay. Taking out a cigarette and lighting it, Han Feng found a corner and sat down. Lin Lan. Staring at the ceiling, Han Feng murmured Lin Lan's name. Once upon a time, Lin Lan was the most capable fighter in his team. Many times, it was Lin Lan who desperately used telekinesis to stop the danger. In a trance, Lin Lan's voice and smile appeared in front of Han Feng. After dozens of seconds, Han Feng suddenly asked, Luna, do you think Lin Lan really turned into a zombie? Sorry, Captain Han. I don't know and can't make a judgment. Then why can't the radar track her? Han Feng asked after listening to Luna. Report to Captain Han. There are many reasons why the radar can't track her. For example, Gui Yongqing. For example, the manager. They have special skills. Superpowers. Which can temporarily block radar detection. In other words, are you saying that Lin Lan has awakened another superpower? Frowning, Han Feng guessed randomly. Sorry, Captain Han. I don't know. Oh, forget it, waving his hand. Han Feng also felt that Luna couldn't answer these bizarre questions. Throwing down the cigarette butt and stamping it out, Han Feng got up and walked downstairs. After dozens of minutes of resting, Han Feng felt that his eyes were much more comfortable now. Arriving at the vault on the 3rd floor of the basement, Han Feng saw the busy red alert soldiers moving gold bars. With excitement, Han Feng walked into the vault while rubbing his hands. At the back of the vault is the private safe deposit box where the bank stores. There should be a diamond ring. Looking at the two safe walls, Han Feng said with a beaming face. Chapter 348, Christmas. Luna, call the engineer over. If I use brute force to open these two solid safety walls, it may take a long time. But for engineers with special skills, this safe is really not enough, okay? Captain Han. Luna took the instructions. And more than 10 seconds later, the engineer trotted to Han Feng's side. Thank you for your hard work. Open all the safes on these two walls. As he spoke, Han Feng supported the engineer's shoulders with his left hand and pointed forward with his right hand. Okay, Captain Han. After the engineer finished speaking, he raised his leg and stepped forward. He stretched out his hand and opened the doors of the safes one by one. Following the engineer, Han Feng took out the things in the safe. What is this? What is this? Photos are also put in here? Holding the box in the safe, Han Feng frowned, curled his lips, and said with disdain, Bonds. Wow. 20 million bonds. Awesome. Take out the documents from the second safe. Han Feng saw that this is a bond worth 20 million. Unfortunately, it's too hard to wipe your butt. Useless. This is useless too. Oh my god. In the most heavily defended and solid place in the city. Can't you put a diamond ring? Do you have to put a bunch of garbage? Dozens of safes were opened in succession. And inside were either documents or bonds. There were even family photos and love letters. Luna. 5 mobilized soldiers. Clean up all the useless garbage. Looking at the papers on the ground, Han Feng gave orders helplessly. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, the 5 mobilized soldiers put down the gold bars in their arms and lined up to the safe behind the vault. Sure enough, with the help of the 5 mobilized soldiers, the speed of sorting the safes became very fast. A minute later, in a small black cloth bag, Han Feng finally found the first batch of treasures. Full and round purple pearls. Deep black pearls. White pearls like mutton fat. Wow! Touching these pearls, Han Feng sighed subconsciously. Anything that can be locked here is a priceless treasure. Report to Captain Han. A diamond ring was found. While Han Feng was still immersed in the sea of pearls, a mobilized soldier beside him suddenly reported with a black diamond ring box. Taking the box, Han Feng put the pearls back into the previous bag. Gulp. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Han Feng took a deep breath and opened the box. Damn! At the moment of opening the box, a dazzling light shone in Han Feng's eyes. A huge diamond ring was stuck in the center of the diamond ring box. And the feeling of luxury came to his face. That's it. That's it. Han Feng kept repeating while holding the diamond ring. The rest is up to you. Remember to clean it up carefully after giving a word. Han Feng took the pearl bag and diamond ring box and walked out of the vault. Simon, how is the situation over there? As he walked upstairs, Han Feng asked Simon on the rooftop in his mind. Report to Captain Han. Everything is normal. Hearing these 8 words, Han Feng was completely relieved this time. Stay alert and keep an eye on the surrounding movements. Okay, Captain Han. A few hours later, nearly 5 tons of gold and various rare treasures in the vault were all moved away by the Red Alert soldiers. At this time, the sky was getting dark. Everyone, get ready to go home. Sitting in the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, Han Feng issued a retreat order. Buzz, accompanied by the roar of the convoy's engine, Han Feng ended a day of plundering. 4 hours later, Han Feng returned to the zinc mine. Luna, send the gold to the Allied base. Don't put it in the mine yet. Wait until I get there. Okay, Captain Han. By the way, as for diamonds, put the broken diamonds and gold together. The remaining high-value diamonds, keep them for me. Okay, Captain Han. After instructing Luna, Han Feng turned the car around and drove into the zinc mine alone. Han Feng stood beside the car after turning off the engine. He looked up and saw that in the dark environment, only the light in his bedroom was still on. Ah, it's so nice. Han Feng couldn't help but sigh as he looked at his bright bedroom window with a smile. This feeling was like a wife waiting for her husband to come home. Warm and touching. Holding the pearls and diamond ring in his jacket pocket, Han Feng pursed his lips and went upstairs with a sly smile. Dong dong dong. I'm back. Standing outside the door, Han Feng knocked on the door, politely shouted, and then quietly waited for Wei Yun to open the door for him. Brother-in-law, you're back. What surprised Han Feng was that it was Wei Peng who opened the door for him. When the door opened, the surprise turned into surprise. A huge Christmas tree stood in the middle of his bedroom. The Christmas tree was hung with colorful lights. Not only the Christmas tree, but also the surroundings of his bedroom were hung with colorful lights. What are you still standing there for? Come in and eat. Looking at the stunned Han Feng, Lu Rui held a chicken leg in his hand and greeted Han Feng into the house with a mouth full of oil. You? Han Feng raised his leg and walked slowly in, making a puzzled sound. Wei Yun walked towards Han Feng, took off his coat for him, and explained, Isn't today Christmas? According to the orthodox practice of Westerners, everyone should eat roast chicken together at home. Oh, but where did the roast chicken come from? Han Feng's focus was on the origin of the roast chicken on the plate. Frozen sealed packaged chicken. This is just ordinary chicken. If it was turkey, the taste would be better, but the conditions are limited. So let's just do it this way for now. At this time, Tanya came from behind Han Feng while explaining with pasta. Did you make this? Han Feng looked back at Tanya, then at the table of Western food. Yes. Christmas. My holiday. After Tanya finished speaking, Han Feng suddenly realized Tanya is from China. The next moment, Han Feng suddenly remembered the American soldiers. They are also from China. After thinking for a while, Han Feng asked, If you say so, what about the American soldiers? Do they celebrate Christmas? Yes, putting down the pasta in her hand, Tanya responded concisely. Yes. Do we have so many roast chickens? Han Feng was overwhelmed when he thought that he had nearly 100 American soldiers. In addition to American soldiers, snipers are also Westerners. Strictly speaking, engineers are also Westerners, and heavy soldiers are also Westerners. Of course, there are not so many roast chickens, but there are pizzas and pastas, Tanya said playfully. And did not forget to tease Han Feng. I said that the conditions are limited, so of course, it is as luxurious as possible. Brother Han, let's eat first, we'll talk about these questions later. At this time, Wei Yun, who had hung up the clothes, turned around and helped Han Feng sit down. Hey, wait, suddenly. Han Feng walked to the chair and said mysteriously, then took out the pearl bag from his pocket and said, Since it's Christmas, I'll give you a surprise. Come on, guess what's inside, there's a prize for guessing correctly. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, everyone exploded instantly. Cheers broke out. It's pearls amid the cheers of the crowd. Tanya leaned close to Han Feng and whispered in Han Feng's ear. You know? Asked Luna. You cheated? I don't care anyway. I guessed it right. Looking at Tanya with a smug look on her face, Han Feng thought, Can I cure you? No, you are one of us. I told you that you can only win the prize if you guess it right. And you asked in advance. After listening to Han Feng, Tanya turned around with a smirk and shouted to everyone, There are pearls in it. Everyone. Tell me. Pearls. Brother Han. It's pearls. I knew it a long time ago. What else could it be but pearls? That's right. The three of us guessed it just now. It's pearls. Looking at the expressions of everyone expecting surprises, Han Feng looked at Tanya again, and then smiled bitterly. I should have known not to play with you. Holding the pearl bag, Han Feng rolled his eyes at the leaker. Okay, since everyone guessed it right, I'll give you a surprise after that. Han Feng opened the black cloth bag and poured out several rare pearls inside. Wow! So beautiful. Such a big pearl. Seeing Wei Peng and Lu Rui preparing to fight, Han Feng clenched his palm and said, Wait! Let Wei Yun choose first. You value women over friends. We have been good friends for 4 years. Can you give us some privileges? Get out, be my wife. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the laughter, Wei Yun shyly began to choose. Finally, a dazzling black pearl fell into Wei Yun's hands. According to Wei Yun's words, the mysterious feeling is better than anything else. It's my turn. It's my turn. Hey, wait a minute. Seeing that Lu Rui couldn't wait, Han Feng stopped him again. Good brother. What's the matter? Didn't your wife finish choosing? There's still Hu Hu that hasn't been chosen. Why are you in such a hurry, pushing away the impatient Lu Rui in front of him? Han Feng walked to Hu Hu and spread out his palm. Hu Hu, choose the one you like best. Seeing that Hu Hu was hesitant to speak, Han Feng asked, Don't you have any you like? If you like it, take it. If you don't take it, your uncle Lu Rui will snatch it away. You are the uncle. Boy. Big brother. I want the pearl in Sister Wei Yun's hand. What Han Feng didn't expect was that Hu Hu actually took a fancy to the one in Wei Yun's hand. An embarrassing thing happened. If Wei Yun picked a pearl of other colors, it would be fine. But there is only one black pearl. Hu Hu. Here Hu Hu gives it to you. Han Feng was about to persuade Hu Hu to choose another pearl. But Wei Yun came over and handed over the only black pearl directly. Thank you, Sister Wei Yun. Hu Hu was excited to get the black pearl. Looking sideways at Wei Yun, Han Feng said, Then, you pick one. Okay. With a smile, Wei Yun took another purple pearl from Han Feng. Purple. It's also quite mysterious, Wei Yun said contentedly, while admiring the purple pearl under the light. Chapter 349, The Worst Diamond. After the pearls were distributed one by one, Han Feng stood behind everyone, watching their smiles. His right hand, which was in his jacket pocket, held the diamond ring box. Feeling the uncontrollable excitement, Han Feng kept taking deep breaths. How about proposing? Isn't it a bad time to propose now? It would be a pity not to propose on such a happy festival. Big brother. What's wrong with you? Han Feng, who was muttering to himself, was seen by Hu Hu. Perhaps because he felt that Han Feng's stunned look was a bit strange. Hu Hu couldn't help but walk forward and ask. No, it's okay. Han Feng laughed and found an excuse. I just want to quietly watch everyone happy. Oh. Nodding his little head, Hu Hu walked back to his seat. Huh? Seeing that Hu Hu stopped asking questions, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Forget it. There are enough surprises today, so I'd better wait until New Year's Day to propose to Wei Yun. Looking at Wei Yun, Han Feng determined the date of the proposal in his mind. Brother, come quickly, you are so lonely alone. Oh my gosh, if Hu Hu hadn't said it, I would have almost forgotten this kid, haha. Thanks. Good brother. Lu Rui, who was reminded by Hu Hu, walked to Han Feng and pulled him into the encirclement of the crowd, cheering and celebrating together. 2 hours later, the revelers gradually felt tired, and the swinging dance steps became slower. When everyone said goodbye to each other, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning of the next day. Go back and have a good rest. See you tomorrow. After waving goodbye to everyone, Han Feng gently closed the door. Brother Han, there were so many people just now. I have something to tell you. As soon as Han Feng turned around, before he had time to hug him, he saw Wei Yun with a sad face. What's the matter? Is it serious? Seeing Wei Yun's expression, Han Feng's heart sank. Pinching his fingers, Wei Yun whispered intermittently, It's not too serious. It's just, there's not enough food. Seeing Han Feng silent, Wei Yun explained, Yesterday, in order to celebrate Christmas, almost all the meat in the warehouse was consumed. The remaining canned food, I'm afraid it won't last too long. Now there is a shortage of canned meat, and a small number of people have begun to soak compressed biscuits in water and eat them with rice. It's okay for 1 or 2 days, but if it goes on for a long time, people won't be able to bear it. Alas, we are in the north now, and it is the coldest time of the year, so there is no game in the mountains. Otherwise, we can catch a few to breed. While speaking, Wei Yun sat on the bed and continued, Brother Han, do you have any solution? I will solve it. Han Feng pursed his lips and said comforting words. But what can Han Feng do? The only things left in the supermarket are rice and other things that can be stored for a long time. Meat? Hee. Well, I'll leave it to you, seeing Han Feng with a calm face. Wei Yun mistakenly thought that Han Feng really had a solution. After solving the big worry in my heart, Wei Yun frowned and said, I am tired today. I will take a shower and go to bed directly. Well, go ahead. Looking at Wei Yun, Han Feng replied with a smile. A few minutes later, Han Feng was in a daze listening to the sound of running water in the bathroom. Damn. I should have caught some pigs, cattle and sheep when the zombies first broke out. Damn. What's the use of catching them? At the beginning, I couldn't bring all the people at the airport, so there was no room for livestock. Squinting his eyes, Han Feng kept thinking about countermeasures. After a few seconds, Han Feng got up, walked to the bathroom door and said, I'm going out first, you go to sleep for a while. I'm not sure how long it will take to come back. Through the bathroom door, Wei Yun responded, Are you going out so late? Is there something urgent? Not really. But I don't want to delay. Okay. Then be careful. After saying goodbye to Wei Yun, Han Feng came downstairs with a cigarette in his mouth. He drove the multi-purpose infantry vehicle skillfully and headed towards the Allied base. Arriving at the ore refinery, Han Feng looked at the semi-trailer on the side and asked Luna in his mind, Luna, can the red alert system provide meat? Captain Han. No. Then, what about vegetables? Captain Han. No. After being rejected twice, Han Feng no longer asked such questions, but changed the subject and said, let the semi-trailer come over to unload the goods. Okay. Captain Han. While waiting for the American soldiers to drive the semi-trailer, Han Feng turned his attention to the system. Fuck you. When Han Feng accidentally saw the amount in the gold coin column, he jumped up from the ground in excitement. 480,000. 480,000. 480,000. Han Feng repeated the numbers in the gold coin column in ecstasy. After a few seconds, Han Feng gradually calmed down. Thinking back to yesterday, he killed more than 100 level 3 zombies by himself. And the money alone was almost more than 300,000. Plus the odds and ends. Oh. Right. And the terrorist super bomb. Pursing his lips, Han Feng thought about how to maximize the benefits of these gold coins. Buzz. While Han Feng was thinking deeply, the semi-trailer carrying gold had arrived in front of him. Awakened by the roar of the engine, Han Feng looked at the semi-trailer and ordered, Come. Bring me the diamonds first. A few seconds later, the American soldier walked towards Han Feng with a yellow cloth bag. Taking the bag full of broken diamonds, Han Feng opened the bag without thinking and poured it onto the conveyor belt of the ore refinery. Watching the broken diamonds approach the center of the ore refinery little by little, Han Feng was ready to get rich overnight. Dozens of seconds later, Han Feng looked at the gold coin column and was dumbfounded. 480,000? Not 4,800,000? Counting the numbers in the gold coin column over and over again, Han Feng really hoped that he was dazzled. Report to Captain Han. Yes. It is 483,006 gold coins. Staring, Han Feng hurriedly looked at the conveyor belt of the mine. Luna, is the diamond stuck in the gap of the conveyor belt and not transported over? At this moment, Han Feng asked cautiously. Report to Captain Han. The diamond has been converted into gold coins by the ore refinery. No way. Frowning, Han Feng felt something was wrong. So he asked, what about the gold coins? Captain Han, the money has been transferred to your account? Impossible. Impossible. Hearing Luna say this, Han Feng took a step back, then raised his hand and pointed at the ore refinery and said, I just saw it. My gold coins are more than 480,000. After all those diamonds were put in, my gold coins are still more than 480,000. Tell me, where did my gold coins go? At this time, Han Feng was about to run away. Captain Han, the diamonds were converted by the ore refinery, and the number of converted gold coins was 3 gold coins. That's right. Captain Han, the gold coins have indeed been transferred to your account. You? As soon as Han Feng said the first word, he felt his eyes go dark and his steps were unsteady. Bang! Falling on the ground. Han Feng couldn't catch his breath for a long time. How much? How much? How much? Han Feng asked intermittently with trembling lips. Report to Captain Han. 3 gold coins. 3. Lying on the ground. Han Feng didn't care whether the ground was dirty or not. 3 gold coins. 3 gold coins. While crying, Han Feng slapped the ground. Looking so miserable. No more. No more. No more. Nothing. 3 gold coins. Only 3 gold coins. Only 3 gold coins. Unable to bear such a blow, Han Feng kept muttering nervously. Why? Luna? Why? My dear Luna. Did the system calculate it wrong? That's half a bag of broken diamonds. At least 1 pound. Right? It can't be only 3 gold coins? Hey. 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 At the beginning, I was given 7 gold coins for moving a stone. Diamonds. Diamonds are so valuable. Only 3 gold coins? You must be kidding me. Sitting up from the ground, Han Feng patted his head and kept talking to Luna. Report to Captain Han. These diamonds are indeed worth 3 gold coins. The system calculated correctly. Why? 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 Because diamonds are the least valuable mineral. Under Han Feng's deadly serious questions, Luna explained the reason directly. Diamonds are the least valuable. Han Feng was stunned when he heard Luna's words. Yes, Captain Han. Diamonds are the least valuable. In other words, diamonds are only slightly more valuable than soil. In the universe, the most abundant elements are carbon, hydrogen, etc. And diamonds, with a single element structure, are just a crystal of carbon. So, it is the least valuable. No doubt about it. No other. No other. No other. The last 4 words of Luna's answer were like a replay, replaying in Han Feng's mind. Pursing his lips, Han Feng was simply crying without tears. The diamonds that he had been thinking about and collecting with great effort, they were not worth a piece of stone. What a joke. But the saddest thing is that this joke is true. These profiteers, these beasts, capitalists who are worse than beasts. Clenching his fists, Han Feng cursed capitalism indignantly. It was them who made him think that diamonds were the most expensive thing in the world. Until just now. He knew diamonds are the crystals of coal. Luna, put down the gold. Let me see how much this gold is worth. Okay, Captain Han. Luna responded and ordered the American soldiers to drop gold. Dong. Dong dong. Dong dong. As the gold was dropped on the conveyor belt, Han Feng turned his attention to the system. When the first piece of gold fell into the ore refinery, Han Feng saw that the number of gold coins was rising at a flying speed. Of course, this flying only refers to the last 2 digits in Han Feng's gold coin column. But this does not affect Han Feng's final profit. Chapter 350, System Upgrade. 5 minutes later, several tons of gold were sent to the center of the ore refinery and disappeared. 1,010,000. Leaning against the fence of the ore refinery, Han Feng blankly read the amount in the gold coin column. That's right. These gold brought Han Feng more than 500,000 gold coins in total. Adding the gold coins Han Feng already had, it was more than 1 million. Han Feng stepped into the ranks of millionaires again. Turning his eyes, Han Feng looked at the empty semi-trailer. 5 or 6 tons of gold. Although it sounds like a lot, the actual floor area is not large. Because gold has a very high density. A small piece of it has an unusual weight. These pieces of gold, at most, take up a sofa space. Licking his lips, Han Feng's eyes lit up and he said, Gold is so valuable? 500,000. Yes, Captain Han. Gold is a rare metal. Looking at the universe, gold is not everywhere. In that case, Han Feng's cunning eyes flashed. And he said mysteriously, Luna, let the combat laboratory make 10 tons of gold. Quick! Seeing that Luna didn't respond, Han Feng raised his voice and continued. Make 10 tons of gold quick. As he spoke, Han Feng also calculated, any material made by the combat laboratory costs 2,000 gold coins per ton. I need 10 tons of gold now. The price is 20,000 gold coins come on deducted. Okay. Captain Han. It was not until a few seconds later that Luna accepted the order. Luna, let the semi-trailer carry the gold and then pull it over quickly. Han Feng turned his eyes and looked at the combat laboratory not far away. Okay, Captain Han. Although Luna was extremely reluctant, she still followed Han Feng's instructions and woke up the 6th Battalion guarding the base. In the dark night, all the soldiers of the 6th Battalion, including Han Feng, were busy in front of the gate of the combat laboratory. With Han Feng's participation, gold ingots were like riding on a virtual conveyor belt, and were placed one by one on the semi-trailer. Half an hour later, 10 tons of gold were transported. Brothers, let's continue at another place. Han Feng turned around and said to all the soldiers of the 6th Battalion with a smile. Then contacted Luna and said, let's go to the ore refinery. Okay, Captain Han. 1 minute later, everyone continued to unload. While maintaining telekinesis to unload, Han Feng shifted his attention to the system. With his eyes fixed on the gold coin column, Han Feng kept praying in his heart, praying that this loophole could be perfectly drilled. Increase. 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 Seeing the gold coins take off again, Han Feng danced and shouted, I'm rich. I'm rich this time. Dong dong. Rumble. The muffled sound of gold ingots falling on the conveyor belt, combined with the roar of gold being refined in the ore refinery. This is simply the most beautiful sound in the world. Luna. Summon 45. No. Summon 54 Navy SEALs. Each group of 9 people. Each brigade is equipped with a group. Exactly 6 groups perfect. Now that he has money, of course, he has to form a more perfect legion first. With 1,000,000 gold coins in hand, the first person Han Feng wants to summon is the Navy SEALs. Report to Captain Han. Summoning 54 Navy SEALs, requiring 270,000 gold coins. Excuse me. Do you want to summon them now? Please confirm. Confirm summon. After issuing the confirmation order, Han Feng twisted his clumsy dance steps to celebrate that he was about to have a strong combat force. Okay, Captain Han. The Navy SEALs are being summoned. Please wait. As soon as Luna finished speaking, the Navy SEAL summoning progress bar started. Looking at all this in the system, Han Feng felt as if he was living in a beautiful dream. Use the combat laboratory to make gold, and then sell it to the ore refinery. I only earn a little difference, haha. I am such a little genius. Immersed in his own world, Han Feng couldn't stop laughing. A few minutes later, when all 10 tons of gold coins were put into the ore refinery, Han Feng's gold coins increased by more than 1 million again. Now, Han Feng's gold coins amounted to more than 1.7 million. Luna asked the combat laboratory to produce another 100 tons. Dear Commander, due to some minor loopholes found in the system, the red alert system will be temporarily closed for upgrades. Opening time, unknown. Han Feng had just said half of his words when a long-lost mechanical sound suddenly appeared in his mind, forcibly interrupting his speech. Hey! No way. You? After the system is shut down, the commander only retains the most basic command authority. Please forgive me if this has caused any inconvenience to you, Commander. After the system is upgraded, the commander will be compensated accordingly. Please look forward to it. Han Feng was about to ask a question when the cold mechanical voice came out again, interrupting Han Feng, who was speaking. Hey! 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 Stop it! Can you upgrade it later? Oh my god! Please! Really please! Stop it! Upgrade is fine. Can you postpone the upgrade for an hour? I will definitely not stop you after an hour. No matter what Han Feng said, the system did not respond. Thump, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It's even worse. With a series of power outage sounds coming, the Allied base actually lost power. Hey! 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 Stop! Oh! Damn it! Han Feng slapped his thigh with regret. The next second, Han Feng straightened up and shouted in his mind, Engineer! Engineer, come over here! A few seconds after Han Feng gave the order, the base's gangplank slowly opened and 10 engineers walked down. Seeing that the base still had power, Han Feng didn't think twice and directly turned on his speed superpower. In just a moment, he came to the side of the 10 engineers. Has the power supply been restored to the base? Captain Han. No. The leading engineer answered truthfully. The power supply has not been restored? No way. Then how did you get down? Looking at the slightly dark Allied base, Han Feng frowned and asked, Is the power station broken? Captain Han. We lowered the Allied base's springboard manually. The power station was not damaged, but the Allied base cut off the power supply on its own. Maybe the system needs to upgrade itself. Pursing his lips and gritting his teeth, Han Feng lost his temper. Alas, you go back. Han Feng slowly squatted on the ground while speaking silently. Okay, Captain Han. In response to Han Feng, 10 engineers turned around and walked into the base. Watching the springboard slowly rise and close, Han Feng took out a cigarette. Smoking. Han Feng fell into endless regret. Why didn't he just give an order to produce 100 tons, 1,000 tons, or 10,000 tons of gold? Why was he so timid? Why didn't he seize such a good opportunity? Oh, Han Feng regretted more and more. And the more he regretted, the angrier he got. After smoking 3 cigarettes in a row, Han Feng's mood was slightly better. Luna, are you there? Han Feng tentatively asked Luna in his mind, because the system was offline. Captain Han. I'm here. It's good to have you here. It's good to have you here. Listening to Luna's familiar voice, Han Feng felt that the future is promising. Any instructions? Captain Han? Nothing, just. Is the Navy SEAL team still being summoned? Because dozens of minutes had passed. Han Feng did not see a Navy SEAL report to him. Han Feng, who was a little nervous, turned his attention to the system, but found that the system was dark. Report to Captain Han. It's like this. Due to the system upgrade, the summoning function is temporarily closed. As for the summoned Navy SEALs, Captain Han, please wait patiently for the system to reopen. Huh? Han Feng sighed and nodded gently, without saying anything else. Slowly getting up, Han Feng took off the cigarette in his mouth. Looking up, Han Feng looked at the stars in the sky, with only bitterness in his mouth. But Han Feng did not regret it. Did not regret exploiting loopholes anyway. It is profitable to exploit them. Besides, isn't this more than 1 million gold coins? Licking his lips, Han Feng kept comforting himself. Okay, you keep an eye on this. After a pause, Han Feng continued, it's getting late. I have to go back to rest. Okay, Captain Han. Leave this to me. You go back and rest early. After responding to Luna, Han Feng looked at the ore refinery reluctantly and walked towards the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. Buzz. With the roar of the engine, Han Feng drove to the zinc mine. About 3 or 4 minutes later, Han Feng parked the multi-purpose infantry vehicle downstairs of the color steel house. Standing next to the car, Han Feng looked up at his dark bedroom and asked, Luna, is Wei Yun asleep? Report to Captain Han. Wei Yun is asleep. Nodding, Han Feng didn't say anything, but went upstairs quietly, trying not to make any noise. Gently turning around and closing the bedroom door, Han Feng walked into the bathroom. After closing the bathroom door, Han Feng quickly took a shower, then tiptoed into bed. You're back, husband. The moment Han Feng lay down, Wei Yun, who was shaken awake, said this in a half-awake and half-dreamy way. You, what did you just call me? Husband. Clenching his fists, Han Feng was ecstatic. Call me again. Are you asleep? Under the moonlight, Han Feng looked at Wei Yun's delicate face, and kept thinking about her mumbling just now. Honey hee. It sounds so good. Han Feng whispered softly, turned over, covered himself with the quilt, and slowly fell asleep. The next morning? No. It was morning. At 10:30, Han Feng opened his sleepy eyes. Looking at the light strip left on the ceiling last night, Han Feng rubbed his eyes and sat up from the bed, staring at the Christmas tree in the middle of the bedroom. Han Feng was in a daze. Chapter 351, Moving. Yun. Rubbing his eyes, Han Feng subconsciously called Wei Yun's name. Yun? Seeing that Wei Yun did not respond, Han Feng turned his head to look at his side. Where is he? Where did he go? Murmuring in confusion, Han Feng raised his voice and shouted, Wei Yun? What did you do? Don't look for me. Brother-in-law. My sister went downstairs. At this time, Wei Peng came out of the bathroom with his pants held up. I'll play on the computer if you still want to sleep. Sleep a little longer. No. It's already past 10 o'clock. Han Feng put down his phone and said as he got out of bed. Ah! Han Feng had just pulled up his pants and hadn't even put on his shoes when he heard Wei Yun scream from downstairs. Without thinking, Han Feng almost subconsciously activated his speed superpower. He rushed to Wei Yun with his bare chest. Along with Han Feng, Wei Peng followed closely behind. Oh my, what happened? Han Feng was terrified when he saw the bloodstains next to the stove. I just wanted to sharpen the knife. Not. Xiao Peng. Go find some hemostatic medicine. Han Feng stared at Wei Yun's bleeding fingers, and said to Wei Peng without even turning his head. Oh oh oh. Wei Peng turned and ran away with a vague response. Oh my. Han Feng pursed his lips, and said in a reproachful tone, How could you be so careless? After a pause, before Wei Yun could explain, Han Feng said to himself, No. This wound is a bit big. It's okay. It's just a small cut. Wait for Xiaoping to come back. Apply some Yunnan Baiao. At this moment, Han Feng didn't care what Wei Yun said. He turned his mind and asked Luna, Luna, can the hospital sew it? Report to Captain Han. Yes. Minor injury. Don't. Ah. Wei Yun was halfway through her words when Han Feng directly picked her up in a princess hug. Holding Wei Yun, Han Feng ran out, half lying in Han Feng's arms. Wei Yun covered the wound with her hand and said shyly, Put me down. I just hurt my finger. My foot is fine. As soon as Wei Yun finished speaking, Han Feng had already come downstairs, running to the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. Han Feng sent Wei Yun to the co-pilot, then ran to the driver's seat to start the vehicle and headed towards the base. Halfway through the walk, Han Feng took a breath of cold air. Because he was a little anxious, he didn't wear shoes. Brother Han. What's wrong with you? Hearing the strange sound from Han Feng beside him, Wei Yun turned his head and asked with concern. I'm fine. But I feel a little sorry for you when I see you injured. Haha. It's just a minor injury, you're too anxious, come. Put one of my clothes on. It's so cold. Don't freeze yourself. After Wei Yun finished speaking, he began to take off his coat and prepared to put it on Han Feng. When Wei Yun took off his coat, Han Feng subconsciously looked at his upper body. Sure enough, not only was he not wearing shoes, he wasn't even wearing clothes. So, he went out wearing only pants. Thinking about it, Han Feng's old face turned red. Then he felt warm. It turned out that Wei Yun put the coat on him. Feeling Wei Yun's body temperature, Han Feng's frown was slightly relieved. 2 minutes later, Han Feng drove to the hospital next to the base. After sending Wei Yun into the operating room, Han Feng stood barefoot in the corridor waiting. Hey Luna. Don't say it, I haven't seen you for a few days. The hospital feels much bigger. Han Feng knew that Wei Yun was fine. So Han Feng wandered around the hospital. Compared to the first time he saw the hospital, Han Feng felt that it was much bigger. Yes, Captain Han. Every time you reach a target, the hospital will be upgraded. After Luna finished speaking, one of the nurses in the hospital brought Han Feng a pair of disposable slippers. After putting on the slippers, Han Feng stood up and asked, Can the hospital be upgraded? How? Report to Captain Han. Whenever the hospital receives a certain number of patients, and you upgrade the main building, the hospital will get corresponding experience points. When the experience points are full, the hospital will be upgraded. Oh, is that so? When responding to Luna, Han Feng suddenly remembered that when the hospital was just built, he asked 100 soldiers to come here for treatment. Report to Captain Han. Wei Yun's wound has been sutured. Just when Han Feng wanted to ask something else, Luna reported Wei Yun's condition. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Han Feng, who was walking towards the operating room, suddenly heard Wei Peng's voice behind him. Looking back at Wei Peng holding Yunnan Baiao, Han Feng subconsciously asked, Why are you here? Brother-in-law. You are so unkind. You didn't even say wait for me. I chased you all the way. After Wei Peng stuffed the medicine bottle in his hand to Han Feng, he supported his knees with both hands and gasped. Looking at Wei Peng, Han Feng smiled embarrassedly. It turned out that Wei Peng chased his multi-purpose infantry vehicle for 5 or 6 kilometers. This medicine is probably useless. Your sister has already sutured the wound. Helping Wei Peng up, Han Feng led him to the operating room and comforted Wei Peng with an apologetic voice. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I almost ran to death. Halfway through the conversation, the two had already turned into the corridor in front of the operating room. Xiaoping? Why are you here? Seeing Han Feng and his brother, Wei Yun asked with wide eyes. A minute ago, Wei Yun walked out of the operating room alone. Since Han Feng hadn't come yet, the nurse specifically told him to wait here. Sister, are you okay? Seeing his sister's left hand wrapped like a dumpling, Wei Peng ran up and asked. It's okay, it's nothing, it's your brother-in-law. Wei Yun said these 2 words, suddenly stopped talking, looked at Han Feng, and then blushed. Haha, I was too anxious. I was so anxious. Han Feng laughed and forced a change of topic, which slightly eased Wei Yun's embarrassment. Since the wound is fine, let's go. Han Feng took the lead and walked out. Wait! Did we pay? Seeing Han Feng walk away, Wei Yun shouted anxiously. What money? I opened the hospital. Han Feng responded without turning his head. Wow! Hearing this news, Wei Peng was stunned for a moment, and then asked, brother-in-law, this hospital is really opened by you? Yeah. Oh, by the way, when I entered the hospital just now, I saw a lot of buildings around. What are they for? Why haven't I seen them before? After listening to Wei Peng behind him, Han Feng suddenly stood there in a daze. Yeah. Wei Yun. Wei Peng. How did you get in? After subconsciously mumbling, Han Feng turned around and looked at Wei Peng and said, did you encounter any obstruction when you came in just now? At this time, Han Feng thought that the Red Alert soldiers had intercepted Wei Peng. It was probably because Wei Peng ran too fast, so the Red Alert soldiers had no time to stop him. No! I came directly up. What obstruction? Wei Peng's answer confused Han Feng. Luna, what's going on? Looking at Wei Peng, Han Feng asked Luna in his mind. Report to Captain Han. What's going on? Didn't you say that outsiders can't enter the base? I brought Wei Yun in. So how did Wei Peng get in? Report to Captain Han. I didn't say outsiders can't enter the base. At this moment, Luna was also confused. No. Let me think. Frowning, Han Feng fell into memories. After a few seconds, Han Feng responded, when the base was built? Didn't you say that no outsiders could approach the base or see the base? Yes. That was when the base was being built. But now? The base is complete? After listening to Luna, Han Feng opened his mouth slightly. The next moment, Han Feng reacted and asked, in other words, now the base can be entered by anyone. Yes. Captain Han. Her eyes widened, emitting a joyful light. Han Feng almost jumped up and said, great. Brother Han. What's wrong with you? Seeing Han Feng suddenly happy, Wei Yun asked softly, I'm not leaving. You will live here in the future. There is a hospital and guards here, and it is more convenient to do anything than a zinc mine. Looking at the Wei siblings, Han Feng decided on this idea. Now, where is the safest place? Is it by my side? No. In the zinc mine? No. By Tanya? No. The safest place is inside the Allied base. In the Allied base weighing thousands of tons, with unknown heavy armor, solid structure, and tight base. This is the safest place I know. Isn't Wei Peng in danger? Put him in the base. Who can forcefully break through the defense of the base. Not to mention that there are more than a dozen snipers around the base. All the soldiers of the 6th Battalion, and more than 40 magnetic infantry. Especially Luna's body is in the base. When I'm not here, Luna will issue combat orders on my behalf. As long as Wei Peng is marked as a protected object. Even if the real army comes, how can we fight against it? No. Brother Han. I haven't cooked yet. When Han Feng was excited and fantasizing about the future, Wei Yun suddenly spoke. What to cook? There is a kitchen in the base. Looking at Wei Yun's eyes, Han Feng continued, wait a minute. I will bring Lu Rui and the others here. Then we will settle here. Luna, notify the soldiers at the zinc mine to bring Lu Rui and the others here. By the way, there are also luggage and so on, and my clothes. Just do it. With a safer place. Han Feng was not vague at all. Okay. Captain Han. After Luna responded, Han Feng found a chair in the hospital and sat down, quietly waiting for everyone to arrive. Brother-in-law, why are you sitting down? Aren't you going to pick up Brother Lu and the others? Seeing Han Feng as steady as a mountain, Wei Peng asked in confusion. It's okay, we just have to wait. After saying mysteriously, Han Feng continued, don't stand there stupidly. Sit down. Aren't there so many chairs? Chapter 352, Military Ration. The doubtful Wei siblings pulled over a chair and sat down. After about 10 minutes, the 3 people who were chatting waited for the arrival of the crowd. Taking the clothes from Lu Rui, Han Feng changed his clothes on the spot. I never thought that there is a hospital in this desolate mountain. What's more outrageous is that it is still open. Awesome. Lu Rui muttered softly while looking around the inside of the hospital. Okay, don't look around blindly. Come on. Let's go somewhere. After putting on his clothes and shoes, Han Feng stood up and said to everyone, looking at Han Feng's back as he walked out. Everyone was confused and couldn't guess what Han Feng was up to. After leaving the hospital, Han Feng led everyone to walk for 2 minutes to the Allied base nearby. Luna opened the door when they were about 30 to 50 meters away from the base. Han Feng contacted Luna in his mind and gave the order to open the door. Okay, Captain Han. Swish. Squeak. Accompanied by bursts of pneumatic sounds, the Allied base slowly lowered a huge springboard. Wow, wow, wow. Military base. Behind him, Wei Peng jumped up excitedly and said, Brother-in-law, this is the country's military base. We found it. Han Feng looked at the dim interior of the base. He was in no mood to pay attention to the revelry of Wei Peng. Instead, he frowned and asked, Luna, the system has not been upgraded yet? Yes, Captain Han. The system is currently being upgraded. Please wait. No wonder the base is so dark. After muttering, Han Feng asked again, when will the red alert system be upgraded? Sorry, Captain Han. I don't know. After listening, Han Feng nodded and said nothing more. Brother-in-law, look at the fighter jets. Wei Peng rushed forward and held Han Feng's arm and shook it continuously, while pointing at the Air Command Department and shouting, Brother-in-law, look, there are mines here too. Just after pointing at the Air Command Department, Wei Peng pointed to the ore refinery. Okay, let's go in first and talk after we get in. Okay. Enduring Wei Peng's noise, Han Feng took the lead to board the base springboard and walked into the base. Wow. As expected, as soon as everyone entered the base, they all began to express sincere admiration. I discovered this base by accident. It just so happened that these around me. Ding ding ding. When Han Feng just started to make up the origin of the base just happened to receive a call. Wait a moment. And take a tour by yourself. Seeing this, Han Feng hurriedly said something and turned around and disappeared. After going around several corridors, Han Feng was sure that everyone could not find him. And then he began to contact Luna and said, Luna, has the system been upgraded? Report to Captain Han. Yes. The base upgrade is complete. Great. After waiting for most of the day, the system was finally upgraded. Ding ding ding. Just when Han Feng was excited, he suddenly heard footsteps. Following the footsteps, Han Feng saw a fully armed soldier walking towards him. Report to Captain Han. Navy SEAL Team 0001 reports to you. The visitor was wearing a black special combat uniform with an MP5 submachine gun hanging on his chest. However, what caught Han Feng's eyes the most was the flippers on his side. Looking at the flippers, Han Feng understood that this was the Navy SEAL's reliance in fighting in the water. Report to Captain Han. SEAL Team 0002 reports to you. While Han Feng was still observing the equipment of the first SEAL, the second SEAL was summoned and saluted Han Feng. Reporting, Luna, after all the SEALs are summoned, leave a 9-man team, and the remaining 5 teams are all assigned to each brigade. Looking at the well-equipped SEALs, Han Feng contacted Luna in his mind. Okay, Captain Han. A few minutes later, 54 SEALs were summoned. According to Han Feng's instructions, one of the teams was left to enter the 6th Brigade to protect the safety of the base. The Navy SEALs were sent to the zinc mine. Looking at the more than 50 special forces forming a square array, pedaling, and standing on the base, Han Feng felt a sense of pride. Of course, standing behind Han Feng were Wei Peng and others. Watching the convoy leave, the various questions of the crowd instantly pulled Han Feng into the vortex. Brother Han, when did you have such a force? Shout Peng. Don't talk nonsense. This is not an army. This is your brother Han's private guard. Don't lie to me. Can this be a private guard? Look at this equipment. What kind of guard can have such treatment? Oh! Stop! 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 Facing the questions coming at him, Han Feng spread his hands and pushed everyone away, saying, I won't explain this question. I can't explain it. Have you found your own bedrooms? If not, go quickly. Oh! Seeing Han Feng like this, everyone had to stop and walk back to the base. I guess Brother Han saved the soldiers here. And then they repay Brother Han. Do you believe it? In the corridor, Wei Peng touched Lu Rui and guessed in a low voice. You are stupid. These special forces have such high combat power. How could this kid save them? While everyone was looking for their own bedrooms, Han Feng came to the living cabin of the base soldiers alone. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, Han Feng took out his phone to check the time. 11 hours 38 minutes, and 2 seconds. It's almost 12 o'clock. Han Feng muttered, and took back his phone. Touching his hungry stomach, Han Feng remembered he didn't eat in the morning. Pursing his lips, Han Feng thought of a strange question. In the base, although there is a kitchen, I have never heard of food here, and I have never seen any soldier delivering supplies to the base. For several months, more than 50 soldiers and more than 50 engineers in the 6th Battalion. What do they eat? Looking sideways at the sniper resting in the living cabin, Han Feng walked up and asked, "Brother, it's almost noon. What are you eating?" Seeing the commander coming to him to ask questions, the sniper immediately stood up and responded, "Report to Captain Han. My lunch meal is pork with preserved vegetables and rice." The moment he heard it, Han Feng's eyes widened. His slightly open and trembling mouth indicated Han Feng's extreme shock. Pork with preserved vegetables? And rice? Han Feng blinked and asked again in disbelief. "Yes, Captain Han. This is my lunch meal." While speaking, the sniper took out today's lunch meal from the box under the bed. Advanced Army. Single soldier. Self-heating food. Holding this bag of military rations, Han Feng read the eye-catching title above. This. What is this? How come I don't know? Seeing that the sniper's food was so good, Han Feng's mentality was instantly broken. Report to Captain Han. The restaurant in the base can automatically generate 200 military rations every day. The military rations issued are also different according to the identity level of the recipient. In order to better maintain the soldier's physical nutritional needs, the military rations are also divided into multiple flavors. The sniper stood in place, and Luna explained first. Restaurant. Where is the restaurant? Han Feng asked, holding back his saliva. Holding the preserved vegetable braised pork rations in his hand. Report to Captain Han. The location of the restaurant has been marked by radar. Please move to the system to view. Here you go. Han Feng shifted his attention to the system, while stuffing the rations in his hand back into the sniper's arms. When Han Feng ran to the restaurant, he saw Wei Yun rummaging around. Brother Han? You're here seeing Han Feng. Wei Yun first greeted him, and then asked, by the way, Brother Han, do you know where the rice and flour are? Also, I can't open this cabinet. Following the direction of Wei Yun's finger, Han Feng saw a medium-sized metal cabinet. On the outside of the cabinet, there was a slogan, Please cherish food. Coincidentally, this cabinet is the outlet for military rations. Wei Yun is just an ordinary person, and can only enter the base with Han Feng's entry permit. She is not a member of the Red Alert soldiers, so the system certainly cannot give her military rations. Haha. Han Feng looked at Wei Yun, then at the military ration cabinet, and suddenly laughed a few times. Looking at Han Feng, Wei Yun showed a puzzled expression and said, Brother Han, what are you laughing at? Wait. Watch me. Han Feng did not answer Wei Yun's question directly, but smiled mysteriously and walked towards the military rations cabinet. When Han Feng's hands touched the cabinet, the indicator light next to the cabinet suddenly lit up green. Welcome, Captain Han. Please choose the food you need. When the green light went out, a mechanical voice came from the cabinet. Huh? It's talking? Hearing the mechanical voice, Wei Yun covered his mouth with his hands in fear, and ran towards Han Feng while saying, Commander's top-level self-heating food for individual soldiers. Please choose your own type. Hearing the words top-level military rations from the commander, Han Feng snorted proudly, and took the opportunity to hug Wei Yun, who was approaching with one hand. As the mechanical voice fell, some options slowly emerged on the military rations cabinet. Chinese military rations, American military rations, French military rations, Ing military rations, Galligua military rations, Japanese military rations. Han Feng read the dense options on the cabinet, and was a little dazzled for a while. Brother Han, I want to eat French military rations at this time. Wei Yun, who was in Han Feng's arms, said excitedly while looking at the French military rations. Have you eaten it? Is it delicious? Looking at Wei Yun's appearance, Han Feng smiled and asked, No, but I like French lavender. Haha, okay, I'll listen to you. Then choose French military rations first. Scratching Wei Yun's little nose, Han Feng clicked on the French military rations option. French military rations, Please wait. Buzz. When Han Feng pressed the option, the food cabinet made a buzzing sound. Bang. Chi. After a few seconds, Han Feng heard a sound like a heavy object hitting inside. And then the food cabinet opened. Oh my god! This is military rations? Looking at a large box of military rations, Han Feng was dumbfounded. Chapter 353, Nutrition Paste. Holding up the box, Han Feng was a little surprised by the heavy weight in his arms. A military ration. Why does it feel like there is a bag of rice and flour in it? Tear it up. While muttering, Han Feng tore open the outer packaging of the French military ration. Military ration open flame heating device. Solid fuel. Water purification tablets, 6 tablets. Matches. 3 flavors of biscuits. Jam. Cheese. Strawberry flavored cereal. Canned beef stew. Solid soup. Grilled meatballs canned. Grilled chicken sauce canned. Pepper. Salt. Hot cocoa. Sugar. Tea. Coffee. Chocolate. Energy bars, fruit-flavored candy. When Han Feng finished reading the introduction in one breath, he thought, isn't this the amount for a group of people to have a picnic? There are 6 small bags of drinks alone. Brother Han. I can't eat so much. Looking at the full box of food, Wei Yun said with a smile. It's okay, there are so many of us. One person. Ouch. As he spoke, Han Feng reached out to take out one of the cans. But he was burned and screamed. Hot. Looking at the fallen can, Han Feng looked at Wei Yun and said, Great. This saves me from heating it. What made Han Feng laugh and cry was that Wei Yun didn't care about his injury at the first time, but happily picked up the box and ran away. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. Putting the French rations on the table, Wei Yun ran while calling everyone to let them know that it was time to eat. Shaking his head, Han Feng smiled and stood up. In the dining cabinet, Han Feng saw cutlery, forks, spoons, chopsticks and other tableware. Counting the number of people, Han Feng took away 7 sets of tableware. A few minutes later, after not having such a sumptuous meal for many days, everyone couldn't wait to grab the rations and gobble them up. TSK. Han Feng sipped the food in his mouth, and his expression was similar to everyone else's. All of them looked intriguing. Is it delicious? After swallowing the food, Han Feng looked at Wei Yun and asked. Good, delicious. Seeing Han Feng looking at him again, Wei Yun swallowed the food with a pretended taste. Seeing Wei Yun's poor acting skills, Han Feng put down his bowl and chopsticks and said, Wait for me. I'll be back soon. 3 minutes later, Han Feng ran back with a pile of military rations. Braised pork with preserved vegetables and rice. Fish-flavored shredded pork rice. Mutton noodles. Chicken fried rice. Mushroom shredded pork fried noodles. Bags of military green Chinese military rations were scattered on the table by Han Feng. What do you want to eat? Pick it yourself. If you don't have enough, there's more, Han Feng said arrogantly while pointing at the military rations on the table. Instantly, the restaurant exploded. After getting their favorite food, everyone couldn't wait to tear open the military rations packaging again. Spicy sauce, candied yellow peaches, beef sausages, instant drinks, storage-resistant biscuits and various staple foods. Except for the staple foods, the other side dishes of each Chinese military ration are very uniform. Well, Brother Han, this is good? Delicious. Lu Zhe held the chicken fried rice and praised while spraying. Brother-in-law, the braised pork is fat but not greasy. It's amazing. It's amazing. Wei Peng, who hadn't eaten meat for a long time and had a greasy mouth, agreed with a smile. The smiling eyes were narrowed like a slit. Looking at everyone eating happily, Han Feng nodded and said, It's still the Chinese who understand the Chinese stomach. After lunch, everyone disbanded and went to their own bedrooms for a nap. Han Feng accompanied Wei Yun to throw the garbage on the table into the trash can, and chatted about the future. During the chat, Han Feng deliberately concealed the fact that Yuan and proposed marriage. For this reason, Han Feng, who smiled from time to time, made Wei Yun a little puzzled. By the way, Brother Han, there are so many military rations here. Can we take them out for Brother Wang and others to eat? Suddenly, Wei Yun talked about business. Seeing Han Feng's embarrassed expression, Wei Yun guessed something and said, What's wrong? Brother Han? Is it, these military rations are not enough? Shaking his head, Han Feng said nothing. Wei Yun had no idea that the base only produced 200 rations per day. This was just the limit of the number of people living in the base, so there was still extra rations to supply outside. However, at this time, there were only 150 to 160 people living in the base, so there were 40 to 50 rations left. But even if these rations were sent out, it would be a drop in the bucket. Brother Han, forget it if it doesn't work. Let's think of another way. Seeing Han Feng's dazed look, Wei Yun knew that he had said the wrong thing. No, I think I have thought of a solution. His eyes returned to Wei Yun's face, and Han Feng turned around and walked out of the base after saying this. Luna, if I upgrade the barracks, can I produce rations? Just now, Han Feng suddenly thought of it. Since the barracks can summon soldiers and make ammunition, can the barracks make rations? All are people-oriented barracks, and the probability of rations coming out of the barracks is the highest. Report to Captain Han. I'm sorry. I don't know. Before you upgrade the building, I can't get the extra reward content. Following Han Feng's question, Luna answered truthfully. It doesn't matter. Luna, upgrade the barracks. After listening to Luna, Han Feng felt expected. For the rations of the survivors, Han Feng decided to upgrade the barracks first. Anyway, in the end, all the main buildings must be upgraded. Even if the barracks cannot produce rations, there is no loss. Reporting to Captain Han, upgrading the physical building barracks to 2 stars requires 300,000 gold coins. Please confirm. Bang! Oh my god! When Luna gave the upgrade amount, Han Feng tripped and almost fell. How much? Han Feng asked again after stabilizing his body. Reporting to Captain Han, upgrading the physical building barracks to 2 stars requires 300,000 gold coins. Excuse me, Captain Han, do you want to upgrade the barracks now? Seeing that Han Feng didn't speak, Luna asked again. Upgrade. Confirmed. Han Feng clenched his fist and gritted his teeth to respond. Okay, Captain Han. The physical building barracks has been upgraded to 2 stars. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's gold coins dropped from 1.7 million to 1.3 million. What's the extra reward? Han Feng asked quietly, clenching his teeth. Reporting to Captain Han, congratulations on getting the extra reward of the 2nd level barracks, Crazy Ivan. Individual supply rations. Yeah. Han Feng immediately clenched his fists and punched the air a few times after hearing the word supply rations. At the same time, he kept shouting yeah. Luna, let's talk about individual supply rations first. Han Feng, who was always worried about the food crisis, didn't even listen to the introduction of the new soldiers first. Okay, Captain Han. Individual supply rations refers to the rations specially produced for Red Alert soldiers when they are performing tasks in the field because they cannot build picnic facilities. Individual rations, each with a self-heating device. After pouring water, wait for 15 minutes, and the instant food inside will heat up. Individual rations. The price of each serving is determined by the nutrition and taste of the rations. Different levels have different production costs. High-level rations, priced at 10 gold coins per serving. Preserved pork with preserved vegetables rice. Fish-flavored pork shredded rice, etc. Intermediate rations, priced at 1 gold coin per serving. Chicken fried rice, pork shredded fried rice, etc. Low-level rations, priced at 1 gold coin per serving. Rice, nutritional paste, etc. Report to Captain Han. The introduction of individual rations is complete. After listening to Luna's explanation, Han Feng held his chin and thought. In the morning at the base, he saw the rations in the hands of the sniper. The name was Advanced Army Individual Self-Heating Food. But judging from the content, the two should be the same thing. Hey! Then what is my top-level food? Thinking of this, Han Feng suddenly remembered the top-level food mentioned on the cabinet when he opened it. Report to Captain Han. It is the commander's top-level individual self-heating food. Following Han Feng's words, Luna added immediately, Yes, why don't you have it? Is it too expensive? Are you afraid that I can't afford it? Reporting to Captain Han, there are no top-level options in the individual soldier supply rations. Only advanced options. Oh. Nodding. Han Feng continued in confusion. Why? In fact, until now, I still don't understand what the top-level options are. Is it super luxurious? Yes. Captain Han. Just like the French military rations you chose today. French military rations cannot be produced in the barracks, and are only available to you. So that's it. After listening to Luna, Han Feng understood. Also, you have the freedom to choose all military rations, which is also one of your privileges. Reporting to Captain Han, there are more than 200 countries, and more than 1,000 kinds of military rations in the world. And you can choose and match them at will. Note, the commander has only 10 chances to choose military rations per day. Once the number exceeds 10, the system will prohibit the commander from picking up food. After Luna finished speaking, she did not forget to give a note. Hee. Hearing this restriction, Han Feng instantly understood what the system meant. This guy is just afraid that I will receive military rations for free every day. In this way, the system will not be able to earn my gold coins. Han Feng, who saw through everything, crossed his arms and whispered, Luna, make a low-level individual soldier supply ration for 1 gold coin. Choose nutritional paste. Confirm. Let's see what it looks like first, and whether it tastes good. Okay. Captain Han. 10 low-level individual soldier supply rations are being made. Please wait. When Luna finished speaking, Han Feng also arrived at the entrance of the military camp. Watching the door on one side of the military camp slowly open, a conveyor belt brought out a small box. This is 10 portions of rations? Han Feng pointed to a paper box that was smaller than a shoebox. And he couldn't believe it. Even for children and women with small appetites, this small box of food is not enough for 10 people. Right? Captain Han. You will know when you open it. In response to Han Feng's words, Luna did not give a direct answer, but kept it a secret. Picking up the small shoebox, Han Feng waited. Don't say it. It's not light. Opening the lid, Han Feng saw 5 smaller rectangular paper boxes. 2 layers. A total of 10. Taking one of them out, Han Feng tore open the package. This? How come it looks so much like a nutritional paste for pet cats and dogs? Chapter 354, Crazy Ivan. With a little curiosity, Han Feng opened the outer packaging of the nutritional paste, pulling out the nutritional paste with an aluminum inner packaging. Han Feng chuckled, thinking, isn't this just a large toothpaste? Unscrewing the cap of the nutritional paste, Han Feng sniffed it gently. Mincemeat? Han Feng was a little surprised to smell the meat. Yes, Captain Han. The main ingredient in the nutritional paste is mincemeat. Various vitamins and other nutrients are added to the mincemeat to ensure that each nutritional paste can provide the daily energy required by the human body. After listening to Luna, Han Feng nodded, and then took a mouthful of the nutritional paste and sucked it. Chewing the semi-solid liquid food, Han Feng couldn't tell the taste. Should I say it tastes good? A mouthful of muddy food is indeed a bit disgusting. Should I say it tastes bad? It tastes much better than canned food. Holding half a tube of nutritional paste in his mouth, Han Feng picked up the remaining half box on the ground and walked to the car. Putting the nutritional paste on the multifunction passenger seat, Han Feng started the car and drove to the temporary residence of the survivors. When he came downstairs, Han Feng happened to see Wang Man, who was about to go upstairs. Brother Wang. Hey Xiao Han. Long time no see. Wang Man walked towards Han Feng with a smile on his face. After greeting, Han Feng said straight to the point, Brother Wang, this time I'll let you eat this. Is this edible? Wang Man asked in a puzzled tone while holding the nutritional paste. Well, try it. Okay. Wang Man got a definite answer, opened the package without hesitation, and sucked the nutritional paste in one gulp. The moment he ate the nutritional paste, Wang Man's eyes widened. Then, his surprised eyes turned into enjoyment. More than 10 seconds later, Wang Man put down the nutritional paste he had sucked. Without even raising his head, Wang Man grabbed another nutritional paste, opened it, and sucked it. When he was halfway through the second nutritional paste, Wang Man suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Brother Wang? Han Feng asked Wang Man's puzzled expression. Full, Wang Man said in disbelief. Han Feng didn't believe it. Are you full now? Han Feng asked again, pointing to half a tube of nutritional paste. Yeah, Wang Man responded, picked up the nutritional paste in his hand and looked at it. After a pause, Wang Man continued, this tube of nutritional paste is only 120 grams. It's just the weight of a steamed bun. How? I'm full after eating 1.5 steamed buns? Wang Man was more puzzled than Han Feng's disbelief. At this time, hearing Wang Man say that he was full, Han Feng also felt that his stomach was a little bloated. But I only ate half a tube of nutritional paste. At most, it was just a glass of water. How could it be? Sensing the doubts in Han Feng's mind, Luna explained in time, report to Captain Han. The nutritional paste will expand several times after entering the stomach and encountering water. According to the normal human stomach capacity, 1 tube of nutritional paste can be divided into 3 meals. After hearing this, Han Feng was shocked. So, Brother Wang just ate a day and a half of food in 1 meal. Oh, Xiao Han, you... Suddenly, Wang Man covered his stomach, slowly squatted down and continued, what is this? My stomach is so full. Brother Wang, I forgot to say, 1 tube of this nutritional paste is equal to a day's worth of food. It will swell several times when it meets water in the stomach. And 1 tube should be divided into 3 meals. This is good? Where did this come from? Holding his stomach, Wang Man smiled. Wang Man hasn't experienced this feeling of fullness for a long time, because fresh vegetables and meat have long been extinct. And he eats all kinds of canned food every day. And he is full in just a few bites. So even if he is so full that he can't stand up, Wang Man is very satisfied. I have a lot of this. A lot. I can provide as much as you want. After listening to Han Feng's words, Wang Man got excited. Good. This is really a good thing to save your life and satisfy your appetite. As he spoke, Wang Man supported his knees and stood up and continued, I'll ask someone to go with you to get the nutritional paste. There are so many people here. I'm afraid you can't handle it. No. I'll just send it to you in a semi-trailer. Patting Wang Man on the shoulder, Han Feng declined Wang Man's request. Nothing else. Han Feng didn't let outsiders know that he had a base. By the way, Brother Wang, how many people do you have here? Han Feng asked subconsciously, scanning the various buildings around. Less than 7,000. When answering Han Feng's question, Wang Man hesitated for a moment. Looking at Wang Man's expression, Han Feng understood instantly. When he came out of the airport, the number of survivors who followed him was nearly 20,000. But after the zombie frenzy, then before tonight, I'll send the nutrition paste for the past few days to everyone. He opened the topic and laughed a few times. Okay, then I'll wait for you. Okay then Brother Wang. You have to make it clear to everyone don't eat too much nutrition paste. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing to eat so much that you can't stand up I guess everyone will lie down after the first meal. Han Feng stuffed all the remaining nutrition paste to Wang Man, and then got back on the multi-energy infantry vehicle. On the way back to the base, Han Feng asked the doubts in his heart, Luna, nutrition paste has a sense of fullness, rich nutrition, and does not take up space. Why is it classified as low-level individual supply rations? Following Han Feng's question, Luna explained, report to Captain Han. Compared with normal food, nutritional paste lacks a sense of ritual. Sense of ritual? Yes, Captain Han. Nutritional paste is only used to replenish energy during combat and is an emergency food. Normal meals need to be eaten bite by bite, and everyone can chat and rest while eating. Oh, I understand. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng immediately had 2 pictures in his mind. A group of people gathered in front of the campfire, talking and laughing while eating the food in the bowl. And the other picture, everyone held a tube of toothpaste, silently sipped it. A few minutes later, Han Feng returned to the base. Arriving at the gate of the barracks, Han Feng ordered Luna, make 7,000 tubes of nutrient paste. Report to Captain Han. It takes 700 gold coins to make 7,000 tubes of nutrient paste. Please confirm. Confirm. Make it. Okay. Captain Han. 7,000 tubes of nutrient paste are being made. Please wait. As soon as Luna finished speaking, the gate on one side of the barracks slowly opened. Boxes of nutrient paste were conveyed out by the conveyor belt and arrived in front of Han Feng. Luna, ask someone to move the goods by the way. Call 2 semi-trailers over. Okay. Captain Han. After finishing the conversation with Luna, Han Feng looked at the small shoe box like nutritional paste packaging box. In just over 10 seconds, a large pile of nutritional paste was piled up at the entrance of the barracks. in order not to affect the subsequent delivery of nutritional paste. Han Feng used telekinesis to move the pile of nutritional paste aside. In about an hour, 7,000 tubes of nutritional paste were produced. A semi-trailer was full of nutritional paste. Take out your mobile phone and calculate. 0.84 tons. Less than 1 ton. 7,000 people eat. No matter from which angle. It is incredible. However, a system with black technology is not something that can be guessed by common sense. Luna let the third and fourth squads follow the semi-trailer to the temporary residence of the survivors. After distributing these nutritional pastes, the rest will be eaten by our own people. Send the extra to the zinc mine, and let our red alert soldiers have a taste. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna responded, the semi-trailer and the third and fourth squads of the zinc mine set off at the same time and headed to the survivors' base together. Well, at this point, it's just right to distribute them for dinner. Watching the semi-trailer leaving, Han Feng smiled with his arms folded. Ouch. Suddenly, Han Feng remembered another very important thing. What's wrong, Captain Han? Hearing Han Feng's exclamation, Luna asked. Luna, I remember. Do I have a new summon unit? Yes, Captain Han. You have added a new single soldier summon unit. Crazy Ivan. Huh? Han Feng sighed lightly, thinking that he almost forgot about serious things with a steady heart. Han Feng slowly said, Come introduce Crazy Ivan, the bomb maniac. Okay, Captain Han. Crazy Ivan, the code name for Soviet demolition experts. Their weapon is extremely destructive TNT explosives, which can be attached to human bodies and buildings without anyone noticing. Crazy Ivan's TNT explosives have 2 detonation modes. 1. When the target dies, the bomb will explode instantly. 2. If the target is dead, it will explode with a delay. The automatic time of the delayed detonation is 10 minutes. The delayed detonation can be changed by manual remote control, but the explosion cannot be cancelled. Summon Crazy Ivan. It takes 10,000 gold coins. Report to Captain Han. Crazy Ivan is introduced. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng said without hesitation, Luna, summon Crazy Ivan. Report to Captain Han. Summoning Crazy Ivan requires 10,000 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. Okay, Captain Han. Crazy Ivan is being summoned. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng stood there, took out a cigarette and lit it, and began to quietly wait for this legendary figure. Half a minute later, a bald man with explosives all over his body, bare arms, one eye, and a pirate-style eye patch came to Han Feng. Report to Captain Han. Demolition expert Ivan reports to you. Hello. Hello you, huh? Han Feng's greeting was just halfway through responding to Crazy Ivan, but the next second he choked up. Luna, what's wrong? Captain Han? Shouldn't he report number 0001? Where's the number? As he spoke, Han Feng shifted his attention to the system. As expected, after being summoned, Crazy Ivan's avatar turned gray. This is the logo pattern that cannot be summoned. Report to Captain Han. Crazy Ivan is a unique soldier and cannot be summoned again. After a pause, Luna continued, You can only summon again after the first summoned Crazy Ivan dies. The only summoned soldier. Listening to Luna's explanation, Han Feng frowned and muttered repeatedly. Chapter 355. Combination of Bombs. After a moment of silence, Han Feng's eyes suddenly turned, and he thought of a way to play that he had never played before. Luna, if the terrorists carry the Crazy Ivan bomb and detonate it, what will the explosion power be? You know, the VR terrorist bomb of the terrorists is as powerful as a 3-star V3 rocket. With the help of TNT, the effect is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Moreover, the effects of these 2 bombs can be complementary. When the terrorists die first, the VR terrorist bomb and Ivan TNT will explode at the same time. When the Ivan TNT bomb explodes first, it will cause the death of the terrorists and activate the VR terrorist bomb to explode. In other words, as long as the terrorists bind the Ivan TNT bomb, no one can stop this grand bombardment. Thinking of this surprise attack gameplay, Han Feng said, Luna, calculate and simulate the explosive power of this combination bomb. Okay, Captain Han. The system is simulating the calculation. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it. With a slightly wrinkled forehead, Han Feng thought that the most powerful enemy he encountered now was the level 6 female corpse. But is level 6 really the final point of zombie evolution? No. Level 7 zombies. Level 8 zombies. And even higher. Even now, I don't have detailed information about the level 6 female zombie. I only know that it is very strong. As for its weaknesses, I know nothing. When the cigarette was half burned, Luna's voice sounded in my mind, report to Captain Han. The system's preliminary simulation calculation has been completed. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng stared at the half-finished cigarette between his fingers without saying a word. Before this, almost all the calculations done by the system were completed within a few seconds. And this time, it took 2 full minutes. What does it mean? It means that even the system cannot quickly make a first-time judgment on this bomb combination. It means that once this bomb explodes, tell me about it. Maybe there will be a huge surprise for me, Han Feng said, suppressing his excitement as he threw away a half-smoked cigarette. Captain Han, the bomb combination you described has several explosion modes. Each detonation mode will cause different power. Oh, really? That's too simple. Touching the wings of his nose, Han Feng chuckled and said, tell me in detail. It may have different effects in dealing with different battles in the future. Okay, Captain Han. After responding, Luna began to analyze it separately. 1. The terrorists bound Ivan's TNT explosives, and the terrorists first detonated the VR terrorist bomb. And the explosion power will increase by 40%. That is, the most powerful explosion. Why? Will the order in which these 2 bombs explode affect the power of the explosion? Han Feng believed that these 2 bombs would explode at the same time no matter what. With the attitude of asking if he didn't understand, Han Feng hurriedly asked, report to Captain Han. Although the special effects of these 2 bombs are the same, there will always be a millisecond level deviation when they explode. The explosion power of VR terrorist bombs is greater than that of TNT explosives. When the more powerful one explodes first, the less powerful one will form a greater gain. Well, what about the second one? The second explosion mode, TNT detonates first, triggering the VR terrorist bomb, and the explosion power will increase by 25%. Oh my god! In just a few milliseconds, the power increase can be reduced by 15%? Han Feng was a little surprised to hear that the increase effect was reduced so much. Yes, Captain Han. The smaller explosives will be detonated first, which will waste some shock waves and fail to form efficient complementary assistance. Hearing the explanation, Han Feng pursed his lips, still didn't quite understand why. After a moment of silence, Han Feng asked, what about the third detonation mode? There are only 2 bombs, and the order is nothing more than you first and me later. Me first and you later. How can there be a third one? Report to Captain Han. The third detonation mode, when terrorists attach TNT bombs and enter the building. They can choose to remove the TNT bombs and attach them to the building. Since the explosion power after TNT is detonated is relatively small, the terrorists may have a certain chance of surviving. According to the system's analysis of zombies, the loud noise of the explosion will attract the attention of the surrounding zombies. When a large number of zombies gather, the terrorists will detonate the VR terrorist bomb on their bodies, which will be the third detonation mode. Phishing enforcement? Hearing Luna's answer, Han Feng's eyes lit up. Isn't this phishing enforcement? First I lure you into the bait, and then I attack you. Awesome. What about the fourth one? After learning about the new gameplay, Han Feng asked excitedly, reporting to Captain Han. The fourth detonation method is to let the terrorists, who are bound to Ivan's TNT bomb, rush into the zombie group in a vehicle and then detonate the bomb. When the terrorists are riding, they can choose to remove the TNT bomb and attach it to the motor vehicle. This detonation method will greatly increase the mobility of the terrorists and strive to rush into the zombies as quickly as possible. After listening, Han Feng suddenly remembered something and said, hey, that's not right. After Ivan is bound to the bomb, it can be removed? Reporting to Captain Han. Yes. After getting Luna's exact answer, Han Feng asked, that's not right. I remember that it can't be removed in the game? How? Was it changed by the system? Report to Captain Han. This is one of the characteristics of the TNT bomb, and no rectification has been made for any character bound to the Ivan TNT bomb. The Ivan TNT bomb will automatically change when entering a building or vehicle. It's just that the terrorists have the right to choose. They can remove it or continue to bind themselves. Oh, I understand. Han Feng narrowed his eyes and understood. As a hardcore Red Alert player, Han Feng has never tried to let the terrorists tied to the Ivan TNT bomb enter the vehicle and rush into the crowd. Haha, I learned something. After laughing a few times, Han Feng continued to ask, what about the fifth detonation method? Tell me about it. Report to Captain Han. There are no more. I have already talked about all the ways to detonate these two bombs. If it can be expanded, terrorists can also use high explosive grenades, hand grenades, incendiary bottles, and other multiple methods. It's really unexpected that it can be played like this. Shaking his head, Han Feng took out half a tube of nutritional paste from his pocket and licked it as a snack. Walking around the base, Han Feng took out his mobile phone and saw that the time was exactly 12 noon. This is the warmest time of the day. Han Feng, who didn't want to go home, decided to take a walk. Walking around, Han Feng always felt that something was missing from the base. Defensive weapons. After thinking for a moment, Han Feng finally realized that all the main buildings in the base have been built, but the defensive weapons are missing. Looking at the 5 lonely sentry guns outside the base. These were built by Han Feng just in case during the zombie craze a few months ago. Looking at the location of the sentry guns, Han Feng could feel how hasty it was at that time. Luna, recycle these 5 sentry guns. The gold coins for recycling the sentry guns will be deducted from 50% of the full price. Please confirm the recycling, since it has been decided to rebuild the defensive weapons. These 5 sentry guns in the wrong position must be recycled without hesitation. Han Feng said directly, confirm. Recycle. Okay. Captain Han. Recover 5 sentry guns for 12,500 gold coins. Squeak, squeak. As soon as Luna finished speaking, the 5 sentry guns changed their shapes little by little, until they shrunk into the ground and disappeared. Luna, build a wall around the outermost 100 meters of the main building of the base. Looking around, Han Feng decided to build a wall first, and then make other defensive weapons. Report to Captain Han. The wall cannot be built. Reason for failure to build, there are debris, trees, etc. within the construction range of the wall. Pursing his lips, Han Feng ordered again, Luna, let the 6th squadron come out to deal with it. Okay, Captain Han. After several dozen seconds, a huge springboard was lowered from the base. More than 50 soldiers from the 6th battalion lined up and came out holding shovels and other tools. Half an hour later, the 6th battalion cleared all the debris within the area where the wall was built. Luna, build the wall. Report to the Han team. A circle of walls will be built around the main building of the base for 100 meters, with a length of 800 meters and a price of 800 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm construction. Okay. Captain Han. The wall is being built. Please wait. Bang. Bang bang bang. As soon as Luna finished speaking, a circle of walls was smashed down in the surroundings. Huh? Seeing the shock wave of dust blowing towards him, Han Feng quickly covered his mouth and nose. After dozens of seconds, the dust fell to the ground. Looking at the airtight wall, Han Feng thought for a while and continued, Luna, open a 5-meter wide entrance and exit in the middle of the wall in each direction. This way some vehicles, especially semi-trailers, can enter and exit freely. Report to Team Han. Dismantle and recycle 5 meters of each wall. The recycling amount will be deducted by 50% of the original price, and the recycling price is only 10 gold coins. Please confirm the recycling. Confirm. Okay. Team Han. After Luna finished speaking, 4 entrances and exits were instantly cut out in the center of the 4 walls. Then, Han Feng held his chin and began to think. Luna, build 2 sentry guns on both sides outside each entrance and exit. Just think of them as gate gods. Report to Captain Han. Building 8 sentry guns requires a total of 40,000 gold coins. Please confirm the construction. Confirm. Build it. Okay. Captain Han. After that, the 8 sentry guns began to enter the construction countdown. Each sentry gun takes 10 minutes to build. 8 sentry guns, about an hour and a half after calculating the time in his mind. Han Feng turned around and walked towards the base. See you in an hour and a half on the way back. Han Feng looked back at the newly built wall and muttered to himself. Chapter 356, 3-Star Barracks. Back in the base, Han Feng saw Lu Rui and the others were taking a lunch break. With nothing to do, Han Feng took out his handheld game console and started his single-player journey. Report to Captain Han. 8 sentry guns have been built, and according to your instructions, they have been built on both sides outside the 4 entrances and exits. Let's go and take a look. Putting down the handheld game console, Han Feng walked out of the base. Arriving outside the base, Han Feng scanned the display and then muttered to himself, "It's obviously a military base. How come it looks like a large farmhouse?" Frowning, Han Feng comforted himself. It's okay when the defense buildings are built. This place will be like this wandering outside the wall. Han Feng thought for a while and said, "Luna, build 2 light towers. Report to Captain Han. It will take 16,000 gold coins to build 2 lightning towers. Please confirm." Confirm. Build it. Okay. Captain Han. Each lightning tower will take 30 minutes to build. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. He took out a cigarette and lit it, and Han Feng stood outside the wall, staring at his base. His attention shifted to the system, and Han Feng saw that he now had more than 1.1 million gold coins left. After leaving the system, Han Feng held a cigarette in his mouth and began to think about how to spend the more than 1 million. After a few seconds, Han Feng suddenly remembered the main building, the authority to upgrade it independently. Luna, how many gold coins are needed to upgrade the barracks? Han Feng subconsciously thought of the barracks when he thought of upgrading. Report to Captain Han. The barracks cannot be upgraded. Reason for failure to upgrade. The main building level cannot exceed the main base level by 2 levels. Please upgrade the main base first. Oh. Nodding, Han Feng continued to ask, how many gold coins are needed to upgrade the main base? Is it also 300,000? Report to Captain Han. Yes. Upgrading the main base requires 300,000 gold coins. Do you want to upgrade the main base now? Confirm. Upgrade. After giving the upgrade command, Han Feng muttered, it's a matter of time anyway. While we still have enough money, we should upgrade it quickly. Otherwise, report to Captain Han. The Allied base has been upgraded. While Han Feng was muttering these words, the base was upgraded. What about the reward? What is the additional reward? Han Feng has always been looking forward to the additional reward. Report to Captain Han. The Allied base has been upgraded to 2 stars. And the additional reward is, reduce the construction time of the building by 50%. Hiss. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng instantly understood. In the game, the more bases there are, the faster the main building will be built. In this real world, the faster the main building will be built, the faster the base will be upgraded. This is connected. Thinking of this, Han Feng turned his attention to the system. As expected, the Guangling Tower, which originally took half an hour to build, can be built in less than 10 minutes. Luna, how many gold coins are needed to upgrade the base? When asking this question, Han Feng thought excitedly that it should take 2 minutes and 30 seconds to build a sentry gun now. What does this mean? It means that when encountering a zombie frenzy, defensive weapons will have an unprecedented support speed. As long as there are enough gold coins, you can make the first wave of successful sniping at a distance of 20 kilometers. The last time the zinc mine was attacked, it was because the construction time of the sentry gun was too long. So the zombies had to be close in advance. Report to Captain Han. Upgrading the 2-star Allied base requires 1 million gold coins. Hiss. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng took a deep breath. 1 million. This is the most expensive option Han Feng has heard in the past 6 months. Yes, Captain Han. Upgrading the 2-star Allied base requires 1 million gold coins. After hearing this, Han Feng waved his hand and said angrily, just pretend I didn't ask. Just pretend I didn't ask. Now, he still has 800,000 gold coins. There is still a tough battle to fight before the 1 million to upgrade the main base. After a pause, Han Feng changed the subject and asked, what about upgrading the barracks? How many gold coins are needed? Report to Captain Han. Upgrading the 2-star barracks requires 500,000 gold coins. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng didn't rush to answer, but smoked and calculated. 500,000 gold coins. After upgrading the barracks, he still had 300,000 left. 300,000 should be enough for defensive weapons. After dozens of seconds, Han Feng gritted his teeth and said, Luna, Upgrade the barracks. Now, in his territory. Except for the main base. The barracks are the closest to the 3-star. Full-level building. Report to Captain Han. Upgrade the physical building. The 2-star barracks. Which requires 500,000 gold coins. Please confirm the upgrade. Upgrade? Han Feng gritted his teeth and said, looking forward to what surprises the 3-star building can bring to him. Okay, Captain Han. The 2-star barracks have been upgraded. As soon as she finished speaking, Luna continued to congratulate. Congratulations to Team Han for having the first physical 3-star building. Congratulations. After thanking him, Han Feng did not forget the theme and asked, 3-star barracks. The additional rewards must be special, right? Without waiting for Luna's response, Han Feng said with a smile, what about the lottery? Is there a lottery this time? Report to Team Han. After the physical building barracks is upgraded to 3 stars, there will be 3 additional rewards. But the lottery. I'm sorry. There is no. 3 additional rewards. No lottery. It's okay. Han Feng was not greedy. And even if he heard that there was no lottery, he could comfort himself happily. Let's talk about the additional rewards. Han Feng threw down his cigarette and stomped it out, waiting attentively for Luna's explanation. Okay, Captain Han. The additional reward for the 3-star barracks is, unlock the allied technology product, the Rift Generator. Additional reward 2 is, after the barracks are upgraded to 3 stars, the Red Alert individual personnel summoned will be automatically upgraded to 1-star soldiers. What? Summoned to be 1-star? Han Feng couldn't help but interrupted as soon as he heard the additional reward 2. Yes, Captain Han. Oh my! Han Feng said to himself with his eyes wide open. In the game, this is equivalent to the special reward after the spy steals the barracks. After a pause, Han Feng suppressed his excitement and continued, what about the 3rd additional reward? Report to Captain Han. The 3rd additional reward for the 3-star barracks is, all Red Alert soldiers. The individual combat capability is increased by 10%. When Luna finished talking about the 3rd item, Han Feng's reaction was even greater. It sounds like a 10% increase is not a big gain. But what about this 10% on Tanya? On the SEALs? Or even on the radiation engineer? The effect on small soldiers may not be obvious. But for powerful soldiers, this 10% is equivalent to a promotion of half a level. Clenching his fists, Han Feng thought that the 500,000 yuan was really worth it. Especially in the future. When summoning soldiers, they will all be 1-star soldiers. It not only saves the slow upgrade, but also increases the combat effectiveness of the grassroots. Thinking of this moment, Han Feng took out another cigarette and lit it. 2 or 3 minutes later, Han Feng, who had calmed down, said to Luna with a cigarette in his mouth, Luna, tell me about the crack generator. Okay, Captain Han. The crack generator, it is an important construction unit of the Allied forces. The crack generator can emit interference waves within a certain range, making it impossible for the enemy to observe the layout and actions of our base from the radar, and can protect our important buildings from the threat of enemy air force. Crack generator, it is a defensive weapon, and the effective interference range of the synchronous radar scan is 20 kilometers. Construction time, 15 minutes after reduction. Gold coins required for manufacturing, 100,000 gold coins. Damn, it's so expensive. Hearing the price of this crack generator, Han Feng was instantly daunted and exclaimed that it was so expensive. Report to Captain Han. The crack generator has been introduced. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng gradually narrowed his eyes. In this Doomsday, zombies are everywhere. The remaining humans either struggle to survive or live in misery. As for the military, apart from seeing special forces from other countries, we haven't seen any of our troops yet. That's not right. At least Lin Lan. Thinking of this, Han Feng sighed softly. Forget it. I don't think it's necessary to build a crack generator. After all, my enemies are just zombies, and they don't use high-tech such as radar and satellites. Even if it is built, it will basically waste electricity. After considering for a moment, Han Feng decided not to build it. Okay, Captain Han. Luna responded to Han Feng's words and continued, report to Captain Han. The construction of the 2 light prism towers has been completed. Huh? So fast? After a puzzled look, Han Feng walked into the wall and began to look around, looking for a suitable location to build the light prism tower. After scanning several circles, Han Feng scratched his head and asked Luna, Luna, I forgot. How far is the attack range of this light prism tower? Report to Captain Han. The effective attack range of the light prism tower is within a radius of 500 meters. Within this distance, the light prism tower can easily kill a heavily armed soldier. Beyond 500 meters, and within 800 meters is the attack limit of the light prism tower. In this range, the light prism tower can paralyze enemy personnel and short-circuit enemy vehicles. But if the opponent is equipped with insulating equipment, the attack effect of the light prism tower will be halved. Within a range of 100 meters, it is the maximum value of the light prism tower's damage. Oh, Han Feng responded to Luna softly and ordered, since the effective attack range is 500 meters, then build it on the 2 diagonals inside the wall. Remember to stick close to the inner side of the wall. And by the way, build 2 more light towers. In this way, there will be light towers on the 4 corners of the wall. Even if high-level zombies approach, the 4 light towers can echo each other's attack. Report to Captain Han. Build more. Oh, confirm build. As soon as Luna spoke, Han Feng knew what she was going to say. And fortunately, he interrupted her to confirm. Chapter 357, Little Thief. Okay, Captain Han. 2 light prism towers are under construction. Please wait. Okay. Nodding, Han Feng looked at his phone. Half an hour later, the defense weapons inside the base were almost complete. Luna, do you think that after the 4 light prism towers enhance each other, can they kill the level 6 female corpse in one shot? Putting the phone back, Han Feng asked subconsciously. Report to Captain Han. Unknown. After hearing this, Han Feng did not say anything else, but walked towards the light prism tower. Looking at the 10-meter-high light prism tower, Han Feng felt a sense of insignificance. 6 huge prisms float above the light prism tower and rotate, and the blue arcs flashing inside are active in each prism. Just one glance, the high-tech direct vision hits the soul. Wait until the light prism tower is built, and then build the magnetic storm coil to see who is more powerful. Han Feng muttered to himself with his arms folded. Luna, summon 30 Navy SEALs. Suddenly, Han Feng said to Luna without warning. Report to Captain Han. Summoning 30 Navy SEALs requires 150,000 gold coins. Please confirm the summoning. Confirmed. Okay, Captain Han. 30 Navy SEALs are being summoned. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng walked to the barracks and quietly waited for the arrival of the Navy SEALs. A few minutes later, 30 Navy SEALs stood in 5 neat rows, waiting for Han Feng's next instructions. Standing in front of this strongest team, Han Feng said solemnly, all Navy SEALs, stand at attention. Swish. The moment the order was issued, the 30 commandos stood in military posture. Each 3 people are divided into a group. A total of 10 groups. Now start to line up. Ding ding ding. In 3 seconds, the Navy SEALs changed from the previous 5 rows to 3 rows. Without further ado, your mission is to go to various places to find special forces from other countries. After a pause, Han Feng continued, find them, wipe them out, and bring back energy injections. A team of 3 is the smallest action unit, facing a special forces unit with as many as 200 people. I believe you have your own way to deal with it. Scanning the eyes of each SEAL, Han Feng instructed, if you encounter a situation that you cannot defeat, retreat in time and slowly think of a solution. Remember, your main task is to bring back energy injections. The second is to annihilate special forces from other countries. As for zombies, avoid them if you can. If you encounter Chinese soldiers, try not to meet them, and don't use force to confront them. Remember? After saying these words, Han Feng shouted loudly. Remember. Captain Han. Let's go now. If you need to bring any supplies, go to the base or the equipment warehouse and choose them now. Yes. Captain Han. The 31-star SEALs responded in unison and ran away in neat steps. If you really meet Chinese soldiers, I believe they can't catch you. You are the strongest team under my command. Looking at the backs of the SEALs leaving, Han Feng muttered to himself. Oh, by the way, Luna, do you think 3 1-star SEALs can defeat Sanjiazu and others? At this time, Han Feng suddenly asked Luna this question. If Luna says she can't win, there is still a last chance to reinforce. If she really goes too far, then she will be blind. Report to Captain Han. If it is a head-on encounter, 3 one-star Navy SEALs can completely annihilate the enemy special forces. Oh, that's good. That's good. Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Luna said. Oh, by the way. Suddenly, a weird idea came to Han Feng's mind. And he continued, who do you think is more powerful? Tanya or the Navy SEALs? Report to Captain Han. Tanya Adams is powerful. How many Navy SEALs can kill Tanya? Han Feng continued to ask without giving up. According to the combat data, in close combat, at least 6 to 10 SEALs are needed to kill Tanya Adams. If a pistol fight is used, 10 to 15 SEALs are needed. After Luna finished speaking, she did not forget to add, these are data based on both sides being at 0-star level. What about a 3-star SEAL? Can he kill 0-star Tanya? When Han Feng asked this, Han Feng really didn't know what the result would be. After all, Han Feng had never played like this in a game. Report to Captain Han. A 3-star SEAL and Tanya will win in a close combat. If 2 3-star Navy SEALs fight Tanya in close combat, Tanya will lose. Oh. After hearing this, Han Feng nodded gently. Why? Want to see your own people fight? Okay, anyway. I'm free now. Suddenly, Tanya's voice came to Han Feng's mind. Haha, how could it be? I'm just asking. Han Feng's heart tightened while laughing. If Tanya hadn't said it in time, I really wanted to see the fight between the Navy SEALs and Tanya. By the way, Tanya, I'm going to propose to you in 3 days. Remember to come. Taking advantage of this excuse, Han Feng quickly opened the topic. Okay. 3 days later. New Year's Day? Yes. Okay. I remember. Huh? Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief after sending this battle maniac away. Next, Han Feng took out a cigarette and smoked while waiting for the completion of the light prism tower. Tens of minutes later, the 2 light prism towers were built at the remaining 2 diagonal corners of the base. Now, each entrance and exit is guarded by 2 sentry guns, and 4 huge light prism towers also stand on the 4 corners of the base wall. Luna, build 4 magnetic storm coils. After a pause, Han Feng continued, once the magnetic storm coil is built, just build it on the left side of the light prism tower. Closer. In this way, if we encounter a difficult one, we can use the light tower to attack it. And if it is not difficult, we can use the magnetic coil to solve it. Report to Captain Han. It takes 32,000 gold coins to build 4 magnetic coils. Please confirm the construction. Confirm. Build it. Okay. Captain Han. 4 magnetic coils are under construction. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng rubbed his hands and said, yeah. It is being built now. I will go back to the base first. It's so cold. Walking on the way back to the base, Han Feng checked the gold coins. There are still a little over 100,000. Sensing the current number of gold coins, Han Feng was a little depressed. He was obviously a millionaire. But now, he was almost penniless. After returning to the warm base, Han Feng felt exhausted. He said hello to Wei Yun, said he would not eat dinner, and went back to the bedroom to rest. He slept for several hours until midnight. Report to Captain Han. There is. Report to Captain Han. There is an unidentified. Report to Captain Han. There is an unidentified person approaching the base. Ah? After Luna's voice was replayed 3 times in Han Feng's mind, Han Feng woke up from his sleep. What's wrong? Who is it? Han Feng asked Luna while getting up in a hurry. Report to Captain Han. There are unidentified people approaching the base. Should we use force to drive them away? Please instruct. Damn. Who is this? After frowning and muttering, Han Feng thought for a while and said, Luna, connect the vision. Let me see who this is. Okay. Captain Han. The vision connection is connecting. Target, the captain of the 6th Battalion. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng slowly opened his eyes. Through the sniper scope, Han Feng saw 2 sneaky people, relying on the dark moon and strong wind, slowly approaching the base. Captain Han, do you need to use force to stop it? Wait a little longer. Staring at the 2 people, Han Feng responded. At this time, in the sniper scope, the 2 people whispered to each other and didn't know what they were talking about. Luna, do you know lip reading? Can you translate what they are whispering? Looking at the 2, Han Feng asked Luna. Report to Captain Han. Yes. Next, Luna began to translate the conversation between the 2. Brother, If there are really soldiers guarding, we will be finished. Right? It's okay. If we are discovered, just tell the truth. We are all members of the team. I don't think the surname Han will make it too difficult for us. Everything is for everyone. Give it a try. If we find it, everything will be fine. Hearing this, Han Feng sneered and asked, "Tisk so mysterious. What are they looking for?" "Brother, you said your last name is Han. Where can you hide the nutritional paste?" At this time, Luna was still lip reading. And by the way, she also explained the question raised by Han Feng. "So you are here to find food." Knowing that the two came to steal the nutritional paste, Han Feng subconsciously thought that the two were probably hungry and wanted to prepare a few more nutritional pastes on them. Thinking back to when he and Chung Ji fought, the brothers in the team also helped a lot. Han Feng really couldn't bear to attack the two for this little food. After hesitating for a moment, Han Feng whispered, "Fire a warning shot to scare them back." "Okay, Captain Han." "Duh. Dada." After Luna finished speaking, the soldier on guard raised the machine gun in his hand and fired several bullets in a row. Even though the shooting location was only a few dozen meters away from him, Han Feng could not hear any movement in the base. Presumably, it was the tight defense of the base that blocked the sound. "Brother, we've been discovered. Run!" Slip. Slip. The two people who were frightened by the gunshot turned around and ran away desperately, not even daring to look back. The crisis is resolved after laughing a few times. Han Feng continued, "Remove the vision connection, continue to sleep." "Okay, Captain Han. The vision connection has been released. Good night." After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng opened his eyes. "Oh my god! What are you doing?" As soon as he opened his eyes, Han Feng saw Wei Yun standing in front of him face to face, and was shocked. "Why didn't I notice? You also have sleepwalking symptoms." Staring at Han Feng's eyes, Wei Yun asked in surprise. Chapter 358, New Clues. Staring at Wei Yun's eyes, Han Feng choked up, faced with Wei Yun's doubts. Han Feng scratched the back of his head and laughed to defend himself. "Haha, just now I had a nightmare, and I didn't wake up for a while." Seeing Wei Yun's unconvinced eyes, Han Feng continued to add, "You have been with me for so long, don't you know whether I sleepwalk or not? TSK. Seeing Han Feng's expression, Wei Yun muttered half doubtfully, "It's only been a few days with you. How can I know?" "Don't say any more. It will be dawn if you continue go to sleep." Oh. It was also because Wei Yun had just woken up, and was not very conscious that he did not hear the loopholes in Han Feng's words. Just like that, Han Feng, who had escaped by chance, laid down again and fell asleep. The next morning, after a hearty breakfast, Han Feng came to the outside of the base alone and scanned the defensive weapons built yesterday. Luna arranged 5 magnetic storm infantrymen to guard each magnetic storm coil. They can move freely when they are free, but if a battle occurs, the magnetic storm coil needs their help. "Okay, Captain Han." After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng nodded. By the way, he turned his attention to the system to see how many gold coins he had left and how many other defensive weapons he could build. "Luna, did a battle happen yesterday?" Han Feng asked in surprise when he saw the 150,000 gold coins in the gold coin column. "Report to Captain Han. Everything was normal last night, and no battle took place." After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng frowned in confusion and said, "That's not right. I clearly remember that I still had more than 100,000 gold coins yesterday. How come it's 150,000 now?" "Report to Captain Han. This is the income generated by the ore refinery." "Oh, right." After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng slapped his forehead and realized that the extra gold coins were earned by the mine. Next, Han Feng began to continue to improve his base mission. Luna, build 8 machine gun bunkers outside the entrances and exits, outside the sentry guns. This way, each entrance and exit will have a stock of 20,000 bullets. By the way, Luna, build another weapons depot in the base to store bullets for the entrances and exits this way. We don't have to produce them temporarily. Luna, build another circle of walls outside the base wall within 100 meters. Oh, the 6th Battalion is out to clean up the garbage. Okay, that's it. Open 4 more entrances and exits in the center of the 4 sides of the second wall. Then the defensive weapons are the same as the inner circle, with a light prism tower and a magnetic storm coil placed in each corner. Report to the Han team. There is not enough gold coins to build. It was not until noon that Luna finally revealed the fact that she was short of money. No money so soon? Han Feng stopped the infrastructure construction with a puzzled voice. Well, it's fine like this. When there is money, we can add weapons. Looking at the tight defense of the two walls, Han Feng held his chin and continued, this defense system. I think it can easily stop 100,000 zombies. Of course, zombies of level 5 or 6 don't count after adding another sentence to himself. Han Feng turned around and walked towards the base, rubbing his red hands. Han Feng was thinking about which country's military rations he would try at noon today. Han Feng spent the afternoon in the base, chatting, playing cards, chatting with Lu Rui, teasing Hu. At night, Han Feng hugged Wei Yun. The bedroom after the tenderness was full of warmth and comfort. Report to Captain Han. There is an unknown. Report to Captain Han. An unidentified person is approaching the base. TSK. Hearing Luna's report in his mind, Han Feng, who was lying on the bed, frowned and tisk-tisk. Report to Captain Han. An unidentified person is approaching the base. Who the hell is this? What are you doing in the middle of the night? Being woken up from his sleep, Han Feng was extremely unhappy. Report to Captain Han. The other party's identity is unknown. Wait. This time, Han Feng learned his lesson. Pretending to get up to go to the toilet at night. Han Feng sat up slowly, put on his slippers, and walked to the bathroom. During this time, Han Feng looked back at Wei Yun with a guilty conscience. Fortunately, Wei Yun was still sleeping soundly, and was not awakened by him. Are they the two idiots from yesterday? After closing the door, Han Feng sat on the toilet and asked angrily. Report to Captain Han. No. But there are still two people this time. Come on. Connect the vision. Han Feng gave an order casually with an indifferent attitude. Okay. Captain Han. The vision connection is connecting. Connecting to the target, the 6th Battalion. Captain. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng opened his eyes. Through the sniper scope, Han Feng saw the two sneaky people leaning against the darkness of the woods, slowly approaching the base. Hey, these two people. Why don't you talk to each other? Looking at the two people's mouths that avoided opening, Han Feng gave up the idea of asking Luna to translate lip language. Fire a warning shot. After a moment of silence, Han Feng ordered. Okay. Captain Han. Duh. After the gunshots, the two people stood still, neither moving forward nor retreating. Looking at the two people standing still, Han Feng was a little puzzled. Just when Han Feng was about to ask something else, he found that the two people slowly turned around and left. However, the steady pace of these two people irritated Han Feng. Hey! These two ungrateful guys. Instead of telling them to run quickly, they are walking so slowly. What's the meaning? The next moment, Han Feng was also angry and laughed at himself. Why should I be angry with them after comforting himself? Han Feng got up and opened the bathroom door. When walking to the bed, Han Feng specifically ordered Luna, if there are such villains again, just shoot to warn. No need to notify me. If the other party does not listen to the advice, call me up again. Okay. Captain Han. I got it. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng lay down and closed his eyes, ready to fall asleep again. No. Suddenly, Han Feng opened his eyes. Luna. The next second, Han Feng called out to Luna. What's wrong? Captain Han? I'm here. I'm a little worried. After a pause, Han Feng continued. How about, let James go to investigate? Okay. Captain Han. James is on his way to the survivors' base. Well, let him go. I want to know what they want to do. After ordering James to investigate the matter, Han Feng felt relieved. If you find anything, let me know as soon as possible. Okay. Captain Han. Well, then good night. After saying hello, Han Feng closed his eyes. Report to Captain Han. James discovered the other party's purpose. Well, what Han Feng didn't expect was, just over 10 minutes later, Luna's report sounded in his mind again. What? Han Feng responded in a half-awake state. After James Debon's preliminary investigation, the other party is the Lord's men. Their purpose is to steal the nutrient paste. The Lord's men? After hearing this, Han Feng instantly sobered up a lot. Yes, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's eyes gradually lost focus. In his mind, all he could think of were the words of the steward before he died. Han Feng wanted to meet the Holy Lord very much, but because of the trouble caused by the level 6 female corpse, he killed the steward. And now, the news of the Holy Lord came to his ears again, and Han Feng was indeed a little excited. Turning over, Han Feng picked up his phone. 3:30 in the morning. Staring at the time displayed on the phone screen, Han Feng muttered softly, What's wrong? Husband. Wei Yun muttered in a half-awake state. It's okay, dear wife. Go back to sleep. Rubbing Wei Yun's hair, Han Feng said lovingly. Luna, let's talk about it tomorrow. It's a bit late today. After a pause, Han Feng instructed, by the way, let James work overtime to help me find out what the Holy Lord means. Okay, Captain Han. After saying that, Han Feng fell asleep slowly with his worries. The next day, Han Feng got up early with 2 dark circles under his eyes, because he had finished his worries. Looking back at Wei Yun who was still sleeping, Han Feng smiled unconsciously. The day after tomorrow, I will propose to you after saying that. Han Feng turned around and walked out of the bedroom. Little did he know, at the moment when Han Feng closed the door, Wei Yun, who was lying on the bed, suddenly smiled. Luna, how is it? Did James find out anything? Han Feng asked when he came to the outside of the base. Reporting to Captain Han, James has found out the other party's temporary residence. Where is it? Han Feng was so excited when he heard that the nest of the Holy Lord had been found. Reporting to Captain Han, the other party's temporary residence has been marked by radar. Please move into the system and view it on the radar display. After a pause, Luna continued, by the way, Captain Han, according to the information James has, the other party is just an ordinary base. The Holy Lord is not there. In other words, another high priest was found? Han Feng asked back with narrowed eyes. Yes, Captain Han. It is similar to the base of the manager. Oh nodded. Although Han Feng was a little unhappy, at least he now had a clue about the Holy Lord. After thinking for a moment, Han Feng asked again, why are they so obsessed with my nutritional paste? They have set people to steal it again and again in the past 2 days. Is there something wrong? Report to Captain Han. According to the response of the 4 parties involved, they are just concerned about the other survivors in the base. So they resorted to this desperate measure. It's better to just merge. Anyway, it doesn't matter if you make a few hundred more nutritional pastes every day. Take out a cigarette. Han Feng lit it and muttered. Hiss. Suddenly, Han Feng took a breath and remembered something very important. Luna, prepare the car. Let the 1st, 2nd and 3rd squadrons follow me. We have to go find this priest. After saying that, Han Feng walked quickly towards the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. Just now, Han Feng suddenly remembered. Is there any Energy 7 injection in this base? If there is, of course it would be better. If not, this time I will just win over the other party. The Holy Lord once gave me 2 Energy 7 injections as a reward, and helping him with the food for these few people under him was just a favor. Chapter 359, Mysterious SMS. Okay, Captain Han. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd squadrons are gathering. By the way, Luna, ask the barracks to make 2,000 tubes of nutrient paste as a gift. Also, how far is this place from us? Han Feng asked, staring at the radar display screen in the system. Report to Captain Han. The enemy base is 154 kilometers away from us. After hearing this, Han Feng pursed his lips, his expression a little hesitant. What if I can't come back tomorrow? Wouldn't it delay the proposal? This round trip, not to mention the business. The time on the road alone is more than 10 hours. Frowning and thinking about this, Han Feng clenched his fists, turned around and walked back to the base. We have to say goodbye first. Right? No matter whether we can reach an agreement tomorrow or not. I will never delay, Han Feng muttered to himself as he walked towards the bedroom. Pushing open the bedroom door, Han Feng saw an empty bed and no Wei Yun. Hello? Holding the door handle, Han Feng greeted playfully. Subconsciously, Han Feng thought Wei Yun was in the bathroom at this time. Hello. I'm here suddenly. Han Feng was patted on the shoulder from behind. Turning around, it was Wei Yun with a smile on his face. Hey! What are you holding in your hand? Turning around, Han Feng saw Wei Yun holding 2 small bags in his hand. So he pointed and asked, picking up the bag in his hand. Wei Yun smiled and asked back, do you choose mango or strawberry? What? Han Feng was a little confused because he didn't quite understand what Wei Yun meant. Wei Yun didn't answer Han Feng's question directly, but asked again, do you choose mango or strawberry? Fuck. Strawberry? Here, seeing Han Feng make a choice, Wei Yun handed over a bag. Taking the bag and opening it, Han Feng looked up in surprise and said, ice cream? Well, I'm awesome. Seeing Han Feng's surprise, Wei Yun put his hands on his waist and asked proudly, where did you get the ice cream? Did you find it from the base? I made it myself. Here are purified water, white sugar, and various jams according to the proportion. It is a fruit popsicle. Counting his fingers, Wei Yun said word by word. Oh, awesome. After praising Wei Yun, Han Feng told him about his plan to go to the city. After a long conversation, Han Feng walked out of the base again, licking the popsicle and looking at the vast white snow. Han Feng had an indescribable feeling in his heart at this time. Luna, the first, second, and third teams prepared. Dingling-dling, dingling-dling, dingling-dling. Han Feng's question was not finished yet, and the phone in his jacket pocket suddenly rang, interrupting his speech. Mobile phone. Holding the popsicle in his mouth, Han Feng was stunned. This is the second time the phone has rang since the end of the world. Is there a signal? No one would believe it. After hesitating for a few seconds, Han Feng slowly took out his phone. Unknown call. Reading the 4 words on the phone screen, Han Feng swiped the answer button. Hello. After answering the phone, Han Feng greeted in a low voice. Hello, hello, little brother. Huh? Hearing the familiar voice, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Why don't you talk? Don't you miss me? Little brother. On the other end of the phone, the mysterious girl talked to herself playfully. Excuse me, mysterious lady. What advice do you have for me this time? No, I just want to ask if your strawberry popsicle is delicious. If it were me, I would choose mango flavor. After all, I don't like strawberries. They are too sour. The mysterious girl didn't care about Han Feng's shock at all, and expressed her inner thoughts on her own. You? At this moment, Han Feng's heart was beating wildly, and even his speech was trembling. While the mysterious girl was talking, Han Feng hurriedly contacted Luna in his mind. Luna. Find the source of this mobile phone signal. 6th Battalion. Captain. Look. Check if there is anyone nearby. She can see me eating ice cream, so she must be nearby. All soldiers. Be alert. Be alert. Okay. Captain Han. Received. Captain Han. Yes. Captain Han. A series of orders were issued, and Han Feng didn't even bother to listen to their responses. You know, the base at this time is no longer the base a few months ago. The upgraded radar is enough to cover a range of 20 miles around itself. Moreover, it is daytime now, and compared to the last night, the current visibility is absolutely excellent. Not to mention that there are 6 other snipers in the base. Report to Captain Han. The source of the mobile phone signal cannot be tracked. Report to the Han team. No suspicious person has been detected within the field of vision. When Luna and the sniper's reply sounded in his mind, Han Feng was stunned. Brother, why are you silent again? Seeing that Han Feng had not spoken for a long time, the mysterious girl asked, what do you need? After holding back for a while, Han Feng finally asked an irrelevant question. Nothing, just asking how you are now. I'm fine. How about you? At this time, Han Feng, who had sorted out his mood, began to communicate normally with the mysterious girl. I'm very busy recently, busy playing. After a pause, the mysterious girl suddenly said, okay, I'm going to play. Bye. Beep beep beep. Holding the phone to his ear, Han Feng was even more confused. This? She hung up? She didn't say anything. She just hung up? Smacking his lips, Han Feng was about to put the phone back into his pocket. Ding-ling-ling. Hey, did you forget something important? Han Feng answered the unknown call without hesitation. Oh, I was in a hurry just now. I forgot to tell you, run. As soon as the mysterious girl finished speaking, Han Feng panicked and said, What? What happened? Haha, look how scared you are. Suddenly, the scene changed, and the mysterious girl's laughter came into Han Feng's ears. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng didn't know what to say. Do you really think the military can't see you? After laughing, the mysterious girl dropped another blockbuster bomb. You mean? I was seen. Staring, Han Feng realized the seriousness of the problem. I don't know. Oh, my aunt. I beg you not to scare me. Can you just say what you want to say? I have a bad heart and can't stand such stimulation. Han Feng knew that as long as he begged for mercy, the mysterious girl would fail. Although this is very embarrassing, it does work. Look up. On the other end of the phone, the mysterious girl said intriguingly. Following the mysterious girl's instructions, Han Feng looked up. What? What's going on? Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, Han Feng could no longer see anything else. There are satellites in the sky. Military satellites. As far as I know, they are still working normally. After listening to the mysterious girl, Han Feng looked at the blue sky infatuatedly and asked in his mind, Luna, can we block the satellite's monitoring of this place? Report to Captain Han. Yes. Please build a crack generator. I know. Beep beep. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, the phone was busy again. The mysterious girl hung up. Holding the phone, Han Feng narrowed his eyes and thought, if the military really saw me from the sky, this is not good news. Luna, let's go! Hurry to the city. Putting the phone back, Han Feng walked quickly towards the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. At this time, Han Feng had only one thought. That is to make money quickly. Make Patriot missiles and crack generators. In this way, even if an intercontinental missile is launched, Patriot can intercept it in the air. His own red alert base must not be discovered by others. 4 hours later, Han Feng and his party arrived in the city. Luna, find a place to earn some gold coins. Now, earning gold coins is much more important than meeting any priest. Okay. Captain Han. Target location, hospital. Distance, 3 kilometers. Following Luna's navigation, Han Feng led the team to turn around and rush to the hospital. When Han Feng arrived at the hospital, he rushed down the multi-purpose infantry vehicle and rushed straight into the hospital, relying on the help of telekinesis and customized weapons. It is more than enough to deal with all zombies except the 6th level in less than half an hour. With the assistance of the Red Alert soldiers, Han Feng successfully captured the hospital. 110,000 gold coins. Less than 40,000. Calculating the price of 2 defensive weapons, Han Feng nodded lightly. When I come back, I'll kill another wave. After muttering this, Han Feng decided to go see the priest first. Anyway, there was not much balance left, so there was no rush. An hour later, Han Feng met the priest in another unknown village on the edge of the city. This was a small tribe with only 700 or 800 people. Far fewer than Han Feng had thought before. What surprised Han Feng was that the priest seemed to know that he would come and prepared food in advance. After asking, Han Feng learned that it was the omnipotent Lord who had issued the holy decree in advance. Since it is a village, the villagers have their own vegetable greenhouses. This allowed Han Feng, who had not seen vegetables for a long time, to have a good meal. After eating and drinking, Han Feng also presented 2,000 tubes of nutritional paste as a gift. After learning, the priest did not have Energy 7 potion in his hand, and had never even heard of it. However, the priest was unmoved by Han Feng's amnesty, and said, "It's good to follow the Lord. There is no way, since the other party has no intention of doing so. I can't take these people away by force." After a lot of gossip, Han Feng asked about the Lord. However, when it came to the evening, the priest only said a few words. It seems, this trip was in vain. Ding. At about 9 o'clock in the middle of the night, Han Feng's phone suddenly vibrated. It was the sound of a text message. With an apologetic smile to the priest, Han Feng turned his back and took out his phone. There were only 3 words written on the text message: "Go home quickly." Chapter 360, The Beauty Dies. Go home quickly. Han Feng was a little confused when he read these 3 words. But the next second, Han Feng reacted. In this era without signal, she is the only one who can send messages and make phone calls. Since the mysterious girl asked me to go home, I'd rather believe it than not. Haha, sorry. It's a bit late today. I'll visit you another day. Are you in such a hurry to leave? I said I'd keep you for 1 night and leave after dinner tomorrow. No, there's something going on at home, so I can't stay too long. Okay. Then drive slowly on the road. Just like that. Han Feng was summoned home by this inexplicable text message. Walking on the dark road at night, Han Feng frowned and asked, Luna, how long will it take us to get to the base? Report to Captain Han. In 4.5 hours. What's wrong? Captain Han? Seeing Han Feng silent, Luna asked softly. No. I just... After hesitating for a few seconds, Han Feng suddenly smiled and said, It's okay, I just panicked a little just now, I'm fine now. Okay. Captain Han. After communicating with Luna, Han Feng turned his eyes to the darkness outside the car window and said in a voice that only he could hear, I hope everything will be in time. 4 hours later, on the slippery road between the frozen mountains, Han Feng's impatience caused the vehicle to skid several times. There was even one time when the car was almost destroyed and people were killed. But Han Feng couldn't care less at this time, because his sense of crisis was getting stronger and stronger. Luna, how is the base now? This is the nth time Han Feng has asked Luna. Report to Captain Han. Everything is normal at the base now, and no incidents have occurred. How many kilometers are left to get home? After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng tried to use the vision connection, but found that it could not be used if the distance from the base exceeded 20 kilometers. Report to Captain Han. There are still 25 kilometers to reach the base, and the estimated time is 28 minutes. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng did not say anything else, but kept muttering, hurry up. Hurry up. But accidents always come suddenly. 2 minutes later, in Han Feng's sight, he could already see the faint lights emanating from the zinc mine and the base. Report to Captain Han. The base is under attack. Report to Captain Han. The base is under attack. Report to Captain Han. The base. 3 times in a row. Luna's urgent report sounded in his mind. What's going on? Han Feng asked hurriedly subconsciously. Report to Captain Han. The base has been destroyed. Report to Captain Han. The base has been destroyed. Report to Captain Han. The base. What? Tell me. What happened? While asking, Han Feng stepped on the accelerator. Squeak. Boom. Due to excessive acceleration, the multi-purpose infantry vehicle skidded and hit a tree on the side of the road, and could not be driven for a short time. Fuck. Unbuckled the seatbelt. Han Feng quickly opened the door. Luna. What happened? In the cold mountains, Han Feng activated his speed superpower. While running towards the base, he questioned Luna in his mind. However, the voice that sounded in Han Feng's mind at this time was not Luna. It was a cold mechanical voice. Commander, because the Allied liaison, radar soldier, Luna, has been killed, all contacts are cut off. What? Han Feng even sped up his pace without slowing down. Allied liaison, radar soldier, Luna, will be replicated and reborn in 10 minutes. During this period, the commander cannot use the radar and the auxiliary functions brought by the radar. That is, visual connection, soldier details, radar scanning, etc. What happened? What happened? Pursing his lips and clenching his fists. At this moment, Han Feng was like a beast that had lost his mind. He wanted to know why the base was destroyed in just a few seconds. Unfortunately, the mechanical sound of the system no longer gave any response. After only reporting the events after the destruction of the base, it disappeared. Who? Who is it? Han Feng roared and asked himself while running on the mountain road. In the past few days, he began to pay attention to the defense measures of the base. There are obviously 2 solid lines of defense, each with 4 prism towers and 4 magnetic storm coils. Moreover, at each entrance and exit, there are 2 sentry guns and machine gun bunkers. With such defense, even if a level 6 female corpse comes, it is not easy to come in. After thinking about these defenses, the next moment, Han Feng suddenly thought of something. Could it be an intercontinental missile? Once this thought came to Han Feng, he felt it was very possible. The mysterious girl had called him, saying that the military might have discovered him. Also, although Han Feng did not achieve absolute defense on the ground, it was impossible to destroy the base in such a short time. Then, the only explanation is an air strike. However, compared to the destruction of the base, what Han Feng could not accept even more was Luna's death. You know, after the base was built, Luna became a physical entity. A living person. Died in the base. What does it mean? It means that the other people in the base. Ah! When Han Feng thought of this possibility, tears of grief and anger flowed from his eyes. Wei Yun. Hu. Wei Peng. Lu Rui. They are all in the base. And now, Han Feng is less than 10 kilometers away from the base. In these few minutes, Han Feng can be said to have exerted his speed to the extreme of the extreme. Huh? A hazy black shadow floated across the dark mountains and headed straight for the base. 1 minute later. Han Feng, who had been running for nearly 20 kilometers, was a little exhausted at this time. While gasping for breath, Han Feng felt that his eyes were black again. Fortunately, he had already arrived at the zinc mine. Simon! Fuck! At this moment, Han Feng wanted to ask Simon to help him prepare the car. But Simon was still in the mine behind him. Captain of the 5th Battalion. Prepare the car. Hurry! Han Feng forgot. Luna was killed. And now, he couldn't use anything about the radar. Of course, this included the remote command function. Without waiting for anyone to respond, Han Feng found a car parked in the zinc mine. Fortunately, God had mercy on Han Feng once. The car key was in the car. Starting the car, Han Feng stepped on the accelerator while panting heavily and headed towards the base again. 2 minutes later, Han Feng finally arrived at the base. However, unlike what he imagined, the base did not show any signs of being bombed. And even, it was as peaceful as if nothing had happened. Driving through 2 walls, Han Feng finally arrived at the base. Looking through the car window at the crumbling base, Han Feng's heart clicked. In the ruins of the base, several blazing flames were burning. Above the flames, wisps of black smoke rose. Stepping on the brakes, Han Feng rushed out of the car before the car stopped and ran towards the ruins of the base. Wei Yun! Standing on the ruins, Han Feng looked around at his feet. Ah! Unable to find Wei Yun, Han Feng knelt directly on the ruins and turned over the cold base components under his feet with his hands. Don't scare me. At this moment, Han Feng's mind was full of Wei Yun's sweet smile. I haven't proposed to you yet. Why haven't we gotten married yet? While shedding hot tears, he threw the cold metal frantically. 1 minute later, when Han Feng used telekinesis to move a huge metal plate, a larger space appeared. He finally saw Wei Yun's body. In front of Wei Yun's chest, a wrist-thick metal tube was inserted into her heart. Boom boom. Han Feng's heart beat twice wildly at this, and then he pressed the pause button. Beside Wei Yun's body was Wei Peng kneeling on the ground. Speechless. Hu and Lu Rui were kneeling on the side, covered in dirt. Lu Xia was lying far away, with black burn marks all over his body. Maybe he had resisted before and used his superpowers to burn himself. Or maybe it was caused by the external flames after he fell into a coma. Their eyes were all as dark as death, without any light. Suddenly, Han Feng covered his heart tightly with his right hand and made a quick sound. The other hand tightly grasped the ring box in his jacket pocket. Brother-in-law. Hearing the noise, Wei Peng slowly turned his head to look at him. Brother-in-law, you're back? As usual, Wei Peng greeted him in a familiar way. Brother-in-law. Save my sister? Suddenly, Wei Peng stood up and walked towards him, as if he had just reacted. Save my sister? My sister is dying. After getting closer, Han Feng saw that there were 2 clear tear marks on Wei Peng's gray and black face. My sister is dying. I can't get out. Quick! Hospital. The hand that Wei Peng stretched out to him was covered in blood. This was caused by Wei Peng desperately trying to dig a passage in the dark. I can't get out. Wei Peng kept repeating this sentence when he walked to Han Feng's side, grabbing Han Feng's arms with his bloody hands. Wei Peng shook and shouted, Brother-in-law, save my sister? My sister is really dying. Pa! Seeing Han Feng didn't move, Wei Peng slapped Han Feng hard in the face. Then he shouted, Save people. After shouting, Wei Peng turned around and walked back to Wei Yun's body. He pretended to carry Wei Yun to the hospital. But when he saw the metal tube on his sister's chest, he was stunned. After a few seconds, Wei Peng silently shed 2 tears, as if he couldn't see the metal tube. While pulling up Wei Yun's body, he muttered, Sister, hold on a little longer. The hospital is coming soon. Not far.